The world is screaming danger as a dungeon break threatens to tear everything apart. The system offers a massive reward from the true universe if this catastrophe can be stopped. There's a countdown ticking away, 101 hours and 27 minutes left until total disaster hits the city. Suddenly, a blinding flash of golden energy erupts in the middle of the bridge, cutting through the darkness. A massive, flaming claw emerges from the light, looking like something straight out of a nightmare. A wolf-like monster, decked out in armor and chains, lunges forward with a jagged blade, trailing embers behind it. The beast lets out a guttural growl, its glowing red eyes locked onto its prey as steam rises from its snout. An entire pack of these monsters is charging down the highway, their snarls filling the air as they prepare to tear through anything in their path. The sound of their collective roars is deafening, a primal warning of the slaughter to come. Standing alone against the horde is our boy Jong Do, looking calm with a massive spear in hand while a small spirit floats behind him. He's not the weak guy we'll see later, he looks like a seasoned warrior, ready to take on the world. The monsters are closing in, their weapons raised and their faces twisted in a bloodthirsty grin. The little spirit warns him that things are looking pretty chaotic, but Jong Do just smirks, telling her he has complete faith. A blue system window pops up, asking to begin the combo gacha, and you know he's hitting yes. A surge of light explodes around him as the system detects the Saintess's blessing for a massive luck boost. Blue cards and shards of light rain down from the sky, swirling around him in a digital storm. Jong Do realizes that combining strong luck with a Saintess's blessing is the ultimate cheat code. He catches a glowing blue card, his face lit with the confidence of a man who just pulled a legendary item. As he grabs the energy, the air itself seems to crackle with electricity. The light takes the form of a massive, ornate spear, glowing with a divine blue radiance. The weapon is a masterpiece of steel and magic, surging with lightning that dances along the blade. A massive shadow of a legendary warrior towers over him, matching his every move as dark energy leaks from Jong Do's body. He lets out a dark, predatory smile, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. He roars out that Zhang Fei is here, and the sheer force of his voice sends a shockwave through the charging monsters. The lion's roar skill activates, instantly tanking the monster's attack power by 30%. Every single monster on the bridge stops in their tracks, their aggro now completely locked onto Jong Do. They leap into the air, desperate to take him down, but they've already lost the fight. Jong Do moves like a blur, his spear cutting through armor and flesh like a hot knife through butter. Limbs and weapons fly everywhere as he tears through the front line without breaking a sweat. The tip of his spear glows with an intense blue flame as he prepares for a finishing move. He slams his foot down, shattering the asphalt beneath him as energy ripples through the ground. He launches into the crushing tiger cyclone bullet attack, spinning into a literal tornado of blue destruction. The spear tip acts like a drill, pulverizing everything in its path as the monsters scream in terror. A massive explosion of blue light rocks the entire bridge, sending shockwaves for miles. From a distance, it looks like a tidal wave of energy is erupting from the structure, lighting up the night sky. Jong Do reaches out as the dust begins to settle, his hand steady despite the chaos. His stats are insane, level 99, possessed by the spirit of Zhang Fei, with his strength and mana off the charts. One last monster tries a desperate sneak attack, leaping at him from the shadows. Jong Do doesn't even look, he just impales the beast through the chest, ending it instantly. The silhouette of the falling monster is framed against the full moon as the fight finally draws to a close. He stands alone on the empty road, his spear resting on his shoulder like he just went for a light stroll. He plants the spear into the ground, the sound of metal hitting stone echoing through the silent night. The bridge is a graveyard of monsters and broken weapons, a testament to the absolute slaughter that just took place. He takes a deep breath, the adrenaline finally starting to fade as he looks down at his hands. He mutters that the attack actually hurt a bit, showing that even with all that power, he's still human. This is the story of a hero who has the knowledge of the future and a hidden item that changes everything. In this world, luck is the only thing that matters, and it's about to turn everything upside down. We flash back to a simpler time, where kids are just playing soccer under a bright blue sky. While everyone else is out being active, a young Jong Do is sitting on the stairs, completely absorbed in his own world. He never cared for sports. He spent his childhood reading comics and novels, dreaming of being the guy with the sword or the scythe. He didn't want to just read about heroes, he desperately wanted to become one himself. Then, he discovered gaming, and his obsession moved from pages to the screen. He was a natural talent, quickly rising through the ranks until he was standing on the stage of the Korea Championship. But he was always the runner-up, the forever second guy, forced to watch others hold the trophy while he clutched a silver certificate. No matter how hard he practiced, he just couldn't be the main character, until the world changed on February 2nd, 2022. The cataclysm hit, and blue lightning tore through the sky of every major city on Earth. It was the end of the old world and the beginning of something much more dangerous. Suddenly, reality felt more like a video game than the ones Jong Do used to play, with people running for their lives in the streets. Dungeons started popping up everywhere, and horrific monsters began pouring out to hunt humans. But humanity fought back, people awakened with swords and magic, and they were branded as mana users. Mana users became the new elite, getting more fame and money than any celebrity could ever dream of. Jong Do watched them on the big screens, his heart pounding with that familiar longing. This was it, the literal definition of the main character he had always wanted to be. He listened to the top hunters talk about strategy and dungeon clearing, hanging on to every single word. Right then and there, he made a vow to himself. He was going to become a mana user, no matter what it took. 8 years pass by in a flash, and the city has adapted to this new, brutal way of life. But things didn't go as planned. We find Jong Do in his apartment, drowning his sorrows in a bottle of soju. His dream wasn't just deferred, it was absolutely crushed into the dirt. He smashes the bottle against the wall in a fit of rage and despair, the glass shattering just like his hopes. He crumples up his awakening results, his knuckles white from the frustration of being a failure. The paper shows the pathetic truth, a mana pool of 7 and talents like communication that are completely useless for a warrior. He screams at the walls, wondering if all his suffering and hard work was just to end up with these trash abilities. He tells himself to wake up from the fantasy, accepting that he was never destined to be the hero of this story. Exhausted and broken, he decides he's just going to sleep the entire next day away to forget reality. But when he looks up, a beautiful blonde girl is standing in his living room, greeting him like an old friend. She's dressed in an elaborate black gown, and she's been waiting specifically for him to return. Jong Do panics, thinking he walked into the wrong house before realizing he's the one being invaded. She introduces herself as Winry Machina, an agent from the universe, and says she's here to give him a gift. He thinks she's a cult member at first, but she explains that his level 3 communication talent is actually a cosmic miracle. Before he can argue, she thrusts a glowing orb of golden light directly into his face. The light surges into his eyes, and Jong Do screams in agony as the skill grant process begins. Beams of pure energy shoot out of his apartment window, lighting up the entire building like a flare. The room is filled with smoke as Jong Do collapses to the floor, coughing and gasping for air. He looks around his trashed apartment, wondering what the hell just happened to him. A series of system messages pop up, confirming that he's been granted observation, status window, and the info gacha. He's stunned. Getting skills like this without leveling up or finding stones is supposed to be impossible. He demands answers, but Winry tells him to just check his status window if he wants to know more. She vanishes into a swirl of blue energy, leaving him alone with more questions than he started with. He clutches his head, wondering if the soju finally made him lose his mind and start hallucinating. He tentatively calls out for his status window, and a massive blue screen flickers into existence right in front of him. It's real, he's level 1, his mana is still 7, but he now has 4 incredible new skills listed at the bottom. His eyes go wide as he realizes this isn't a dream, his life just changed in a split second. He clicks on the Info Gacha skill, and a weird red gacha machine with teeth manifests in the middle of his room. The machine starts shaking violently, and Jong Do jumps back as it begins to process a draw. The machine literally spits out a glowing golden capsule, shining with a brilliant rare light. He catches the shiny ball, confused about whether he's actually supposed to open this thing. He cracks it open, and the capsule explodes with a shower of sparks and digital data. A blue notification confirms he's obtained rare info, and he stares at the slip of paper in his hand. The realization starts to sink in. This skill isn't for items, it's for something much more valuable. The paper reveals the exact winning lottery numbers for the second week of April 2031. To top it off, the first info gacha of the day is completely free, meaning he can do this every single morning. We jump back to one day ago, at the high-rise headquarters of the Justice Guild. The guild leader, Choi Chil-Yoon, calls for everyone's attention, looking hyped about some big news. He announces that thanks to Jong Do's hard work, they've landed a contract for the newest high-quality dungeon. The office erupts in cheers, and the team asks how Jong Do managed to convince such a notoriously picky explorer. But the mood is ruined by Jo Hakre, who sneers that Jong Do is just a petty salesperson who drinks his way to success. Chil-Yoon tells him to watch his mouth, but Hakre doubles down, claiming he's the one actually risking his life. He looks at Jong Do with pure disgust, thinking all the praise for a non-combatant is unsightly. Jong Do just takes the insults silently, used to being looked down upon by the real fighters. Hakre storms out, and the leader apologizes to Jong Do before handing him a massive stack of cash as a bonus. Jong Do is thrilled. With this incentive, he finally has enough money to pay for the professional awakening test. His long-held dream of standing alongside the legendary mana users is finally within reach. He stands before the massive awaker machine, feeling the weight of the 300,000 won fee he just paid. The title screen flashes. This is how he becomes an SSS-Class Hunter through the power of the draw. He stares up at the machine, his breath hitching as he prepares to change his destiny. The Awaker is a magical tool that measures your unique talents and unlocks your potential as a mana user. Jong Do is surprised to see his entire guild team has shown up at the testing center to support him. Cheolyun laughs, saying that since 2 of their members are awakening today, the whole squad should be there. The proctor calls for the next candidate, and it's time for Jong Do's colleague, Seo-yoon, to step up. She's nervous, calling him Appa, before he reminds her to keep it professional and call him team leader. Jong Do notices that arrogant prick Hakrai is also there, watching Seo-yoon with a creepy, intense gaze. It doesn't sit right with him. He makes a mental note to keep a close eye on Hakrai. Another random guy finishes his test, showing mediocre stats and a vigilance talent that's not great for combat. The guy breaks down in tears, knowing his dreams of being a frontline hero are effectively over. Jong Do gulps, realizing the Awaker is a literal lucky draw. If you pull bad talents, your 300,001 is basically wasted. The machine whirs to life, scanning Seo-yoon as the guild waits with bated breath. Everyone rushes to the screen, desperate to see what kind of power the rookie has hidden inside. The tension in the room is thick as the results begin to process and display. The screen flashes. Yoon So-yoon has 27 mana, 11 talents, and her main talent is Saintess. Jong Do's jaw drops. He's never seen stats that high for a fresh awakening. The crowd goes wild. Having 27 mana at the start is unheard of, and Saintess is a legendary tier support skill. Other guild recruiters immediately try to swarm her, but Cheolyun steps in to block them, protecting his star member. They're shouting offers and trying to scout her right there on the spot. So-yoon looks overwhelmed by all the sudden attention and the massive pressure on her shoulders. Jong Do pushes through and congratulates her, genuinely happy that she hit the absolute jackpot. She's shaking, saying it feels surreal, and Jong Do warns her that her life is about to get a lot more complicated. Then, the proctor calls Jong Do's name. It's finally his turn to face the machine. He heads toward the entrance, and So-yoon cheers him on, convinced he's going to get even better results than her. She's pumping her fists, giving him all the positive energy she can muster. Jong Do gives her a thankful smile and walks into the chamber, his heart hammering against his ribs. The door slides shut behind him, sealing him in with the technology that will decide his future. He looks around the sterile white room, his nerves finally starting to peak. It looks more normal than he expected, until he sees the glowing amber orb sitting on a pedestal in the center. A voice tells him to relax and place both hands on the crystal ball, the legendary Odin's Eye. The test will take 10 minutes, and the system wishes him good luck as the scan begins. Jong Do closes his eyes, praying with everything he has to finally become the hero he's longed to be. He envisions himself as a powerful warrior, surrounded by aura and leading his team to victory. The screen flickers to life outside. Jin Jong Do. Mana, 7. Talents, 3. Main talent, communication. Hakrai lets out a mocking laugh, thinking he knew all along that Jong Do was a total loser. Inside the room, Jong Do is hunched over the pedestal, his world collapsing as he stares at his own failure. The system bluntly states that he has 0 combat potential and shouldn't even bother joining a squad. He walks out of the chamber, his head hanging low as the rest of the guild stares in awkward silence. Cheolyun and Seo-yoon look at him with pity, not knowing what to say to someone who just had their life ruined. Jong Do puts on a fake, painful smile and tells them it's fine, saying bad draws happen all the time. The proctor issues them their mana watches, the official licenses for their new lives as users. As he straps it on, the weight of his failure feels heavier than the watch itself. So-yoon suggests he go home and rest, her voice full of worry, but he just keeps up the act of being okay. We cut back to the present, where he's chugging that soju like it's water, trying to drown the memory of that day. He stumbles through the neon-lit streets, feeling like the entire sky is caving in on him. 8 years of dreaming, all shattered into pieces because of his shitty talents. But then he remembers the gacha machine and the status window glowing in his room. He looks at the lottery numbers again. It's for next year, meaning he literally has the key to infinite wealth. He wonders who that mysterious woman was and why she chose to give him such an unbelievable power. Normally, skills are only gained through leveling or incredibly rare stones, but he just got them for free. He's confused and his head is spinning, but one thing is becoming crystal clear to him. With this info gacha skill, he doesn't need high mana, he has the power to see the future itself. He realizes he needs to investigate this further, and immediately taps the Get Info button again. The gacha machine starts spinning wildly once more, and Jong Do waits to see what game-changing secret he's going to pull next. Jong Do is feeling the rush, dumping his remaining mana into the gacha machine. He's going all in, screaming, "Let's go!" as the machine swirls with energy. The machine starts spitting out capsules like crazy, but the info inside is literal trash, from the neighbor's cat being pregnant to a downpour happening 100 years from now. It even warns him that he'll step on a caterpillar in 3 days. The system is basically trolling him at this point. Jong Do collapses on the floor, surrounded by empty capsules, feeling like he just wasted the little mana he had on a bunch of useless trivia. He's staring at his status window, cursing the game talent, and wondering how a gacha system could be this rigged against him. But as he's about to give up, something catches his eye. He checks his stats again, seeing his mana sitting at a pathetic 1 out of 7. He's running on empty. With only 1 mana left, he's got one final shot to pull something that actually matters. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a new notification that flickers onto the blue screen. He realizes the status window is updating in real time, which is a massive advantage most hunters don't have. Most people only see their stats update when they use an expensive awaker machine, but Jong Do can track his growth and strategy on the fly. He sighs, wishing his mana pool was bigger so he could abuse these skills more often. He thinks about the high rankers who recover 100 mana a day while he's stuck recovering a measly 7. The gap feels impossible to bridge. But our boy has grit. He tells himself he'll just have to increase his capacity slowly and be thankful for the cheat codes he does have. The gacha machine lets out one last tui and spits out a single glowing silver capsule. The capsule starts emitting a rhythmic pulsing light that fills the entire darkened room. Suddenly, a super rare information alert explodes across his vision, blinding him with a surge of pink energy. Jong Do is nearly blown back, his face frozen in pure shock as the system finally delivers the goods. The info is a game changer. A treasure dungeon called Treasure Mole Cave is manifesting at Mount Guanac on April 14th at exactly 05:07 a.m. This is it, the moment his path to becoming an SSS-Class hunter truly begins. Cut to the mountain, where Jong Do is huffing and puffing, hiking up the steep trails in the middle of the night. A GPS-style arrow in his vision tells him to make a right turn as he nears the specific coordinates. He's exhausted, dragging his backpack and wondering just how much further he has to walk to find this legendary spot. The navigation ends, and he finds himself in a quiet clearing, his eyes scanning the trees for any sign of a portal. He pulls out his phone, checking the time with sweat dripping down his face. It's 05:06 a.m. He's got exactly 60 seconds before the treasure dungeon is supposed to appear. The clock ticks over to 05:07, and the air begins to vibrate with a low humming sound. A massive blue vortex tears open the fabric of reality right in front of him, and Jong Do can't help but cheer. The gacha was right. He realizes this isn't just any dungeon, it's a treasure dungeon, a place of legends where the rules of the world don't apply. He recalls the only 2 other known treasure dungeons, a dragon's den in England and a panda's forest in China. These places are special because they stay recorded in history long after they're cleared, unlike normal dungeons that just vanish. They usually appear during massive disasters or when a legendary item is waiting to be found. He thinks of the world-class heroes who wield legendary items found in these places, looking like gods among men. A golden knight raises a holy sword, the light of a treasure dungeon reflecting off his armor as he conquers the impossible. He remembers England's Excalibur and the legendary warriors who changed the fate of their nations with a single blade. Then there's China's green dragon crescent blade, a weapon so powerful it can split a mountain in 2. Jong Do gulps, realizes that if he clears this, he might get a weapon that puts him on the same level as the world's representative players. The best part? Treasure dungeons don't have monsters, they're all about passing a test. He imagines himself sitting on a throne of gold bars, surrounded by legendary loot just waiting to be taken. If there are no monsters to kill him, he's got a real chance, especially with his observation skill to help him cheat the puzzles. He reaches out, his hand trembling slightly as he touches the swirling blue mana of the portal. Lightning crackles as he steps into the rift, his silhouette disappearing into the unknown. He briefly worries that if monsters did show up, he'd be dead in seconds with his current stats. But then he smirks. His life has always been a struggle, so what's one more gamble when the prize is this big? He's going all in, his face lit with a predatory confidence as he fully enters the dungeon. The portal collapses behind him, a small spark of blue light signaling that the challenge has officially started. Suddenly, we see Jong Do clutching his head and screaming in frustration inside a dark stone corridor. He's back at the same wall he passed 10 minutes ago, pointing at a mark he made as he realizes he's walking in circles. He stops and takes a breath, realizing this isn't a physical maze, it's a high-level illusion meant to cloud his mind. He activates observation, his eyes glowing with a digital green light as he forces himself to see the truth. The world shifts into a wireframe grid, revealing the hidden paths and magical traps hidden within the stone walls. A system alert pings, he's found a hidden door imbued with ultimate illusion magic, and his skill just tore it wide open. A glowing green door appears in the solid rock, and Jong Do is shocked that he saw through something labeled as ultimate so easily. He clutches his chest, feeling the mana drain, but he's hyped that his skills are actually as awesome as when reclaimed. He pushes the hidden door open, a bright light spilling out from the other side. He walks into a bustling tavern filled with short, muscular figures. They all stop and stare, their eyes wide with surprise. A group of dwarves look him up and down, amazed that a weak-looking human managed to break through their ultimate illusion. Jong Do blinks in surprise, realizing he's standing in front of actual dwarves, and the dwarves are equally shocked he identified them so fast. He looks around the treasure mole cave, wondering if dwarves are the moles the dungeon name was talking about. A dwarf named Giz steps forward, offering a hearty congratulations for passing the first test of the illusion. Giz tells him that for the second test, they have to fight, and if Jong Do wins, he gets a reward and a ticket out. Jong Do is stunned when Giz says he can leave even if he loses. He didn't think clearing the dungeon was optional. Giz scoffs, explaining that they've kicked out 4 other losers before him who couldn't cut it. The dwarf is disappointed that there are no rumors about them on Earth, calling humans greedy and stiff. Jong Do asks for clarification on the battle, wondering if Giz means a physical spar. The whole tavern erupts in laughter. Giz tells him that only uncivilized people fight with their fists. Giz mentions the last guy who came through, tried to stab him with a knife and had to be taught a lesson. Hakure's words about Jong Do being uncivilized flash in his head, and he gets visibly annoyed at the dwarves using the same insult. Giz explains that physical fights are boring, so they've decided to battle in a way that actually tests the mind. The dwarf curses a gace they made, a magical pact that forces them to host these challenges for humans. Jong Do remembers reading about a gace in Legends, a pact that grants power but kills you if you break the rules. Giz gets impatient and barks at him to hurry up and follow him into the back room. Jong Do enters the next room, braced for some magical trial, but he stops dead in his tracks. His eyes go wide, and he can't believe what he's seeing in this legendary treasure dungeon. Giz proudly gestures to a modern-looking setup, calling it the greatest masterpiece created by the 7 Grand Meisters. It's a flat-screen TV and a game console that looks suspiciously like a high-end PlayStation. Jong Do is reeling, wondering why there's a gaming setup in a world filled with magic and monsters. Giz sits down with a controller, bragging about their advanced technology, and telling Jong Do this is how they'll settle the score. The game starts loading, and Jong Do starts sweating. Even if he's a pro, he's worried about playing a game he's never seen before. Giz offers to teach him the controls, acting all superior as Jong Do takes a seat on the couch. Jong Do looks at the screen and suddenly stands up, pointing at the character selection with a look of pure disbelief. He plays it off as nothing, but his mind is racing. He's definitely seen these characters before. Giz laughs, saying it's impossible for him to know this tech since it's unique across all dimensions. Giz starts explaining how to attack and block, while Jong Do realizes the dwarf has no idea where he's from. The background and designs are slightly more fantasy-focused, but the core of the game is undeniable. The screen flashes with a massive Legends of Legends logo, showing high-octane combos and flashy special moves. Jong Do locks in. This is the exact game he spent his entire youth mastering. Giz asks if he wants to practice, but Jong Do just gives him a confident grin and tells him to start the match immediately. Giz thinks he's giving up already, tossing the controller and telling him to do as he likes. He mocks Jong Do for having no tenacity, but then our boy grabs the controller with a firm, professional grip. Suddenly, flames of orange energy erupt around Jong Do as his game talent fully activates for the first time. A system window confirms the buff. All of his stats are increased by 100% as long as he's gaming. The other dwarves gather around, their smirks fading as they feel the sudden shift in the air. Jong Do's eyes glow yellow, and he tells them the only ones who should be giving up are the dwarves themselves. The room goes quiet as the only sound is the rapid-fire clicking of the controller buttons. Giz stares at the screen, his mouth hanging open in absolute terror as his character gets dismantled. A few minutes later, the score is a total blowout, 100-0. Giz didn't even land a single hit. Jong Do leans back with a cocky smirk, asking if that's enough for them to start handing over the treasure. Giz is desperate, begging for one more game, or 3, because he can't accept being beaten by a human. The other 6 Heavenly Kings jump in, calling Giz the weakest and demanding their turn to crush the human. Jong Do looks at them with a bored expression, saying he has no desire to waste his time if there's no extra benefit. The dwarves start bickering among themselves, blaming Giz for losing so pathetically to a ruffian. The lead silver-haired dwarf makes a new deal. If Jong Do can beat all of them, they'll give him something far better than a random item. They mention that other treasure dungeons just give out random storage junk, but they're offering something custom. Jong Do realizes they can communicate with the Dragon and Panda treasure dungeons across the globe. The dwarves line up, promising that all 7 of them will personally forge an exclusive item for him if he wins. Fast forward to later, all 7 legendary dwarves are slumped over in despair, completely crushed by Jong Do's pro skills. Jong Do rubs the back of his head, jokingly offering to only use 2 fingers next time to make it fair. Giz pulls out a pair of high-tech goggles, telling him to stay still while he analyzes his stats to figure out the reward. The scanner shows Jong Do's 7 mana and trash talents, and the dwarves are baffled how someone this weak could be so good. But then, Giz sees something in the scan that makes him recoil, in pure, unadulterated shock. Giz is staring through his goggles, completely silent, while Jong Do nervously asks if something is wrong with his stats. Giz starts screaming for Mikhail to come over, saying he can't believe what he's seeing and needs a second opinion. Mikhail grumbles about being busy, but Giz grabs him and forces the goggles onto his face. Mikhail sees the level 2 game talent and assumes Jong Do is hacking, but Giz tells him to look at the other talent next to it. Mikhail's eyes go wide as he sees communication level 3, and the entire tavern goes dead silent. Jong Do is confused, asking if level 3 is really that big of a deal since he's only just learned talents have levels. We flash back to Winry telling him he's only the second person in the entire history of the universe to awaken level 3 communication. Giz clutches his face, crying about how underdeveloped Jong Do's world must be to not understand the gravity of this. He explains that training for generations can get you to level 2, like a master swordsman honing his craft. But level 3 is in a whole different dimension. It's the root of all skills, the genesis that creates concepts in the true universe. Giz tells him that level 3 means he has the ability to literally create concepts, and that meeting him is a divine honor. He decides that because Jong Do is such a massive variable, they need Mikhail, the future seer, to help design his gear. Jong Do is floored. He didn't know these dwarves could literally see into the future to optimize his equipment. Mikhail stretches, looking exhausted from his vision, but his eyes are gleaming with a new kind of respect. He tells Jong Do that his fighting style is interesting and that his creative spark is finally burning again. The lead dwarf barks at the others to stop standing around and get into the workshop immediately. He stops Jong Do from following, warning him that the heat of their forge would melt a human in a single second. He tells him to just sit tight, promising that the legendary crafting won't take long. The workshop door slams shut, and intense waves of magical energy start leaking through the cracks. Jong Do sits alone, wondering what kind of insane weapons 7 legendary blacksmiths are building for him. The door opens, and the dwarves walk out looking like they just went through a war, their faces covered in soot. Giz tosses him a small, unassuming object, telling him they're finally done with their masterpiece. Jong Do catches a black and gold bracelet that hums with a terrifying amount of magical pressure. He's skeptical that they finished so fast, but Giz snaps that they have a future seer and the ability to manipulate time itself. Giz warns him that if he looked like he was carrying a treasure, he'd be hunted, so they made it look like a shitty accessory. Jong Do decides not to push his luck and uses observation to figure out the bracelet's secrets on his own. Mikhail hands him a heavy bag as a sightseeing fee for letting them see a level 3 talent with their own eyes. Jong Do opens it and nearly cries. It's filled with high-quality mana stones that he could sell for a literal fortune. The dwarves tell him their work is done and prepare to send him back to the human world. Jong Do starts to thank them, but Giz suddenly slams a fist into his head, ending the conversation with a literal bang. Jong Do wakes up face first in the grass on Mount Guanak, groaning in pain as he clutches his throbbing head. He's furious, screaming at the empty air about why the dwarf had to hit him so hard. He looks around the peaceful forest, realizing that he's officially back in reality. The whole experience feels like a dream, but the massive bump on his head and the gold bracelet on his wrist prove it was all real. He looks at the bracelet, realizing it was forged by beings who have lived for thousands of years. It's a piece of ancient, legendary craftsmanship that no human on Earth could ever hope to replicate. He calls out for Observe, a screen appearing over his arm to reveal the item's true nature. It's called the King of All Weapons. Rank, unknown. It grants +10 to all stats, is indestructible, and can transform into any weapon he imagines. Jong Do is a bit disappointed at first, thinking it sounds weak compared to weapons like Excalibur that can split monsters. He wonders what Mikhail saw in his future that made him think a shape-shifting tool was better than a holy sword. Then it hits him. He's got more mana now! He screams Info Gacha to test his luck once more. He calculates his remaining mana and realizes he has enough for 6 pulls, including his daily freebie. A blue capsule hits the ground and cracks open, spilling out a new slip of information. But his luck has run out. He pulls more useless junk and collapses, cursing the rigged gacha system once again. The next morning, the sun rises over the city as Jong Do heads into the Justice Guild headquarters. He greets the leader, Choi, who is busy looking over paperwork in a nearly empty office. Choi tells him that Seo-yoon is on a well-deserved break after her legendary awakening. Jong Do notices that even the combat squad is missing, wondering where everyone disappeared to. Choi explains he gave them time off to rest before the upcoming dungeon expedition in 6 days. Jong Do realizes Choi purposefully cleared the office to keep the toxic Jo Hakre away from him. He's touched by the leader's consideration. In any other guild, a failure like him would have been fired on the spot. Choi asks if he's still planning to participate in the upcoming expedition. He encourages Jong Do, saying that even with poor talents, he might find a skill stone in the dungeon that changes everything. Jong Do enthusiastically agrees, knowing that this expedition is the reason he's stayed with the guild for so long. Choi suddenly points at his wrist, asking where he got that shitty-looking bracelet. Jong Do panics and lies, saying a friend gave it to him, while Choi laughs and asks if it was his grandmother. Jong Do's expression turns serious. He knows that no one can ever find out he entered a treasure dungeon. He looks at a vision of the future, imagining himself facing a 3-headed monster, his bracelet transforming into a massive lightning-charged axe to end the beast. The day of the raid finally arrives, and a massive blue portal ripples in the middle of the city, surrounded by caution tape and police. Our guy Jong Do stands with the Justice Guild squad as they prepare to dive into what they think is just a routine D-rank dungeon. Jong Do uses the guild's analyzer tool to confirm the dungeon rank, acting like the professional salesperson everyone expects him to be. The guild leader starts the briefing, but the atmosphere is already tense thanks to Hakure's annoying, "I'm better than you" attitude. Captain Choi explains the goal is simple: clear the dungeon and let the rookies, Jeongdo and Seo-yoon, get the finishing blows to level up. Hakure immediately starts chirping in Jeongdo's ear, mocking him for even showing up at work after his pathetic awakening results. Jeongdo doesn't miss a beat, firing back that at least he's not the irresponsible jerk who shows up late to a mission because of a bathroom break. Hakure sneers, telling Jeongdo that a sidekick salesperson shouldn't expect much from the first level-up skill. Jeongdo stays calm, simply stating that they won't know his true potential until they actually get inside and try. Hakure just grunts, clearly planning to make things as difficult as possible for the MC once the portal shuts. The leader looks over the six-man squad, thinking this group is total overkill for a simple D-rank crawl. He reminds them of a previous raid where things went south and B-rankers died, proving that arrogance in a dungeon is a death sentence. Safety is the #1 priority, and the captain makes it clear that his orders are law once they cross that threshold. His final warning is stern: never, under any circumstances, let your guard down in the dark. With a surge of blue energy, the squad leaps into the vortex, disappearing from the city streets and into the unknown. As soon as they land, a screeching lizardman lunges from the shadows, its trident aimed straight for their throats. Hakure steps up instantly, drawing his twin blades and telling the others to stay back so they don't get in his way. With a single, lightning-fast circular strike, he cuts the monster down before it can even blink. Jeongdo watches, forced to admit that while Hakure is a massive jerk, his skills as an A-rank hunter are the real deal. Hakure leaves the monster gasping on the floor, condescendingly telling Seo-yoon she can take the kill for the XP. Seo-yoon bows her head, looking uncomfortable but following the captain's plan to help her level up quickly. Then, Hakure turns his gaze toward Jeongdo with a look that would make most people's blood run cold. He orders Jeongdo to handle the dirty work, making him collect every single mana stone from the monster corpses. Jeongdo remains silent, his eyes narrowed as he realizes Hakure is trying to humiliate him in front of the team. Seo-yoon tries to step in, saying she should help with the collecting since she's the youngest, but Hakure shuts her down instantly. Jeongdo places a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to drop it and just follow the orders for now. He puts on a fake smile and says he'll take responsibility for the stones, hiding the fact that he's actually analyzing everything. Hakure clicks his tongue and turns away, clearly annoyed that he couldn't get a bigger rise out of the salesman. Jeongdo tells Seo-yoon it's all right and to keep her focus on the path ahead so she doesn't fall behind. As they move deeper, Hakure continues to tear through lizardmen like they're made of paper, looking completely bored. He calls out to Seo-yoon again, his voice dripping with a fake, creepy sweetness that sets off all of Jeongdo's alarm bells. Seo-yoon speaks up, asking the captain to let Jeongdo take the next last hit, so things are fair for both rookies. Hakure stops and looks back, his eyes cold as he tells her she's completely misunderstanding how things work in here. Seo-yoon is confused, not understanding why the captain is suddenly being so hostile toward the guild's plan. Hakure points at them, comparing Seo-yoon's legendary 27 mana and 11 talents to Jeongdo's trash stats. He claims he's just thinking about the guild's future, and Seo-yoon argues that there's no way Leader Choi would agree with this. Hakure lets out a dark grin, reminding her that in this dungeon, he is the one with the authority to decide who lives and who grows. Seo-yoon starts to tremble, the sheer malice radiating off Hakure finally becoming impossible to ignore. The other squad members mutter under their breath, realizing the captain has totally abandoned the mission's formation and goals. Jeongdo watches Hakure's back, his mind racing as he realizes the situation is getting dangerous. He notes that Hakure has zero respect for the guild leader's orders, which is weird for someone who usually plays the loyal soldier. He realizes they're being led into a trap, and Hakure's twisted smile proves he has a much darker scheme in mind. The floor is littered with lizardman corpses, but the atmosphere feels more like a graveyard for the hunters themselves. They reach the boss room door, and Jeongdo wonders if Seo-yoon getting 10% of her XP is actually a good thing in this messed up scenario. The squad enters the massive chamber, the shadows of the pillars stretching out like reaching hands. A low primal growl echoes through the room as the boss monster finally reveals itself. A massive armored lizard dragon erupts from the darkness, roaring with a force that shakes the stone floor. The squad is terrified, noting that this boss feels way more powerful than anything they were briefed on. Hakure doesn't hesitate, launching himself into the air and bringing his blades down on the dragon's head. The other members can only watch in awe as the intensity of the clash sends sparks flying across the room. The dragon lets out one final, pained shriek as Hakure's power completely overwhelms its defenses. In a single brutal strike, he ends the boss, standing over its body like a king of the hill. The squad breathes a sigh of relief, thinking the danger is over and they can finally leave after Jeongdo gets his XP. But when they suggest letting Jeongdo take the final hit on the dying boss, Hakure just whispers, "No can do." One of the members tries to argue, reminding the captain that they're here to help the rookies, but Hakurei isn't listening. His eyes turn pitch black with murderous intent as he tells the squad he can't let any of them out of here alive. Jong Do's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes the massacre is starting right now. He screams for everyone to dodge, but it's already too late for some of them. Hakurei moves with impossible speed, his blade glowing with a dark, cursed energy as he strikes his own teammate. The squad member gasps in pain as he's impaled, unable to comprehend why his own captain is killing him. Hakurei lets out a depraved sigh, claiming he almost died from the effort of holding back his bloodlust for so long. The room erupts in screams as Hakurei starts carving through the team, his face twisted into a demonic, laughing mask. Blood spatters the floor as he moves like a red blur, cutting down everyone in his path without a hint of mercy. The tip of his blade drips with the lifeblood of his former friends, shining under the dungeon's dim lights. He mocks Jong Do and Soyun, asking why they aren't screaming at the sight of their teammates being slaughtered. A dark, purple mist begins to rise from the corpses, swirling around Hakurei like he's a black hole for souls. He raises his sword, the energy from his corpse plunder skill making him look like a literal god of death. He shouts that it's finally coming, feeling the rush of stolen power flowing into his veins. His laughter fills the chamber, chilling everyone to the bone as he revels in the feeling of being a murderer villain. Jong Do quickly activates observation, his eyes glowing blue as he tries to find a way to survive this nightmare. The system scan is horrifying. Hakurei is a level 58 monster with skills like Sociopath and the dreaded Corpse Plunder. Jong Do realizes this guy is a serial killer who has been hunting other users for their powers for years. Hakurei laughs, saying it's too late to realize the truth because they're both about to die by his hand. He admits he didn't want to rush his plan, but seeing Soyun's Saintess awakening forced his hand. He needs that power. Soyun cringes behind Jong Do, her body shaking as she realizes her death is the only thing the captain wants. He imagines how much stronger he'll become after killing her and absorbing her legendary abilities. Jong Do steps forward, his face hardening as he prepares to put his life on the line to protect his friend. Hakurei claims he has no ill will toward Jong Do, he's just another rogue casualty in a dungeon accident. As an apology, he promises to kill Jong Do in a single hit so he doesn't have to suffer. He swings with lethal force, but his eyes widen when his blade is suddenly blocked by a surge of blue energy. He's stunned, even holding back. That strike should have crushed Jong Do's arm and his cheap sword. He realizes the blade Jong Do is holding is no ordinary item, it's the King of Arms from the treasure dungeon. Jong Do doesn't wait for a second attack, launching himself forward and using his speed to create distance. Soyun tries to help, but Hakurei just bats her away, telling her to wait her turn before he tears them both to pieces. He strikes her with a blast of dark energy, sending her flying across the room as her blood stains the stone. Jong Do screams her name, his heart sinking as he sees her collapse onto the floor. He rushes to her side, and Soyun can only cough up blood, her mana flickering like a dying candle. Hakurei starts walking toward them slowly, enjoying the sight of his prey cornered and helpless. Jong Do is panicking. The skill gap is so massive that he can't see any possible path to victory. Soyun looks up at him with tears in her eyes, telling him it's okay, and that she's glad he's there. Jong Do activates his skill again, scanning Soyun one last time to see if there's any hope. The scan reveals she has leveled up to 2, and a new skill is pulsing in her window. He realizes this is their only chance, and screams at her to use her new power. She's gained Absolute Shield, a legendary defensive skill that can block almost anything. Jong Do yells for her to channel all her mana into the shield magic immediately. She reaches out with trembling hands, her mana responding to his desperate call. A massive dome of blue, honeycomb-patterned energy erupts around them, blocking Hakurei's next strike. Jong Do shouts in triumph as the divine protection holds firm against the killer. Hakurei stops, genuinely impressed that a newbie could manifest such a high-level barrier on her first try. Then, he starts laughing like a maniac again, his eyes gleaming with a sick, twisted joy. He slams his blades into the shield, the impact creating shockwaves that force Soyun to scream in pain. He says things are getting fun and starts stepping up his game, determined to shatter the dome. Jong Do realizes if he kills the dying boss monster now, the dungeon will clear and the portal will open. Hakurei sees through his plan and curses, realizing Jong Do is trying to trigger the escape sequence. He roars that it won't go the way Jong Do wants, unleashing a flurry of strikes that make the shield crack. The blue energy begins to splinter, the sound of breaking glass echoing through the chamber. Jong Do draws his sword, the weapon glowing with a fierce light as he charges toward the dragon's head. He screams that this is the end, putting every ounce of his will into one final blow. He impales the dragon's skull, and a massive surge of blue mana explodes from the point of impact. The monster lets out one final, pathetic gurgle as the life finally leaves its eyes. The dragon collapses into a heap of scales and meat, and Jong Do stands on top of its head, panting for breath. He waits for the portal to appear, looking around desperately, but nothing happens. Hakre starts chuckling, his hand over his face as he mocks Jong Do for his heroic plan. He sneers that Jong Do's knowledge was just a tiny bit too short to actually be useful. He reveals the brutal truth: you can't leave a dungeon for 10 to 30 minutes after the boss dies. Jong Do is frozen, realizing he just trapped himself in a room with a serial killer for the next half hour. Hakre taunts him, saying it looks like the smart team leader has finally lost his mind, but Jong Do just looks up at him with a cold stare, telling the killer he's the one who miscalculated. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he prepares to reveal his real ace in the hole. A level-up notification pings. Jong Do is now level 2 and has unlocked the connection gacha. The system offers him a free use of the new skill, and Jong Do slams his finger onto the yes button. The gacha machine explodes with blue cards and lightning, a storm of digital data swirling around the MC. He reaches out into the light, catching a single glowing card that hums with the power of a legend. Electricity arcs from his fingertips as he grips the card, feeling a presence far greater than his own enter his mind. He looks at Hakre with the gaze of a predator, telling him that now, he is the one who is going to be hunted. Hakre lunges forward, but he's stopped in his tracks by a massive pillar of light erupting from Jong Do's body. The killer is baffled, wondering how a low-level rookie is manifesting this much pure mana as a physical force. His instincts scream at him to end Jong Do's life before whatever is happening can finish. He charges with his blades raised, but he's already too late. The transformation is complete. He screams that he must end him now, but the air around Jong Do is vibrating with a godlike power. Jong Do blocks the strike effortlessly, the sheer force of his presence blowing Hakre backward. The MC's bracelet transforms into a massive, jagged halberd that pulses with divine blue electricity. Hakre stares in disbelief, his eyes wide as he realizes he's no longer facing a salesperson. Jong Do swings the heavy weapon with one hand, the shockwave alone tearing up the stone floor. Hakre grunts in pain as he's sent skidding across the room, unable to find an opening in Jong Do's guard. The MC looks at his weapon, amazed that he's holding the legendary Heavenly Halberd. He calls for his status window, and the blue screen flickers to life with some insane new numbers. He's successfully loaded the spirit of Lu Bu. His level has jumped to 99, and his mana is now at 138. He admits his body doesn't know how to grasp the weapon or what angle to stab from. But as he swings, his movements become a blur of professional, high-level martial arts. His body remembers the combat styles of the legendary warlord. The connection gacha is doing all the work. Hakre tries to play it off, screaming that Jong Do is still trash who can't surpass the limits of talent. But his trembling eyes tell a different story. He's never been this terrified in his entire life. A massive demonic shadow of Lu Bu towers over Jong Do, matching his every move as dark energy floods the room. Hakre loses it, screaming at the top of his lungs that he won't be scared by someone as useless as the MC. He launches his final, desperate attack, his blades glowing with every ounce of stolen mana he has left. He screams pinpoint thrust, turning himself into a lethal projectile aimed straight for Jong Do's heart. The dark energy spirals around him as he closes the distance in a split second. He thinks he's got it, cackling that even an S rank couldn't dodge from this close. "Die!" he screams, pouring his entire soul into the final blow. But Jong Do just looks through him, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light as he prepares his counter. With a single, effortless motion, he parries the attack and brings the halberd down on Hakre's chest. Hakre gasps as the blade bites deep, his dark power shattering like glass against the divine weapon. Jong Do tells him to repent in hell as he delivers a lethal blow that ends the traitor once and for all. The silence that follows is deafening. Jong Do realizes he just obliterated an A-rank hunter without taking a single scratch. He wonders if this means he's now SS rank, a power level only 9 people on the entire planet possess. He wants to investigate the gacha more, but his priority shifts immediately back to his friend. He rushes to Soyun, begging her to wake up as he cradles her in his arms. Suddenly, a small, chibified version of Lu Bu floats out, warning him that her energy is going berserk. Jong Do jumps back, terrified by the sudden appearance of a floating spirit child. The realization hits him. This tiny kid is actually the spirit of the legend he just summoned. The spirit tells him to just call him Fengxian and laughs at Jong Do's shocked expression. Fengxian gets serious, telling the MC to stop worrying about him and focus on saving the girl. He explains she's suffering from chi berserk because she burnt through all her mana in a few seconds. He instructs Jong Do to infuse mana into her life gateway pressure point to stabilize her flow. Soyun lets out a long breath, the color finally starting to return to her pale face. Fengxian says she'll be fine after some rest and thanks Jong Do for letting him out of his boring place. Suddenly, the spirit starts to fade, and he announces that his time in this era is finally up. He gestures to the halberd, explaining that his presence was tied to the limited power of the divine object. Jong Do thanks him, hoping he can summon him again, though he knows his luck is a huge variable. Fengxian vanishes in a swirl of light, giving one final hint that they might meet again much sooner than expected. Jong Do takes a deep breath, the adrenaline finally starting to fade as he looks at the wreckage of the room. His eyes go wide as he realizes the sheer scale of the slaughter that just took place. The floor is covered in the bodies of his guildmates, a grim reminder of Hakurai's absolute cruelty. He curses himself, wishing he had been faster so he could have saved at least one more of them. A new system window pops up, signaling that he's earned some massive rewards for the successful load. He gets permanent stat boosts to everything and a new permanent skill, the Green Dragon Maneuver. Outside the portal, Leader Choi is waiting, noticing the signs that the dungeon has finally been cleared. Suddenly, a figure begins to materialize from the blue vortex, casting a long shadow on the pavement. The leader's jaw drops as he sees who is walking out of the portal. Jong Do steps into the sunlight, his face set in a grim expression as he carries Soyun's unconscious body. The guild staff panics, asking where the rest of the squad is as they realize the easy mission was a bloodbath. They rush a stretcher forward, taking Soyun to safety while the leader stares in horror at the sole survivor. Choi asks if he's all right, his voice trembling as he realizes the magnitude of the loss. Jong Do looks his leader in the eye, his voice cold as he states that he has a very important report to make about what really happened inside. The guild leader is absolutely losing his mind, screaming in pure disbelief at the news our boy just dropped. Jong Do keeps a cool head, revealing the truth. Joe Hakurei wasn't a hero, he was a cold-blooded murderer villain. He even hands over the dungeon camera footage as cold, hard proof. The footage is brutal, showing the exact moment Hakurei turned his blade on his own teammates without a second thought. Guild leader Choi is shaking with rage, his face contorting as he hears the screams of his fallen squad on the recording. But the evidence cuts short as the screen dissolves into static, the camera itself getting trashed in the chaos. Choi is drowning in guilt, blaming himself for letting an A-rank monster like Hakurei onto the raid just because he was desperate for power. Jong Do explains Hakurai's sick game. He had a skill that made him stronger every time he hunted humans, meaning all those accidents in past raids were actually his doing. He was the perfect predator, using the dungeon's lawlessness to hide his crimes and leave no evidence behind. Choi curses the new laws that stopped mandatory dungeon cameras, realizing that policy basically gave villains a license to kill. Then comes the big question: how did a low-level like Jong Do actually survive a monster like Hakurei? Jong Do glances at the golden bracelet on his wrist, knowing that if the world finds out he has an item this broken, everyone he cares about will have a massive target on their backs. So, he spins a lie, telling the leader that the lizardman boss they fought didn't just die, it mutated. Mutation is a freak occurrence where a monster steals the skill of a hunter who entered its lair. Choi is skeptical, knowing it's been years since a mutation actually happened, and even a mutated D-rank boss shouldn't be able to touch an A-rank. But Jong Do doubles down, asking if the leader can guess which skill the monster stole. He claims the monster swiped a stealth skill and gutted Hakurei from the shadows while he was busy attacking Jong Do and Seoyun. Choi actually buys it, calling it poetic justice. The man who lived by the shadow died by a shadow he couldn't see. Exhausted and broken, the leader tells Jong Do to go home and get some rest, leaving the details for another day. Jong Do walks away, his expression unreadable as he leaves the office. He stops by the hospital first, looking through the glass at Soyun, who's still unconscious after the hell they just went through. As he walks through the quiet halls, his footsteps echo with the weight of everything he's hiding. By the time he gets back to his apartment, the sun is already setting over the city. He collapses onto his sofa, the sheer mental drain finally catching up to him. But he can't sleep yet. He pulls up his glowing blue system window to check the rewards he couldn't look at during the fight. He notices a small arrow next to his gacha skills and realizes there's a whole submenu he hasn't explored yet. Clicking it reveals a massive information box, a digital library filled with folders of data he's collected. His eyes widen as a new option pops up, Guaranteed Gacha. He realizes this isn't just random luck anymore, this is his chance to pick exactly what he needs. Suddenly, his living room is flooded with blue light as dozens of holographic cards swirl around him. He recognizes the faces on the cards. They're every mana user he's ever met in person. It hits him like a lightning bolt. His talent doesn't just summon legends, it archives everyone he encounters. He spots the Lu Bu card, but the mana cost is a staggering 99, way more than his tiny pool can handle right now. Then he sees cards for legendary figures like Giz and Mikhail, with mana costs in the hundreds. Summoning them is currently impossible for any human. He wonders why he can only see 2 of the 7 dwarven masters he met in the hidden dungeon. A realization dawns on him as he looks closer at the cards. To register a person in his album, he doesn't just have to meet them, he has to know their names. This is the real power of his talent. He can load the unique skills of anyone he knows to handle any situation. His strategy shifts. If he wants to get strong fast, he needs to hunt down famous but low-level mana users and learn their secrets. But there's one more card at the very end of the list that catches his eye. It's Winry Makina, the cosmic agent herself, and her mana cost is a terrifying 999. He stares at the card in shock, realizing just how out of his league she truly is. If he ever wants to use these powerhouses, his first priority has to be expanding his mana capacity. To do that, he either needs to grind levels or gamble on the connection gacha to boost his base stats. Since he's running low on mana for the night, he decides to save the big summons for tomorrow. But he can't resist one quick pull on the info gacha to see what the future holds. "Let's go!" he shouts, firing up the red gacha machine with a burst of energy. The machine spits out a flurry of blue capsules, but they all bounce off the floor like junk. Jong Do wails in frustration, cursing his terrible luck as he stares at the useless pulls. Fast forward to just after midnight, and our boy is standing under a bridge near his house. He figures this secluded spot is perfect for testing his new powers without any prying eyes. With his mana fully refilled by the new day, he reaches out to trigger the connection gacha again. The night sky lights up with a magnificent swirl of digital cards, looking like a cosmic festival. Even Jong Do is stunned by the beauty of the display every time he sees it. One card suddenly detaches from the group, glowing with a strange, flickering blue light. It floats down and settles into his palms, feeling much lighter than the heavy pressure he felt with Lu Bu. The light fades into a puddle of blue mist at his feet, leaving him confused. He blinks in surprise. The vibe is completely different from the overwhelming aura of the God of War. He pulls up his status window and his jaw drops. His mana detection and reflex stats have barely moved. He rubs his eyes, convinced the system is glitching out on him. The system identifies the soul, Lu Shan. Jong Do's heart sinks. This guy was the second emperor of Shu, famous for being the most incompetent ruler in history. Suddenly, a voice snaps at him. "Aren't your thoughts being a little disrespectful, boy?" Jong Do jumps back as a small spirit materializes out of thin air, looking very annoyed. The little guy puffs out his chest, announcing himself as Lu Shan, the emperor who stands above all mankind. Lu Shan looks at Jong Do's disgusted face and asks why he looks like he just ate something gross. The two of them stand awkwardly under the bridge, a modern hunter and a pint-sized ancient emperor. Lu Shan sighs, telling him that true worth isn't just about raw muscle or big numbers. As Jong Do turns to leave, Lu Shan screams at him to actually look at his talents before judging. Jong Do checks the window again and sees it, good luck level 2. He looks at the smug little emperor, unimpressed. "So you're just lucky?" Jong Do asks, his voice flat with disappointment. The system explains Lu Shan's legend. He was a guy who survived impossible odds and huge battles just by being in the right place at the right time. He lived a life of luxury as a prince and emperor while everyone around him was fighting and dying. Even after his country fell into ruin, he ended up living a comfortable life in the enemy's nation. The guy is basically a human rabbit's foot. Jong Do scoffs, wondering what good luck does when you're facing a monster that wants to rip your head off in a dungeon. Lu Shan smirks, asking if Jong Do finally realized the real potential of having a luck buff. It clicks. Jong Do screams "Info Gacha" and summons the machine immediately. A system message pops up. The first roll of the day is free. With Lu Shan's luck active, the stakes are massive. He hits YES with everything he's got. The gacha machine spins like crazy, glowing with a rainbow of colors as it processes the luck buff. Suddenly, a golden capsule shoots out, exploding with a blinding light that signals a massive jackpot. Jong Do's eyes turn into literal hearts as he cheers for Lu Shan, who just sits there looking smug. He tackles the little spirit in a giant hug, shouting that he wants to hang out with him every single day. The info is a rare pull. On July 30th, a dungeon will form at specific coordinates, and it contains a skill stone reward. Jong Do is pumped. A skill stone is worth millions on the market no matter what kind of skill it is. Lu Shan clears his throat, reminding Jong Do that he's still there and deserves some respect. Jong Do calms down and asks a serious question. Why is Lu Shan being so helpful even though Jong Do forced him out of his rest? The little emperor smiles, saying he's just happy to be called out into the world. Jong Do remembers Lu Bu saying something similar and asks where they were before he summoned them. He asks if they were in heaven or hell, but Lu Shan laughs, telling him he's got it all wrong. He reveals a shocking truth. He isn't the real Lu Shan from history. Jong Do's eyes widen as the pieces start to fall into place. He realizes that his communication talent doesn't pull souls from the afterlife, it loads information recorded by the universe itself. The system takes that data and creates a perfect personality clone that can think, speak, and act for itself. Jong Do is floored. The more he learns about level 3 communication, the more he realizes he's basically playing God. Lu Shan calls Jong Do his creator, which makes our boy feel a bit overwhelmed. He tells Jong Do to relax. If he's a gift from the universe, he's meant to be used and enjoyed. Jong Do finally gives him a genuine smile, thanking him for the help. But the clock runs out. Lu Shan waves goodbye as he dissolves back into digital particles, telling Jong Do to call him again soon. The next morning, the sun rises over the Justice Guild headquarters, but the atmosphere is heavy. Guild leader Choi breaks the news. As of today, the Justice Guild is officially disbanding. With most of the combat squad dead, they can't clear dungeons anymore, and new hunters are too expensive to hire. To make matters worse, rumors of the high death rate have trashed the guild's reputation. Choi bows deeply to his remaining staff, apologizing for failing them as a leader. The nameplate on his desk, Choi Cheoliyun, now represents a guild that no longer exists. Later, Choi and Jong Do sit down for one last private talk in the empty office. Choi asks if Jong Do still plans on being a hunter after seeing how brutal the life can be. He warns him that he survived by a miracle among miracles this time, and luck won't save him forever. But Jong Do doesn't hesitate. He smiles and says he's staying in the game. That's his goal. Choi looks relieved, admitting he expected that answer from someone as stubborn as Jong Do. He reaches into his pocket and slides an envelope across the table. Jong Do picks it up, wondering what his final severance pay is. It's an admission form for the South Korean Users Association Academy. Since the guild is gone, Choi wants him to get a real education. He mentions Seoyun is also going, though he wonders if she'll have the heart to continue after the trauma. Choi laughs, realizing that both of them are probably too focused on their goals to even notice the people worrying about them. But then his face goes dark. He tells Jong Do there's one more thing he needs to know about Hakure's belongings. They found a second, forged mana watch on him. He wasn't just a rogue hunter, he was a member of the Karma Guild. Karma is the largest, most dangerous multinational guild in the world, a literal fanatic cult that treats its leader like a god and views murder as a hobby. Choi warns him to be extra careful. These psychos don't take kindly to losing their precious forces. Jong Do realizes the truth. The guild isn't just disbanding because of the deaths. Choi is closing it to protect everyone from Karma's revenge. Choi tells him he'll warn Soyun at the hospital, and thanks Jong Do for being part of the team for so long. The two share a firm, final handshake, a student thanking his mentor for everything. The next day, Jong Do is back at his training spot, surrounded by empty gacha capsules. Lu Shan is back, reminding him that luck isn't magic. If it solved everything, his own empire wouldn't have collapsed. Jong Do knows he's right. His good luck skill is only level 2. He can't expect a jackpot every single time. Lu Shan helps him manage the machine, telling him he's working hard even if the results aren't perfect. Jong Do decides he needs to roll the connection gacha again to keep boosting his base stats. He faceplants into the dirt, screaming about how he just blew another pull on a bad roll. Even Lu Shan looks disappointed, rubbing his temples at Jong Do's terrible luck streaks. The following night, Jong Do is back under the bridge, determined to get something good before the academy starts. He clasps his hands together, praying to every god he knows for a good pull. A card finally flashes with a brilliant blue light. It's here! Fast forward 1 week, and our boy is standing at the gates of the User Academy, looking sharp in his new gear. The place looks more like a luxury castle than a school, a massive campus for the world's future elites. He's wearing a high-end Awaker Mana watch, a requirement for all students. He checks his status window and smirks. Thanks to that last gold card he pulled, his stats are unbelievably high for a level 2. That gold card was Bradamante, a legendary knight of Charlemagne, and she's the reason his power just spiked. Back then, Jong Do didn't even know who she was, making for a pretty awkward first meeting. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, breaking his concentration. It's Seoyun! She looks healthy and full of energy, waving at him with a giant smile. She brags about her stamina, reminding him how she used to sprint just to get the best seats at his old pro gaming tournaments. But as they walk, Seoyun stops and stares at him with a piercing look. Jong Do panics. She's a saintess with high intuition, and he knows she's starting to suspect he's hiding something major. He tries to play it cool, but he's sweating bullets on the inside. Soyun just smiles and keeps walking, picking a piece of lint off his jacket like nothing happened. As she leads the way, Jong Do realizes she's way more perceptive than he gave her credit for. He admits to himself that he's no match for her when it comes to social cues. He wonders if she's just pretending not to notice his secrets to make things easier for him. He decides she's much more of an adult than he is and chases after her with a laugh. They arrive at the main building of the User Academy to start their new lives. The rules are strict. Everyone has to undergo a full month of mandatory education before they're allowed back into a dungeon. Most hunters get this training from their guilds, but since they're guildless now, they have to do it through the government. People usually hate the academy because the training is generic and doesn't focus on individual talents. But there's another reason hunters avoid this place like the plague. The admission test. They walk into a massive hall where a strange, oversized teddy bear is sitting on a stage. Soyun points out the crowd. Even though it's a tough test, there are still plenty of applicants trying their luck. Instructor Kim Sung-tae, a B-rank professional, steps onto the stage to begin the ceremony. The rules are simple. Hit the mechanical sandbag as hard as you can. Anything over 30 points is a pass. He calls the first applicant forward, his eyes sharp and unforgiving. A massive, bald guy steps up, bragging that 30 points is a piece of cake for someone as buff as him. He winds up and throws a heavy punch, the impact echoing through the hall with a loud BAM! The screen flashes, 27 points. Failed. The guy is stunned, screaming that the machine must be broken. To shut him up, the instructor casually taps the bag, and the screen explodes with a score of 88. The crowd gasps. So-yoon whispers that the instructor is insanely strong. The instructor tells the guy to get lost and calls the next person up. One by one, applicants fail. A fast guy hits for 10, a girl with a kick hits 25, and finally, one guy barely scrapes by with a 30. Then, it's So-yoon's turn. She steps up to the mechanical bear, looking calm and focused. She pivots and delivers a clean strike, a burst of energy rippling through the air. 67 points. The instructor is impressed, and Jong Do cheers his lungs out for her. The instructor looks at his tablet, his interest piqued by the high score. He realizes she's a saintess with 11 talents. She should be at a top-tier guild, not a public academy. So-yoon high-fives Jong Do, telling him he's definitely going to beat her score. Finally, it's Jong Do's name on the speaker. He gulps, feeling the pressure. He walks toward the stage, his mind racing through his stats and skills. He knows that with his base stats, he should barely pass, which is exactly what he wants, to stay under the radar. He stands before the bear, the instructor telling him to begin whenever he's ready. But he forgets one thing. He's wearing the dwarf bracelet that gives a flat +10 to every stat. Then, a system notification pings. Talent game activated. Since the test feels like a game to him, all his stats just doubled. Boom! Jong Do's punch hits like a freight train, nearly denting the reinforced machine. The instructor's jaw hits the floor, his glasses nearly sliding off his face. The screen flickers before settling on a massive 91. The room goes dead silent. People start whispering that he's only 6 points away from the Academy's all-time record. Jong Do awkwardly scratches his head as his system window vanishes, the instructor stuttering that he passed. So-yoon stares at him with a narrow, suspicious gaze, confirmed in her mind that our boy is definitely a secret boss. Jong Do realizes he messed up big time. He was trying to be low-key, but he just became the most conspicuous guy in the room. Things are getting intense at the Justice Guild building. Scouts from massive guilds are swarming the office, practically begging the leader to sell them the location of So-yoon, the legendary saintess. Choi is just sitting there with his arms crossed, refusing to budge, but he doesn't realize he left the academy admission papers right on his desk. The scouts spot the envelope immediately. Now they know exactly where she's hiding. They mock Choi, telling him he doesn't own her anymore since the guild is dead, and they storm out. One of the scouts pulls out his phone with a greasy smirk, calling his boss to let him know he found the target. He orders his team to flood the academy with scouts. They aren't letting a talent like her slip away. Meanwhile, life at the academy is a total grind. The first week is all boring monster theory, and the second week is where they finally get to swing some weapons. The third week ramps up the heat with emergency drills, where Jong Do and the others have to dodge massive swinging spiked balls. It all leads up to the final day, where a massive graduation test determines who actually gets to become a professional hunter. So-yoon is walking through the campus, feeling the nerves kicking in, wondering how Jong Do can stay so calm while the biggest day of their lives is tomorrow. Suddenly, a scout from the Orient Guild jumps out of the bushes, shoving a business card in her face. She doesn't even blink before turning him down and sprinting away as he shouts about how much money they'll give her. She ducks behind a wall, panting, just trying to catch a moment of peace. She's genuinely confused. Academy info is supposed to be top secret. So how are these guys tracking her down? Another scout, this one looking like a typical corporate shark, corners her and offers his help. He hands her a card for the Rams Guild, but So-yoon isn't buying what he's selling. She takes off again, leaving the guy standing there with his hand out. She's fed up, shouting that she doesn't need any of them and just wants to live her own life. The academy guards finally step in, booting the scouts out of the restricted zone before they can harass her any further. Later during lunch, So-yoon looks completely drained as she tells Jong Do that those scouts even followed her into the training room yesterday. Jong Do points out that she's going to get the VIP treatment no matter where she goes, so maybe she should just take the best deal. So-yoon gives him a serious, stubborn look, telling him she's doing exactly what she wants, and that's final. Jong Do just sighs into his rice, thinking about how someone who looks so sweet can be so incredibly hard-headed. She blushes and fidgets, quietly asking if he'd like to go somewhere with her, just the two of them, after they graduate. But before he can answer, Hayashik slams a tray down on the table, shouting for his Hyungnim and totally ruining the moment. So-yoon's aura goes dark as she gives him the coldest hello in history. Hayashik is vibrating with energy, claiming he's so anxious about tomorrow's test that he can barely eat, while simultaneously devouring a mountain of food. He reminds them he was third place in the admission test, and suggests a mock spar to burn off some of that nervous energy. Jong Do shuts him down instantly, but Hayashik keeps begging, promising that nobody gets hurt in the Mana Virtual simulation anyway. The Mana Virtual is a high-tech pod that creates a perfect digital copy of your body, letting you go all out without actually bleeding. Jong Do knows it's a trap for him. Since the simulation counts as a game, his stats will double and he'll accidentally reveal his true power. He also worries that if he gets used to those boosted stats, his real-world body will feel like a total disappointment. Haeshiek slumps over, complaining that there's nobody else strong enough to actually challenge him. Suddenly, a loud thud hits the table as Soyun stands up, looking absolutely terrifying. "Spar with me," she says, her eyes glowing with a murderous intent that would make a demon sweat. Haeshiek is thrilled, completely missing the fact that she's about to dismantle him for interrupting her date invite. She ties her hair back, claiming she's just a little stressed out and needs to vent. The second the simulation starts, she's a blur of motion, slamming Haeshiek into the ground before he can even raise his shield. He lets out a wheezing grunt as he hits the floor, his digital avatar taking a massive amount of damage. He scrambles up, screaming at her, asking if she's actually trying to kill him. Soyun just cracks her knuckles with a sweet, scary smile, reminding him that it's all virtual and has no effect on reality. Haeshiek is sweating inside his pod, realizing he's trapped in a room with a beautiful monster. He tries to get serious, launching a counterattack with everything he's got, but she just weaves through his strikes like water. He blinks, and she's gone. His eyes widen as he realizes she's already behind him. A massive kick connects with his back, sending a shockwave through the virtual arena. He clenches his teeth, wondering how a saintess is hitting like a literal truck. Jong Do watches from the sidelines, thinking about how brutal the beatdown is. Haeshiek roars, trying to act tough and claiming the hits don't hurt, but his avatar's flickering health bar says otherwise. Suddenly, blue sparks of mana erupt around Soyun's fist. She's not playing around anymore. She delivers a point-blank mana burst straight to his chest, light exploding everywhere. Jong Do steps in to call the match before Haeshiek's brain gets fried, declaring Soyun the winner. Outside the pods, Instructor Kim is watching the data logs, his eyes narrowed as he monitors the students. He's particularly interested in Jong Do, still unable to forget that 91-point score from the first day. He compares that first impression to something that happened 3 years ago. Back then, another student had absolutely demolished the pink rabbit testing machine. That monster surpassed 90 points too, scoring a 96 that shattered all previous records. That guy was a total oddball who had 13 talents, the highest ever recorded, and turned down every guild offer in the country. Shortly after he graduated, he became the world's 9th SS rank user, a literal living legend. Kim realizes that Jong Do is only 5 points away from that legend's level. He tries to convince himself that back then, the machines were more generous to encourage new hunters. But he can't stop thinking, what if? He wonders how much Jong Do would have actually scored if they had used the same machine the SS rank used. Graduation day is finally here, and the final test is simple: clear a standard E-rank dungeon. Instructor Kim tells the nervous crowd that as soon as they clear this portal, they'll be official hunters. A B-rank instructor will be inside for safety, but he warns them that dungeons never play fair. You can never let your guard down. Soyun is gasping, her face pale as she stares at the swirling blue portal. Her eyes are wide with trauma, her mind flashing back to the blood and screams of her last raid. She sees the shadowy, grinning face of the murderer Hakrei reflected in the portal, his sword covered in the blood of her friends. A warm hand lands on her shoulder, snapping her back to reality. She blinks, her eyes clearing as she looks up. It's Jong Do. He gives her a confident smile, telling her to just clear it in a flash and come back safely. She beams, her fear completely vanishing as she promises to be right back. Team A charges into the portal, disappearing into the swirling blue light. Haeshiek watches them go, telling Jong Do there's no need to worry after seeing the way she beat him up in the sim. Moments later, the portal flashes white, a clear signal. Team A succeeded without a single injury. Soyun walks out, looking relieved that nothing unusual happened this time. Haeshiek teases her about how worried Jong Do was, and Jong Do just shrugs, admitting he's always going to look out for her. It's time for Team B. Jong Do tells Haeshiek to get ready, as they're up next. Soyun grabs his hand, her eyes soft as she asks him to return safely. He gives her a gentle head pat, promising they'll go eat something delicious as soon as he's done. Soyun glares at Haeshiek when he asks if he can come too, but Jong Do just laughs it off. The portal analyzer confirms the data: 10 people or less, E-rank, annihilation type. Standard stuff. Instructor Kim says he'll personally oversee Team B's run. Jong Do looks at the portal with a sharp focus, his gaming instincts kicking in. Let's do this! They step through and find themselves in a massive, cold stone hall filled with giant pillars. The team reacts instantly, drawing their weapons and forming a defensive circle around the entrance. Instructor Kim is impressed, noting that everyone reacted within 1 second, and Jong Do was the fastest of them all. Jong Do takes charge, ordering the team into a textbook square formation to secure their perimeter. Kim watches our boy, thinking about how his aptitude and leadership are light years ahead of his classmates. He laments that Jong Do doesn't have the talents to match his brain. If he did, he could have been S-rank. But then, an orc is spotted at the end of the hall. The orc's eyes glow with a strange orange fire, a growl ripping through its throat. It charges with terrifying speed. Jong Do shouts for Haeshiek to use his shield, confident the E-rank beast can be blocked. Haeshiek digs his heels in, but when the orc hits, his teeth rattle and his shield almost shatters. The impact is so heavy it knocks Haishik back, and Jong Do shouts for the sub-tank to fill the gap. Jong Do jumps in, using his halberd to deliver a precise strike to the orc's chest, the monster letting out a dying squeal. He stands over the fallen beast, but something feels off. An E-rank orc shouldn't have been that strong. Suddenly, a massive booming sound echoes through the hall as the giant doors at the end start to rumble. Deep in the boss room, something massive is sitting on a throne of bone and iron. The creature's eye snaps open, burning with a murderous red light. Jong Do apologizes to Haishik for the bad call, but Haishik just rubs his sore shoulder, saying the bastard was just a freak of nature. Instructor Kim isn't convinced. There's no way a B-rank tank like Haishik should have struggled with a low-tier orc charge. He pushes his glasses up, wondering if this E-rank dungeon is actually a D-rank in disguise. He prepares his mana, knowing he might have to step in and save these kids if things get any worse. They're coming! 3 more orcs charge out of the darkness, and Jong Do orders the archers to open fire. Arrows pierce the monsters, and Haishik blocks another charge, though he's still visibly struggling with the weight of the blows. He roars, pushing back with all his might, determined not to fail again. The orc hits the floor hard, rocks and dust flying as it collapses. The team moves in for the kill, their swords glowing as they surround the fallen beast. They tear into the monster with a flurry of strikes, the orc screams echoing through the stone pillars. Kim watches them work, writing down notes and starting to relax, thinking he might have been worried about nothing. But outside the portal, alarms are blaring, the analyzer is flashing red with an error message. The academy staff is panicked. Another instructor grabs the portal record, his face turning pale. He looks like he's seen a ghost, his hands shaking as he reads the data. A commander grabs the staff member by the collar, demanding to know what's going on. He screams, asking which seeker they traded with to get this dungeon's information. The staff member stutters, saying he just met the guy through a recommendation from another guild. Which guild? The commander roars. The staff member whispers the name, Karma. The other hunters outside realize they've been set up. A trap has been sprung right under their noses. The commander slams the tablet into the ground, a shockwave of mana exploding from his feet. He apologizes to the horrified students nearby, admitting they were scammed by a fake dungeon report. Some high-level seekers can use special mana to mask a dungeon's true rank, making a death pit look like a training ground. Seo Yoon is trembling, her hand over her mouth as she asks what the real rank of the dungeon is. Back inside, the boss orc lord stands up, his shadow stretching across the entire room. Jong Do and the team reach the final set of massive doors, not knowing they're about to walk into a nightmare. "Let's get it over with!" Haishik shouts, putting his shoulder to the door. The team pushes with all their strength, the heavy stone grinding open. A wave of pure, suffocating pressure hits Jong Do. This feels way worse than the lizardman boss he fought before. The doors swing wide, revealing a room drenched in a blood-red light and filled with the smell of death. Haishik stops dead in his tracks, his shield lowering as he stares at the throne. The orc lord stares back, a red flare erupting from its eye as it reaches for its axe. Instructor Kim is hit by the realization like a physical blow, his glasses cracking from the sheer mana pressure. "Emergency!" he screams, ordering everyone to stop the test and retreat immediately. But it's too late. The orc lord is already moving, its massive axe whistling through the air with a roar that shakes the pillars. This isn't an E-rank, it's an A-rank boss-type dungeon, a graveyard for anyone below S-rank. Outside, the User Association has set up a massive perimeter, their elite guards looking grim as the portal turns a dark, unstable purple. A woman with sharp black hair and a high-collared suit steps forward, her voice like ice as she asks where the perpetrator is. One of the instructors points to the Karma Seeker, who's currently unconscious on the grass after being knocked out. This is Seo Sangui, an S-Class team leader. She orders the Seeker imprisoned immediately, but the Karma Guild is already playing dumb, claiming they have no idea who he is. She curses under her breath, calling them crazy for using a National Academy test as a target for their sick games. One of the staff confirms it. There's an A-rank boss inside, and it's active. A desperate hunter suggests that Instructor Kim might be able to handle it since he's a strong B-rank. Sanghui just looks at him like he's an idiot. The screen goes to static, the tension rising to a breaking point. Sanghui explains the brutal reality. An A-rank boss in its own lair is as strong as an S-rank annihilation boss. A B-rank has zero chance of even surviving a single hit, let alone winning. Soyun is crying now, her voice breaking as she asks if there's any way to rescue Jong Do. Sanghui closes her eyes, telling her that as long as people are alive inside, the dungeon won't let anyone else in. It's a locked room. The silence that follows is heavy with despair. "The best we can do," she says, gripping her massive battle axe, "is take revenge for their deaths once the portal opens." Inside, the Orc Lord is a whirlwind of destruction, its giant axe coming down toward the terrified students. Haishik is frozen, his knees shaking as he looks up at the shadow of certain death. The Orc lets out a bone-chilling QAAA as it swings its weapon with enough force to level a building. Instructor Kim screams, "Mesmerize and tangle," throwing his hands forward as red magical circles erupt. Glowing red vines burst from the ground, wrapping around the Orc Lord and pulling it back just inches before it kills Haishik. The monster grunts in surprise, its glowing eyes narrowing as it tests the strength of the magical bindings. Kim is sweating buckets, shouting that he's taking over as commander and that everyone needs to snap out of it right now. He orders them to get it together and follow his lead. They have one shot at this. While the beast is caught in his vines, he screams for them to deal as many effective blows as possible. But the students are paralyzed with fear, their weapons trembling in their hands as they look at the mountain of muscle. The Orc Lord just lets out a low, guttural growl, looking completely bored by their pathetic attempts. One of the girls breaks down in tears, crying that there's no way they can fight a god-tier monster like that. The vines start to snap like dry twigs. Kim's face goes pale as he realizes his best magic is becoming undone in seconds. The Orc Lord roars, the sound waves alone enough to push the students back. Kim clenches his teeth, a single thought running through his mind. Are we all going to die here? The monster breaks free and leaps, its axe descending in a lethal arc. But then, a flash of motion, Jong Do moves with a speed that defies logic, a blue trail of light following him. He parries the massive axe mid-air, a shower of sparks flying as the two weapons collide. Kim's jaw drops. How did a level 2 student just block a strike that should have vaporized him? Haishik points in shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. The Orc Lord stops, its eyes focusing on Jong Do with actual interest for the first time. Jong Do stands his ground, his halberd glowing with a divine light as he stares down the monster. We flash back to just 10 minutes ago, right as they were entering the room. Jong Do looks at the Orc Lord and realizes he can't afford to hide his strength anymore, not if he wants to save everyone. He's sweating, praying for a lucky roll as he triggers his ultimate talent. He summons Lu Shan with a guaranteed gacha command, the little emperor appearing in a whirlwind of blue light. Lu Shan is horrified by the Orc Lord, but Jong Do tells him there's no time to talk, he needs his help now. "Believe in me, Sir Lu Shan," he shouts. The little spirit is confused, saying he's a lover, not a fighter. But Jong Do isn't asking him to fight, he's using him as a luck battery for the connection gacha. He knows that if he could pull a gold card with Lu Shan's help before, he can hit a jackpot now when it matters most. A system message pops up. The 10th connection gacha guarantees a grade above rare. Lu Shan sighs, telling Jong Do he's really milking his goodwill, but he puts his hands together to focus his luck buff. A pillar of light shoots up from the ground, reaching all the way to the ceiling of the dungeon. A diamond card emerges from the beam, the highest tier Jong Do has ever seen. Back in the present, the Orc Lord swings again, but Jong Do is already counterattacking, a shockwave of light blasting from his weapon. He hits the orc with a strike so powerful, it actually staggers the beast back against a stone pillar. Kim is trembling, asking student Jong Do, "What is this power?" Jong Do just looks over his shoulder with a confident smirk, telling him that luck is just on his side. A lot. Behind him, a massive, shadowy figure with a dragon's aura appears, Siegfried level 99. Jong Do is stunned. He just loaded the legendary German hero, the man who slayed the evil dragon Fafnir. The Orc Lord recovers and growls, its mana flaring as it prepares for an all-out war. Its eyes are burning with a primal rage, its muscles bulging as it grips its axe. It tightens its hold on the iron handle, ready to crush this human fly. Jong Do uses his observation skill, noting that even an A rank like Hakre wouldn't have been able to respond to the monster's speed. He looks at the monster's aura, trying to determine its true level. The system window confirms it, Orc Lord level 82. Jong Do is shocked. Level 82 puts this thing at the very top of S-rank monsters. It's a literal army killer. The Orc Lord leaps forward, the floor cracking beneath its feet. Siegfried screams, "My lord! Here he comes!" as he braces himself to provide support. Jong Do roars, his sword Balmung glowing with a blinding white fire as he charges forward to meet the orc's axe head-on. The real fight begins now. The clash is absolute chaos. Jong Do is holding his own, his blade meeting the Orc Lord's massive axe with a shower of sparks. The monster is visibly stunned. It can't understand how a puny human is matching its raw power. Jong Do grinds his teeth, telling the beast that it's still just an S rank at the end of the day. He pulls up his status window, showing off the Siegfried load. His stats are through the roof, with strength and stamina breaking into the triple digits. The Orc Lord roars, lifting its axe high for a crushing overhead strike. It slams the weapon down, but Jong Do is already gone, leaving the monster to smash nothing but stone. Our boy is a blur of motion, spinning through the air with the grace of a pro gamer who's mastered the controls. He delivers a cross slash so fast the Orc Lord can't even raise a hand to defend itself. The beast screams in agony as blood sprays across the pillars, its massive body stumbling back from the impact. It tries to retaliate, but Jong Do parries the blow perfectly, controlling the flow of the entire fight. He smirks, asking the monster if this pathetic display is really all it's got. The Orc Lord's eyes flare with a dark, desperate energy, its muscles bulging to the point of tearing. It lunges forward, but Jong Do meets it head-on with a blinding white strike. The shockwaves from their collision are literally tearing the room apart, dust and rubble falling from the ceiling. Instructor Kim and the others can only watch in total awe, unable to even process the level of power they're witnessing. Jong Do readies his final stance, his sword glowing with an intense light. "Let's end this," he charges, slicing through the Orc Lord's defense like a hot knife through butter. The final blow connects, a rainbow of mana exploding from the point of impact. The Orc Lord lets out one last guttural howl as the life fades from its eyes. The massive beast collapses, sending a cloud of dust into the air as Jong Do stands victoriously. Siegfried's spirit appears, praising Jong Do for a masterful subjugation of the enemy. The classmates rush forward, shouting Jong Do's name in pure relief. They thank him for saving their lives, realizing they would have been lunch if it wasn't for his intervention. Instructor Kim approaches, admitting he has 1,000 questions but suggesting they handle the current mess first. Jong Do relaxes, giving a tired smile, but then he feels a sudden, chilling vibration behind him. His eyes snap wide as his gamer instincts scream that something is very, very wrong. He screams for Heshiek to dodge, but the Orc Lord's hand is already moving, its claws dripping with a new, dark energy. Heshiek is sent flying, coughing up blood as he's slammed across the room. The dead boss is standing back up, its body glowing with a terrifying crimson aura. It's a mountain of murderous intent, looking even stronger than it was at the start of the fight. Jong Do shouts Heshiek's name, his face contorted with worry and rage. He glares at the monster, realizing the beast has transformed into something much worse than a lord. He leaps into the air, bringing his sword down with everything he's got left. The blade hits, but instead of cutting, it's stopped cold by the monster's new, hardened skin. Jong Do is stunned. His high-tier sword was just blocked like it was a toy. He calls out to the instructor, asking if this is some hidden skill they didn't know about. Kim is sweating bullets, saying this isn't any pattern he's ever heard of for an Orc Lord. But then, a horrifying realization hits the instructor's face. He explains that in rare, near-death situations, a monster can actually evolve in real time. It's a mutation, the worst-case scenario for any hunter squad. The Orc Lord roars, the energy around it reaching a fever pitch. It swings its arm with such force that it creates a sonic boom, nearly blowing the students away. The students are paralyzed. The monster's war cry is so powerful they literally can't move their bodies. Jong Do tries to stay in the fight, but the sheer weight of the monster's presence is crushing him. The beast slams its fist into the ground, shattering the floor and sending shards of stone flying everywhere. It's a desperate struggle as Jong Do barely dodges a flurry of lethal strikes. He notices the monster has gotten even faster, its movements becoming a red blur. Siegfried shouts a warning. The monster has obtained the Dragon Blood Awakening skill. That's a cheat tier skill that heals all injuries and boosts stats to an insane degree. The Orc Lord catches Jong Do with a backhand, sending him skidding across the stone floor. He grunts in pain, his mana reserves blinking red as he reaches his limit. To make matters worse, Siegfried's time is up. The hero begins to fade away. The Chibi Knight tells him he has to run. He can't fight this thing while its awakening is active. The spirit vanishes, leaving Jong Do standing alone in the shadow of a literal god of destruction. He tries to lift his sword, but without Siegfried's stats, the weapon feels like it weighs 1,000 tons. The Orc Lord stops, its glowing eyes narrowing as it senses that its opponent has suddenly become weak. Jong Do looks at his paralyzed teammates, realizing that if he fails here, they're all dead. He checks his system window, 0 mana. He can't even use the connection gacha for a fresh soul. The monster looms over him, and for a split second, our boy looks truly cornered. The shadow of death is looming large as the Orc Lord prepares to finish the job. Jong Do's heart is pounding. Is he really going to die in a hole like this? He flashes back to his dreams of becoming a legendary mana user, all the years he spent as a trash salesman. He remembers the promise he made to Soyun to come back safely. His fear turns into a cold, sharp resolve. He can't die yet. He grips the hilt of the legendary sword with both hands, shouting no at the top of his lungs. He refuses to let his story end here. A blue spark ignites in his eye, the signature look of a level 3 talent refusing to follow the rules of reality. He swings the heavy blade, a trail of blue light following the edge. He's putting every ounce of his soul into this one desperate strike. "Die!" he roars, the blade finally cutting through the air with its original speed. The Orc Lord laughs, confident that it can block such a weak attack. But then, a system alert pings. The King of All Arms has perfectly recreated the ancient weapon. The sword transforms into its true form, the Dragon Killer Sword, Balmung. The weapon detects dragon blood in the opponent, its runes glowing with a lethal heat. Because the Orc Lord is using a dragon skill, Jong Do's stats just got a 1000% boost. He hits the monster with the force of a falling star. A massive level-up screen explodes across his vision. He did it. The mutated Orc Lord finally disintegrates, its power spent and its body destroyed. Jong Do is breathing hard, realizing his bracelet actually has a recovery hidden passive on top of everything else. The Dwarven Masters appear in his mind, looking impressed that he managed to pull that off. The system confirms he successfully loaded the highest possible target under extreme conditions. Because of his performance, he gets to keep a part of Siegfried's power permanently, boosting his base stats to a whole new level. He's thrilled. He just unlocked his second permanent combat skill, Dragon Blood Awakening. He realizes that while gold cards give stats, diamond cards actually grant permanent skills. This is the real game changer. With Dragon Blood Awakening, he basically has a second life whenever he gets close to death. He turns back to his team with a grin, telling them it's time to pack up and get out of here, but everyone is staring at him with a mix of fear and confusion. He asks why they look so grim, but even Instructor Kim looks like he's seeing a monster. Haishiek steps forward, his voice trembling as he calls out to his Hyungnim. He asks the question everyone is thinking, "Are you going to kill all of us now?" Jong Do is genuinely confused. Where the hell is this coming from? He shouts that it's nonsense, asking why he would ever kill innocent people just to keep a secret. The archers let out a massive sigh of relief, the tension finally leaving the room. Jong Do explains he's not some hidden high-level boss. Until he walked into this dungeon, he was only level 2. Both Haishiek and Kim scream in unison, "How are you so strong then?" Kim yells that you can't just ask a hunter about their secret skills so directly, even though he's dying to know himself. Jong Do just says his first skill was special, and that the rest is a secret. Haishiek starts babbling about how he'll get that strong too once he gets his first skill, and Jong Do just awkwardly agrees. Outside, the portal is finally starting to stabilize. Team leader Songui is preparing for a dungeon break, worried that monsters will spill into the city if they don't act. She tells her assistant that Instructor Kim is the type to die fighting rather than run, which makes her even more nervous. Suddenly, the portal ripples with a massive burst of energy. A guard screams that there are signs of someone coming through. Songui grips her axe, preparing to avenge the students she thinks are dead. Her elite squad of suit-wearing hunters draws their weapons, ready for a bloodbath. A pair of boots steps onto the grass, crunching the gravel. But it's not a monster, it's Team B, led by Instructor Kim and Jong Do, who is casually carrying the Orc Lord's massive war axe. Songui is completely speechless, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Kim calmly announces that the dungeon is cleared, and the test is officially over. He greets Songui, noting that she already knew the dungeon report was a fake. She stares at the team, her mind reeling. How the hell did a group of trainees clear an A-rank boss lair? She spots the weapon in Jong Do's hand and recognizes it instantly, the Orc Lord's war axe. There are less than 10 of those in the entire country. It's a super rare, high-value drop. She asks Kim if he actually defeated the Lord, but the instructor looks away, looking very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a fat guy in a suit starts clapping. It's Academy CEO Kim Min-jae. He claims the victory for the Academy, saying that since the students were on a school trip, all spoils belong to him. Songui looks disgusted, reminding him that he was just hiding in the back while the kids were fighting for their lives. The CEO ignores her, reaching out to grab the priceless axe, but before he can touch it, a hand grabs his wrist with a grip like iron. Jong Do looks the CEO dead in the eye, his voice cold as ice. "That's mine." The CEO is offended, calling Jong Do a stupid student and demanding he let go. Jong Do's aura flares up, looking like he's about to burn the man where he stands. "Don't speak to me so informally. I'm the one who killed it." Jong Do keeps the pressure on, reminding the CEO that as a student, he's actually the Academy's customer, and he's about to file a massive complaint. The CEO starts backpedaling, sweating as he realizes this student isn't someone he can bully. Instructor Kim steps in, looking the CEO in the eye with a serious expression. He confirms the truth. Jong Do defeated the A-rank boss entirely on his own while the rest of them did nothing. The CEO screams that it's impossible, but the evidence is standing right in front of him. Jong Do just smirks, noting that common sense has no place inside a dungeon. He asks if that wasn't the first lesson the Academy taught them. His gaze turns even sharper as he stares the CEO down. He points out that instead of stealing loot, the CEO should be busy explaining why they were sent into a death trap in the first place. The other students join in, their expressions dark as they look at the man who almost got them killed. The CEO is a blubbering mess, wiping sweat from his face and mumbling that everyone came back safe so it shouldn't matter. Songui watches from the side, hiding her face in her hands, absolutely embarrassed by the CEO's pathetic behavior. She takes command, ordering the students to the hospital for internal injuries while the CEO tries to maintain some shred of authority. Fast forward to the hospital, where the sun is setting over the city. Songui is sitting in the hall with a coffee, her mind stuck on one word: mutation. Instructor Kim explains that the monster didn't just survive, it fully recovered and grew even stronger with a red energy aura, and yet, Jong Do split that mutated monster in two with a single slash. Songui is silent, her analytical mind trying to figure out Jong Do's true power level. Kim points out that Jong Do's weapon changed from a basic spear to a divine greatsword with an azure jewel. He notes that the jewel only glowed during the final strike before the weapon vanished entirely. He guesses that Jong Do is using a high-level mana consumption artifact that provides temporary boosts. Sangui wonders if his real talent is artifact creation, a power that would make him the most valuable person in the country. She compares him to America's SS rank White Smith, a legend who can forge anything. Her eyes sharpen. If she's right, she has to lock him down before anyone else does. She jumps up, dragging the confused instructor along to find Jong Do's room. Inside his room, Jong Do is looking over his updated system window. He's up to level 4 now, and his base stats have taken a massive jump thanks to the Siegfried load. He's a bit annoyed that killing an S-rank threat only gave him 2 levels, but he knows there's no power leveling shortcuts in this world. He realizes that to level up efficiently, he needs to hit multiple dungeons at his current level rather than one big boss. But he can't always rely on the info gacha to find dungeons, and there's a limit to what he can find on his own. Suddenly, a knock at the door. It's Seo Sangui, asking if she can come in. She and Kim enter, asking how he's feeling. Jong Do says he's fine and should be discharged by tomorrow. She introduces herself formally as the leader of the association task force and says she owes him an explanation. Jong Do sits up, his expression serious. He's ready to hear exactly how they messed up this badly. She explains the Karma Guild set a trap for the Academy's salesperson, but they have no proof yet. Jong Do is relieved to hear the trap wasn't specifically set for him because of his past with Hakre, but he's still suspicious. Why would Karma care about killing a few random students? It doesn't help their bottom line. Kim pipes up, admitting that Karma was likely after him because his father is the Academy's director. Jong Do is shocked. He didn't realize the nerdy instructor was actually a rich kid target. Kim bows deeply, apologizing for the incident and saying the CEO is being forced to step down as part of the compensation. Jong Do laughs it off, saying he's satisfied with the apology and the loot, so he won't pursue it further. Sangui leans in, her voice changing to a professional recruiting tone. She asks if he'd be interested in working for his country. Jong Do shuts her down immediately with a giant smile. Nope, not at all. She's stunned by the speed of his refusal, begging him to at least hear the offer. Jong Do knows the game. Government hunters are basically slaves, obligated to serve for 3 years. He has nightmares about his time in the regular military. There's no way he's enlisting again as a user. Sangui corrects him, saying those duties are only for people who can't pay the 300 million won fee, and since he's already paid, he's exempt. She lists the benefits: free access to all training facilities, no entry fees for dungeons, and almost 0 taxes. But the catch is he has to clear 4 dungeons a month and give 70% of the loot to the government. Jong Do says no thanks again. He explains that since his gacha gives him random future info, he can't be bound by a contract that restricts his movements. Sangui pivots, suggesting an expedition request system instead. She explains that as dungeons increase worldwide, the country will pay users to clear specific ones to help them grow. The association only takes 30% of the magic stones, and Jong Do can reject any mission he doesn't like. Jong Do realizes this is a great deal. It gives him a steady supply of stable dungeons without any long-term commitment. He throws his fist into the air, accepting the proposal with a burst of energy. Sangui is overjoyed, promising to find him a suitable dungeon and contact him soon. Kim tells him he's finished all his training, so he can rest wherever he wants until the ceremony. He asks Jong Do to grace them with his presence at the graduation, showing him a lot more respect than before. Jong Do agrees, but as Sangui is leaving, she stops and turns around, looking a bit shy. She fidgets with her hands, looking completely different from her S-Class leader persona. She blushes and quietly asks if she can buy that Orc Lord's war axe from him, and if he could maybe give her a discount. Even S-Classes love a good bargain. Team leader Seo Sangui isn't wasting any time, shoving the contract in Jong Do's face and telling him to sign on the dotted line. Jong Do stares at the massive axe she's lugging around, wondering if that thing isn't a bit too bulky for a casual office meeting. Sangui just laughs it off, hugging her baby and feeling glad her legendary weapon finally found a master who appreciates it. The deal is sealed. Jong Do is officially cleared for a solo E-rank expedition in 2 days, and he's ready to get to work. Sangui offers to show him around the association headquarters, promising to take him somewhere every user would love. The doors slide open, revealing the heart of the facility. It's the association's elite training center, packed with high-tier hunters pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. A couple of the hunters stop their workout, feeling a strange presence as Jong Do walks in. The room goes quiet as they spot team leader Sangui leading a random kid through their private gym. One hunter is so distracted he nearly drops his weights, his eyes locked onto the new guy. He sets the machine to its highest setting, clearly trying to show off now that the boss is watching. Sangui shouts out a quick check-in, asking the guys if they're giving it their all today. She warns them that if they don't want to be a liability during the next raid, they better train like it's their last day on Earth. The hunters are basically swooning over her charisma, completely captivated by her dazzling but dangerous beauty. But then they notice Jong Do standing behind her, and the mood immediately sours as they start radiating pure jealousy. Songgui introduces one of the guys as the maknae of the group, Han Songyuk, who's currently dripping with sweat from his set. Songyuk narrows his eyes, scanning Jong Do with a look of pure suspicion and rivalry. He recognizes Jong Do as the guy from the Orc Lord incident and wonders if the rumors about his power are actually true. The two shake hands, but you can feel the tension in the air as Songyuk tests the grip of this supposed hero. Introduction: Songgui tells Songyuk not to be rude since Jong Do is an important guest, but she's clearly enjoying the friction. Songyuk just gives a cold nod, his pride clearly taking a hit from having to play nice with an E-ranker. Suddenly, he throws out a challenge, asking Jong Do for a mock duel right here and now. Songgui gets fired up, calling him a brat for ignoring her orders, but her inner battle maniac is secretly hoping for a fight. Songyuk plays it off like it's just the fastest way for two hunters to get to know each other's strength. Jong Do sees right through it, knowing this guy just wants to humiliate him to look good in front of the team leader. He tries to walk away, politely declining the duel and saying he'd rather just keep looking around the building. Songyuk scoffs, throwing out a low blow by asking if Jong Do even calls himself a man after backing down like a coward. The rest of the gym rats start snickering in the background, whispering that maybe this orc slayer isn't all that great after all. That was the wrong move. Jong Do turns around with a terrifying grin, telling Songyuk that if he wants a beatdown, he's got one. Songgui tries to step in, reminding Jong Do that a C-rank sparring with an E-rank is way too dangerous, but he just waves her off. He stretches out, telling them that since they're working together, he might as well show them exactly what he's capable of. Songgui is worried, thinking Jong Do only won his last fight because of a rare item, and without it in a virtual duel, he's cooked. Jong Do sits in the mono-virtual chair and slides the headset on, ready to enter the digital battlefield. The system boots up, and Songgui watches the screen, convinced that raw stats are the only thing that matters in here. As soon as the game starts, Jong Do's hidden talent kicks in, and he spawns in with a simple wooden spear. A massive notification pops up. As long as he's playing a game, every single one of his stats is doubled instantly. Songyuk enters with dual swords, giving a fake apology for being rude, while secretly planning to end this in 1 second. Jong Do looks at those twin blades and gets a flashback to a really annoying memory, making him even more ready to end this. Songyuk starts monologuing, hoping to learn something from the Slayer, or at least show off his speed to the team leader. Jong Do doesn't say a word, his eyes locking onto his target with predatory focus. Songyuk lunges forward with a flurry of strikes, laughing that he's being hated on as he tries to overwhelm Jong Do's defense. He boasts about his superior speed, his blades becoming a blur of steel as he closes the gap for the finishing blow. But in a split second, his vision shifts, and he realizes he's not the one doing the attacking anymore. Jong Do walks out of the virtual pod before the match even registers on the external screens, leaving Songyuk stunned in his seat. He tells Songgui that's enough of a tour for one day and starts heading for the exit like nothing even happened. Songgui tries to follow him out, but Jong Do just waves her off, saying he can find his own way to the door. The second he's gone, Songgui explodes in a rage, ready to murder Songyuk for driving away her most promising recruit. Out in the city, Jong Do sighs, annoyed at himself for letting a meathead's provocation actually get under his skin. He checks his status window, noting his mana is at 23, meaning he can use his gacha summons, but he's still a bit short for the guaranteed pulls. He decides to stop worrying about what he doesn't have, and just lets the gacha cards fly into the night sky. His plan is to spam the connection gacha as much as possible to raise his stats through volume rather than just hunting for info. He knows slow and steady wins the race, but a sudden flash of light catches his attention. He pulls a blank card first, feeling the usual roller coaster of hope and disappointment that comes with being a gacha addict. Suddenly, a spirit named Jans from the Chromal Kingdom appears, and he doesn't look like any hero from Earth's history. Jong Do is stunned, realizing he's never even heard of a place called the Chromal Kingdom in any textbook. He asks Jans when he was born, and the spirit mentions the year of Christia, a goddess Jong Do has zero knowledge of. It hits him like a truck. He can load heroes and magicians from entire fantasy worlds, not just historical figures from Earth. He realizes these otherworldly superhumans might actually know the truth behind why dungeons are appearing on Earth. Fired up by this new info, he decides to keep pulling, hoping for another legendary breakthrough. He prays to the gacha gods, his eyes sparkling as he begs for something high tier to drop this time. The card slowly turns around, the tension building as the blue light begins to fade. His shoulders slump instantly. He realizes his luck is back to being absolute trash. A familiar voice asks him why he's so depressed, and Jong Do looks up to see the chibi spirit of Lu Shan floating there. He's confused because he didn't do a guaranteed pull, wondering how the Luck King showed up on a random low mana roll. Then a terrifying realization starts to dawn on him as he looks at the card in his hand. Jong Do screams in agony, realizing he just wasted his precious mana to pull a duplicate of a card he already owns. He's losing his mind, shouting that out of all the thousands of cards, he somehow picked the exact same one again. He falls to his knees in the middle of the street, sobbing that he has to be the most unlucky man in the entire universe. Lu Shan looks genuinely hurt, asking Jong Do if getting him again is really that depressing. Suddenly, a blue screen flashes in front of Jong Do's face, stopping his mental breakdown in its tracks. The system notifies him that he's successfully loaded the same character for the first time, triggering a hidden mechanic. Lu Shan gets hit with a massive surge of energy, his card level increasing to +1 and making him noticeably more powerful. As a reward for this discovery, the system grants Jong Do a brand new skill. Jong Do stares at the screen, his jaw dropping as he realizes his bad luck just unlocked a total game changer. He realizes the strengthening mechanic works just like a mobile game, making his existing summons way more efficient. He checks the stats and sees that even a minor buff to a soul like Lu Shan gives a nice boost to his own sensitivity and reflexes. He notes that since Lu Shan's base stats are garbage, the increase doesn't look like much yet, which gets a grumpy reaction from the spirit. He's a bit disappointed the talent level stayed the same, but he's already thinking about the long-term potential. He wonders if constant strengthening will eventually evolve the talents themselves, turning good luck into something legendary. He then wonders if the cards can break if a strengthening fails, and Lu Shan starts panicking at the mere thought of being deleted. Jong Do laughs it off and asks why Lu Shan came out again, realizing there must be a deeper reason for the duplicate pull. The spirit boasts that it's because he's loved by the god of luck, making him the most likely soul to answer the call. Jong Do is skeptical, knowing that in the scale of the real universe, even a level 2 luck buff shouldn't be this consistent. Lu Shan explains it's about the connection. The more they work together, the higher the chance he'll be pulled from the deck. It all clicks. Jong Do realizes all his past pulls were people from Earth, because that's where his strongest connection lies. This means he can actually manipulate the gacha results if he learns how to focus those connections. Lu Shan waves goodbye with a smug grin, telling the boy to call on him more often if he wants to keep winning. Jong Do watches him fade away, deciding it's time to check out the other new skills he's been ignoring. His eyes widen as he notices a change in his personal status window that he didn't expect. The strengthening didn't just buff the spirit, it gave Jong Do a permanent +1 to his own base stats as well. He does a complete 180, cheering and telling Lu Shan they definitely need to see each other as much as possible now. He taps on the Racha icon, ready to see what this fusion-style power can actually do. The gacha machine transforms into a pink wide-mouthed monster with 2 card slots for eyes, looking creepier than ever. The system explains that he can choose 2 figures from his album to combine into a brand new summon. The catch is that the result will be a random hero who has a historical or cosmic connection to both chosen figures. He realizes that if he combines Lu Bu and Lu Shan, he could potentially pull legends like Guan Yu or Zhang Fei from the 3 kingdoms. The sheer scale of the possibilities leaves him breathless, knowing he can now target specific power sets. He opens his digital album, the cards flickering with energy as they wait for his selection. He starts dragging his cards toward the pink monster's eyes, testing out different combinations. He sees that a Lu Bu and Lu Shan combo would cost 40 mana, but since it's his first time, the cost is actually 0. He's tempted to pull the trigger right now, but he forces himself to stop, knowing he might need this free trump card for an emergency. He tries to mix Lu Shan with a Dwarvenmeister, but the system flashes a big red X. There's no connection between a Chinese emperor and a Norse dwarf. He figures out the strategy. The combo gacha is all about narrowing the pool of what you can pull to guarantee a win. With a confident smirk, he finally feels like he's mastered the rules of this insane cosmic game. A dungeon portal hums with dark blue energy in the middle of a construction site. The association staff member confirms it's a one-person E-rank dungeon and asks if Jong Do is ready to head inside. Jong Do tells him to wait a second. After being scammed by a fake E-rank last time, he's not taking any chances. He activates observation, and his eyes glow with a green digital grid as he scans the entire portal for hidden data. His talent reveals it's a standard goblin's cave, but it also spots a massive stash of hidden mana stones buried under the boss room. The staff member asks if something is wrong, and Jong Do just hides his excitement, realizing he just found a secret payday. He thinks about how knowing the monster list beforehand is a massive advantage, but finding the hidden rewards is even better. He steps into the swirling blue vortex, his spear in hand, ready to clear this place out in record time. The portal closes behind him with a final good luck from the staff member outside. Jong Do lands inside the dark, damp cave, the smell of monsters already filling the air. He doesn't even flinch, his eyes glowing blue as he senses movement in the shadows. A pack of goblins screeches and charges at him, their rusted blades swinging wildly. Jong Do's spear becomes a blur, cutting through the air with lethal precision. He slams the butt of the spear into a goblin's head, crushing it into the cave floor with a sickening thud. Another goblin tries to flank him, but Jong Do's reflexes are on a whole different level now. He delivers a brutal kick that sends a monster flying back into the stone wall, killing it instantly. He spins the spear, decapitating the last of the scout pack before they can even scream for help. A level up notification pops up, and Jong Do actually starts getting emotional thinking about how much he struggled in the past compared to this. He glares into the deeper parts of the cave, telling the rest of the monsters that they've officially met their match today. More goblins emerge, their eyes glowing orange with rage as they see their fallen comrades. Jong Do launches himself into the air, his spear held high like a falling meteor. He slams down with enough force to shatter the ground, calling the goblins bundles of experience points as he pulverizes them. The level up alerts keep screaming in his ear as he laughs like a madman, thoroughly enjoying the power trip. He starts chasing the survivors, spinning his spear and having the time of his life. The goblins are literally crying as they run away, and Jong Do wonders if this absolute domination is what true happiness feels like. Suddenly, the ground trembles under a massive, heavy footstep. The boss hobgoblin appears, roaring with enough force to shake the entire cave system. Jong Do doesn't even let the boss finish its intro, closing the distance in a single explosive burst of speed. The hobgoblin's head flies off before it can even swing its club, and Jong Do stands there blinking, genuinely confused that it was that easy. He realizes his stats are now comparable to a C-rank user, meaning E-rank bosses are basically just oversized minions to him now. He pulls out a pickaxe, his eyes lighting up as he remembers the bonus hidden under his feet. He starts hacking away at the floor right next to the dead boss, ignoring everything else. He strikes gold, or rather, a massive cluster of high-quality mana stones that were buried out of sight. He walks back out of the portal, carrying a mountain of glowing crystals in his arms. The staff member is speechless, noting that Jong Do cleared the entire dungeon in less than 2 hours. Jong Do isn't even breaking a sweat, casually asking if there are any more dungeons nearby he can clean up. The guy tells him the association has nothing else in the area, clearly weirded out by this kid's insane stamina. He suggests checking out ManaNet to find private mercenary teams if he's that desperate for more combat. Jong Do pulls out his phone, wondering if he can find any high-reward jobs nearby by registering his watch. He finds an urgent recruitment post for a dungeon in Osan City that says rank irrelevant, which seems too good to be true. He wonders if they're just looking for a porter to carry loot, since they don't seem to care about the rank of the user. He gives them a call, excited about the possibility of another quick payday, but the person on the other end just bluntly tells him the spot is filled and hangs up instantly. Jong Do is furious at the rudeness, his face turning red as the association guy watches him struggle with the rejection. He decides to call it a day and just moves on to the reward calculation for his recent loot. He hands over the bag of standard mana stones he got from the monster kills. Then he pulls out the massive spoils he found in the boss room, grinning like a shark. The staff member's eyes nearly pop out of his head when he sees the quality of the hidden treasure. Jong Do reminds him that according to his contract, anything found besides monster stones belongs 100% to him. The guy can only nod in defeat, praising Jong Do for being both incredibly skilled and disgustingly lucky. Jong Do laughs it off, but internally he's thanking his observation talent for doing all the heavy lifting. The scene shifts back to the association's training skyscraper, gleaming under the afternoon sun. A wooden training spear cuts through the air with incredible speed. Jong Do is back in the gym, slamming a training dummy with a relentless combo that echoes through the room. He's counting his reps, his face drenched in sweat as he nears the 1,000 mark. He delivers one final, bone-shattering thrust that nearly snaps the dummy in half. He wipes his brow, deciding that's enough of a workout for today. As he walks out, he spots some other hunters huddled around a TV, looking completely horrified. The news report says a massive dungeon break just happened in Osan City, the exact place Jong Do was looking at earlier. Jong Do freezes, realizing he was literally just checking that area on his phone a few hours ago. Something feels wrong. He knows that if a dungeon was about to break, the mana leakage should have been felt by everyone in the area. He pulls up that rank-irrelevant recruitment notice again, his suspicion turning into cold realization. He shakes his head, thinking no one could be crazy enough to deliberately trigger a dungeon break on purpose. As the sun sets, he heads back to his favorite spot by the river to clear his head. Lu Shan pops up again, noting that their connection is indeed getting stronger by the day. Jong Do tells him he's going to do a massive gacha pull session until he's down to his last 10 mana points. The spirit tells him to trust his luck, and the gacha machine starts glowing with an intense red light. Dozens of capsules fly out, but most of them are the same old common garbage. Lu Shan looks embarrassed as the low-tier loot piles up, and Jong Do just sighs, knowing this trash game always has bad odds. He wonders if his own bad luck is so strong that it's actually overwhelming the spirit's level 2 buff. Suddenly, the machine spits out a single, dark purple capsule that looks completely different from the rest. The capsule radiates an ominous black aura, and the air around it starts to feel heavy and cold. A red danger warning flashes in front of his eyes. He's just obtained Grigalifo for the first time. The system rewards him by strengthening his Gacha talent right on the spot. He can now restrict his info pulls to specific subjects, and the mana cost for these targeted searches is set to 5. The purple capsule shatters, releasing a blinding wave of dark energy. Jong Do and Lu Shan both stare in shock as a massive projection appears in the sky. The screen delivers a chilling prophecy. In 4 days, an artificial dungeon break will occur in the heart of Gangnam, Seoul. Jong Do is floored. The idea that someone can deliberately break a dungeon before its 30-day limit is terrifying. It all clicks. The Osan City break earlier today wasn't an accident. It was a test run. He realizes why there was no evacuation warning. The perpetrators must have someone on the inside of the government. He envisions the chaos, monsters flooding the streets of the most populated district in Korea while the public is completely defenseless. He realizes the guy on the phone earlier was definitely the culprit. The gacha pulled this info because they shared a brief connection during that call. Jong Do starts pacing, terrified that if he tries to stop this on his own, he'll just end up dead. He knows that if he tells the authorities, they'll lock him up and turn him into a human vending machine to puke out future secrets. He decides his only hope is to drop an indirect hint to team leader Songwi and hope she's smart enough to figure it out. Suddenly, the critical info card starts blinking with a new message. He feels a strange urge to press the button, his heart pounding in his chest. The system explains that critical info can change the course of history between the real world and the current universe. It warns him that if history changes, he might lose the ability to predict the future through his gacha pulls entirely. But if he succeeds in preventing the damage, the real universe will grant him a massive, unprecedented reward. Jong Do is bathed in a celestial light as the weight of the mission settles on his shoulders. A quest timer appears, giving him exactly 101 hours to stop the Gangnam catastrophe from happening. He thinks back to Winry Makina and the goodwill she showed him when they first met. He finally understands his purpose. He's the only one the universe can communicate with to prevent its own destruction. With a determined look, he accepts the quest, realizing that he and the universe are now in this fight together. The next day arrives, and the city looks peaceful, completely unaware of the nightmare that's coming. A portal begins to hum with unstable energy in a quiet corner of the district. The red mana starts leaking out, the reality around it beginning to tear and crack. A swarm of red-eyed monsters bursts out of the flames, and the countdown to the Gangnam bloodbath has officially begun. The higher-ups at the association are losing their minds as reports come in of 2 massive dungeon breaks in a single day. President of the Korean Users Association is demanding answers, baffled by the fact that no hunters were nearby to stop the outbreaks. The evidence is brutal. Monsters are literally crawling over cars in the middle of the city, not some remote mountain range. Team leader Seo Songwi stands up, revealing their investigation shows that not a single hunter in the area even felt the dungeon's presence before it blew. The president is stunned, realizing that a dungeon exploding without any warning signs completely defies the laws of their world. The room erupts into a panicked chatter as the weight of this new threat settles on the council. The officials realize that if this is a new pattern, the entire safety net of the city is basically worthless. The president wonders if the nature of dungeons is evolving, but Songhui isn't convinced it's that simple. She brings up a classified file on the screen, her eyes sharp and focused as she prepares to drop a bombshell. She shows photos of the victims, noting that while monsters did some damage, the primary cause of death was far more human. Both users were taken out by precise sword wounds to the chest. This wasn't an accident, it was a double murder to clear the path for the break. Songhui confirms the team's theory. Someone has figured out a way to force a dungeon to break prematurely. The council is dead silent, horrified by the idea of someone using dungeons as a weapon of mass destruction. Songhui steps out into the hallway, letting out a long sigh as the pressure of the situation starts to weigh on her. With the culprits and their motives still a mystery, she knows the only thing they can do is increase patrols and hope for the best. She realizes she needs more manpower to clear existing dungeons before they can be tampered with, and her mind immediately goes to one person. A light bulb goes off in her head as she thinks about a certain hunter who has been exceeding everyone's expectations. She imagines Jong Do standing over a pile of monsters, knowing his efficiency is exactly what the city needs right now. She smiles to herself, deciding that if anyone can handle a high-speed dungeon sweep, it's him. Back at the academy, it's graduation day, and the director is praising a certain student for setting a new standard of excellence. Jong Do steps up to accept his certificate, but his mind is clearly miles away from the ceremony. A red warning screen is floating in his vision. He's got less than 102 hours to stop the Gangnam disaster, and he's only here for the tuition refund. Instructor Sungtae shakes his hand, genuinely excited to see what kind of impact Jong Do will make in the hunter world. Jong Do thanks him for everything, his King of All Arms bracelet gleaming as they lock hands. As he heads for the exit, a familiar voice calls out to him, stopping him in his tracks. It's So-yoon, looking radiant and genuinely happy as she congratulates her appa on making it through the course. She reaches into her pocket, bashfully handing him a small pink gift. It's a traditional lucky charm, and Jong Do looks at it with a mix of surprise and gratitude. So-yoon blushes, explaining that she noticed he's been feeling discouraged lately about his bad luck. She flashes back to seeing him face down on the ground after a bad gacha pull, and she just couldn't stand seeing him so down. She tells him she put all her prayers for his luck into the charm, hoping it'll finally help him get the pulls he needs. Jong Do is actually touched by the gesture, thanking her and promising to keep it close. She asks what his plan is now that school is out, and he tells her he's going to focus on clearing as many dungeons as possible. So-yoon gets excited, clearly about to ask if they can form a regular team together. But she's interrupted by Haeshik, who comes charging in like a golden retriever, shouting for his Hyungnam. He's already found an E-class dungeon for them to raid, practically vibrating with excitement to follow Jong Do into battle. Jong Do just waves them both off, telling them he's too busy and will catch them next time before making a quick getaway. Seo-yoon is left fuming in the background, her saintess aura turning into something a lot more demonic as she glares at Haeshik. Jong Do watches them bicker from a distance, knowing he can't involve them in a suicide mission against the Karma Guild. He hates leaving them behind, but he refuses to put unprepared kids in the crosshairs of an artificial dungeon break. He steels his resolve, deciding that he's going to block this disaster with his own two hands, no matter what it takes. 2 days later, Jong Do is in the heart of Gangnam, exhausted from scouting the area for potential trap portals. He's frustrated because the info isn't lining up. Hunting down every single dungeon in a massive city like this is a nightmare. He notices the streets near the active dungeons are weirdly empty, realizing the villains are already manipulating civilian traffic. He checks his phone, summarizing the 3 main targets: an A-class, a C-class, and a D-class dungeon. The first is the Cobalt Forward Fortress, a massive A-class defense-type dungeon near the bridge. The second is a C-class Tarantula Nest, a literal nightmare fuel scenario for the city. The third is a D-class Wolf Lair, which should be the easiest to handle on paper. The best way to stop the break is to clear the dungeons normally, but there's a massive roadblock in his way. The A and C-class dungeons have already been purchased by private guilds, meaning Jong Do isn't legally allowed to enter. He sits on a bench, pigeons fluttering around him as he realizes he has zero access to the places most likely to explode. His mind keeps coming back to that A-class defense dungeon. It's the perfect candidate for a catastrophic break. If that thing blows, thousands of high-level monsters will flood the bridge in a matter of seconds. He looks around at the bustling city, feeling sick to his stomach at the thought of all these people being slaughtered. Suddenly, his phone vibrates. It's a call from team leader Seo Song-hui. He picks up instantly, surprised that she's reaching out to him right when he's at his wit's end. Song-hui gets straight to the point, asking for his help with some urgent dungeon quests. Jong Do's heart skips a beat. He asks if any of those dungeons happen to be in the Gangnam area. She checks her files and mentions they have a D-class dungeon available there, wondering if that's enough for him. Jong Do practically screams yes, explaining that the city's atmosphere is chaotic and they need to clear everything immediately. Song-hui is taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm, jokingly wondering if he's moved to Gangnam or something. He requests to start as soon as tomorrow morning, his eyes burning with a desperate intensity. Song-hui agrees, promising to have a staff member meet him at the entrance to get him cleared for the raid. Jong Do pumps his fist in the air, finally catching the break he needed to get inside the perimeter. Back at the office, Song-hui stares out at the city, deciding she might just stop by tomorrow to see what he's so fired up about. The clock is ticking, only 29 hours left until the city becomes a graveyard. A massive dark wolf lunges at Jong Do, its eyes glowing with a feral, violet light. Jong Do drives his spear through its skull, a level-up notification popping up as he effortlessly clears the room. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, looking around the empty hall and hoping that was the last of them. But the system timer hits 13 hours, and his gut tells him this D-class dungeon wasn't the target. He looks at the data, realizing that the real damage will come from the A or C-class dungeons that the private guilds are holding. His eyes snap open with realization. He's been looking at the wrong place this whole time. The A-class dungeon on the bridge is the most strategic point for a massacre, and it's glowing with unstable energy. The portal on the bridge starts to warp and expand, blue lightning crackling through the night sky. Jong Do arrives with only 10 minutes to spare, but he's unnerved by how quiet the area is. A car speeds toward the portal, and Jong Do hides behind a pillar, watching carefully. The car screeches to a halt, and 2 men in black suits step out, looking completely calm. It's the scarred man from the phone call, wearing a fake association uniform and sunglasses to hide his identity. Jong Do's heart hammers against his chest. He realizes these guys are posing as government users to bypass security. He watches as they stand before the portal, but they aren't here to inspect it. They're here to ignite it. Jong Do prepares to move, knowing he has to strike before they finish whatever they're doing. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of orange energy erupts from the portal, nearly blowing him off the bridge. He stares in horror as the sky turns a sickening shade of yellow, realizing the break has been triggered ahead of schedule. The portal transforms into a swirling vortex of fire, the barrier between worlds finally snapping. One of the villains looks back, sensing Jong Do, but the scarred man just laughs, saying the city is about to be reduced to ruins anyway. The villain rips a magical scroll in half, a jagged crack sound echoing through the air. A warp skill activates, and the two villains vanish into thin air, leaving Jong Do alone with the disaster they created. Jong Do curses under his breath, furious that he let them slip through his fingers while they were disguised as allies. He activates his observation one last time as they fade, his eyes scanning for any piece of data he can use later. He gets a full read. Seong Donghag, level 42, an assassin with high reflex and stealth skills. He won't forget that face. But revenge has to wait. The portal is screaming, and hundreds of kobolds are starting to pour out onto the asphalt. Jong Do summons Lu Shan, the spirit looking terrified at the chaotic energy swirling around them. He tells the spirit to hang on tight because he's about to gamble everything on a single pull. He activates the Cha, the pink monster appearing and opening its jaws to accept the souls. He loads Lu Bufengshan and Lu Shan, the strongest connection he has to the Three Kingdoms era. He's been saving this free combo for a moment like this, knowing it's the only way to survive an A-rank onslaught. He tells Lu Shan to think of the most savage, unstoppable warrior he's ever known from his history. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts from Jong Do's pocket, catching him off guard. It's So-Yoon's lucky charm. It's reacting to the gacha, triggering a saint's blessing that gives a massive boost to his luck. The gacha monster starts vibrating and turning red, the combination of souls and the blessing pushing the system to its limit. A massive explosion of light hits the bridge, scattering cards across the sky like falling stars. The pool of millions of potential heroes is narrowed down to just a few hundred elite legends. Jong Do reaches into the light, guided by the blessing, and grabs a card that's glowing with a fierce, diamond-like radiance. He pulls the card close, the wind whipping around him as the summoning process begins. A massive silhouette of fire and shadows begins to form behind him, towering over the bridge. The first wave of kobolds leaps from the portal, their weapons raised to tear the human apart, but they freeze mid-air as a terrifying animalistic roar rips through the chaos, paralyzing them with fear. Jong Do stands tall, his spear transforming into a massive, ornate weapon with a blade that looks like a flickering flame. He stares down the horde, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light as the warrior's spirit merges with his own. He can feel the raw, unfiltered rage of the legend he just loaded, his muscles bulging with newfound power. He lets out a deafening shout, "General Zhang Fei is here!" A shockwave of pure mana ripples out from him, cracking the concrete of the bridge and pushing back the front line of monsters. The skill Roar activates, instantly draining the morale and attack power of every enemy on the bridge. Zhang Fei's phantom appears behind him, laughing that a few hundred enemies is just a fun memory from the old days. Zhang Do's status screen is insane. He's effectively level 99, with his strength and reflexes jumping into the triple digits. The Kobold warriors are level 53, and they realize way too late that they're not the predators in this scenario. Jong Do scoffs at them, calling them nothing more than dogs walking on two legs. Zhang Fei's laugh echoes through his mind, dismissing the entire horde as nothing but annoying flies. Jong Do spins his spear, a predatory grin on his face, as he asks if they're ready to get this party started. The skill Undefeated kicks in, surrounding Jong Do with a blue aura that hardens his body against multiple attacks. He swings the spear in a massive arc, the sheer wind pressure from the strike splitting two kobolds in half instantly. The monsters shriek in terror as they realize their armor is as useless as paper against this weapon. Jong Do doesn't stop moving, dancing through the horde with a savage grace that defies his human limits. He launches his signature move, Tiger Cyclone Bullet Attack, becoming a whirlwind of steel and fire. He carves a path of destruction through the center of the bridge, sending monster limbs flying in every direction. The system notifies him that his bracelet has recreated the ancient serpent spear to absolute perfection. Every strike now deals massive splash damage, turning the tightly packed kobolds into a bloody mess. Zhang Fei is loving every second of it, telling Jong Do that with this power, they could conquer 1,000,000 troops. But Jong Do's internal clock is screaming. He knows Zhang Fei's soul is too heavy, and his mana will run out soon. The flow of kobolds slows down, but the portal is still open, and the boss hasn't even shown its face yet. He grips the spear tighter, knowing he has to wipe out the remaining minions before he loses the general's power. He goes on a total rampage, blitzing through the final ranks of the forward guard as fast as possible. He slams his spear into the ground, a massive shockwave of splash damage finishing off the surrounding stragglers. Kobold archers try to rain arrows down on him, but he just bats them out of the air like they're toys. He leans back as a kobold tries to take his head off, the blade whistling just inches from his nose. He counters with a brutal low sweep, snapping the monster's legs like dry twigs. "You bastards!" he growls, his voice echoing with the general's gravelly tone as he continues the slaughter. One archer freezes in fear, as Jong Do locks eyes with it, the monster realizing it's already dead. He drives the spear through its chest, the force of the blow pinning it to a nearby car. Jong Do looks toward the portal, seeing a new wave of fire-breathing monsters beginning to emerge. He keeps swinging, his movements starting to feel a bit sluggish as the general's mana starts to drain his stamina. A kobold watches its friend get vaporized, its eyes widening with a look of pure primal horror. Jong Do stands under the full moon, his breathing heavy as the general's phantom starts to flicker. Zhang Fei is furious that he doesn't have a real body to keep fighting, his spirit burning with unspent rage. A monster tries to sneak up from behind, but Jong Do's instincts are still sharp as a razor. He spins and delivers a punch that shatters the creature's jaw, sending it sprawling across the bridge. The bridge is a graveyard of monster parts, but more and more kobolds keep flooding out of the rift. Jong Do realizes his concentration is dropping fast, and his ability to track all the enemies is starting to fail. He clenches his fist, frustrated that he's still so reliant on his loads to handle high-rank threats. He swears to himself that one day he'll reach this level with his own strength, without needing to borrow it from the dead. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy erupts from the portal, far stronger than anything they've seen so far. Zhang Fei gives a final grin, telling Jong Do that this is as far as his spirit can go before his mana hits zero. The general fades away, leaving Jong Do alone on the bridge as the boss finally steps out into the light. Jong Do narrows his eyes, his resolve as hard as steel as he tells himself there's no way he's losing this now. Zhang Fei laughs one last time, telling him to win and share the story of the fight next time they meet. The system flashes a reward. A portion of Zhang Fei's legendary abilities will now remain in Jong Do's body permanently. He gets a massive stat boost and officially learns the Rawer skill for his own personal use. Lu Shan reappears, the chibi spirit looking exhausted but ready to keep supporting his Confucius. The spirit gives him a final wink, wishing him luck as the boss starts its charge. The remaining kobolds start to encircle him, sensing that the godlike aura has vanished. Jong Do activates Cha, letting the cards swirl around him in a chaotic storm of blue light. He's already done 9 pulls tonight, meaning the 10th one is a guaranteed rare or higher hero soul. A kobold lunges at him, but Jong Do is focused entirely on the card manifesting in front of him. The 10th card glows with a brilliant gold light, signaling the arrival of a high-tier legendary knight. He's a bit disappointed, it's not a diamond tier, but the gold energy is still vibrating with an intense, dark power. He dodges a series of strikes from the surrounding minions, his eyes locked onto the new soul. The card shatters, and a pale knight in purple armor appears, granting Jong Do the legendary sword. The sword is beautiful but cursed, it's the same blade that King Arthur was killed with. The spirit is Mordred, the Knight of Betrayal, and Jong Do wonders if this guy is going to stab him in the back too. The load completes, and Jong Do's level jumps to 81, his skills shifting toward Unyielding and Ignition Sword. A massive, white-furred paw slams into the bridge, crushing a car like it was made of tin. The boss finally reveals itself, a towering, white-furred werewolf beast wreathed in golden flames. Jong Do uses observation. It's the Abyssal Cobalt leader, level 81, matching his own current power level exactly. Mordred floats behind him, his expression cold and calculating as he notes that this beast is a worthy opponent. Jong Do grips the hilt of Clarent, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the real fight is only just beginning. The Abyssal Cobalt leader and its pack let out a blood-curdling howl, ready to tear the only human on the bridge to pieces. Mordred floats behind Jong Do, commanding him to unleash the power of the king's sword as purple lightning crackles around the blade. The kobolds charge in a massive wave, their numbers looking like an endless tide of fur and steel. Jong Do swings the massive sword Clarent, screaming its name as the air itself begins to scream under the pressure. The front line of kobolds doesn't even have time to blink before the strike reaches them. A single massive arc of purple energy obliterates dozens of monsters at once, sending debris and weapons flying like toothpicks. Jong Do is stunned, staring at the empty road and wondering if he really just output that much power in one go. The entire bridge is cleared in a split second, leaving nothing but smoking craters and monster remains. Mordred warns him that while the power is absolute, he can't spam it, the cooldown is long, and the mana cost is punishing. The boss isn't dead yet. It leaps through the smoke, its eyes burning with fury as it targets Jong Do's head. Jong Do barely rolls out of the way as the monster's claws shatter the asphalt right where he was standing. The boss is clearly enraged that its entire army was wiped out, and now it's making the fight personal. Jong Do digs his heels in, his shoes skidding against the road as he tries to stabilize his stance. The two clash, the cursed sword meeting the monster's blade in a shower of sparks and magical feedback. It's a literal power struggle, the werewolf snarling inches from Jong Do's face as they lock weapons. The boss is fast, way faster than anything Jong Do has faced, forcing him to play a desperate game of parry and dodge. Jong Do realizes they're perfectly matched in stats, meaning one small mistake will be the end of him. He's in deep trouble, his load duration is ticking down, and the monster shows no signs of slowing down. His mana pool is hitting the red zone, and the weight of the sword is starting to feel like a mountain. He decides to stop playing safe and throws himself into a reckless offensive, hoping to end this before his timer hits zero. He grips the hilt with everything he has, his knuckles turning white as he prepares one last gambit. He launches himself into the air, but the Kobold leader is already tracking his movement, ready to swat him down. Jong Do realizes that if he fails this next strike, he's not just losing the fight, he's dying right here on this bridge. He looks the beast right in its glowing orange eye, his focus narrowing until the rest of the world disappears. They exchange a flurry of blows that sound like thunderclaps, the sheer force of their collision shaking the bridge's foundation. Jong Do lets out a primal scream, his eyes glowing pink with Mordred's lingering power. He takes a brutal hit to the shoulder, but uses the momentum to spin and deliver a counterstrike. Mordred tells him to catch his breath for just a second, reminding him that a true king ends the fight the moment an opening appears. Jong Do spots the gap, the boss overextended on its last swing, leaving its chest completely exposed. "Seized it," he yells, driving the sword forward with every ounce of strength he has left. The monster's mouth curls into a terrifying grin, and Jong Do realizes too late that he walked right into a trap. Mordred screams a warning as the boss ignores the sword and goes for a lethal counterbite. The monster's blade glows with a golden aura as it brings it down on the exhausted hunter. A sickening crunch echoes across the bridge as Jong Do takes the full force of the attack to his side. He's sent tumbling across the asphalt, coughing up blood as the boss laughs at his pathetic attempt to play hero. The Kobold leader stands over him, raising its sword for the execution as Jong Do struggles to even lift his head. He collapses, the darkness starting to creep in as the monster prepares to deliver the final blow. The monster swings, but a massive explosion of red energy erupts from Jong Do's body, stopping the blade mid-air. The boss's eyes widen in confusion as it realizes its prey just underwent a terrifying transformation. Jong Do stands up, wreathed in a thick, bloody aura that pulses with the heartbeat of a dragon. He's activated his hidden trump card, the permanent skill he got from Siegfried. He mutters that it hurts like hell, but the red light in his eyes tells a different story. The system notifies him that every single wound has been regenerated, and his defensive stats have been boosted to an insane degree. He realizes he was worried for nothing. This skill is exactly the extra life he needed to survive an A-rank boss. A dark, confident grin spreads across his face as he prepares to show the monster what a real predator looks like. The boss is actually trembling now, sensing the sheer weight of the dragon's soul radiating from the puny human. It lets out one final desperate roar and lunges, putting everything into one last suicide charge. Jong Do doesn't even dodge, he just steps into the attack and delivers a horizontal slash that cuts through the monster like a hot knife through butter. The force of the strike is so great it shears through the bridge railing, sending a massive shockwave across the water. The abyssal Kobold leader falls, its body splitting in two as it crashes into the pavement for the last time. The scene shifts to team leader Songui, who is sprinting toward the bridge, sensing the massive mana discharge from the break. She's terrified that she's too late, and prays that anyone was there to buy the city sometime. She arrives at the bridge and stops dead, staring at the absolute carnage of hundreds of high-level monster corpses. She's breathless, unable to comprehend how a single user could have cleared an entire A-rank defense dungeon break on their own. She sees a lone figure standing in the middle of the bridge, bathed in a spotlight of blue energy. It's Jong Do, looking completely spent but still standing, casually asking her if she can handle the cleanup for him. Songui is speechless, but Jong Do isn't finished talking yet. He tells her that to be exact, he caught all 311 of them, and he's not giving a single piece of that loot away. The adrenaline finally wears off, and Jong Do faceplants onto the road, his body finally shutting down after the ordeal. Songui stares at him, her heart pounding as she realizes she's looking at a monster in human skin. She looks out over the bridge one last time, still unable to believe that this one kid saved the entire district by himself. Songui screams for her team to hurry up and get Jong Do to the hospital before his internal mana collapse kills him. A few days later, the sun rises over the Korea hospital, where the city's secret savior is currently resting. Jong Do wakes up and checks his status window, letting out a shocked, "Is this true?" when he sees the numbers. His stats have skyrocketed across the board, his strength and reflexes are now naturally in the 40s and 50s without any loads. He realizes his base power has reached rank B, and he's gained his 10th unique skill, making him more versatile than most veteran hunters. He thinks about how others spend millions to learn just one skill, while he's collecting them like Pokemon cards after every big fight. He clenches his fists, feeling the raw power flowing through his veins, and struggling to contain his excitement. He's so hyped he starts literally jumping on his hospital bed, feeling like he could run a marathon and still have energy to spare. He's finally feeling the steady progress he's been dreaming of since he was a trash-tier hunter. A knock on the door stops his celebration. Songui asks if she can come in to check on her star patient. Jong Do composes himself, knowing she's here to ask the tough questions about what really happened on that bridge. Songui walks in, looking relieved that he doesn't have any permanent scars, though she's clearly exhausted herself. She jokes that it looks like she was the one who stayed up all night dealing with the incident, her eyes sporting some serious dark circles. Sangui bows deeply to him, thanking him on behalf of the association for saving countless lives that night. Jong Do just laughs it off modestly, saying anyone would have done the same, even though he knows they definitely wouldn't have. Sangui gets serious, standing over his bed as the mood in the room shifts toward a formal interrogation. She tells him she's checked the CCTV at Seongsu Bridge and wants to know if he has any information to share about the perpetrators. She admits she didn't see the criminals' faces because they used a warp scroll to vanish before she arrived. Jong Do flashes back to the two men in suits, knowing exactly what they look like thanks to his observation skill. He knows their names and ranks, but he realizes that if he reveals that now, he'll be suspected of being in league with them. Sangui narrows her eyes, asking him how he managed to be exactly where the incident happened at exactly the right time. She notes that his timing was so perfect, it's like he was on standby, just waiting for the dungeon to explode. Jong Do plays the Destiny card, reminding her that he was already in Gangnam that day specifically to conquer a dungeon. He claims he just coincidentally ran into the mess on his way back, and tells her to check the other CCTVs to confirm his movement. Sangui sighs and apologizes for the intense questioning, admitting that the situation has everyone in the association on edge. Jong Do thinks to himself that she won't find anything on those cameras anyway, because he purposely avoided them all day long. He decides to turn the tables and asks her a question to gauge how much the government actually knows. He asks point blank if she's certain the mastermind behind these artificial breaks is from the Karma Guild. Sangui looks toward the window, the shadow of a hooded figure representing the terrifying reputation of that organization. She admits they have no hard evidence yet, but the Karma Guild is for sure their #1 suspect for this kind of terrorism. Jong Do points out that the previous two breaks were clearly just experiments to see if the technology worked. He adds that the bridge incident was the first full-scale terrorist attack, designed to test the city's response time and defense. Sangui agrees, noting that because the enemy is so meticulous, the association is struggling to find solid evidence to pin them down. She changes the subject to something Jong Do likes way more, his massive pile of loot from the 311 monsters. She confirms that all the corpses and recovered equipment are currently being held by the association for him. She points out that it's such a massive quantity that it'll be impossible for him to sell them off piece by piece on his own. She suggests entrusting the entire haul to a professional auction company to maximize his profit. She explains that processed monster parts are incredibly valuable and will sell out the second the auction begins. Jong Do is practically drooling at the thought of a money cushion, thanking her for taking such good care of his business interests. Sangui tells him it's nothing compared to what he's done, and tells him to rest up and call her if he needs anything at all. She leaves the room, the door clicking shut behind her. Jong Do falls back onto his pillows, laughing that he's finally going to be rich enough to buy whatever he wants. A familiar, mischievous voice rings through the air, commenting on how diligently he seems to be living his life. Jong Do's eyes snap open, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest at the sudden intrusion. He leaps out of bed, staring around the empty room as the air begins to flicker and distort. Static and digital artifacts fill the room, the reality around him beginning to glitch like a broken video game. A swirling vortex of purple and cosmic light opens up right in front of his bed. A pair of legs in high heels steps out of the rift, and Jong Do lets out a yell of pure confusion. It's Winry Makina, the agent of the universe, appearing in a flurry of rose petals and looking as elegant as ever. She smiles and tells him she's here to deliver his official reward for clearing the Gangnam quest. Jong Do is floored. He forgot that the real universe promised him a special bonus for saving history. Winry asks what he wants, and Jong Do immediately gets greedy, begging for his mana limit to be raised to 999 or to have infinite mana. She shoots him down instantly, explaining that even if she gave him that much, his human body couldn't handle it, and it would reset anyway. She sees how disappointed he is and tells him she understands what he's actually trying to achieve. She points out that he only wants mana, so he can spam more gacha pulls to get stronger. Jong Do gets excited, thinking she's going to cave and give him the mana anyway, but she just shuts him down again. Instead, she pulls out a glowing gold card, a special ticket he's never seen before. She explains that this is a connection gacha ticket, which allows him to do a high-tier pull without spending a single drop of mana. Jong Do's eyes turn into dollar signs as she mentions that these tickets can also be bought through the system. Winry gets a predatory look on her face and explains the cost. He has to pay for them with his own permanent ability points. She shows him the math. For every 1 point of strength or stamina he sacrifices, he gets 1 gacha ticket. Jong Do is horrified, his jaw dropping at the thought of actively weakening himself just to play the lottery. He yells that the whole reason he's doing gacha is to increase his stats, so trading them back makes absolutely zero sense. Winry leans in close, whispering that his luck in picking connection gachas is actually quite high. She tempts him, saying that if he trades 10 points, he gets 10 draws, and his chances of hitting a jackpot are huge. She reminds him that the 10th draw is always a guaranteed rare or higher, meaning he could gain a skill far more valuable than those 10 stat points. She adds that a diamond card could appear up to 3 times in 30 draws if his luck holds out, calling him a born lucky user. She holds the card out to him, promising that if he uses this power wisely, his growth rate will become unprecedented. Winry asks him one more time if he agrees that this is a fair deal, her smile hiding her true intentions. She claps her hands, telling him she's going to give him his initial rewards for the bridge quest right now. The system updates, adding a new tab to his status window, officially integrating the stat for ticket trade system. Jong Do looks at the new menu, already feeling the itch to gamble his newly earned stats away. Winry notices how eager he's suddenly looking and teases him for changing his tune so quickly. She tells him she's getting tired and starts to fade away, ignoring Jong Do's desperate shouts for more information. The second she vanishes, Seoyun knocks on the door, asking her oppa if she can come in and visit. Jong Do sits back on the bed, trying to act normal while his brain is still reeling from the cosmic shopping session. Seoyun rushes in, asking if he got hurt, but Jong Do just reassures her that he's just recovering from a bit of overworking. She breathes a sigh of relief, while Jong Do watches her, realizing he needs a reliable partner he can actually trust. He asks her point blank if she wants to form a team with him, her eyes widening in pure shock. He starts to backtrack, saying she could easily join a top-tier guild, but Seoyun cuts him off, shouting that she absolutely wants to do it. She sprints out of the room to go get ready immediately, leaving Jong Do blinking at the dust cloud she left behind. Later, Jong Do is out in the hospital courtyard, sipping a soda and staring into space. He brings up the payment menu, the blue screen reflecting in his eyes, as he weighs the risks. He decides to just try pressing the button, which is the classic first step to any gambling addiction. The system explodes into a celebration mode, announcing a first purchase event with chibi gacha machines blowing trumpets. The deal is insane. For every ticket he buys, he gets one for free, up to a maximum of 10. He realizes that if he trades 10 points, he gets 20 tickets, a 100% bonus that is way too good to pass up. He tries to tell himself he won't fall into a gambling addiction, but his sweaty palms tell a different story. Suddenly, a gorilla event pops up with a 1-hour timer offering another free ticket for every purchase. That's the final nail in the coffin. Jong Do screams fine and commits to the deal, unable to resist the triple value bonus. He watches his stats drop, losing points in strength, stamina, and reflexes as the system sucks them out of his body. But in exchange, he's holding a thick stack of 30 connection gacha tickets, grinning like he just won the lottery. He looks around to make sure the hospital staff isn't watching before he unleashes the storm. "Let's go," he shouts, throwing the tickets into the air as the night sky turns into a kaleidoscope of gacha light. The cards start spinning, but the first few are just basic blue commons, and Jong Do tells himself it's just the warm-up. He hits his 10th pull, which is a rare gold, but he barely even looks at it, his eyes set on the bigger prizes. By the 17th pull, he's starting to get nervous, wondering when the actual high-tier cards are going to show up. The 20th pull is another gold, but he's getting frustrated, shouting at the sky for a diamond card to finally drop. By the 28th pull, he's on his knees, begging the universe to give him something good to justify the stat loss. He curses the shitty game and its garbage drop rates, his face looking like he hasn't slept in a week. Suddenly, the 29th card begins to vibrate with a familiar, royal energy. It's a duplicate of Lu Shan, and the spirit gets hit with another upgrade, reaching a level of +2. Lu Shan pops out, looking at Jong Do's haggard face and asking if he's doing okay because he looks messed up. Jong Do grabs the chibi spirit and hugs him, crying that he's just a loser without his luck king. He realizes that with the +2 luck buff and a 30th guaranteed pull, his chances for a diamond are through the roof. He stands up one last time, summoning every bit of luck he has and screaming for a diamond card to come home. The final card glows with a blinding celestial light, and Lu Shan shouts for the boy to wake up and see the result. The next morning, Jong Do is walking through the association building, looking like a total zombie. Sangui asks if he's really okay, and he just blames it on a bad nightmare from the night before. He thinks about how he was almost tempted to spend every single one of his stat points on gacha yesterday, feeling a cold sweat at the near miss. Sangui leads him into a secure warehouse where the preserved corpses and loot from the bridge are stored. She shows him the rows of storage lockers, explaining that they've already separated the high-value items from the junk. She points out a table of weapons and gear that were confirmed to contain traces of mana. Jong Do's eyes light up as he sees a pair of gauntlets glowing with an intense blue aura. He uses observation. They're the Cobalt Leader's Wargreaves, providing a rare +1 to mana and physical stats. He can't believe it. Items that actually increase your base mana pool are legendary tier rarity among hunters. He slips them on, feeling the cold mana surge through his arms, and confirming they fit him like a glove. He tells Sangui there's zero chance he's selling these, and she just scoffs at his blatant greed. Suddenly, Sangui's phone rings, and her expression immediately shifts to one of annoyance. She hangs up and turns to Jong Do, telling him he has some unwanted visitors. The guild that owned the bridge dungeon has arrived at the headquarters and is demanding a meeting with the guy who cleared it. Jong Do points to himself, looking confused about why a massive private guild would care about an E-ranker like him. A man in a sleek black suit stands in the lobby, his posture radiating arrogance and power. The man turns around with a predatory smirk. It's time to see if Jong Do's new power can handle the pressure of the big leagues. Emotional hook. In a world where every word could be a lie, our boy Jong Do is about to flip the script on a terrorist hiding in plain sight. As Jong Do and Sangui walk through the association halls, he asks why this new guild is so desperate to meet him. Sangui warns him they might want to scout him, or worse, they're coming to claim the loot from his recent bridge victory. Jong Do's eyes go wide. There is no way he's letting his hard-earned treasures slip through his fingers. Sangui gives him a confident smirk, telling him not to worry because she'll put her honor on the line to protect his rights. Jong Do relaxes a bit, knowing he can trust the team leader to have his back. With a determined look, they reach the meeting room and slide the door open, ready to face whoever is waiting inside. A man with orange hair and a slick suit greets them with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes, looking way too friendly for a stranger. He introduces himself as Kim Sung-soo from the K&M Guild, reaching out a hand like he's just a standard corporate scout. Sangui keeps it professional, introducing Jong Do as the hunter who single-handedly handled the massive dungeon break incident. The man's grin widens as he looks Jong Do up and down, clearly sizing up the gentleman who's been making so much noise lately. He claims he wants to know exactly what happened during the bridge incident, but Sangui isn't buying the act, demanding he show some real evidence of his authority first. The guy brushes her off with a smirk, suggesting that maybe surveillance footage of the fight would be enough to satisfy his curiosity. Sangui shuts that down immediately, explaining that private user data can't just be handed over without a direct agreement. Jong Do stays quiet, thinking to himself that he wants to keep his secrets hidden, but he might have to find a way to settle this before it gets out of hand. The scout's smile turns jagged and predatory as he mentions that he understands. It's hard to show footage that might reveal a hunter's secret techniques. The tension in the room is thick as he pauses, looking back at the two of them with a new, dangerous proposition. Suddenly, dark, swirling energy erupts around him as he challenges Jong Do to a light spar right there in the office. He claims that if he can confirm Jong Do's abilities are the real deal, he'll back off without another word, but his expression says he's looking for blood. Jong Do stares back, completely unimpressed by the intimidation tactic, thinking about how bold this guy is being. Jong Do realizes something is off. A simple scout wouldn't pick a fight just to verify someone's rank like this. His intuition screams at him that something is wrong, and he activates his special eye, its mechanical iris spinning as he prepares to look deeper. The observation window pops up, revealing the truth. This guy isn't Kim Sung-soo, he's the level 42 assassin Seong Donghak, loaded with lethal skills like Poison Enchant and Grim Sword. Jong Do's heart drops as he remembers seeing this man's face before. This is the terrorist from the Karma Guild who was at the bridge. Jong Do keeps his cool and asks for a moment to speak with Sangui in private, pretending he needs to discuss the duel. He asks Sangui to lead him to a soundproof room immediately, and she senses the urgency in his voice, leading the way without question. Sangui swipes her ID card on the reader, the red light turning green as they enter a secure zone. As soon as the door clicks shut, Sangui turns to him, confused about why he suddenly needs to hide away. Jong Do's eyes are still glowing with the power of observation as he stares at her, his mind racing with a plan to expose the rat. He scans Sangui, seeing her impressive level 83 stats and a list of skills that includes something called trust. He realizes that trust is a literal talent for her, meaning she's incapable of being disloyal or breaking a promise. Jong Do puts a finger to his lips, telling her that what he's about to say is top-secret personal info, and Sangui solemnly agrees to protect it. He tells her he knows she won't lie because she has the trust talent, and Sangui's eyes nearly pop out of her head in shock. He starts rattling off her entire skill list, from axe techniques to her hobbies like cooking and sewing, leaving her completely speechless. She stammers, How do you know all that? Her brain struggling to process that her private stats were just read like an open book. With a casual shrug, Jong Do explains that he has a special skill called observation that lets him see everything about a person. He clarifies that he can see names, levels, talents, and every hidden skill someone possesses. Sangui realizes just how broken that power is. In a world of hunters, information is the most dangerous weapon of all. She asks why he's revealing this now, and he drops the bomb. The man sitting in the other room isn't Kim Sung-soo. He reveals the assassin's real name is Seong Donghak, and he was one of the terrorists present during the dungeon break. Jong Do admits he didn't want to reveal his own secret skill, but he couldn't just sit by while a terrorist was standing right in front of them. Sangui looks at him with newfound respect, realizing how much he's risking by telling her the truth. But there's a problem. To prove the guy is a terrorist to the association, they'd have to reveal Jong Do's observation skill as the source. Sangui warns him that he absolutely cannot reveal his observation skill to the higher-ups, and Jong Do asks her why she's so worried. She admits something chilling. She suspects there's a spy high up within the Korean User Association itself. She points out that the leadership didn't give orders during the recent emergency, and the timing of the dungeon break perfectly avoided the association's patrol times. She begs him to keep his talent hidden, because if the organization knows he can see everyone's secrets, he'll be in massive danger from every side. Jong Do gives her a clever smirk, asking if he just needs to prove the guy is a terrorist without mentioning his observation skill at all. They head back into the meeting room, Jong Do apologizing for the wait with a casual wave. Donghak, still playing the scout, leans back and asks if their little chat went well. Jong Do tells him they agreed to show off his skill right here, meaning there's no need for a messy duel after all. Donghak laughs, thinking he's won and that he's about to get a front-row seat to all of Jong Do's secrets. His eyes glow with greed. He thinks he's lucky to be getting exactly what he came for without even having to fight. Jong Do activates his gacha interface, telling the scout that since he's waited so long, he'll give him a show he'll never forget. The gacha machine spins wildly, light and mana exploding as the connection to a new hero's soul is established. A woman with long flowing hair and a mystical aura appears, calling him darling with a playful, dangerous energy. Jong Do reveals this is Jaina of Truth, one of the high-tier gold cards he pulled during his hospital gambling spree. He notes that while her stats are average, her specific skill is what makes her a legendary asset. Jong Do asks for permission to use the skill, and Donghak, still clueless, tells him he can't wait to see it. The spirit of Jaina manifests behind Jong Do, her long clawed fingers reaching out as she prepares to weave her spell. The skill Room of Truth activates, purple smoke and mystical runes filling the room as the atmosphere shifts into something heavy and inescapable. Jong Do says it's all done, and the scout looks around confused, not feeling any stronger or weaker than before. Jong Do asks Sangui to repeat a simple sentence, "I'm a man." Sangui tries to say it, but as soon as she starts, Jaina's spirit literally clamps a hand over her mouth, stopping the lie cold. Jong Do explains that in this room, the truth is the only thing that can be spoken. If you try to lie, you won't be able to make a sound. He turns to the orange-haired man with a sharp, piercing gaze, telling him it's his turn to try. Jong Do tells him to say the words, "I'm Kim Sung-soo." Donghak tries to speak, but Jaina's hands wrap around his throat, choking the lie back into his lungs as he realizes he's been caught. He surges forward with a burst of dark mana, ready to kill his way out of the room now that he's been cornered. Jong Do stands over the struggling assassin, mocking him for his rude request for a duel when this simple truth test is so much easier. He raises the stakes, telling the man that if he can actually say his own name, Jong Do will hand over all the loot and everything else he wants. Donghak is sweating bullets, his face turning red as Jaina's grip tightens, making it impossible for him to utter a single false syllable. Jong Do's eyes go cold as he leans in, telling him that he won't be able to say anything because every single word out of his mouth has been a lie. He calls him out by his real name, Seong Donghak. The assassin's eyes bulge with pure terror as his cover is completely blown. Donghak realizes the game is over and lets out a roar of frustration, his teeth bared in a snarl as he drops the act. But Song-hui is faster, her eyes glowing with rage as she charges him, shouting that he's got some nerve trying to pull this in her office. Donghak activates his sneak skill, his body blurring into multiple after-images to confuse her as he goes for a counterattack. He draws a jagged tactical knife from his sleeve, the blade gleaming with a lethal, poison-tipped light. He laughs like a maniac, thinking that even an S-rank like Sangui can't track him when his sneak skill is active. He lunges at Jong Do, screaming "Die!" as he aims the blade directly for our boy's throat. But Jong Do doesn't even flinch. His observation skill flares up again, its mechanical gear spinning as he prepares to dismantle the assassin's move. The system notifies him that he's spotted and penetrated the high-class sneak skill, revealing the real Donghak right in front of him. Before the knife can connect, Songgui's leg comes out of nowhere, delivering a thunderous kick straight to Donghak's ribs that sends him flying. The impact is so violent it shatters the furniture, Donghak crashing through a desk and tumbling across the floor like a ragdoll. Jong Do watches the dust settle, casually asking if the guy is still alive after taking a direct hit from an S-rank. Song-hui walks over to the unconscious man and reaches down, peeling a disgusting, fleshy mask off his face. The fake face skin comes off, revealing Donghak's scarred, real face. Song-hui realizes she was fooled because he even had a stolen mana watch to mimic a scout's energy signature. Jong Do asks what happens next, and Song-hui confirms they'll throw him in a high-security cell to interrogate him for everything he knows about the Karma Guild. Jong Do smiles, mentioning he can help with the information part, as a small, red mechanical crab-like gacha machine floats behind him. He sets the machine to target the unconscious Seong Donghak, its mechanical eyes scanning the villain for data. The gacha balls spin inside the container, sorting through the assassin's memories and secrets to find the truth. The machine spits out a result, confirming that Donghak murdered the real Kim Sung-soo 2 days ago and is a high-ranking member of the Karma Guild. Song-hui is impressed, realizing that Jong Do's information skill is even more versatile than she thought, being able to pull facts from a captured enemy. Jong Do stares at the man, the name Karma Guild burning into his mind as he realizes this shadow organization is far more dangerous than he imagined. The scene shifts to a moonlit city skyline, the calm night hiding the dark forces gathering in the shadows. Inside a massive Gothic-style hall, a lone figure in a dark hood walks toward a group of waiting silhouettes. The hooded man, looking like a dark mage, reports that they've lost contact with their operative, Seong Donghak. 4 other masked individuals stand in the flickering light, their eyes glowing with a mixture of boredom and malice. The man in the green suit with a tiger mask asks if there's been any word from the association regarding their captured man. The tiger-masked man notes that Seo Sangui is keeping everything top secret, making it impossible to find out what Donghak has spilled. The hooded leader Won nods, noting that Donghak isn't the type to talk easily, but they should still take care of him just to be safe. A woman in a purple dress with a butterfly mask asks what they're going to do about the guy who actually ruined their plans. She reminds them that Donghak was only sent to gather info on the mysterious hunter who soloed an A-rank dungeon break. A man in a clown mask laughs, finding it hard to believe an E-rank could do that. He thinks the association is hiding a secret S-rank. Another member points out that this is the same kid who was present during the academy incident involving their mole, Jo Hakre. The blue-haired man with glasses tries to argue that the academy was a different situation, but the tension in the room keeps rising. The man with the bear mask speaks up, revealing that Donghak had warned him about this specific hunter. He recalls the bridge incident, noting that Jong Do was waiting there as if he knew exactly when and where the break would happen. The bear-masked man suggests that instead of worrying about the kid, they should be looking for the leak within their own guild. The room erupts into murmurs as the guild members start to doubt each other, the suspicion spreading like a virus. "Enough," one commands, his voice cutting through the chatter like a blade. His glowing red eye focuses as he decides to put aside the issue of Jin Jongdo for the moment. A member in a wooden mask screams that it's nonsense, they spent too much time and blood on that plan to just let the guy go. One remains calm, stating that they don't need to make an enemy out of someone whose interference might have just been a coincidence. The wooden masked man is furious, reminding him that the kid was literally waiting there for them. One asks if there's any real proof that the kid from the academy and the hero from the bridge are even the same person. He argues that even if it is him, they don't have enough data to move against him without risking their ultimate goal. He notes that if the kid truly has S-rank power, taking him down would require too many sacrifices, slowing their schedule. One believes their resources are better spent taking out Seo Sangui first, since the association would crumble without her leadership. The wooden masked guy clenches his fists, clearly not satisfied with letting his grudge go. One towers over him, reminding him that the failure of the bridge break was his responsibility, and it was a plan that absolutely needed to succeed. He leans in close, his one visible eye glowing with a terrifying light as he delivers a chilling message. He tells the subordinate that he, some higher power, is very disappointed in the failure. One warns him to be careful, because in this guild, failing even once is more than enough to get you erased. The meeting is dismissed, the guild members disappearing in flashes of light as they return to their tasks. The man in the wooden mask stands alone, his hand shaking as he grips his mask in a fit of rage. He can't believe he was told to back off when this Jongdo kid made him look like a failure in front of their master. His eyes glow with a murderous yellow light as he vows that he will never let Jin Jongdo go, no matter what the guild says. Back at the association, Sangui welcomes Jongdo with a bright smile, looking much more relaxed now that the traitor is in a cell. She notices he looks tired and mentions that the interrogation with Donghak is going nowhere because the assassin refuses to speak. Sangui holds up her massive axe with a dark, playful grin, saying she tried to use some more violent methods to get him to talk. Jiangdo looks at her with a sweat drop, realizing the association probably stopped her just so she wouldn't accidentally kill the suspect before he talked. A shot shows Donghak tied to a chair, blindfolded and gagged. The dude is definitely having a bad time under Sangui's questioning. Sangui shifts gears, telling him she has news about the massive pile of loot he gathered from the bridge break. She drops the bad news. Because the items are so high tier and valuable, the government is going to hit him with a massive tax bill. However, she tells him there's a loophole. The higher your official user grade, the more tax exemptions you get. As soon as Jongdo hears tax cuts, his eyes literally turn into dollar signs. He's ready to do whatever it takes to keep his money. Sangui leads him to a specialized facility, explaining that this is where the elite tests happen. They enter a massive, high-tech lab, where B to S rank users undergo their official examinations. Jongdo asks if the test is done through Mana Virtual, a simulation system he's familiar with. Sangui confirms it, saying that if his skills are recognized by the examiner in the virtual world, he'll rank up instantly. Jongdo is pumped, knowing that inside a virtual simulation, his talent will activate, giving him a massive advantage. Suddenly, a booming voice calls out to Sangui, calling her the pride of the organization. Sangui's expression immediately sours as she turns around, calling the newcomer teacher with a look of pure annoyance. A massive man in a white crocodile skin suit laughs boisterously, mocking her for being too successful to visit her old master. The giant, Zhang Chulson, folds his arms and scoffs, saying he'd lose face if he had to be the one to seek her out. Sangui sighs, wishing she'd never had to see him again, and bluntly asks what he's doing at the testing center. She explains she's here to guide an important guest through a rank-up test, gesturing toward a confused-looking Jongdo. Cholsan's eyes light up, realizing this is the kid who single-handedly crushed an entire dungeon break. He reaches out and grabs Jong Do's hand with a bone-crushing grip, introducing himself as Jong Cholsan. Sangui tells her teacher to call in a B-grade examiner for the test, but Cholsan looks intrigued. She notes that while Jong Do's records only qualify him for B rank right now, his actual skill level is way beyond that. Cholsan leans in close, his eyes narrowing as he hears how highly Sangui is evaluating this rookie. With a wild, toothy grin, he announces that he's going to handle the examination himself. Sangui freaks out, reminding him that he's an S-rank exclusive examiner who usually can't even be bothered to look at A-rank tests. Cholsan just laughs it off, saying he's been getting bored and this kid looks like he'll be some good entertainment. Blue energy flares around Cholsan, his massive frame looming over Jong Do like a literal mountain. Jong Do isn't scared. He clenches his fists with a grin, saying it's an honor since he rarely gets to fight in S-rank. Cholsan likes his boldness and leads him toward the virtual pods, ready to get the session started. As Jong Do plugs in, the system alerts him that his Crame talent has been activated. Mana surges through him, increasing all of his abilities by 100%. He manifests a long silver spear as the simulation loads a desert battlefield. Jong Do pulls up his status window, curious to see exactly how much stronger he is inside the virtual world. He stares at the numbers, his eyes widening as he spots something strange in the data. His reflex stat is at 99, but he calculated that it should be 100. He wonders why he's missing that one final point. He guesses that either his game talent is capped at level 2, or there are hidden restrictions he hasn't discovered yet. He shakes it off, telling himself to focus on the monster in front of him, Jong Cholsan, who is now standing ready with a massive hammer. Cholsan looks at Jong Do's spear and admits it's a good weapon, but he has his own philosophy on combat. His gaze turns sharp and intense, the air around him beginning to vibrate with raw power. He raises his giant black hammer over his head, declaring that if you're a real man, you should be using a club. He slams the hammer down with terrifying force, the impact cratering the ground and sending a shockwave of sand into the air. Jong Do dodges the direct hit, his spear crackling with lightning as he feels the sheer weight of an S-rank's attack. The dust clears to show the massive fissure Cholsan left behind, proving he isn't holding much back. Cholsan gives Jong Do a menacing grin, telling him he's earned the privilege of the first strike. He wants the kid to come at him with everything he's got. Jong Do doesn't need to be told twice. He grips his spear and gives a confident smirk, ready to show the S-rank what a Gacha-Hunter can do. He charges forward like a bolt of lightning, his spear leaving a trail of light as he aims a high-speed thrust at the giant. Cholsan is surprised by the speed, but he effortlessly bats the spear aside with his hammer, blue sparks flying as the weapons collide. Jong Do uses the momentum to flip through the air, landing gracefully and immediately preparing for a follow-up strike. A massive explosion of mana fills the center of the arena as the two clash, the power level of the simulation being pushed to its limits. Suddenly, Cholsan stops and starts laughing, simply saying, "Pass." Jong Do is confused, and Cholsan explains that no normal A-rank could have even reacted to that spear thrust, let alone landed it. He notes that Jong Do must have been trained by a legendary master, and Jong Do thinks of the hero souls like Lu Bu and Zhang Fei, nodding that they were indeed great people. Jong Do asks if that's the end of the test, but Cholsan's expression changes, becoming much more sinister. He admits that ending things here would be a total waste for both of them. Jong Do catches his drift and smiles. He's not done yet either. Cholsan roars that a real man should keep pushing his limits, and he grips his hammer with both hands. The S-rank examiner enters his serious stance, his mana erupting into a blue aura that dwarfs everything around him. Jong Do responds by channeling his own power, his spear glowing with white-hot energy as he prepares for the real fight. Jong Do's eyes turn pure white, his hair standing on end as the full power of his him talent surges through his veins. Cholsan lunges forward with a horizontal swing, but Jong Do slides underneath the massive hammer, the wind of the attack nearly knocking him over. He shouts Green Dragon Maneuver, launching into a spinning upward strike inspired by the legendary heroes in his gacha. The tip of the spear grazes Cholsan's cheek, the giant's eyes widening as he realizes the kid is actually managing to keep up. He realizes Jong Do is even faster than before, his movements becoming more fluid and precise with every second. They trade a flurry of blows, the sound of hammer hitting spear echoing like cannon fire across the desert. Jong Do grits his teeth, thinking that if it weren't for the talent doubling his stats, he wouldn't even be able to see Cholsan's movements. He grips his spear so hard his knuckles turn white, vowing to himself that one day he'll reach this level of power in the real world. He launches another massive strike, the spear glowing so brightly it looks like a pillar of light as he forces Cholsan onto the defensive. Cholsan blocks the attack, his eyes glowing blue behind his sunglasses as he realizes something about his opponent. Jong Do lunges one more time, his face a mask of pure determination as he pours every last drop of mana into the tip of his weapon. Cholsan catches the spear with his bare hand, a wild knowing grin on his face. They engage in a final, massive struggle, the desert simulation beginning to glitch and tear apart from the overwhelming pressure. The two warriors are locked in a stalemate, Cholsan's hammer pressing against Jong Do's spear as they stare each other down. Cholsan's grin turns into a laugh as he tells Jong Do that something is off about him. He notes that Jong Do's experience and technique don't match his physical stats. It's like he suddenly got hold of a power he doesn't quite know how to handle yet. Cholsan leans in, his voice dropping as he asks the million-dollar question. You have it, right?
The talent.
Jong Do's heart stops. His biggest secret has just been called out by an S rank. Emotional hook. In this world, secrets are more dangerous than monsters, and our boy just got called out by an S rank who knows exactly how he's cheating the system. Cholsan stares Jong Do down, his voice booming as he asks if he really has the Kame talent. Jong Do freezes, his eyes wide with shock. This is the one secret he never wanted the association to find out. Cholsan doesn't miss a beat. He spots the split-second opening in Jong Do's defense and wears a predatory grin. The massive S-rank surges forward, his hammer coming down like a falling building, slamming into the ground right where Jong Do was standing. Jong Do lets out a pained grunt as the shockwave rattles his bones, struggling to keep his footing against the overwhelming pressure. His spear is knocked away, spinning through the air as he's sent tumbling across the digital sand, completely disarmed. Cholsan doesn't stop, leaping into the air with his hammer raised high for a finishing blow that would have flattened any normal hunter. Jong Do braces for the impact as the hammer descends, the power of an S-rank turning the simulation into a storm of dust and mana. Jong Do stares up from the crater, breathing hard, and admits the truth. He lost this round, and he lost it hard. Cholsan laughs, his scary aura vanishing instantly as he reaches down a massive hand to pull Jong Do back to his feet. Jong Do is still sweating, finally finding his voice to ask how the hell Cholsan knew about his talent. Cholsan explains that he's seen others who were virtual world kings before, losers who were gods in simulations but useless in real life. But he acknowledges that Jong Do is different because he's already proven he can handle a real A-rank dungeon break without the simulation buffs. Cholsan tells him to meet him outside, mentioning that Sangui is waiting and probably getting impatient. Jong Do takes a moment as the simulation fades, realizing he still has a long way to go before he can truly stand equal to an S-rank. He looks at his new B-rank certification on his wrist, knowing this is just the first step. Outside the pods, Jong Do bows respectfully, thanking the examiner for the lesson, while Sangui watches them both with a suspicious eye. Sangui asks how it went, and Cholsan admits it's been a long time since he met someone as interesting as our boy. He walks away, thinking to himself that with Jong Do's growth rate, they'll definitely be crossing paths again very soon. Sangui is actually a bit jealous, admitting she wanted to try fighting Jong Do herself, but Cholsan just laughs at her born fighter instincts. The big guy waves them off, whistling a tune as he heads out, satisfied with the fun he had today. But Sangui isn't letting him off that easy. She reaches out and grabs his shoulder with a grip that says she's looking for a rematch. A terrifying purple aura erupts around her as she asks her master why he's in such a rush to leave after ignoring her for so long. Her eyes glow with a scary light as she suggests a friendly duel so he can check up on his disciple's progress. Suddenly, the fearless Cholsan is sweating bullets, claiming he's way too tired to fight her right now. Sangui doesn't care. She draws her massive axe and prepares to charge, making her old teacher run for his life. Cut to the city streets, where Jong Do is waiting outside, hearing Cholsan's screams echoing from the building behind him. Suddenly, a voice calls out Appa, and Seo Yoon arrives, looking gear-ready in her combat armor and carrying a massive red backpack. She apologizes for making him wait, but Jong Do just smiles, telling her he arrived at the same time. Seo Yoon is internally screaming with joy, thinking this is a private expedition date with her favorite person. But Jong Do ruins the mood instantly, looking past her and saying, "Ah, there he is." A loud voice screams Hyungnim as Haishik, the armor-clad fanboy, comes sprinting toward them with his arm raised. Haishik is practically crying with joy, thanking Jong Do for finally accepting him as part of the family. Jong Do tells him to stop making a scene, reminding him that this is just a trial run and he can leave if he doesn't like the work. Haishik turns to Soyoon with a big, friendly grin, telling her he's looking forward to working with her. Soyoon's aura turns pitch black as she shakes his hand, gripping it so hard that poor Haishik starts screaming in pain. Ignoring the drama, Jong Do suggests they head to the dungeon Haishik secured for their training session. He looks at them both, realizing he forgot to mention exactly where they're going for this run. They arrive at Hwasung Fortress in Suwon, where a swirling blue portal is crackling against the ancient stone walls. The mana from the gate is pulsating, a clear sign that it's an active dungeon waiting to be cleared. Inside, our boy is already putting in work, his spear flashing as he cuts through a weird, red-skinned monster with green hair. He thinks to himself that since it's only an E-rank dungeon, he could probably clear the whole place by himself in 10 minutes. But he remembers his real goal. He's not here for the loot. He's here to act as a mentor for the other two. He watches as Haishik charges forward, his golden shield glowing as he slams into a group of monsters with surprising power. Soyun isn't holding back either, launching a brutal high kick that sends a monster's head spinning. Jong Do stands over a defeated goblin, impressed that his new team is actually quite capable even without his help. He notes that Soyun isn't just a priest, she's basically a high-speed battle monk who thrives in the middle of a brawl. Haishik approaches Jong Do, looking a bit nervous as he points toward the saintess. He asks if he did something wrong, because Soyun has been glaring at him with murderous intent for the last hour. Jong Do just sighs, thinking that both Haishik and Soyun are completely dense when it comes to social cues. They reach the massive, rune-etched doors of the boss room, the air thick with dark energy. Jong Do tells them he's going to stay back and observe, challenging the two of them to take down the boss together. Haishik is hyped, giving a confident thumbs up, while Soyun just nods silently, her eyes focused on the target. Jong Do pushes the doors open, and a blast of blue light erupts from the chamber within. A sinister masked creature with wild green hair laughs from the shadows, its eyes glowing with a malicious red light. The boss leaps from the rafters, letting out a screeching war cry as it prepares to ambush the party. It hits the ground with a massive shockwave, its speed making it look like a blur of red and green mana. Jong Do shouts for Haishik to take the lead, and the tank steps forward, raising his heavy shield to intercept the attack. The monster roars EOLSU as it lunges, its clawed fingers reaching for Haishik's throat. Bam! The boss slams into Haishik's shield, sparks flying as the tank holds his ground against the impact. Jong Do watches from the sidelines, planning out the strategy. If Haishik tanks the front, the others can dismantle it from the sides. But Soyun doesn't wait for a plan. She leaps over Haishik, delivering a devastating downward kick to the boss's head. Blue mana explodes from her foot as she connects, the force of the strike cracking the floor beneath the monster. The boss lets out a pathetic kek as its mask shatters, its eyes rolling back into its head. Soyun lands gracefully as the monster's corpse disintegrates into mana dust, the fight ending before it even really started. She turns back to Jong Do with a sweet, innocent smile, asking if he said something a moment ago. Jong Do is sweating, realizing he shouldn't have tried to manage her. He tells her to just keep doing whatever she wants. With the boss dead, the party gathers by the exit portal, Haishik stretching his arms and celebrating a job well done. Haishik asks if they're going back to the association to update their records, but Jong Do has other plans. He tells them he has some private business to attend to, and asks them to head back to the city without him. As they leave, the chibi spirit of Lu Shan appears, sensing that it's finally time for some gacha. Jong Do watches the van drive away, finally alone at the historic site of the Hwasung Fortress. Lu Shan floats around, admiring the stunning castle walls and asking if they're going to pull some new heroes here. Jong Do mentions he's looking for a specific type of general, remembering a conversation they had about the strongest commanders. Lu Shan talks about General Zhao Zhilong, a legendary commander whose strength and loyalty were unmatched in his experience. Jong Do thanks him for the tip and wears a determined smirk, knowing exactly what he needs to do. He activates the connection gacha, a massive circle of mana erupting from the ground as gold and silver cards spin around him. He realizes that the luck he had on the bridge wasn't just random, his gacha pulls are actually influenced by his physical location. He remembers the bridge fight, thinking about how that specific spot was the key to summoning a bridge-themed hero, like Zhang Fei. The image of Zhang Fei standing alone on the bridge of Zhangpan Po flashes through his mind, confirming his theory. Jong Do realizes that the connections he loads are affected by the history and anecdotes of where he's standing. The light intensifies as a single glowing card begins to descend from the center of the mana storm. Jong Do's eyes widen as he catches the card. It's a rare diamond-tier call card, pulsing with an incredible amount of energy. He looks at the card, his face falling into a mask of confusion as he sees the figure depicted on it. He looks around, wondering why there are no massive changes to the world, expecting something a bit more explosive from a diamond pull. A small floating spirit in a black scholar's hat and glasses appears, looking out over the modern city with a nostalgic gaze. The system identifies him. Zhong Yakyong, a level 34 scholar with an insane list of talents like invention and detection. Jong Do greets him politely, but he's internally thinking that this guy's combat stats are way too low for such a high-tier card. The scholar likes Jong Do's name, noting that Zhong means upright and Do means path, a fitting name for a hero. The spirit tells him they're incredibly lucky to be standing at Hwasung right now, leaving Jong Do puzzled. The scholar asks with a cheeky grin if Jong Do wants to collect all the secret treasures he hid in this very fortress centuries ago. Jong Do's eyes turn into dollar signs again. He's realized that diamond cards don't just give combat power, they give game-breaking utility. The spirit explains that when the king ordered him to build this place, he got a bit over-enthusiastic and added secret locations and formations everywhere. He starts giving hyper-specific instructions, telling Jong Do to find a very specific brick on the right side of the main gate. The scholar rambles on, telling him to use that brick as a center point and count hundreds of other bricks to the left and right. Jong Do looks absolutely exhausted, trying to keep track of the super complicated math while staring at a giant wall of stone. The spirit laughs, revealing that the numbers he's using are actually his birthday and the king's birthday. Classic scholar humor. Jong Do finally finds the spot, and the spirit tells him to pour his ki, his mana, directly into the stone brick. Our boy slams his hands onto the wall, a bright blue glow erupting as his energy interacts with the ancient formation. Zap! Lightning-like mana arcs across the stone, and a massive golden seal begins to form in the air. A title box appears, Zhong Yakyong's treasure dungeon. Our boy just unlocked a secret stage that nobody has found for hundreds of years. The scholar tells him that if he can pass the test inside, all the treasures will be his. Jong Do wonders how anyone was supposed to find this place without the scholar's help, since the requirements were so insane. The spirit just laughs it off, happy that someone finally managed to find it after all these years, and urges him to go inside. Jong Do steps through the portal and finds himself in a massive traditional Korean hall, the ceiling lined with glowing lanterns. Suddenly, a massive blue demon towers over him, its muscles bulging as it glares down at the intruder. The spirit explains that to get the treasure, he must pass two tests, a test of academics and a test of martial arts by this gatekeeper. The scholar spirit vanishes, telling Jong Do to summon him back once he's cleared the stage and claimed the rewards. As soon as the test begins, Jong Do gets a massive stat boost and a notification that he's already learned a new skill. Detection. He stares at the skill window, realizing he just gained one of the most useful abilities in the hunter world. He knows that detection is the skill specialized seekers use to find hidden dungeons. Now he doesn't have to wait for the association to find them for him. The blue gatekeeper slams a massive, spiked club onto the ground, the impact shaking the entire hall. The demon announces that the academic test starts right now, its voice deep and gravelly as it stands ready. It recites a poetic riddle about rivers and the moon, its eyes glowing with a supernatural light. It asks a final, challenging question: who is this yin and yang referring to? Jong Do doesn't even have to think. He knows the answer is King Jong Jo, since the scholar and the king were best friends. The demon slams its club down again, but this time in a gesture of approval, our boy got the answer 100% correct. The gatekeeper's eyes narrow as it announces that the second half of the exam, the test of martial arts, begins now. Jong Do doesn't hesitate, drawing his silver spear as blue lightning crackles around the blade. He activates his observation eye, the mechanical gears spinning as he tries to read the gatekeeper's power level. The system reveals it's a level 40 King Goblin, its stats looking incredibly balanced and dangerous. Jong Do notes that at level 40, the Goblin's raw stats are actually pretty close to his own, making this a fair fight. The King Goblin surges forward, its massive feet cracking the ornate carpet with every step. "Here I come," it roars, swinging its giant club in a massive overhead arc that looks like it could split a mountain. The spirit gives a final, satisfied nod, telling him they'll see each other again before he vanishes into a cloud of blue mana. Jong Do takes a deep breath, his eyes glowing as he prepares to meet the attack head-on. Clang! The spear and club collide, a massive shockwave of blue and orange energy exploding between them. The goblin grunts in pain as a system message appears, 10% decrease in attack damage. Jong Do realized he tried to use the soul of Mordred in the sword Clarent, but the level difference meant the debuff didn't work perfectly. The goblin laughs, its speed catching Jong Do off guard as it dodges a thrust and prepares a counterswing. Our boy isn't worried. He tightens his grip and tells the monster to try dodging his next move. He executes the green dragon maneuver, his spear becoming a blur as he lands a series of high-speed strikes on the goblin's chest. The demon growls in pain, smoke rising from its wounds as the lightning from Jong Do's spear burns through its hide. "There's more where that came from!" Jong Do shouts, leaping into the air for a devastating downward thrust. The goblin blocks with its club, but the force of the impact is so strong that the floor beneath it completely gives way. The demon slides back, its feet digging into the ground as it tries to regain its balance after the heavy hit. It pants heavily, realizing that this human is far more dangerous than anyone who's ever entered this dungeon before. The goblin mocks him, saying it's stupid to come into close range with a spear, and prepares a point-blank smash. But Jong Do just smirks, his spear suddenly glowing with a blinding white light as he prepares a weapon shift. The spear transforms into a jagged, rune-etched axe in mid-swing, catching the goblin completely by surprise. The demon's eyes bulge in shock. He's never seen a weapon that could change its shape and property like a goblin's magical bat. Jong Do laughs, telling him that his weapon is way better than some goblin bat as he readies the killing blow. He swings the axe with all his might, the blade cutting through the air with a high-pitched whistle. The impact is absolute. The goblin's club is shattered into pieces as the divine power of Jong Do's weapon overwhelms it. The blade stops just an inch from the goblin's throat, the sheer pressure of the mana making the demon tremble. The king goblin lowers its head and admits defeat, announcing that Jong Do has officially passed the test of martial arts. As the goblin fades into mana, a weird clicking sound echoes from the back of the hall. A hidden wall slides open, revealing a dark secret room that's been sealed for centuries. Jong Do steps inside, finding a small desk covered in ancient scrolls and a weird wooden mechanical device. He looks at the two books on the table, the Manhwa Hui Tong and the A Bang Kang Yok Go, legendary texts of the scholar. He remembers that he needs to summon the scholar spirit back to unlock the real rewards hidden in these texts. Even though it's a diamond-tier soul, Jong Do's mana has grown so much that he can easily maintain the summon. The scholar reappears with a proud smile, congratulating Jong Do for passing the tests he set up so long ago. He tells Jong Do to grab the first book, the Manhwa Hui Tong, which contains his life's work on medicine. The system pings, "Would you like to learn the skill?" Jong Do's eyes light up. He's about to get a permanent upgrade. The scholar sadly recalls losing 6 of his children to smallpox, which drove him to create this book to save others from the same pain. Jong Do absorbs the knowledge, and the system notifies him that he's learned the medical skill, which is now reacting with his existing tolerance talent. A massive swirl of purple and blue mana erupts from his hands as the two skills begin to merge and evolve. The notification hits, "You have learned absolute immunity." This is a massive win for our boy. Green energy swirls around him as his body is permanently hardened against all forms of diseases and poisons in the world. Jong Do clenches his fist with a grin, knowing this will keep him safe from the unknown causes that kill so many hunters in deeper dungeons. The scholar points to the next book, explaining it's a detailed geography of Korea he made after visiting every corner of the land. Jong Do touches the book, and a golden glow surrounds him as he learns the navigation-based skill. The skill Detect activates, its yellow and blue orbs spinning as it merges with the geographical data of the scholar. A digital blue window appears in front of him. He's just unlocked a literal dungeon map that covers the real world. The map shows his current location and marks every single dungeon within range with color-coded pins. Jackpot! Jong Do cheers, realizing he never has to struggle to find a fresh dungeon ever again. He turns to the final item on the desk, the wooden mechanical device, which begins to glow and shift to fit its new owner. The system notifies him that he's learned Inventory, the holy grail of all gamer-based hunter skills. Jong Do picks up a random stone from the floor, testing out his new ability with a curious look. He touches the item to the digital grid, and the stone is instantly converted into data and sucked into the void. The inventory shows 1/100 slots used, confirming it works exactly like a storage system in a video game. The secret room begins to dissolve, and the scholar spirit hopes that these small gifts will help Jong Do on his path. Jong Do laughs with pure joy, telling the scholar that these small gifts helped him way more than he can imagine. Back at the fortress, Jong Do opens his status window to admire the insane haul he got from a single gacha pull. He's got immunity, an inventory, and a map. He's basically turned his life into an RPG at this point. He takes a moment to look at the dungeon map again, trying to figure out the color coding for the different portals. He pulls up the map, the blue interface showing multiple colored dots scattered around the Suwon area. He sees himself as the red arrow in the center, surrounded by 3 different colored points. He touches a yellow point with his finger, wondering if these pins actually represent active, uncleared dungeons. He decides to head toward the nearest point to test it out for himself, his excitement through the roof. He arrives at a park and finds a swirling blue portal exactly where the map said it would be. As expected, he says, the map's accuracy proving that he now has a total monopoly on information. But he notices a red flag nearby, realizing that this specific dungeon has already been claimed and cordoned off by another guild. He checks his map again, seeing that the green point he passed was a C rank, while the yellow one he's at now is a B rank. He deduces that the colors correspond to rank, red for A, yellow for B, green for C, and blue for D. Jong Do realizes it's a waste of time to find dungeons that are already taken, so he looks for a way to filter the results. He finds an alarm mode button and presses it, the blue notification light turning ON. The system explains that he'll now get a direct alert the very second a new dungeon forms anywhere near him. Jong Do lets out a triumphant shout. With this, he can beat every guild to the punch and claim every single fresh dungeon for himself. Emotional hook. When the world's strongest hunters are your biggest fans, you know you're doing something right, but that fame might just be the thing that kills you. Jong Do's spear flashes with lethal precision as he drives it straight through the head of a reptilian monster. With a heavy thud, the beast collapses, electricity still dancing along its scales from the impact of our boy's strike. The system pings with a reward. A poisonous blood orb drops from the corpse, pulsing with a dark, toxic energy. Jong Do tucks it away into his new inventory, thinking that even though he's immune to poison, it's always good to have extra loot for a rainy day. Haishik is cheering, amazed that they're clearing D-rank dungeons as easily as the lower-tier ones, all thanks to Jong Do's leadership. With the dungeon cleared, Haishik turns to the group with an excited look, asking if anyone has plans for the rest of the day. Jong Do was just planning on hitting the association's training room, and Seoyun admits she's free as well. Haishik practically glows as he invites them over to his place, bragging that he has his own private training facility with a virtual monopod. Jong Do is floored. Those virtual pods are incredibly rare and expensive, and this guy just has one in his living room? He recalls Haishik literally buying out entire dungeons before, and wonders just how much money this orange-haired fanboy actually has in the bank. Haishik sheepishly explains that his brother, who he lives with, happens to make a pretty good living as a hunter. He mentions that his brother has actually been dying to meet Soyun, making Jong Do nod along, thinking it's just a normal family meeting. Jong Do claps his hands, deciding that as the team leader it's a good move to get to know his teammates' families. Haishik gives a thumbs up, promising to arrange a high-end ride for them as soon as they're ready to roll out. A massive, jet-black luxury limousine pulls up to the curb, looking more like something a president would ride in than a rookie hunter. Jong Do steps out of the car, looking around at the upscale neighborhood with a look of pure disbelief on his face. He points at a massive, ultra-modern skyscraper, asking Haishik if he seriously lives in a place that huge. Haishik just gives him a casual smile and drops a bombshell. No, this entire building is my house. Jong Do is stunned into silence as they walk into the lobby, wondering if Haishik's brother is secretly the king of the world to afford a private skyscraper. The elevator dings as they reach the top floor, the tension rising as Jong Do prepares to meet this mysterious wealthy brother. A tall, slender man with blonde hair and glasses greets them, looking more like a polite office worker than a warrior. He introduces himself as Kong Haejun, his voice calm and welcoming as he welcomes them into the massive penthouse. Jong Do bows politely, introducing himself, but his brain is working overtime trying to place where he's heard that name before. Suddenly, his eyes widen in realization. Kong Haejun isn't just some rich guy. The name carries a weight that shakes the entire hunter world. He remembers the records of the god-tier hunters, the ones who stand at the absolute peak of human potential. Jong Do stammers out the truth. Haejun is one of only 8 SS rank users on the entire planet. Haishik just laughs, confirming that the living legend standing in front of them is indeed his big brother. Jong Do grabs Haishik by the shirt, whispering furiously about why he didn't mention he was related to a world-class monster. He complains that an SS rank being around makes everyone else feel like an amateur, but Haejun overhears and looks a bit awkward. Haejun adjusts his glasses, his eyes focusing on Jong Do, with a weird, intense curiosity that makes our boy break into a sweat. The SS rank leans in, murmuring that Jong Do looks incredibly familiar, like they've met in a past life or something. Jong Do tries to act cool, wondering where someone of that caliber could have possibly seen a trash-tier salesman like him. Haejun takes a step closer, the atmosphere in the room becoming heavy as he prepares to ask a very personal question. The silence is deafening as Haejun stares into Jong Do's soul, a look of dawning realization crossing his face. Suddenly, the SS rank's serious face melts into pure joy as he screams, "Are you the professional gamer Lai HT Wei?" Jong Do is paralyzed with shock as the world's strongest hunter starts fanboying over him, grabbing his hands and rambling about his old matches. Haishik and Seoyun watch from the side, Haishik looking proud while Seoyun realizes her appa was even more special than she thought. Haejun is practically vibrating with excitement, ushering them into the drawing room to make them comfortable while he geeks out. He lays out a spread of tea and high-end desserts, treating the B-rank Jong Do like he's the guest of honor. Haejun starts reciting specific plays from the 2020 spring season, calling Jong Do's comeback win one of the greatest highlights in gaming history. Jong Do buries his face in his hands, dying of embarrassment as Haejun and Seoyun bond over his unprecedented win rate and flashy prime years. Haishik joins in, admitting he never knew his team leader was a legendary gamer, while Jong Do just wants the ground to swallow him whole. Haejun stands up, offended that Jong Do called himself unknown, insisting that he was a revolutionary in the pro scene. He describes Lightway's playstyle as aggressive and captivating, a breath of fresh air compared to the boring, optimized strategies of other pros. Jong Do is turning bright red, begging them to stop as Haejun reveals he was the very first member of Lightway's fan club. Seoyun pipes up with a smug grin, reminding everyone that she was actually the one who started that fan club in the first place. Seoyun notices the clock, realizing the sun has already gone down while they were busy reminiscing. She politely takes her leave, suggesting Haishik stay to hang out with his brother, while Jong Do sees her out safely. As the room quiets down, Haejun's expression shifts back to something more serious, his fanboy energy replaced by a hunter's intuition. He bows deeply to Jong Do, thanking him from the bottom of his heart for saving his little brother's life during the bridge incident. Jong Do waves it off with a humble laugh, saying he just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Haejun is impressed by his politeness, but then his aura flares with a fiery intensity, vowing to train Haishik personally so he isn't a burden to Jong Do. Jong Do's heart starts pounding. He can't believe he's sitting in the same room as a legend like Kong Haejun. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he activates his observation skill to see what the stats of an SS rank actually look like. The window pops up, level 94, with a mind-blowing 107 reflex and a talent list that goes on forever. His eyes snap to the top of the list. Haejun has level 3. A tier higher than Jong Do's own boosted ability. Jong Do is internally screaming. He never thought he'd see a level 3 version of his core talent in another person. Suddenly, a system alert blares in his vision. His communication skill has recognized the higher-level game talent nearby. Lightning-like mana begins to leak from his body as the system announces a force reset of his level 2 game talent. Jong Do lets out a scream of agony, his mana circuits overloading as his talent begins a violent, forced evolution right there on the couch. Suddenly, the room freezes. A familiar figure in a black gothic dress appears through a swirl of stardust. Jong Do gasps out her name. Makina has arrived, and she looks more serious than ever before. She explains that she's temporarily stopped time so they can talk without the SS rank or the rest of the world interfering. She sighs with relief, telling Jong Do that she's glad she made it at the exact moment his talent began its transformation. She gives him a grim warning. If she had been even a few seconds late, the pressure of the reset would have blown his body into pieces. Jong Do stares at his shaking hands, realizing that his path to power is literally a ticking time bomb for his mortal frame. Makina uses a cute little diagram to explain that his communication talent is forcefully shoving his game talent from level 2 to level 3. Jong Do's eye twitches with fear and excitement as he realizes his core power is leveling up in real time. He asks if this isn't a good thing, but Makina points out that he's trying to hold a god-tier power in a very fragile human body. She explains that talents are usually fixed at birth, and forcing them to change is like trying to rewire a house while the power is still on. She visualizes it as a massive red giant crushing him. His fate is changing so drastically that his physical vessel can't keep up with the weight of it. Jong Do breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing that his lucky talent evolution is actually a death sentence if he can't manage the load. Makina reaches into the air and pulls out a beautiful, glowing necklace with a massive emerald-like gemstone. She explains that as long as he wears this, it will absorb the burden of the reset, protecting his body from the strain of the upgrade. Jong Do scrambles to put it on, and Makina adds with a wink that it also provides a nice little boost to his luck stats. He asks if that's all he needs to do, and she confirms it, noting that the necklace has minor spells to prevent anyone from stealing it. With a graceful bow, Makina begins to fade, promising to find an even safer way for him to complete the level-up process in the future. Time snaps back to normal, and Haejun is still smiling, blissfully unaware that time just stopped and his guest almost exploded. Haejun mentions that from what he can see, Jong Do has a natural talent for games, which is why he was such a beast in the pro scene. Haejun wonders why Jong Do doesn't go back to pro gaming, thinking someone with his instincts could reach the top again in no time. Jong Do admits he played a lot, but he actually finds watching others more enjoyable than grinding the games himself these days. Haejun laughs, saying he's being forced to play a real-life RPG now, and it's honestly just a massive hassle to manage everything. Jong Do cracks a joke about an SS rank, complaining about the difficulty, making them both share a moment of genuine laughter. They agree that being good at something and actually liking it are two very different things in this crazy world of hunters. Later that night, Jong Do is out under the moonlight, the mana in the air swirling as he prepares for another round of gacha. His luck is on fire. 2 gold rank cards pop out of the machine in a row, bathing the park in a brilliant golden glow. Jong Do kisses his new necklace, crediting it for the insane pull, while Lu Shan gets annoyed and demands all the credit for himself. Our boy just laughs and picks up the tiny spirit, threatening to give him a kiss too if he doesn't stop complaining. The first card manifests. A gentle woman in a Victorian nurse's outfit appears, introducing herself as the Angel of White Nightingale. Jong Do is thrilled, knowing that having a dedicated healer in the party is going to be a total game-changer for their future raids. Nightingale prays, her aura emitting a soothing green light. Her skills are low-cost and high-efficiency, perfect for Jong Do's mana pool. But then reality hits. Our boy realizes he's almost out of mana and can't afford to do any more connection gacha tonight. "Why think?" he shouts, deciding to gamble one of his permanent strength points to buy another round. He's fully committed to the gacha life. He looks at Lu Shan with a desperate plea, telling the spirit that he's putting all his faith in his luck one more time. The machine roars to life, a blinding explosion of mana filling the area as the final pull of the night begins. The light fades to show Lu Shan glowing with a new level of power. He's officially reached +3, boosting his luck aura even further. Jong Do looks absolutely devastated, staring at the chibi spirit with a look of pure, unadulterated disappointment. Lu Shan gets defensive, pointing out that if he levels up, Jong Do's overall luck and abilities get a massive permanent boost too. Jong Do sighs and decides to use his one daily free information gacha just to see if he can get something useful before heading home. The little red crab machine spins its colorful orbs, processing the request for a quick bit of future intel. The machine spits out a single, jagged purple orb that hits the ground with an ominous sound. Jiangdo's face goes pale as he reads the data flowing into his mind. His information gacha has never looked this intense before. A massive, blood-red warning screen erupts in front of him, the mana literally screaming as the prediction takes hold. He lets out a shout of pure shock, realizing the scale of the disaster the universe is currently predicting. "Confucius!" he screams, sprinting through the park at full speed as he calls upon his strategic mind to process the threat. Even the tiny chibi spirits are looking on in terror as the red warning energy begins to consume the horizon. The urgent information drops. In exactly 3 hours, Seo Songui will be in immediate danger. The mission is simple. Go save her. Cut to Songui at the association, her face turning pale as she receives some devastating news from her staff. Someone has bypassed the association's elite security, entered the holding cells, and murdered the assassin Seong Donghak in cold blood. She slams her hands on the desk in frustration, learning that the surveillance data has been professionally erased. It was definitely an inside job. Songui grits her teeth, realizing that for a spy to pull this off, there must be a massive network within the association helping them. She wonders how she's supposed to find a traitor among her own people when the phone on her desk starts ringing. A voice on the other end reminds her that it's time for her scheduled patrol of the local A-class dungeon site. She tells her aide they'll finish the conversation when she gets back, not realizing she's walking straight into the mouth of a lion. Midnight hits. A tactical jeep roars up to a high-security fence at the base of Obong Mountain, its headlights cutting through the dark. Songui steps out, her massive axe resting on her shoulder, determined to finish this patrol quickly so she can hunt down the spy. She walks into the woods, the quiet of the mountain feeling unnerving as she moves toward the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, she stops. Her eyes go wide as a wave of sickly purple mana washes over the trees. The mana is so dense, it's practically choking the air. This isn't just a normal dungeon, it's something far more sinister. A massive explosion of energy erupts behind her. A dungeon break is happening right in the middle of the safe zone. Songui grits her teeth in fury, realizing this was a setup from the start. They timed the break perfectly with her patrol. She realizes the spies knew exactly where she would be, and now she's trapped between a portal and whatever monsters are about to crawl out. She barks into her radio, reporting the break at Obong Mountain and demanding immediate backup from headquarters. But there's no time to wait. She surges forward toward the energy bloom, knowing she's the only thing standing between the city and a massacre. She tells herself that even if it's a trap, she has to handle this break before the situation gets out of control. She knows that if the monsters escape the mountain, they'll run straight into the residential areas nearby. 2 massive blue-furred lycanthropes leap from the shadows, their eyes glowing with a primal hunger as they block her path. The beasts let out a bone-chilling howl, the sound echoing through the trees as they prepare to tear the S-rank to pieces. Songui grips her axe, acknowledging that lycanthropes are tough targets even for someone of her level, especially in a pack. The monsters blur into motion, their speed making them look like shadows as they launch a synchronized pincer attack. The lead lycanthrope lunges with its massive claws, its jaws open wide as it screams toward her face. The beast roars in her face, its breath smelling of death, but Songui doesn't even blink. With a grunt of effort, she brings her axe down in a massive vertical arc, the blade splitting the lead monster straight down the middle. The second lycanthrope tries to take advantage of her follow-through, but she spins her weapon, a wave of mana sending the beast flying. She realizes they're smart. They're trying to occupy her with one while the others flank her from the blind spots. A third beast leaps from above, its claws extended for a killing strike while Songui is still recovering her stance. Songui lets out a battle cry, her axe glowing with a radiant pink light as she prepares a wide-range defensive strike. She's surrounded. 3 lycanthropes charge from all sides, their red eyes focused on her throat. She executes a perfect horizontal spin, the wind from her axe literally tearing the ground apart as she pushes them back. She takes flight, leaping into the air and raining down heavy blows that turn the powerful monsters into piles of broken bone and mana. Suddenly, a massive, alpha-tier lycanthrope emerges from the portal, its sheer size making the others look like puppies. Songui lunges at the giant, but the beast is faster, its hands swatting her axe aside with terrifying raw strength. She flips over the monster's head, slamming her axe into the ground to stabilize herself as the earth craters around her. The alpha snarls, its teeth dripping with saliva as it prepares to finish off the tired team leader. Songui stands her ground, breathing hard, thinking to herself that this is exactly where the trap was leading her. The alpha looms over her, a literal shadow of death, but Songui just gives it a defiant look. The beast lets out a final, deafening growl, its red eyes focusing as it prepares to lunge for the kill. Songui mocks the monster, asking if it's eating enough, noting that for such a tall guy, there's nothing on him but skin and bones. The beast lunges. Its massive arm swipes through the air, the wind of the attack nearly knocking Sangui off her feet. She dodges with an acrobatic flip, her ponytail whipping through the air as she narrowly avoids the razor-sharp claws. She prepares her final move, declaring that the only way to teach a crazed dog a lesson is to give it some tough love. She surges forward with everything she has left, her axe becoming a pillar of light as she drives the blade straight into the alpha's skull. Crack! The beast's head is split open, its glowing red eyes fading as it collapses into a heap of dead mana. Sangui exhales, leaning on her axe as a ring of fire surrounds the area. She thinks the fight is finally over. Nice. A voice echoes through the trees, followed by the sound of slow, mocking applause. 4 masked killers step out of the shadows, their eyes glowing with a sinister light through their golden hoods. They mock her, saying she really lives up to her name as the guardian of the association, but their stance is lethal. More and more assassins appear, a literal army of masked killers surrounding the exhausted Sangui in a perfect circle. Sangui grits her teeth, realizing they're from the Karma Guild. She calls them out for playing so dirty. The leader laughs, mockingly asking if they look like Karma members to her, enjoying the psychological game. He leans in, his glowing red eye visible through the mask, looking like a literal demon in the dark. He claims they're just a group of anti-fans who really want to see Seo Sangui dead tonight. Sangui knows she's in trouble. She's already requested backup, but she just needs to buy enough time for them to arrive. The assassin mocks her again, telling her not to bet on any backup coming to save her. He holds up a radio, revealing that there are people within her own association who want her gone just as much as the guild does. He laughs as a swarm of shadowy spirits erupts around Sangui, mocking her for trying to act like a guardian of justice. And there's no one here to help, he says, his blade gleaming as he prepares to lead the charge. C35_036_. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupts from his chest. The leader lets out a choked "what" as he stares at the blade suddenly protruding through his heart. You don't have to worry about that, a calm, cold voice echoes from behind him. Jong Do is here. He stands over the fallen assassin, his sword dripping with blood as he enters the fray like a vengeful god. The other killers freak out, wondering who this kid is and how the hell he managed to sneak up on an elite squad. Jong Do doesn't give them time to think. He executes the flower sword dance, his blade becoming a blur of pink mana and petals as he carves through the front line. He lands right next to Sangui, casually asking if the team leader is okay, his sword still crackling with energy. He checks his status, noting that thankfully he made it past midnight, meaning his gacha mana has fully refreshed. He tells Sangui he's here to save her and they can talk about the details later. For now they need to take care of the trash. His eyes focus with a murderous intent as he scans the remaining assassins, his strategic mind already picking them apart. The assassins look at their fallen leader and the dead lycanthropes, realize their perfect trap just got a massive wrench thrown into it. Jong Do notes that while the dungeon break is stopped, they still have a small army of C and B rank killers to deal with. He realizes these guys are serious, they've made up their minds to kill Sangui no matter the cost. Suddenly, a tiny spirit in a pink dress starts screaming and crying, terrified of the situation they've just dived into. It's Jugahemi! She's panicking, shouting that they're all doomed and wondering why Jong Do had to be such a hero. Jong Do ignores the chibi's crying, focusing on the fact that Sangui is clearly exhausted from her fight with the alpha. He sees her sweating and panting, realizing he's going to have to do the heavy lifting for the next part of this fight. He knows that even with Hami's soul, dealing with this many elite killers at once is going to be a nightmare. Sangui apologizes, saying if she had known this was a trap, she would have never let him come anywhere near this mountain. Jong Do gives her a cocky smirk, telling her he'd rather hear her say thank you once they get out of this alive. He tells her not to worry because he already has a plan to get them both out in one piece. The assassins are murmuring, realizing there's another intruder among them. They suspect a spy among their own higher-ups. Shut it! A cold, authoritative voice commands from the shadows behind the killers. A tall man in a dark cloak with a single red eye on his mask steps forward, stepping over the corpses like they're nothing. He notes that Jong Do took out 4 B-class killers without even being noticed. He tells his men to treat the kid like an S-class threat. The entire squad of assassins blurs into motion, charging toward Jong Do and Sangui from every single direction. Careful! They're coming! Jong Do shouts, raising his sword to meet the first wave of killers. One assassin leaps with a flaming dagger, his eyes glowing with the intent to carve through Jong Do's throat. Jong Do parries the blow, the sparks from their weapons lighting up the dark forest as the real battle begins. Our boy looks at the enemy, his heart skipping a beat as he realizes the sheer scale of the power they're throwing at him. What? He murmurs, sensing a massive surge of mana coming from the trees above them. A hail of arrows, glowing with dark energy, rains down from the sky like a lethal meteor shower. Be careful! Jong Do screams, lunging forward to shield the exhausted Sangui from the incoming barrage. The ground erupts as the arrows hit, explosions of mana turning the battlefield into a literal war zone. A group of elite snipers emerges from the smoke, their red eyes fixed on our heroes as the sound of drawing bowstrings fills the air. The main assassin stares Jong Do down, his mask hiding a sinister grin. The real nightmare has only just started. Arrows and spells rain down from every angle as Jong Do and Songui are forced into a desperate defensive dance. Jong Do grits his teeth, looking at the exhausted Songui on the ground. He's furious that these bastards are targeting her while she's down. He demands to know if they have any mercy for their own comrades, seeing how they're firing into their own front lines just to hit them. The masked assassins just burst out laughing, their voices distorted and chilling against the night sky. One of the leaders steps on the head of his own fallen man, showing that in the Karma Guild, a weak life is less than nothing. He raises his hands like a fanatic, claiming it's an honor for their members to die if it serves their master's grand plan. His single eye glows through the mask with a terrifying cult-like zeal, showing there's no room for negotiation here. Jong Do realizes talking is a waste of time. He shifts his stance as Juge Haimi's spirit hovers over him, ready to unleash more steel. With a massive burst of speed, our boy leaps into the air, his blade trailing a streak of pink light as he dives toward the mob. The lead assassin barely has time to gasp before Jong Do's sword carves right through his defenses. A massive explosion of energy rips through the clearing, sending bodies and debris flying into the dark. Jong Do shouts for Songui to stay close, intending to use his momentum to carve a path straight through the blockade. He's a whirlwind of motion now, spinning and slashing so fast the assassins can't even raise their shields. He knows if they can just break through one side of the perimeter, they might actually have a chance to escape this death trap. But the enemy isn't letting up. A massive heavy hitter swings a flaming blade right at Songui's head. Jong Do intercepts him mid-air, clashing steel with a shower of sparks that lights up the entire forest. Another assassin lunges from the shadows with a dagger, screaming for the MC to die. Songui isn't completely out of the fight yet. She swings her massive axe down, crushing the attacker into the dirt with raw strength. Juge Haimi points frantically toward the back, warning Jong Do that more reinforcements are closing in. The MC performs a backflip, narrowly dodging a low sweep as the intensity of the battle reaches a boiling point. He unleashes a cross-slash of energy, but the assassins are elite. They're starting to predict his patterns. Songui asks where he learned to move like a gymnast, and Jong Do just smirks, joking that he's been playing too many fighting games lately. He spots a glimmer of light through the trees, a potential opening in the enemy's formation. His face lights up with hope, thinking they can finally make a break for it if they run right now. But as they move, the entire landscape shifts, and they find themselves surrounded by even more soldiers than before. The Karma leader mocks him, revealing that the opening was just a simple illusion meant to lure them deeper into the kill zone. He draws a long katana, telling the duo to give up on the idea of ever leaving this mountain alive. Jong Do analyzes the field. He knows that if he takes out the guy giving the orders, the rest of these fanatics might lose their coordination. His eyes narrow with lethal intent. He's done playing games and is going straight for the head. He tells Songui to hold her ground while he goes on the offensive to take down the commander. Our guy kicks off the ground with a thump, moving so fast his sneakers leave a scorch mark on the grass. He activates the blips skill, becoming a blur of light that weaves through the front line like a needle through silk. His eyes glow with pink mana as he loads more of Haimi's power, focusing everything into a single decisive strike. The Karma leader curses as he barely manages to block the blow, his arms trembling under the weight of the MC's fury. Panic sets in for the villain. He screams for his subordinates to stop watching and help him before he's overwhelmed. Two more elite killers jump in, trying to flank Jong Do while he's locked in a struggle with their boss. Jong Do lets out a breath, feeling the air around him ripple with the sheer amount of mana he's outputting. A new skill notification pops up, signaling he's reached the peak of this current soul's technique. Juge Haimi lets out a battle cry, her tiny form glowing with an intense aura as she syncs perfectly with Jong Do. He becomes an afterimage, dodging 3 simultaneous strikes by a hair's breadth. Haimi screams for him to strike now while the window is open. The Red and Cloud's sword dance begins, a beautiful, terrifying storm of slashes that carves through the air itself. The Karma leader's eyes widen in absolute terror as the pink energy spirals toward him. The MC brings his sword down with a thunderous bam, shattering the ground beneath the villain's feet. The leader stares at the blade inches from his face, realization dawning that he's completely outclassed. However, Jong Do's breath is heavy, he's pushing his mana limits, and even the tiny Haimi looks worried about his stamina. The villain notices his exhaustion and sneers, asking if the MC really thinks he can kill him and save the girl before his time runs out. Behind them, Songui lets out a pained gasp as a hidden sniper's bolt grazes her, drawing blood. Jong Do curses under his breath, his focus flickering between the boss in front of him and the woman he's sworn to protect. Songui stumbles, her mana depletion finally catching up to her as more assassins close the distance. One massive cultist raises a jagged blade over her, laughing that he'll be the one to end the legendary team leader. Jong Do's sword flashes with a desperate crimson light as he tries to force his way back to her. He clears a path with a massive swing, sending the nearby attackers flying, but it's taking everything he has left. He makes it to her side, apologizing for not finishing the leader faster, but Sangui just tells him it's her own fault for being a burden. Haney's spirit begins to fade. She tells Jong Do she's out of time, and asks if he has a plan B. The army of assassins looms over them, their eyes glowing like hungry wolves in the dark. They know the MC is on his last legs. They prepare for one final, coordinated charge to end this fight once and for all. The villain watches from the shadows, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He wants to see Jong Do broken before he dies. Jong Do takes a long, calm breath, looking at the dozens of blades pointed at his throat. He looks up and smirks, realizing there's only one option left. It's time to go big or go home. He summons his gacha interface and calls out for Lu Shan to load. The tiny spirit appears with a grumpy face, asking if the MC just enjoys jumping into trouble or if it's a natural gift. Lu Shan sighs, joking that Jong Do must have done something terrible in a past life to be this unlucky every single day. Jong Do ignores the sass and tells the spirit he needs the strongest general he can think of. He puts all his faith into this one pull and activates the combination gacha. A stream of blue cards zips across the interface, as the universe itself seems to hold its breath. He targets the connection between Zhang Fei and Lu Shan, gambling everything on a specific historical bond. The Shu banner appears, representing the legendary heroes of the Three Kingdoms. He's aiming for a god-tier summon. Sangui looks at him with confusion, not understanding what he's doing while they're literally seconds from being impaled. Jong Do's luck stat surges as his diamond necklace glows, and he shouts for the one person who can save them. The cards merge into a blinding sphere of pink and gold light. "Come on!" he roars, as the gacha explodes into a pillar of energy that pierces the clouds. The legendary card crystallizes in the air, radiating a pressure so intense it makes the nearby assassins stumble back. Jong Do reaches out as a massive vortex of wind swirls around him, signaling the arrival of a true powerhouse. The Karma leader's eyes widen behind his mask. He can feel the power level of the field shifting dramatically. Sensing the danger, he screams for his men to get away from the MC and switch to long-range attacks. Arrows and fireballs are unleashed in a desperate volley, hoping to kill Jong Do before the summon is complete. The sky is literally filled with projectiles, a wall of death descending on our boy and Sangui. Sangui prepares to take the hit, knowing she can't dodge all of them and hoping she can just protect her vital organs. But then, a blur of blue and silver moves. A massive spear spins like a propeller, swatting every single projectile out of the sky. Jong Do stands tall, his new weapon held firmly as the arrows lay broken at his feet. The archers are stunned, unable to believe a single person could block 100 attacks at once. The interface reveals the weapon, Horyongdim, a spear that increases the user's stats every time it blocks a ranged hit. Behold the new load, the sleeping dragon, Zhao Yun. Jong Do's stats explode as a spectral warrior in dragon armor looms behind him. The MC looks back at Sangui with a confident grin, telling her she can leave everything to him now. The assassins try to talk themselves into a fight, shouting that they still have the numbers to win. They charge in a mass of black steel, a sea of blades rushing toward a single man. Their leader screams for them to wait, but it's too late. The bloodlust has taken over. Jong Do lowers his center of gravity, the air around the spear glowing with a cold, piercing blue mana. His eyes focus with a predator's precision. He's about to show them why sometimes the best defense is a relentless offense. He lunges forward, the spear becoming a literal bolt of lightning that rips through the ground. The first two assassins are dead before they can even blink, their armor offering zero protection. Our boy is a blur, spinning the spear in a massive arc that sends 3 more killers flying into the trees. He's not just fighting, he's dominating, every move looking like a choreographed dance of destruction. One final thud echoes as a cultist is slammed into the dirt with enough force to create a crater. Jong Do stands in the middle of a circle of bodies, his back to the remaining enemies as if they aren't even worth his attention. The Karma leader is losing his mind, screaming at the MC's arrogance for standing in the middle of their army. He orders a total suicide rush, demanding they kill him no matter how many lives it costs. Jong Do just exhales a cloud of frost, his mana so cold it's freezing the very air. He activates the Won dragon's rotating claw spear, and a massive spectral dragon begins to coil around the weapon. The assassins find their feet being pulled toward him. It's like they're being caught in a localized hurricane. They scream in terror as they're sucked into the vortex, their bodies spinning helplessly in the air. Jong Do lets out a roar, his hair blowing back as he unleashes the full weight of Zhao Yun's power. A massive explosion of blue light erupts, blinding everyone in the forest. The shockwave is so powerful it levels the trees and shatters the shields of everyone nearby. From a distance, it looks like a star just crashed into the side of the mountain. As the smoke clears, the Karma leader is on his knees, coughing and staring at the devastation in disbelief. The entire battlefield is a graveyard of broken gear and unconscious men. The leader looks around frantically, wondering where the hell the MC went. Suddenly, the ground behind him explodes as Jong Do appears in another burst of speed. He sends the last few standing guards flying with a series of lightning-fast kicks. The remaining Karma members are ready to desert, crying out that this guy is a monster they can't possibly beat. The leader grabs one of them by the throat, telling them to shut up and remember their orders. He tosses the man aside like trash, claiming that fulfilling their master's wish is more important than a few of their worthless lives. He starts channeling a dark ritualistic circle, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. "Our only goal is Seo Sangui!" he screams, realizing he can't kill the MC, so he'll target his weakness instead. His single eye is completely bloodshot now, showing the mark of a master who is watching this entire failure from afar. The elite assassins recover and throw themselves at Sangui, knowing they only need one lucky strike to kill her. Jong Do slides back to her side, whispering for her to excuse him for a second. Sangui's eyes go wide as she realizes what he's about to do. It's the most insane plan she's ever heard. Jong Do scoops her up and leaps high into the air, far above the reach of the ground-bound assassins. Mid-air, he swaps his spear for a sleek, glowing blade, deciding a sword is better for one-handed combat. He pulls the Changgang sword, a weapon that ignores a massive chunk of the enemy's defense stats. While holding Sangui with his left arm, he uses his right to carve through a flying harpy-style assassin. The blade slices through thick hide and bone as if it were butter. One of the mutants screams as Jong Do lands, commenting that these things don't even look human anymore. The spectral image of Zhao Yun appears over his shoulder, pointing out that the attackers are unnaturally obsessed with the lady. The general suggests a wild idea, throw her in the air to use her as bait while they clear the area. Jong Do looks at Sangui and then at the horde, thinking, actually, that's not a bad plan. Sangui looks at him with pure confusion, sensing the impending yeet. "Team leader, forgive me for this," he says with a straight face. He winds up his pitch, his muscles bulging with mana-enhanced power. He launches her high into the night sky, shouting that he'll be sure to catch her when she falls. Sangui is sent spinning through the air, screaming at the top of her lungs as she reaches the apex. Down below, the assassins stop in their tracks, their necks craned up as they watch their target fly away. They're so distracted that they don't even notice the MC closing in on their blind spots. Jong Do's eyes glow with a cold blue fire as he tells them to enjoy the show. It's the last thing they'll ever see. Sangui continues to scream as she falls, while below her, the Karma assassins are being systematically dismantled by a guy who looks like a god of war. A massive blue shockwave clears a path through the forest, sending the last of the cult's heavy hitters flying. Jong Do is a literal whirlwind, carving a 5-pointed star of destruction into the ground with his sword. Zhao Yun's spirit nods in approval, admitting that even for him, that aerial maneuver was pretty impressive. The last few assassins fall face-first into the dirt, their wills completely broken. Jong Do checks his minimap, calculating the exact trajectory for Sangui's landing. He slides into position and catches her perfectly, the impact creating a small cloud of dust under his feet. Zhao Yun says his work is done for now and vanishes back into the card, while Jong Do thanks him for the carry. Sangui stumbles out of his arms, dizzy and definitely not okay with being used as a projectile, even if it worked. Jong Do just laughs it off as a massive pile of rewards and stat increases pop up on his screen. Victory never tasted so sweet. He looks over the battlefield, confirming every single enemy has been neutralized. Sangui stares at him, her heart still pounding. She can't believe a B-rank hunter is capable of all this. Our boy walks over to the unconscious Karma leader, making sure to knock him out cold before he can try any more suicide rituals. He turns to Sangui with a serious look, asking what the prisoner Seong Donghak had revealed about Karma before he died. Sangui's face goes dark as she delivers the crushing news. Donghak was assassinated while in their highest security prison. She confirms what they both feared. There is a high-ranking spy hidden within the association's inner circle. A new quest window flashes red, save Seo Sangui. Even though the battle is over, the danger is only beginning. Jong Do's eyes sharpen. He realizes the real fight isn't on a mountain, it's inside the halls of the KUA. He tells her to leave it to him. He has the perfect tool for unmasking a traitor. He flashes a mischievous grin, summoning the soul of Jaina of Truth, the woman who can pull a secret out of anyone's soul. Later, we're in a high-stakes emergency meeting at the association headquarters, the air thick with tension. The chairman, a stern man with silver hair, demands to know why they've been called in for an emergency for the first time in a year. Sangui recounts the nightmare at Obong Mountain, the 200 attackers, and the artificial dungeon break. One of the directors slams his hand on the table, acting outraged that anyone would dare attack a team leader. Sangui explains how they jammed the communications and left her for dead, showing the high level of coordination involved. She points to Jong Do, telling the board that the only reason she's alive is because this man jumped in to save her. Jong Do stands quietly, observing every flinch and every bead of sweat on the faces of the most powerful people in the room. Another director asks if this meeting is just to give them a report on the incident. Sangui stands tall, her voice echoing in the boardroom. She's here for something much more important. The directors start murmuring, feeling a sudden, unexplained chill in the room. Her eyes glow with a piercing intensity as she looks at each and every one of them. "I am here to expose the spy hiding among us," she declares, sending a shockwave of silence through the room. The directors explode in outrage, shouting about their honor and asking if she's willing to take responsibility for such an accusation. Sangui doesn't flinch. She simply says she has a foolproof way to find the traitor. She holds up 3 fingers, stating there are 3 prerequisites they must agree to before the trial begins. One director scoffs, calling it idiotic, but you can see the sweat dripping down his temple. The chairman leans forward, intrigued, and tells her to go ahead and name her conditions. The first condition: everyone must swear on this spot that they will remain silent about what happens next. They all agree, thinking it's just a standard NDA, not realizing who they're dealing with. Jong Do whispers the command, and the spectral Jaina begins to weave her magic around the room. She activates a high-tier skill that turns a simple promise into a binding curse. A dark energy coils around their thoughts. If they try to leak this info, their very minds will lock up. The second condition: they must all agree to have a specific skill used on them immediately. The board starts to panic again, asking what kind of skill it is and if it's harmful. One of the more hot-headed directors jumps up, calling them cowards and telling them to just agree if they have nothing to hide. He claims he'll take personal responsibility for any harm Sangui causes, falling right into her trap. The chairman agrees as well, his curiosity about Jong Do's nonsensical abilities finally winning out. One by one, the "I agree" messages fill the air. The entire room is now under the contract, their fates sealed by their own words. Jong Do lets out a sharp exhale, a cold smile playing on his lips. All conditions fulfilled, he thinks, as Jaina raises a glowing pink crystal in the center of the table. The crystal radiates a light that pierces through the darkness of their secrets.
Truth is activated!
The entire office is transformed into a psychological cage where lies are physically impossible. Sangui smiles brightly, thanking them for their trust before dropping the hammer. The final request is simple. Each person must look her in the eye and say the words, "I am not the spy." One director laughs, thinking it's too easy, and prepares to speak. The first few go through it flawlessly, their voices steady as the skill confirms their honesty. Finally, there's only one person left: Information Section Leader Jong Kisu. Jaina hovers directly behind him, her hands resting on his shoulders like a judge from hell. Kisu opens his mouth, but nothing comes out but a strained wheeze. Sangui leans in, her eyes cold as ice, stating that he's not refusing to say it, he literally can't. Under the room of truth, his throat constricts as he tries to force the lie out, but all he can manage is, "I am not a man, but a gi. So you're the one after my neck," Sangui says, her voice low and dangerous. Kisu collapses in his chair, his glasses reflecting the cold shadows of the room as his true nature is laid bare. He looks up and sneers, admitting he can't believe they actually had such a nonsensical skill hidden up their sleeves. The other directors are in shock, but Kisu isn't done. His body starts to glow with a violent, dark mana. His hand moves like a blur, pulling a hidden needle-thin blade from his fountain pen. "For his wishes!" he screams, lunging across the table with a lethal strike aimed straight at Sangui's heart. Trapped by the room of truth, the traitor Jong Kisu snaps and lunges at Sangui with a hidden poison needle, desperate to take her down with him. But before he can even get close, a massive boot slams into his chest, sending him flying across the room and shattering his glasses. It's the S-rank veteran Jong Cholsan, and he's absolutely livid that someone dared to try and harm his prize disciple right in front of him. With the threat neutralized, a blue system window pops up. The quest to find the spy is officially complete. Jong Do finally lets out a breath of relief, though he's still reeling from how much mana it took to keep Jaina's soul active this long. He thinks back to the mountain, realizing he was already running on fumes before the meeting even started. Our boy had to wait until the literal stroke of midnight just for his mana pool to refresh enough to pull off this stunt. He looks at the silver ring on his finger, realizing that without this specific mana-boosting item, the plan would have been a total failure. The ring provided just enough extra capacity to load Jaina's soul, proving that even a small item can change the entire course of a war. He remembers Sangui warning him not to lose it, as it's a precious artifact from the association's private vault. Jaina's spirit hovers over him, asking if there's anything else she needs to reveal before she returns to the Soul Album. She laughs at his gold rank status, telling him that with skills as broken as his, he should really be aiming for diamond or higher. Jong Do's confused when she mentions his luck, wondering if there's more to his gacha pulls than just random chance. Jaina drops a chilling detail. Once the Room of Truth is activated, even she can't stop it on command. It's a double-edged sword. Anyone inside the field is forced to be honest, and if an enemy used that against him, he'd be forced to spill all his secrets too. She shows him a vision of a hooded figure, warning him that if a true master took advantage of this skill, Jong Do would be completely helpless. She reveals her own tragic past. She was burned at the stake as a witch because she used this skill on a friend who then betrayed her. Jong Do gulps, realizing he needs to be way more careful about who he trusts when Jaina is on the field. Across the room, the association chairman watches Jong Do with a calculating gaze, clearly realizing this B-rank hunter is much more than he appears. Meanwhile, in a dark temple, the Karma Guild leader gets the report that their assassination plan has failed and Sangui is still alive. The news gets worse. It wasn't just a close call. Their entire elite attack squad has been wiped off the map. The underlings are panicking, unable to comprehend how a single hunter could handle a high-level dungeon break and an army of assassins simultaneously. A masked council member with a tiger face suggests there was an unknown factor that their intelligence completely missed. A woman with a butterfly mask asks if the association had a secret aid hidden on the mountain, even though they jammed all communications. They conclude that someone must have arrived the moment the dungeon break ended, and the scout reports it was just one person. The scout describes a warrior who used both a sword and a spear with master-level skill, growing exponentially stronger as the fight went on. They assume this person must be S-class or higher, and the council immediately shifts their suspicion to one man. They believe the helper was Kang Haejun, the SS-rank powerhouse known for his collection of legendary weapons. They're baffled because Haejun is supposed to be a solo player who never takes sides, and they can't figure out how he knew about their secret plan. One member wonders if Haejun was just out for a casual walk on the mountain, which sounds too ridiculous to be true. The hooded leader's eye twitches. He doesn't believe in coincidences, and he's starting to lose his patience with these excuses. He summons a dark, infinite energy, claiming that luck has finally run out for their enemies. A massive explosion of black mana hits the floor, proving that the leader of Karma is on a whole different level of power. He growls that he won't forgive anyone who doubts their eventual victory or his absolute authority. The council members immediately bow their heads, terrified of the leader's sudden outburst of killing intent. They shift the conversation to their next move, worried about what Sangui will do now that she's looking for blood. The leader reveals that the captured spy, Kisu, has a blood seal that will fry his brain before he can give up any useful intel. He smugly checks his phone, stating he still has another agent embedded in the high-ranking meeting to feed them live updates. Despite the setback, the hooded leader remains calm, even though an unexpected SS rank ruined their frontline squads. He knows the association will be on high alert now, which makes their next move much more complicated. His eye narrows with a sinister red glow. This has officially become the worst-case scenario for their long-term plans. The council notices that one of their key members, One, is missing from the meeting. One is actually in a secret lab, working with an alchemist to create something new inspired by their recent failure. He holds up a stack of surveillance photos, all featuring a familiar face, Jin Jong Do. One's eyes swirl with a hypnotic golden light as he stares at the MC's picture, his obsession reaching a fever pitch. He crushes the photos in a blast of purple flames, vowing to make Jong Do pay for this humiliation with his life. Back at the association, Jong Do is caught off guard when the chairman speaks to him directly. The chairman reveals he knows the Room of Truth wasn't Sangwe's skill. He's figured out that Jong Do is the real source of these miracle powers. Jong Do breaks into a cold sweat. He realized he was being too flashy, and now one of the most powerful men in Korea has his eyes on him. He thinks about how skills are usually tied to a hunter's personality, and Sangwe's aggressive battle-axe style doesn't fit a subtle truth-seeking spell at all. It was a dead giveaway to anyone with high-level observation skills, and Jong Do realizes he needs a better cover story. Sangui gives a thumbs up, acting like everything is cool, completely unaware that her boss just outed her savior. She looks over at the traitor Kisu, who is now tied up and awaiting interrogation, though his mind is already being eaten by the blood seal. The chairman bows deeply to Jong Do, officially thanking him on behalf of the entire association for stopping a coup. He asks how they can possibly repay him, and Jong Do tries to play it humble, waving his hands in a panic. But then the chairman's eyes lock onto the silver ring Jong Do is still wearing. Jong Do realizes he still has the mana booster on his finger and internally screams, "He forgot to give it back!" He quickly starts to take it off, explaining that he only used it because he ran out of mana during the Room of Truth activation. The chairman stops him with a smile, telling him to keep it. Our boy is stunned. He knows how valuable a high-tier mana artifact like this is. The chairman officially presents the ring to him as a reward for saving the association's leadership. Even Sangui is shocked by the generosity, as Jong Do wonders if he's dreaming. The chairman claims the ring isn't even enough to repay the debt they owe him for protecting Sangui. He shakes Jong Do's hand, stating he wants to maintain a very close relationship with a hunter of his potential. Jong Do shakes back, realizing he's just secured a massive political ally in the hunter world. He admires the ring, thrilled that he got a legendary tier item without having to spend a single gacha ticket. Suddenly, Winry Makina appears in a rift of light, reminding him that he hasn't even claimed his actual quest reward yet. She gives him a mysterious smirk, making our guy wonder what kind of game-breaking power she's about to drop on him this time. Later that night, Jong Do returns to his apartment, the city lights reflecting off his new silver ring. He walks inside to find Winry casually sitting on his couch, sipping a cup of tea like she owns the place. He greets her warmly, noting it's only been a day since they last talked, but in the hunter world that feels like a lifetime. Winry looks serious, telling him it's actually not a good thing that they have to see each other this often. Our guy panics for a second, wondering if he's screwed something up or if he's in trouble with the universe. She explains that her physical manifestation consumes a massive amount of energy from real space, the dimension she oversees. She recalls how she had to interfere directly during the incident at Heijun's house to save Jong Do's body from exploding. She shows him a vision of a black hole in deep space, explaining that her role is that of a cosmic overseer, not a personal assistant. She admits they meet often because rare special circumstances keep happening to him, including the bombshell she's about to share. Jong Do realizes that urgent information quests are way more significant to the universe than he realized. He asks why she offers him such massive rewards for these specific missions, and Winry's expression shifts to one of caution. She tells him she's not allowed to share that answer yet. He needs to gain more influence before he can know the truth behind the system. However, she promises on her own existence that the system's ultimate goal is not to cause him any harm. Jong Do takes it in stride, simply asking how he can increase this influence she mentioned. She shows him a vision of a hunter slaying a massive monster, explaining that the most direct way to gain influence is by leveling up. Maintaining a high level of power sends a signal to the universe that he is a key player in the unfolding drama. Our guy resolves to level up consistently, realizing that the stronger he gets, the closer he gets to the truth. He shifts gears, excitedly asking what his reward is for unmasking the traitor Kisu. He jokingly prays for a skill that doesn't have a massive penalty, like the ones that drain his life or his bank account. He thinks about his current transaction system, which increases his mana but at the cost of his permanent stats. While he loves that his 10th pull is a guaranteed rare, losing stat points every time is starting to worry him. He looks at Winry with puppy dog eyes, hoping for a clean reward this time around. Winry smiles brightly, telling him she'll keep his request in mind as she prepares the manifestation. But before she hands it over, she stops him with a pointed finger. She asks if she can show him the specific reward she handpicked for him, knowing it's exactly what he needs. She gives him a look of absolute confidence, guaranteeing that he's going to love this one. Jong Do's eyes sparkle with anticipation. If Winry herself is recommending it, it has to be broken. She unleashes a blast of energy, revealing the souls of Lu Bu and Zhang Fei clashing in a spectacular display of power. Jong Do gasps as the name of the skill appears. Winry confirms his suspicion. This skill allows him to use his gacha to load 2 hero souls into his body at the exact same time. Our guy's jaw literally hits the floor as he realizes the sheer potential of this ability. He imagines himself dual-wielding the heavenly halberd in one hand and the snake spear in the other, becoming a one-man army. But then he stops, his gamer brain starting to analyze the logistics. He asks whose stats he'd be using if he loaded 2 different legendary figures into his single body. He wonders if the stats are added together, though he knows that would be too broken even for his system. Winry explains the mechanic. His stats will automatically shift to the higher value between the 2 loaded souls for every category. She gives him a sly look, telling him that's not even the best part. In terms of talents and skills, he will inherit everything from both souls as long as they don't overlap. She breaks it down with an example. If one hero has level 2 swordsmanship and the other has level 2 archery, Jong Do gets both at max level. Jong Do is losing his mind, realizing this means he can basically custom build his own god-tier class for every fight. As long as there isn't a direct overlap, he can have an infinite combination of broken talents. He has a sudden epiphany, his eyes widening with greed. He realizes if he loads the inventor Zhang Yakyang for his creation skills and the spirit Lu Shan for his luck buff, he could potentially craft legendary weapons that are even more powerful than the ones he pulls from the gacha. He excitedly asks if she's really giving him a skill this powerful as a mere quest reward. Winry's face goes stern again, warning him that even a pro like him should avoid using it too often. The skill is active, meaning it drains his mana pool continuously while both souls are loaded. She shows him the sequence. First he loads one hero, then he has to activate dual load to bring in the second. Once the second soul is pulled, he only has a very short window of time before the mana cost becomes unsustainable. Jong Do does the math. He's using mana for the first soul, the second soul, and the dual load skill itself. He realizes it's a finisher move, something to be used only when he needs to end a fight in seconds. He jokingly complains about the restrictions, asking why he can't just have something completely broken without the mana drain. Winry explains it's a matter of universal balance, and this is the best she can do for his current level. Jong Do stares at the glowing orb in her hands, realizing that despite the cost, the possibilities are endless. He roars that he'll take it, ready to gamble his mana on this new level of power. Winry laughs, happy that he's so enthusiastic about his own growth. She slams the glowing orb into his chest with a burst of golden flames. Jong Do screams as the power of dual load is etched into his soul, the energy overflowing from his body. He collapses on the floor, groaning that she didn't have to be so rough with the delivery. Winry vanishes, leaving him with one final message. The entities of real space are watching him, and they're cheering him on. A few days later, we see Jong Do's fingers flying across a controller. He's back in his element, gaming. He pulls off a perfect KO in a fighting game, his dark-skinned avatar crushing the opponent with a final strike. His opponent groans in frustration, while Jong Do just smirks at the easy victory. It's Kang Haejun, and he's annoyed that Jong Do lied about being out of practice. Our guy is still a gaming god. Jong Do just laughs, claiming he's always serious when it comes to competition. Haejun notices a massive, high-tech machine in the corner of the room that wasn't there before. Jong Do explains a friend forced him to keep it there, though he finds the thing incredibly annoying. Suddenly, the machine starts to hum with an intense blue energy, catching both hunters off guard. A massive warp gate activates right in the middle of the living room, crackling with lightning-like mana. Jong Do dives for cover, terrified the thing is about to blow up and take his apartment with it. Haejun's eyes widen behind his glasses as he whispers a name. Maxwell. A young girl with blonde pigtails hops out of the portal, calling Haejun a nerd as she lands with a smirk. She arrogantly claims she's blessing them with a visit despite her incredibly busy global schedule. She immediately demands snacks, acting like she owns the place and Haejun is her servant. Jong Do is completely lost, scratching his head and wondering who this bratty kid is. Haejun scolds her, telling her he told her to call ahead before using his private warp gate. The girl ignores him and stares at Jong Do, noting that Haejun never lets strangers into his house. Haejun introduces our MC, explaining that Jong Do saved his brother Haeshik and is someone he deeply respects. He turns to Jong Do and introduces the girl, assuming Jong Do has already heard of her legendary reputation. Jong Do's jaw drops when he hears her name, Ellie McDowell, the SS rank hunter from America. She's the genius engineer who developed the entire modern user system, including the VR mana training modules. She's one of the pillars of modern society, the person who literally solidified how hunters function in the real world. We see a flashback of a hunter checking his stats. Every piece of tech used by hunters today was influenced by her designs. She's also the world's richest individual and the first person to ever awaken on Earth. Jong Do can't believe such a global legend is so young, and Ellie immediately punches Haejun in the gut for being annoying. She gives Jong Do a friendly greeting, saying she's heard all about him from Haeshik. Jong Do reaches out for a handshake, trying to be polite to the world's most powerful engineer. But the moment their hands get close, Ellie freezes, her yellow eyes widening as she senses something. She stares at his wrist with an intensity that makes our guy incredibly uncomfortable. She identifies his bracelet as a legendary item from a treasure dungeon. Haejun is stunned, realizing that Jong Do managed to get a clear reward from a dungeon that shouldn't even exist. Jong Do activates his observation skill, determined to see what this girl is hiding behind her bratty attitude. His system starts pinging like crazy. She has a ring of the hidden, a bracelet of information security, and a fake information shield all active at once. He's shocked by how much magical security she has on her person, realizing she's hiding her true stats from everyone. He successfully breaks through the firewalls and sees her status, level 87 with 17 different talents including invention and structural analysis. He's floored, even for a prodigy, 17 talents is unheard of. He wonders how she recognized his bracelet so easily. Haejun covers Ellie's mouth as she tries to blabber more, telling Jong Do not to take her arrogance personally. He explains her core talent, Maxwell, allows her to analyze the atomic structure of any item to see how it was made. However, even for a genius like her, there are two types of items that her skill completely fails to analyze. Those are items from the treasure dungeon, like the legendary Green Dragon Crescent Blade, or the mythical Holy Sword Excalibur itself. Since she couldn't see the structure of Jong Do's bracelet, she was 100% certain it came from that otherworldly dungeon. Jong Do realizes he's dealing with someone who can see through any deception, making her a dangerous person to keep secrets from. Haejun's expression goes dead serious, the light reflecting off his glasses in a way that signals the fun part of the visit is over. He asks if Jong Do would be willing to do a massive favor for both of them. Our guy is hesitant, but agrees to listen, sensing that this favor is tied to the survival of the world. Haejun mentions the otherworldly beings Jong Do met in the treasure dungeon, like the Dwarven Meisters. He reveals a theory that these beings are the key to understanding why dungeons are appearing on Earth in the first place. They've been secretly collecting data from anyone who has ever survived a treasure dungeon encounter. They found a terrifying truth. Every otherworldly being is under a cosmic restriction called a Gias. By piecing together multiple accounts, they discovered a secret that has been hidden for years. Someone from Earth used the planet itself as payment to make a deal with an otherworld entity and asked for all humans to be deleted. Jong Do roars, asking if the person who made the deal was the leader of Karma, but Haejun admits they don't have proof yet. Our guy is sick to his stomach, realizing that someone actually exists who is crazy enough to trade their entire species for power. Haejun explains that the dungeons appearing now are just the exploration teams sent by the otherworld to scout the target. This explains why the monsters are getting smarter. They're learning our tactics and studying our weaknesses. Eventually, the exploration teams will be replaced by a full-scale invasion of stronger and more intelligent monsters. And sooner or later, they will start seeing true otherworlders, actual soldiers and mages, appearing in the dungeons. Jong Do gulps, asking if the friendly beings in his treasure dungeon are different from these invaders. Haejun confirms it. There are mercenaries hired to attack Earth, and then there are the residents of the treasure dungeons. For now, they can safely assume the treasure dungeon beings are the only allies humanity has left in the cosmos. Jong Do asks why they're telling him something this classified, realizing the weight of this information is enough to crash the global economy. Ellie grabs him by the shirt, shouting that they're officially asking for his help as a fellow treasure owner. She explains that having an item from the treasure dungeon means the otherworld itself has acknowledged his talent and potential. He might be an SS rank user in disguise, or even something beyond anything they've seen before. Jong Do is overwhelmed, asking what exactly they need from a guy like him. Haejun tells him to just keep growing, to improve his stats and skills as fast as possible. He shows him a vision of the near future, where the ground itself splits open as massive invaders arrive. When the true otherworlders attack and the world is on fire, they need a wildcard like Jong Do to level the playing field. They want him to be the association's secret weapon when the day of judgment finally arrives. Ellie promises to provide him with any tech or support he needs, as she's officially invested in his survival. Haejun whispers that despite her attitude, Ellie is a good person who truly cares about the fate of the planet. Jong Do looks at his bracelet, realizing his game has just become a war for the survival of the human race. He looks Ellie in the eye, seeing the hidden fear and desperation. He gives her a genuine smile, stating it's a pleasure to work with her for the sake of the future. Ellie is momentarily stunned by his confidence, her yellow eyes shimmering with a bit of hope. She shakes his hand firmly, telling him to just call her Ellie from now on. They're officially partners in this mess. High above the city, a massive portal of swirling cosmic energy begins to rip open the night sky. The silhouettes of dozens of monstrous, horned otherworlders look down at the city, their weapons glowing with a lethal hunger. A terrifying face with glowing orange eyes and a jagged grin whispers that the humans only have a little time left. Winry Makina hovers in the air above the mountain, watching the portal with an expression of grim determination. She looks down at the city and thinks of Jong Do, whispering that time is finally running out for everyone on Earth. One minute you're clearing a dungeon, the next a massive monster vine is whipping through the air ready to take your head off. Heshiek steps up to block the strike, but the impact is way heavier than he expected. He stares in shock at his shield. His high-grade gear just got cracked like a cheap toy, and he realizes they're in over their heads. Seo-yoon isn't backing down, diving into the fray with a lightning-fast kick and telling everyone they just need to push a little harder. But the boss monster lashes out again, its claws slicing through the shadows with lethal precision. Jong Do lunges in to protect Seo-yoon, blocking the strike as he shouts for her to stay alert. His own armor fragments fall to the floor. Our boy realizes that if they want to survive what's coming, they need a serious equipment upgrade. Seeing Jong Do take a hit sends Seo-yoon into a protective rage, her mana flaring up as she prepares to end this fight. She drops from the sky like a comet, slamming the monster into the dirt with a strike that rattles the entire dungeon. Jong Do leaps over the carnage, praising her timing as they finally get the upper hand. He drives his spear into the monster's heart, finishing it off and finally clearing the floor. The system notifies them of the victory, and Jong Do even snags a level-up reward for his trouble. He checks on the squad, but they're looking pretty beat up, and their gear is basically scrap metal at this point. Jong Do realizes he can't keep pushing his team like this if their defense is this low. He looks at his broken gauntlets and makes a decision. It's time for a change. With a smirk, he tells the team it's time for a shopping spree, which is usually music to any hunter's ears. They head to a high-end user department store, a place where hunters can buy everything from potions to enchanted plate armor. The place is buzzing with activity, filled with shops that look like something out of a high-fantasy RPG. Jong Do is impressed by how massive the mall is. It's literally a one-stop shop for everything a modern hunter needs. Soyun is hyped, waving goodbye as she heads off to browse the specialized boutiques on her own. Heshiek asks if they should go check out the main armory, and Jong Do is all for it. Suddenly, a loud scream of frustration cuts through the mall's music, catching their attention. A group of hunters is outside a shop called the Lottery Room, complaining that they got scammed and bought nothing but trash. Haeshik explains the concept. They sell ungraded equipment for cheap, and while most of it is garbage, you might find a hidden gem. It's basically gacha for physical items, and the majority of it is mediocre at best. Jong Do initially says he's not interested, thinking his luck is only good when Winry is involved. But then his gamer brain kicks in, and a literal light bulb goes off in his head. He realizes he has the observation skill, which means he can scan the items and see their true value before he even spends a dime. He tells Haeshik he'll take a quick peek, his eyes already glowing with the intent to find an exploit. Haeshik leaves him to it, and the MC walks into the junk shop with a grin on his face. A man in tactical boots welcomes him, not realizing he's about to have his inventory picked clean by a pro. The room is a mess, filled with crates of rusty spears and mismatched armor pieces that look like they belong in a museum. Jong Do starts picking through the shelves, but everything he touches looks like absolute garbage. Just as he's about to give up, something catches his eye in a dusty corner. He picks up a pair of leg braces, using his observation skill to check for hidden stats. The system confirms there's 0 defense leather. Our guy realizes that finding a needle in this haystack is going to be harder than he thought. He starts to worry about his mana consumption. If he keeps scanning everything, he'll be empty before he finds anything good. Suddenly, he hears a tiny, desperate voice whispering for someone to save it. He stops and looks around, wondering if he's finally losing his mind, or if the shop is actually haunted. He follows the sound deeper into the back of the store, moving crates aside as the voice gets louder and more frantic. He stops in front of a wooden tray filled with old trinkets, and the voice shouts that it's right there, the ring. He picks up a plain-looking silver ring, and a tiny kya of joy echoes in his mind. He asks if the ring can hear him, and the voice is overjoyed that a great being has finally noticed her. The ring begins to hum and vibrate, glowing with a bright magical energy that shatters its dusty exterior. In a burst of light, a tiny spirit with pink braids and elf ears pops out, floating right in front of Jong Do's face. She introduces herself as Ixia, an ego item spirit and part of a legendary armor set made by a gold dragon. Jong Do is stunned. Ego items are the stuff of myths, sentient gear that can grow and talk back to the user. He wonders if his level 3 communication talent is why he was able to hear her soul when no one else could. He asks why she called him a great being, and she tells him he feels just like a dragon. The MC is baffled, looking at a mental image of a literal dragon, and wondering if his dragon blood talent is being picked up by her. Ixia is crying tears of joy, so relieved to be out of that dark shop that she's practically vibrating. Jong Do has to break it to her that he's just a human, but Ixia is so happy to be found that she barely cares. She suddenly collapses in midair, sobbing and begging him not to leave her now that he knows she's sealed. Our guy assures her he's not going anywhere, asking what he needs to do to unlock her true power. Ixia explains that her core is locked by human-level magic, and it would normally be impossible for a regular person to undo it. She promises that if the seal is broken, she'll return to her original form and support him with incredible power. Jong Do looks at her and realizes he's found something way more valuable than just a stat boost. He gives her a confident grin, promising that he will definitely be the one to break her seal and set her free. Ixia is overwhelmed by his kindness, her eyes sparkling as she stares up at her new master. She flies forward and hugs his cheek, swearing her eternal loyalty to him right there in the junk room. She notices he's still looking for more gear and realizes it's the perfect time to prove her worth. She offers to use her sense to find the absolute best items hidden in this room of trash, acting as his personal treasure hunter. Jong Do ends up with a box full of beat-up gear that looks like scrap metal to anyone else. The shopkeeper is genuinely confused, asking if Jong Do actually knows what he's doing by picking the oldest stuff in the inventory. Ixia just strikes a cute pose and winks at him. She's got a feeling he's going to be very happy with these picks. Later, back in the mall, Haishiek and Soyun are trying on their new gear and they're absolutely blown away by how good it feels. Haishiek is practically glowing, telling Jong Do he's the only leader who would personally curate gear for his team like this. Jong Do just laughs it off, though he mentions his eyes are burning from using his observation skill for so long. He sends his teammates home, finally having a moment to breathe and focus on his new partner. He rubs his eyes, thinking, finally, as he prepares to dive into the mystery of Ixia's ring. He calls her out, and she pops up with a cheerful yes, ready to serve. He asks if removing her seal is dangerous, wanting to know exactly what he's getting himself into. But before she can answer, his system pings. The dungeon map has detected a newly created dungeon nearby. He realizes the map he got from his previous treasure hunt is still working, highlighting a red zone right in the city center. He tells Ixia to hang tight, as they need to handle this new threat immediately before it becomes a disaster. He arrives at a construction site, where a blue portal has ripped through the space between the steel beams. He finds the entrance in the shadows, the air around it cold and smelling like death. His system identifies it as a B rank, death aura-filled jail, a solo-only annihilation dungeon. He sees the hidden info. He only has 2 hours to clear it, but he'll get an ability boost for being the first to enter. Ixia is nervous, pointing out that his eyes are still bloodshot and he's already drained a lot of mana today. Jong Do pulls up his status window to check his current limits. He's at level 29 with 32 mana left in the tank. He's shocked by how much his stats have grown. With his gear, his base power is reaching S-grade territory. He figures with this much power, he can steamroll a B-grade dungeon and still have energy to spare. He decides to handle Ixia's seal first, thinking it'll give him an extra edge before he steps through the portal. Ixia tells him it's nearly impossible for a human to break, but she mentions a great mage might have a chance. Jong Do just holds out his hand, telling her he's about to prove her wrong. He activates observation and focuses on the ring. The system immediately begins perceiving the sage's seal. He's surprised to see multiple layers, realizing this isn't just a simple lock, it's a magical cage. With a massive surge of mana, he successfully shatters the first seal, pink energy lighting up the construction site. He doesn't stop, immediately pushing through to the second layer as his mana bar starts to flicker. Ixia's eyes go wide as the second seal breaks, her tiny form glowing with a radiant golden power. He tries to force the third seal, but he's met with a massive backlash of energy that stops him in his tracks. The system tells him he's failed. The third layer requires special conditions that raw observation can't bypass. Jong Do takes a breath, but then he notices Ixia is glowing like a star. Her appearance shifts, her green dress becoming more detailed and elegant as her aura settles. She's now Fenged level, Sage Ixia, and her stats are mind-blowing. She gives a flat +2 to every single attribute. Jong Do roars in excitement, realizing this junk ring is now his most powerful piece of equipment. It's as strong as his best gauntlets and his legendary ring combined, and it even has a growth rate that will increase as they level. He notices her core talent, Sense LV2, and wonders what that actually does in combat. He realizes this ring is basically a 7th talent slot that operates independently of his own loading capacity. Ixia giggles, explaining that it's her own innate intuition that she shares with her master. Jong Do asks if it's like having a gut feeling for danger, and Ixia confirms it with a happy nod. She tells him she used that same sense to pick out those specific junk items from the shop earlier. Jong Do looks at the equipment he bought, a battered shield, some greaves, and a chest plate. He holds up the armor, which looks rusted and thin, asking if he can really trust her judgment on this one. He scans the whole pile of gear with his observation skill one last time. He's stunned. Every single piece is a high-stat powerhouse worth millions of won on the hunter market. But then he pulls out a ring labeled useless ring that the system tells him to throw away, and he gives Ixia a look of deep suspicion. Ixia just shrugs and apologizes, saying her sense isn't perfect yet, but he's still got a 90% win rate. He realizes that as she grows, her intuition will become a literal cheat code for finding loot. He snaps the new armor on, feeling a massive surge of power and stamina flowing through his limbs. Fully equipped and ready for war, Jong Do stands before the Death Aura portal, a blue spear crackling with energy in his hand. Ixia warns him that she senses a massive threat waiting for them the second they cross over. He steps through the blue vortex, the world shifting into a dark, rocky wasteland filled with shadows. Ixia screams for him to watch out as something lunges from the gloom. A terrifying ghoul convict with gray skin and glowing eyes flies at his face with bared teeth. Jong Do intercepts it mid-air, pinning the monster to a rock wall with a single brutal thrust of his spear. He spins his weapon with cold precision, his eyes glowing as he analyzes the enemy's movements. He slams the ghoul into the dirt, noting that Ixia's sense was spot on. They were being hunted from the second they arrived. She warns him that a whole pack is closing in from the front, their claws scraping against the stones. A wave of ghouls emerges from the dark, their movements jittery and full of hunger. They let out a spine-chilling screech and charge, a tide of gray flesh rushing toward our boy. Jong Do stands his ground, a calm smirk on his face as the first monster reaches for his throat. He decides it's the perfect time to test out a brand new skill he's been itching to unleash. A massive spectral blue tiger erupts from his spear, obliterating the entire pack of ghouls in a single explosion of force. He exhales as the smoke clears, impressed by the raw power of the technique. It's even better than the system described. Ixia looks at the dead monsters with a look of pure disappointment, muttering about what a waste it is. Jong Do is confused, wondering why she's upset about them winning the fight. She points at a ghoul still twitching on the ground, asking her master if he'd mind if she ate it to help her growth. A dark purple mist rises from the fallen monster, being pulled toward Ixia's ring like a magical vacuum. The ghoul's soul is literally ripped out, turning into fragments of pure energy that spiral through the air. Ixia is overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with hunger as she thanks her master for the meal. She lets out a hup and draws in the entire purple cloud, absorbing every ounce of the monster's mana. She swallows it all with a satisfied grin. Turns out dragon spirits grow by consuming the essence of the fallen. She looks blissfully full, claiming it was delicious, while Jong Do just stares in total disbelief at his new pet. She managed to clean the entire room of mana, but she's already asking for seconds like a hungry kid. Jong Do checks her status window and sees that her growth rate has actually ticked up to 0.01%. It's a tiny increase, but it confirms that eating souls is the way to unlock her final, god-tier seals. Ixia is pumped, promising to support him with even more power once she hits the next level of growth. Jong Do gets into a combat stance, ready to turn the rest of this jail into a massive buffet for his new partner. Another ghoul lunges from the shadows, its jaws snapping inches from Jong Do's face. He slices through it with a single, effortless swing, disgusted by the smell of rotting flesh filling the cave. More monsters crawl out, realizing they're being hunted by something way more dangerous than them. One massive ghoul roars, its eyes glowing with purple flames as it calls for the rest of its pack. Jong Do dodges a dark energy blast, the shockwave shattering the rock wall behind him. He slams his spear down, telling the monster to shut up because its breath is making him sick. He starts a high-speed slaughter, moving through the horde like a blue ghost while Ixia cheers him on. His eyes glow with a lethal intent as he channels more mana into his spear for a final assault. He spins the weapon in a circle, decapitating 3 monsters at once with a move that looks like art. He realizes the ghouls in this section are tougher than the ones at the door, but they're still no match for his stats. He pulls a glowing blue card from his gacha interface, deciding to stop playing around and end this raid. He unleashes a flurry of cross slashes, carving through the monster wave with surgical precision. He jokes with Ixia, asking if he's cutting them up small enough for her to digest without a stomachache. But the horde is never ending. More and more ghouls pour out of the darkness like a tide of gray flesh. Our boy takes a deep breath, focusing all his energy into his lungs for a specialized sound attack. A massive sound wave ripples through the jail, sending the ghouls flying back in total agony. The skill works perfectly, lowering the enemy's power by 10% and leaving them vulnerable to a finishing blow. He activates the green dragon maneuver, becoming a blur of speed as he zips through the stunned ranks. He follows up with another Tiger Strike, the spectral beast shredding everything in its path. A massive explosion of blue energy marks the end of the mob, leaving the hallway silent and filled with dust. Jong Do realizes that chaining his skills in combos makes them exponentially more powerful than using them alone. Ixia is already diving into the mana remains, her face lit up like she's just seen a dessert tray. They arrive at a set of massive, chain-covered doors, the boss room of the death jail. Ixia is drooling, wondering how delicious the mana of a B-rank boss will be compared to the trash mobs. Jong Do calls out for Lu Shan, the chibi emperor who handles his luck buffs. Lu Shan and Ixia lock eyes for the first time, both spirits staring at each other in total confusion. Ixia screams that a ghost has appeared, while Lu Shan is offended that a small pixie doesn't recognize his imperial authority. Lu Shan introduces himself with a flourish, claiming to be the legendary emperor of the Shu dynasty. Jong Do dryly points out that he's the emperor who managed to lose his entire kingdom in just 20 years. Ixia asks which country the Shu dynasty is even in, and Lu Shan starts to sweat, realizing his glory days are long gone. He frantically tells his master to just start the gacha pull already and stop embarrassing him in front of the girl. Ixia is hyped about the gacha, claiming she can use her sense to help him pull a legendary card. Jong Do prepares to pull, telling Ixia to let him know the second she feels a lucky vibration from the system. She screams now, and Jong Do slams the cha-cha button with everything he's got. A blinding gold light erupts from the interface, spinning in a dazzling vortex of cosmic energy. It's a gold card on the first try! Jong Do is thrilled, realizing their combined luck and sense are officially a cheat code. Ixia brags about her accuracy, while Lu Shan grumbles that it could have just been his passive luck buff. He loads the new soul, Tristan, a level 80 archer. Jong Do's stats hit a new peak, his power radiating through the arena. Tristan's spirit promises to risk his life to bring his master victory, his voice full of chivalry and calm. Ixia immediately falls for the handsome new knight, declaring him way better and more gentle than the grumpy emperor. Jong Do kicks the boss doors open, finding himself face to face with a massive ghoul guard chained in the center. He draws Tristan's glowing golden bow, the air around him humming with the sound of 100 vibrating strings. The ghoul guard's eye glows with a violent malice as it prepares to lunge at the intruder. The monster roars and charges, its chains rattling as it shatters the stone floor with every step. Jong Do lets fly a single, magically charged arrow that leaves a trail of yellow fire through the room. The arrow pierces the boss's chest and explodes into a pillar of energy, stopping the giant in its tracks. One final shot sends the ghoul guard flying into the back wall, its entire HP bar vanishing in a split second. Another level up! Jong Do realizes he loaded a hero whose power was way too high for this dungeon. It wasn't even a fight, it was an execution. Ixia is patting her stomach, claiming she's stuffed after eating the boss's massive soul essence. As they exit the dungeon, Jong Do's phone starts buzzing. It's a call from Soyun. He answers with a casual grin, expecting her to be bragging about her own training progress. But her voice is full of pure panic, and she screams for her Hyungnim, making Jong Do's heart drop. Something has gone horribly wrong. Jong Do's walking through the city with a gift in hand, heading to see the man who helped him get a job when his gaming career ended. As he moves through the crowd, he catches a glimpse of a dark, menacing silhouette lurking in the shadows. His gamer instincts kick in immediately, and his eyes widen as he senses a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The city is bustling around them, but Jong Do stands frozen, feeling like he's being watched by something dangerous. He asks Ixia if she felt that strange vibe, but the little fairy is just as confused as he is. He tries to brush it off, thinking he's just being paranoid after spending so much time in high-stress dungeons. But as he walks away, a pair of mysterious sneakers steps into frame, confirming that someone is definitely on his tail. Jong Do finally arrives at the house, but instead of a warm welcome, he's met by a very grumpy-looking Hyungnim sitting on the sofa. Our boy tries to play it cool with a gift, but the older man is salty that Jong Do didn't call him the moment he became a famous awakened user. The dad is especially annoyed that Jong Do went to see other hunters like Haejun before coming to see the person who basically raised him. Jong Do laughs it off, explaining that his team members were the ones dragging him around for favors. He tries to smooth things over by pouring a glass of high-end liquor, hoping the alcohol will dampen the old man's temper. The dad starts bragging about how Seo-yoon is a rising star and how he has to block guild requests for her every single day. The conversation gets serious as the dad admits he only let Seo-yoon join Jongdo's team because he trusts him more than anyone else. Then, out of nowhere, he drops the big question, asking if the two of them are actually dating, causing Jongdo to pull a legendary spit take. The dad acts all supportive about letting children make their own choices, but his face says he's actually terrified of the idea. Jong Do panics, insisting he's known Seo-yoon since she was a kid and only sees her as a little sister. Suddenly, the dad flips. He gets offended that Jong Do doesn't see his beautiful daughter as a woman, yelling at him for having no taste. Seo-yoon and her mom walk in, sighing at the sight of the dad being a drunken mess again. Later that night, Seo-yoon apologizes for her father's behavior while they take a walk by the river. Jong Do stops her and pulls out a beautiful silver necklace with a glowing blue gem. He explains it's a specialized item that boosts mana detection, something she'll definitely need as she gets into higher-ranked fights. Seo-yoon is absolutely beaming, clutching the gift to her chest like it's the most precious thing in the world. Jong Do rubs the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward but happy that she likes the protection gear. The romantic mood is instantly shattered by a cold voice announcing that they have business to attend to. A masked assassin appears right behind them, specifically calling out Seo-yoon by her title as the Saintess. In a split second, Jong Do and Seo-yoon leap back, creating distance as the assassin lands with a heavy thud. Jong Do is stunned. He didn't sense her at all, meaning this woman is a high-ranking professional. He triggers his observation skill, revealing his opponent is Ryu Saren, a level 85 ninja with insane reflex stats. More masked figures surround them, and Seo-yoon realizes her phone is dead. Someone has blocked all signals to the Hunter Association. Jong Do grabs Seo-yoon's hand, telling her to trust him as he prepares to use his gacha system. Because of Seo-yoon's Saintess's blessing, Jong Do's luck stat skyrockets right when he needs it most. A gold card flashes into existence, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant, hopeful light. The energy of the card swirls around Jong Do, and the wind kicks up as a new heroic soul begins to materialize. Saren senses the massive surge in power and orders her squad to block him before the transformation finishes. But it's too late. Jong Do manifests a spear made of pure light, knocking back the first wave of attackers. The soul of the first spear of the Knights of Fianna begins to speak through Jong Do. The load is successful. Diarmuidu Adwibni is on the field, bringing a massive boost to Jong Do's strength and spear techniques. Jong Do glares at the ninjas, asking if they're from the Karma Terrorist Guild. Saren takes offense, telling him not to compare her group to those lunatics as she draws her blade. Jong Do points out that kidnapping a Saintess is exactly the kind of thing a lunatic would do, and he readies his dual spears. With Seo-yoon's blessing fully active, Jong Do feels his body becoming lighter and more powerful than ever. Saren gives the order to attack, and the ninjas blur into motion, converging on Jong Do from all sides. Jong Do unleashes the Gay Darg, a spear that completely ignores magical protection, shredding through the enemy's defenses. He forces Saren onto the defensive, finding a gap in her swordplay and driving her back with a relentless flurry of strikes. Saren tries to use a high-speed blue energy blade to catch him off guard, screaming for him to stay still. Jong Do easily parries her and switches to his second spear, the legendary Gay Bolg. One strike from this weapon prevents the opponent from healing their wounds, putting the ninjas in a desperate spot. Realizing they can't win at mid-range, the assassins try to swarm him and force a close-quarters brawl. A massive clash of energy erupts as Jong Do swings both spears in a wide arc, creating a shockwave that tears up the pavement. He enters a dual-wielding state, using Moraltak and Biagaltak to keep the entire squad at bay. The visuals are insane. Jong Do is a whirlwind of red and gold energy, making it impossible for the ninjas to even get close. Saren is losing her mind, wondering what kind of monster could possibly possess this much raw power. She realizes that if they back up, his beams of light hunt them down, and if they close in, his swordsmanship slices them to ribbons. Jong Do stands his ground, looking completely calm as he protects Seo-yoon, who is still channeling her support magic. But then, Jong Do's eyes narrow as he notices something incredibly strange about their surroundings. Even for a quiet park, it's impossible for a place this large to be completely empty of regular people. This has to be a massive trap. He realizes there must be a hidden operator nearby who is maintaining this artificial barrier. Jong Do spots a flicker of movement in the trees and prepares to throw his spear with everything he's got. Saren tries to stop him, reaching out as she realizes he's found their secret hiding spot. But he's already committed to the throw, launching the spear with a thunderous boom that echoes through the park. The spear hits its mark, causing a massive explosion that shatters the hidden barrier and exposes the true enemy. As the dust settles, Saren panics because the trap is failing, and the real world is starting to bleed back in. Jong Do grabs Soyun and tells her they need to run while the enemy is distracted by the explosion. Saren orders one of her men to fix the trap while the rest of them hunt down the targets at any cost. The two stop for a second to catch their breath, but the air feels heavy and wrong. Jong Do realizes they've been running for ages, but they keep ending up back in the same spot. They're in a loop. It turns out there wasn't just one trap. These guys set up multiple layers of barriers to make sure no one could escape. Jong Do asks Soyun if she knows who would go to these lengths to capture her, but she's just as clueless as he is. Suddenly, a creepy figure appears on top of a street lamp, staring down at them with glowing, predatory eyes. Jong Do tells the newcomer to back off and go through proper channels if they want to talk to the Saintess, but the enemy isn't interested in talk. The figure in the tribal mask steps down, surrounded by a thick, purple aura of pure malice. The masked man reveals his true target isn't the Saintess at all. He's actually here for Jong Do. A purple circle of energy forms under Jong Do's feet, trapping him in place before he can even react. Soyun screams for him to be careful and instantly activates her absolute shield to block the incoming attack. A giant purple hand of energy slams into the shield, the impact creating a shockwave that nearly levels the area. The masked man is actually impressed that Soyun blocked his strike, but his tone is still chillingly arrogant. Jong Do senses a terrifying charisma emanating from the man, identifying it as a powerful, evil aura. His observation skill reveals the source. The man is carrying a mythic rank artifact, which is hiding his stats and boosting his power to insane levels. The villain mocks Jong Do, realizing that our MC has a secret ability to spy on people's status windows. Things get worse. Jong Do's load time for Dirmuid has run out, and his stats drop back to normal just when a boss-level enemy appears. The masked man laughs, noticing that Jong Do's aura has suddenly become much weaker and more vulnerable. Jong Do is sweating. Without a hero soul loaded, he's basically a sitting duck against a mythic artifact user. The villain decides to test Jong Do's limits, launching a wave of dark, void-like energy across the ground. Lu Shan, the Luck King, pops up in a panic, warning Jong Do that something massive is coming as he frantically tries to pull a new gacha card. Soyun jumps in front, straining her magic to the limit as her shield starts to crack under the pressure of the void energy. She yells at Jong Do to run while she holds the line, her eyes filled with desperation. Thanks to her blessing, Jong Do's luck triggers again, but he's more worried about getting Soyun out of the splash zone. The giant purple hand swats the shield aside like it's nothing, sending Soyun flying through the air. Jong Do's eyes flash with a golden light as he stares at the gacha card, his rage finally boiling over. The card shatters, and a pillar of white light descends, signaling that a new high-rank soul has been summoned. Jong Do glares at the masked man, his presence shifting into something much more focused and lethal. The villain notices the change in aura and gets excited, thinking the real fight is finally starting. Jong Do manifests a massive bow and draws an arrow of pure light, aiming straight for the heart of the shadow. The masked man tries to block with a concentrated pillar of void energy, thinking he's untouchable. Jong Do fires an explosive arrow that hits with the force of a tactical nuke, engulfing the entire park in flames. As the smoke clears, the villain realizes he's dealing with an S-rank level archer, which explains how Jong Do handled previous threats. But he's still arrogant, pointing out that even an S-rank strike couldn't break through his artifact's barrier. The soul of Xiaohu Yuan appears behind Jong Do, looking disappointed that his death arrow was stopped so easily. Jong Do tries a different approach, firing a standard blue mana arrow to test the barrier's frequency. He follows up with a freezing arrow, turning the void barrier into a block of ice that shatters on impact. The masked man is yelling about how a mere trap won't be enough to beat him. Jong Do just gives him a cold stare and says, "Yeah, I think I can," as he readies his ultimate move. Soyun channels every last bit of her mana into one final blessing, surrounding Jong Do in a halo of golden light. He thanks her, feeling the massive surge of power as his bow begins to vibrate with holy energy. The villain finally looks worried, seeing the sheer amount of power concentrating into a single point. Jong Do releases the arrow of the heavenly archer, a glowing streak of light that cuts through the air like a meteor. The masked man can only stare in shock as the projectile closes the distance in a fraction of a second. The resulting explosion is cataclysmic, tearing a massive crater into the earth and blinding everyone in the vicinity. Jong Do is panting, exhausted from the effort and hoping that such a huge hit finally finished the job. But out of the smoke, the masked man emerges again, his clothes torn but his body largely unharmed thanks to that mythic artifact. He's furious that Jong Do used the Saintess's blessing twice and vows to kill them both with a single strike. Jong Do's mana is completely drained, and he can only watch as Soyun collapses from magical exhaustion. The villain's eyes glow with a terrifying intensity as he prepares his final, lethal technique. Suddenly, Ryu Saren leaps in from the side, using her 7-star sword to slash at the masked man's back. She's realized that this guy is an absolute monster and she'd rather team up with Jong Do than let this evil magic user win. Jong Do is shocked that his previous attacker is now saving him, but he isn't going to complain. The masked man is just annoyed now, wondering where all these freaks keep coming from as he bats her away. Saren keeps the pressure on, darting around him like a shadow, trying to find a gap in his void armor. The villain summons dozens of purple hands, screaming for her to stop annoying him as he tries to crush her. Jong Do tells Saren to hold on for just a little longer. He's betting everything on one last gacha pull. He knows he can't win with his current strength, so he has to use the time Saren is buying him to pull a miracle. Unexpectedly, Lushan Gonsi the Luck King levels up by +4, his chibi form glowing with a new, divine power. Jong Do is stressed. Why is the luck spirit leveling up now when he has 0 mana left to actually use him? The masked man is clutching his head, seemingly losing control of the dark energy as it begins to consume him. His void hands go wild, smashing the ground and forcing Saren to dodge for her life. Saren screams that she can't hold him much longer and tells Jong Do to hurry up and do whatever he's planning. Jong Do is on his knees, surrounded by normal grade cards that are useless in a fight this high level. He's used up all his save tickets and has 0 mana left. He's just a few pulls away from a guaranteed gold, but his tank is empty. The masked man launches a massive void blast that nearly catches Saren mid-air, the stakes getting higher every second. Soyun watches in horror as the ground around them is reduced to dust, knowing they're all about to die. Jong Do stands up, a look of grim determination on his face. He's going to try something incredibly dangerous. He looks at the necklace he gave Soyun, remembering the warning that suddenly leveling a talent could destroy a person's body. He doesn't care. He grabs the necklace and channels his own life force into the gacha system. He tells himself it's better to die trying something than to sit here and wait for the void to consume them. The sky literally splits open as a massive black hole of cosmic energy forms above the park. The wind is so strong it's ripping up the pavement, and Jong Do stands at the center of the storm. A bolt of pure white energy strikes him from the heavens, the impact so loud it sounds like the world is breaking. Jong Do screams in agony as the universe's raw energy floods into his veins, threatening to pop him like a balloon. He realizes that this isn't just mana, it's the energy of the universe itself, something no human was ever meant to endure. Soyun is crying out to him, but she can't even get close because of the sheer heat and pressure coming off his body. The light fades, and for a second, everything goes deathly silent as Jong Do stands there, glowing faintly. He's surprised he's still alive, having been ready to sacrifice everything just for a single chance to fight back. A system message appears. His communication talent has leveled up to level 3, triggering a rapid and sudden change. Jong Do's eyes flash with a blinding spark as the system begins rewriting his very DNA to handle the new power. The side effects hit him like a truck. He coughs up a massive amount of blood as his internal organs struggle to survive the upgrade. He collapses again, his body twitching as dark energy starts to leak out of his pores. He realizes that even with Winley's protective necklace, this energy is still too much for his physical form to contain. If he didn't have that necklace, he'd be nothing but a pile of ash by now. The masked man sees his opening and prepares a final purple orb of destruction, laughing at Jong Do's pathetic state. The villain is also suffering from black blood side effects, making him dizzy and even more unstable. He notices Jong Do's body is literally exploding from the inside and decides to end his misery. The masked man thinks it's a failed attempt to use forbidden power and smiles, thinking his victory is guaranteed. He yells Jong Do's name and launches a barrage of void hands to crush whatever is left of our MC. Soyun throws herself over Jong Do's body, prepared to die with him as the purple hands descend. She braces for the impact, closing her eyes as the dark energy looms over them. Saren tries to jump in to block, but she's too far away and already too injured to make it in time. Suddenly, a hand reaches out. It's Jong Do's, and it's glowing with a terrifying crimson-red light. A massive explosion of red energy erupts from Jong Do, vaporizing the void hands instantly and pushing the villain back. The masked man is stunned, unable to comprehend how a dying man just unleashed that much power. Dragon Blood Awakening has triggered! Jong Do is now in a critical state with full physical recovery and temporary damage immunity. The level up is officially successful, and the gacha system has evolved into something the universe hasn't seen in eons. The system rewards him for achieving something rare in the history of the universe, and the gacha machine goes into overdrive. He receives a black rank set load ticket, a demo version of a rank that sits even higher than diamond. The screen reveals that black rank allows him to load mythic rank beings, the gods and legends of human history. Jong Do grips the rainbow-colored card, and it shatters into a million shimmering fragments. The entire park is filled with floating cards as the spirit of a legendary king begins to descend. The masked man is trembling, sensing that Jong Do's aura has changed into something dangerously shaky but strong. Saren tries to attack the villain again, but she's swatted away like a fly as the masked man grows more desperate. The villain screams for her to stop pissing him off, his tribal mask glowing with a sinister yellow light. He unleashes a massive get-lost wave of energy that sends Saren crashing into the ground, completely out of the fight. But then, he hears the sound of a bowstring being drawn, a sound that shouldn't be possible in the middle of his void field. Jong Do is standing tall, holding a simple, crude wooden bow, but the air around him is thick with divine pressure. The masked man starts laughing, mocking Jong Do for trying to use a crude-ass wooden bow against a mythic artifact. Jong Do doesn't say a word, his eyes glowing with the calm, focused intensity of a master hunter. The villain asks if he's given up, thinking such a weak weapon couldn't possibly hurt him. He mocks Jong Do, saying he'd need to fire 100,000 arrows just to scratch his void barrier. Jong Do releases the arrow, and the simple wooden shaft flies through the air, looking completely ordinary. But the moment it touches the void barrier, the entire shield shatters like glass, and the masked man lets out a guttural scream of pain. Seo-yoon and Saren can only watch in absolute awe as the unstoppable enemy is blown back by a single wooden stick. The villain is on his knees, trembling and asking how it's possible for his mythic shield to be broken by such garbage. Jong Do simply tells him that it was just an ordinary arrow, as a massive armored figure looms behind him. The soul is revealed, Yi Seonggye, the king of archers, with a level 178 status, and a strength stat of 273, Jong Do has officially become a god among hunters. Jong Do stands over the broken masked man, his bow drawn. He tells the villain there's no way out and demands to know who's pulling the strings. The villain just chuckles creepily behind his wooden mask, asking if Jong Do is really that curious about the face underneath. He claims that even if he showed his face, Jong Do wouldn't recognize him anyway. Our MC realizes this guy is just a foot soldier for a much bigger threat. Suddenly, the villain's eyes glow. He triggers a blink skill, trying to teleport away in a flash of light. A massive explosion of mana hits the ground where he stood, but the masked man has already vanished into thin air. Jong Do doesn't even flinch. The soul of the legendary King Yi Seonggye is still active, giving him godlike perception. He calmly points his finger toward a distant clump of trees. He's already tracked the mana trail. The villain thinks he's safe, limping toward a warp point to get back to his guild, but he's dead wrong. An arrow whistles through the night sky, trailing dark, ominous energy as it locks onto its target. The arrow slams into the ground right in front of the villain, the impact cratering the stone and sending him flying back with a scream. He coughs up blood, staring in disbelief as Jong Do slowly walks toward him through the smoke. The villain realizes Jong Do didn't just get lucky, his mana detection is so high he can actually see a teleportation destination. Jong Do draws another arrow, his eyes cold. He tells the guy to stay still if he wants to keep his head. The masked man loses it, his body surging with a desperate, purple aura. He decides if he's going down, he's taking the MC with him. He lunges forward, but Jong Do is faster, releasing a point-blank shot that cuts through the villain's final desperate strike. The light in the villain's eyes fades as he realizes he never stood a chance against a mythic rank load. The arrow finds its mark, ending the fight instantly as the masked man's body goes limp and crashes to the pavement. Jong Do stands over the body as the mask finally shatters, revealing a man he's never seen before. It's a total stranger. Jong Do realizes the enemy is using people he doesn't know, making it impossible to trace the guild back through his old contacts. Ixia flies down, pointing at a glowing pendant on the ground. She warns that it's leaking a truly frightening, ancient aura. It's the mythic artifact. Jong Do scoops it up, knowing he can't leave something this powerful just lying around. Suddenly, Jong Do's vision starts to blur. He sees two Ixias dancing in front of him and realizes his body is finally hitting its limit. The strain of the level 3 gacha update and the mythic load is too much. His knees buckle, and he collapses hard onto the cold ground. Voices echo in the distance. Seo-yoon has arrived with help, screaming for a stretcher as they rush to save the man who just saved them. Inside his mind, the system pings. The communication level 3 patch update is finally complete. The UI has completely changed. He can now pull information from the past and future, and the rank restriction on his pulls has been deleted. Jong Do's eyes snap open as he regains consciousness, his pupils glowing with a new, refined power. Ixia greets him, relieved he's finally awake. Jong Do groans, clutching his stomach as he tries to sit up. He looks around and realizes he's in a traditional wooden house. Ixia explains that Seo-yoon and the masked lady brought him here. He's just glad Seo-yoon is safe, but every muscle in his body feels like it's been through a meat grinder. He thinks back to the black card pull. Even a god-tier artifact user couldn't stand up to the power of a mythic hero soul. He realizes that while Yi Seonggye was strong, he was just the tip of the iceberg. There are even more powerful heroes waiting in the black rank. He checks his stats and sees that while most diamond heroes cap at level 99, his new mythic load reached level 178. The potential is insane. If he can pull a black rank Lu Bu or Siegfried, he might actually be able to save the world. Saren and Seoyun enter the room. Saren is dressed in traditional clothes now, looking much less like a cold-blooded killer. She bows deeply and introduces herself as a member of the Big Dipper clan, a group of martial artists who stay hidden from society. Jong Do is shocked. She's a realize, someone who awakened their powers through sheer training without the help of the system. He wonders why a group that lives in seclusion would suddenly target a saintess, and Saren looks incredibly guilty. She begs Seoyun for help, explaining that she only attacked them because she was desperate to heal her clan's leader. She calls her the young lady, and Jong Do realizes this isn't just a simple healing job. The fate of an entire clan is on the line. They walk through the massive, beautiful estate, a place that feels like it stepped right out of a historical drama. Saren opens the doors to the main hall, leading Jong Do and Seoyun toward the inner chambers. Jong Do's eyes widen as he senses a strange, heavy energy coming from the room ahead. Lying on a bed is the young lady of the Big Dipper clan, looking peaceful but surrounded by a thick purple miasma. Saren hands Seoyun a stone statue, claiming that the young lady said this would be the key to everything. Before she fell into the coma, the young lady predicted that only this statue and the saintess could solve the crisis. Jong Do recognizes the aura coming off the statue. It's the same frequency as high-level system skills. He uses observation and finds a skill stone, all recovery. It's the ultimate restorative magic, but only a saintess can use it. Jong Do realizes this is why the clan was so obsessed with Seoyun. They needed her to activate the only cure for their leader. Seoyun touches the statue, and it shatters into light, flowing into her body as she learns the most powerful healing skill on the planet. Jong Do asks if the young lady was always sick, but Saren says she was perfectly healthy until she suddenly collapsed. The young lady is a seer, someone who can see the future. She knew the coma was coming, but she couldn't stop it. Just before she passed out, she had a vision of a full-scale monster invasion that would wipe out humanity. She called an emergency meeting, telling her clan they had to stop hiding and join forces with the rest of the world to survive. But the clan elders are stubborn. They rejected her, and the clan started tearing itself apart with internal politics. During the chaos, someone from a rival faction attacked her with dark magic, putting her into this magical coma. Saren begs them to wake her up, believing that only her leadership can unite the clans to fight the coming war. Jong Do asks for the date of the invasion, but Saren says only the young lady knows the exact timing. Seoyun nods, her face full of determination. She steps toward the bed, her hands beginning to glow with a holy light. Golden wings of light manifest behind her as she activates all recovery, determined to save the seer and find the truth. The room is flooded with a brilliant radiance. The purple miasma around the young lady begins to evaporate instantly. The color returns to the seer's face. The dark curse is being burned away by Seoyun's pure divine energy. But the skill is draining Seoyun fast. She's trembling, the weight of the mythic tier cure taking a toll on her mana. The light begins to flicker. Jong Do realizes that even with the skill stone, Seoyun doesn't have enough raw mana to finish the job alone. Our boy steps in, pulling a gacha card. He loads the soul of Florence Nightingale to provide medical support. Nightingale appears behind Seoyun, casting medical assistance to stabilize her mana and boost the healing effect. The aura surges back with even more power. Seoyun looks surprised as her exhaustion vanishes, replaced by a warm, steady energy. She pushes her hands forward one last time, sending a massive wave of light deep into the young lady's soul. A final flash of light clears the room, and the heavy atmosphere of the estate finally lifts. Saren watches with bated breath, shielding her eyes from the remaining sparks of mana. The young lady's eyes slowly open. She sits up, rubbing her eyes like she's just waking up from a long bad dream. Saren rushes to her side, tears in her eyes, relieved that her leader is finally back. The seer smiles warmly at Seoyun, thanking her for the rescue. Seoyun is just happy she could help. The young lady's expression shifts. She looks at Jong Do and Seoyun with a knowing gaze. Jong Do is creeped out. She knew their names without being told. This girl's future sight is the real deal. He wastes no time and asks about the monster invasion she saw in her visions. The young lady checks her phone and realizes how much time has passed while she was unconscious. Jong Do guesses they have 500 days, maybe 50, but the look on her face tells him the news is much worse. She starts counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1. She looks at Jong Do and calmly says, "It's done." Right then, Jong Do's system goes crazy. Notifications for new dungeons start popping up all over his screen like a virus. Jong Do is horrified. The invasion isn't coming, it's happening right now. On the news, a reporter announces that thousands of dungeons have suddenly appeared in the middle of major cities across the globe. The world is in a total panic. Jong Do realizes he can't stay in the Big Dipper estate while the world burns. The young lady insists he stays to fully recover, but Jong Do knows he's the only one with the tools to stop this. He summons his info gacha, needing to know exactly what kind of threat they're facing. He decides to test the new future info mode, hoping to get a lead on the Monster King leading this invasion. Lu Shan pops up, his luck buff active. Jong Do feels a bit better having the Luck King on his side for such a high-stakes pull. He pulls the lever, and the machine starts spinning with an intense, neon blue light. The capsules rattle around, each one potentially containing the secret to saving humanity. Jong Do is sweating. This feels even more nerve-wracking than his first pullback in the alleyway. A dark, spiked purple orb spits out of the machine. It's a danger rank info pull. The system gives him a direct order: destroy the monster, Tartaron. The notification bell keeps ringing. Jong Do has never heard of this monster, but the system is treating it like a priority target. A portal of blue lightning appears in his vision. The system is showing him where the threat is emerging. There's no time limit, but Jong Do feels a crushing sense of dread. If he doesn't move now, millions will die. The scene shifts to New York. The city that never sleeps is currently a war zone. Hunters in the US find a B-rank dungeon in the middle of the street and think they've got an easy win coming. They charge in, laughing about how lucky they are to find such a low-level gate in the middle of a global crisis. But the moment they step through the portal, the air turns ice cold. Something is very wrong. Out of nowhere, an arrow pierces the lead hunter's neck. He doesn't even have time to scream. The other hunter freezes, staring at his friend's corpse. This isn't how a B-rank dungeon is supposed to work. He looks up and sees hundreds of glowing eyes staring at him from the darkness. An army of skeleton archers is lined up, their bows drawn. They aren't just mindless monsters, they're using military tactics. They release a volley, and the hunter is turned into a pincushion before he can even draw his sword. In Paris, the situation is even worse. High-rank hunters are screaming that they've walked into a massive trap. Orcs with advanced armor and glowing spears are slaughtering the expedition teams, surrounding them with ease. In Tokyo, giant flame wolves are tearing through the healers first. The monsters are targeting the weak points of every hunter party. The survivors realize these aren't the dungeons they know. The rules have changed, and the monsters have gotten smarter. A massive beast lunges at the camera, its jaws wide open. The survival rate for these new dungeons is dropping to 0. Back at the Korean User Association, the phones are ringing off the hook with emergency reports from across the country. The staff is in a frenzy. They've never seen monsters act with this much coordination and intelligence. The association president walks in, looking like he hasn't slept in a week. He orders a national state of emergency. He bans all low-level hunters from entering the new dungeons. This isn't a game anymore. It's a massacre. He calls for Team Captain Seo. She's the only one he trusts to handle the most dangerous zones. They need a guideline on how to fight these intelligent monsters before the entire country is overrun. He orders her to recruit the absolute best hunters from every major guild, even if they're difficult to work with. Sangui is worried. Most S-rank aces are arrogant or insane. She needs someone who has the power, but also a brain. She remembers the one guy who has consistently pulled off the impossible, Jong Do. Jong Do's phone rings. Sangui asks him to join a specialized commission to clear the first of the intelligent monster dungeons. She mentions the reward, 10 billion won. Jong Do's jaw hits the floor. That's life-changing money. Sangui thinks he's hesitating because the money is too low. She starts apologizing for the small offer. Jong Do screams into the phone that he's in. He's ready to fight right now, his eyes literally turning into dollar signs. Jong Do arrives at the meeting spot, decked out in his new high-level white and blue armor. Sangui is there with the rest of the team. A massive blue portal is already active behind them, crackling with energy. She introduces the members of the Specialist Guild, A-rank supporter Yu Shijin and A-rank tanker Kim So-young. Then there's the K&M Guild, S-rank tanker Jin Chang-hu and the arrogant A-rank dealer Kim So-ha. So-ha sneers at Jong Do, asking Sangui why they're bringing a trash B-rank into a high-stakes A-rank mission. Sangui shuts him down instantly. She tells the team that Jong Do is here because his skills are elite, and she'll take full responsibility for him. The other hunters look skeptical, but they don't dare argue with a KUA team leader. Sangui draws her massive axe and gives the order. It's time to step into the unknown. The team teleports inside. The dungeon looks like a massive Gothic cathedral filled with gargoyles and red banners. Jong Do is on high alert. This place feels completely different from any dungeon he's cleared before. There are 3 identical wooden doors at the end of the hall. The path is splitting already. The tank from the Specialist Guild is relieved. At least the task seems simple. Just go through the doors. Sangui decides to split the party into 2 teams to cover more ground and finish the mission faster. The arrogant So-ha immediately asks to be on a team with Sangui, trying to flirt in the middle of a death trap. Chang-hu, the scarred S-rank, grabs So-ha's shoulder and gives him a look that says, "Shut up or die." He tells the kid to stop playing around before things get serious. Even the S-rank feels the tension in the air. Sangui ignores the drama and chooses Jong Do to be her partner. The pros are left together on the other team. The 2 teams stand before their respective doors, ready to begin the purge. As the doors creak open, a blinding white light spills out, masking whatever is waiting for them on the other side. Jong Do shields his eyes, stepping through the portal and feeling a sudden shift in the environment. He's standing in a sunny, tropical forest. It's beautiful, but that just makes it even more suspicious. Sangui explains that this is a mission-type dungeon. It's designed to test a hunter's adaptability in different biomes. She reveals a dark truth: most dungeons are for invasion, but mission dungeons are built to train hunters to become stronger. Jong Do realizes this is basically a high-level training ground. The rewards here will be essential for the coming war. Sangui warns him not to be surprised by anything. In a place like this, logic doesn't apply. A massive shadow falls over them. A giant muscular gorilla man is standing in the clearing looking down at them. Two more gorilla warriors join him, their faces painted with tribal markings and their teeth bared in a grin. Sangui readies her axe. These aren't just animals, she can feel their bloodlust. Jong Do uses observation. These are the Kamka, an intelligent tribe that worships the sun and moon. The Kamka leader starts chanting in a guttural language, telling his warriors to fight for their lives and break their shackles. Sangui can tell they're talking, but she's frustrated that she can't understand a single word they're saying. The Kamka leader declares that the fight for blood begins now, and the forest erupts with their roars. Jong Do steps forward and asks them what they mean by obtaining what you desire. Sangui is stunned. She asks if Jong Do can actually understand their language. He just shrugs it off as part of his communication talent. The Kamka leader is shocked! He realizes this human can speak to them and offers to show him the way to power. A system quest pops up. 1. Defeat the tribe. 2. Collect solar and lunar spirits. 3. Destroy the shackles. Jong Do tells Sangui that this fight is the key to the mission. She's just happy she doesn't have to think and can just start swinging. Jong Do blurs into motion, charging the first gorilla warrior with his spear held tight. The Kamka warrior blocks with a massive stone shield, the impact creating a shockwave that rattles the trees. Jong Do uses a high-speed spin to redirect the force, but the gorilla is surprisingly stable and doesn't budge. He triggers the green dragon maneuver, his spear glowing with a fierce emerald light. He unleashes the roaring tiger strike, a heavy downward blow meant to crush the warrior's guard. The Kamka laughs. He claims his stability is superior to any human technique and readies a counterattack. Jong Do smirks. He tells the monster to see how long that shield can really hold up. A series of lightning-fast strikes slam into the shield, the sound of metal on stone echoing like thunder. The gorilla warrior calls Jong Do a foolish warrior and prepares to return all the damage with a single spell, but suddenly, Jong Do's spear pierces right through the solid stone. The gorilla's eyes widen in terror. Jong Do reveals his strong green sword skill has a chance to ignore all defenses, and it just propped. The warrior collapses, his invincible shield shattered. He realizes too late that he relied too much on his gear. Jong Do stands over him, looking satisfied. He decides to head over and help Sangui finish her half of the fight. He turns around and sees Sangui literally punting a gorilla into the stratosphere. She definitely doesn't need any help. Jong Do calls for Ixia. The little fairy pops out of his ring, looking a bit nervous for some reason. Jong Do tells her she can eat the monster corpses to level up, but Ixia claims she's quite full already. He gets suspicious. Ixia is acting way too weird and she's barely talking to him. He pulls up her status window and his heart nearly stops. Her growth rate is at 51.52%. Jong Do is losing it. Yesterday it was hard to even raise her by 1%. How did she jump 50 levels overnight? He demands the truth. Ixia starts fidgeting with her dress, looking like a kid who got caught with her hand in the cookie jar. She admits it. She ate the masked man after Jong Do killed him. Jong Do's brain completely resets. He asks if she's a cannibal, but Ixia panics, explaining that the guy's body was filled with a weird aura she just had to taste. Jong Do realizes the masked man was filled with demonic energy, and Ixia's gluttonous growth can absorb it to evolve. He tells her it's fine, and actually better that Karma couldn't recover the body. He tells her to get back to eating the new monsters. Ixia is thrilled. She flies into a nyam-nyam frenzy, vacuuming up the mana from the dead Kamka warriors. Jong Do notices a glowing purple gem drop from one of the corpses. It's a solar and lunar soul. He realizes he needs to farm these to complete the system quest and gain the power the leader promised. Jong Do grins, his pro-gamer instincts taking over. He tells Ixia to clean up the bodies as he prepares to speedrun the entire forest. Jong Do checks his map interface, and the system pings. They're finally closing in on the heart of the enemy territory. He signals to Captain Sangui, letting her know they've reached the final destination of this stage. They look down from a cliff and see the Kamka tribe's village, a massive settlement centered around a dark, vibrating obelisk. Sangui is genuinely impressed, giving Jong Do a thumbs up for finding the hidden location so fast. Jong Do points out a massive black pillar, identifying it as the spirit shackle they need to destroy to finish the quest. Sangui wants to be careful of traps, but Jong Do has a much faster idea that doesn't involve walking into an ambush. He readies his spear, telling the captain to just sit back and watch while he snipes the objective from a mile away. He takes a deep breath, channels his mana, and launches the spear with enough force to break the sound barrier. The projectile streaks across the sky like a red comet, slamming directly into the black pillar. The impact is absolute. The spirit shackle shatters into a million pieces before the gorillas even know they're under attack. The system confirms the objective is cleared in one go, leaving Sanghui staring at Jong Do like he's a freak of nature. Blinding blue light surrounds them as the dungeon transports them to the next phase of the mission. They land in a massive Gothic hallway that looks more like a king's palace than a monster's den. Floating in the air are several crystal balls, each showing the different teams currently fighting for their lives in the forest. Jong Do realizes that clearing their room gave them a commander's view of the entire battlefield. He inspects a nearby stone table and realizes it's an ancient altar used to manipulate the magic within the crystal balls. To figure this out, he pulls a specialized gacha card, needing a brain instead of brawn for this specific puzzle. The soul of Dasan Jeong Yakyong is loaded, and the legendary scholar is immediately hyped to solve such a complex magical array. Jong Do channels his energy into the altar, following Dasan's instructions to saturate the stone with mana. A dark orb manifests above the table, connecting the altar directly to the situations shown in the crystal balls. Jong Do realizes they need a catalyst to actually interfere with the other fights, and he's got plenty of loot to spare. He pulls out the purple gems he farmed earlier, and his level 3 communication makes the whole process feel like a video game. A UI pops up showing he can boost ally stamina, debuff enemy attack power, or even trigger spatial transitions. Sanghui is stunned. Our boy figured out the entire gimmick of the mission dungeon in under 5 minutes. He explains that the more gems he uses, the more he can help their teammates or even teleport people across the map. He starts dropping gems into the slots, focusing on the team that's currently getting swamped by the gorilla army. On the other side, the specialist team tanker feels a sudden rush of power, punching a gorilla clean through a tree. But things are getting out of hand. Hundreds of gorillas are swarming them, and simple buffs won't be enough to save them. Sanghui tells Jong Do to send her in, trusting him to teleport her directly into the thick of the combat. Jong Do dumps a handful of gems into the spatial transition slot, and the altar glows with a violent purple light. Sanghui vanishes and reappears in the middle of the forest, instantly cleaving through 3 gorillas with her axe. Jong Do sighs, feeling like the most stressed-out support player in history as he looks for the next fire to put out. He glances at the K&M team's crystal ball and his eyes go wide. They're in serious trouble. The K&M guys are staring up at a guardian Kamka, a massive black-furred beast that makes the regular gorillas look like toddlers. The S-rank tanker tries to stay composed, ordering Soha to look for a gap while he tries to block the beast. The guardian lets out a roar that shakes the ground, slamming its massive fists against its chest. It hits the tanker's shield with the force of an earthquake, the impact sending sparks flying everywhere. The tanker screams for Soha to strike now, thinking he's finally created an opening. Soha lunges in with a smirk, swinging his sword with everything he's got, thinking he's about to be the hero. But the blade just bounces off the monster's skin. The guardian looks at him like he's an annoying bug. The beast grabs Soha's leg and slams him into the dirt, laughing at the pathetic S-rank effort. The gorillas start ganging up on the fallen hunters, and even the arrogant Soha starts to realize he's about to die. The guardian literally yawns in their faces, mocking the strongest hunters Korea has to offer. Soha is shaking with rage and fear, his eyes bloodshot as his ego completely shatters. Back at the altar, Jong Do is panicking because his buffs aren't enough to stop a monster that strong. He realizes he needs 10 more gems to teleport himself into that fight, and he's currently empty. Then he notices something. The guardian's stone shield is encrusted with the exact solar and lunar spirits he needs. He stares at the crystal ball, realizing the only way to get those gems is to take them directly from the monster's hand. He slams his hand onto the altar, using his game skill to forcibly bridge the gap between the rooms. The portal opens. Jong Do jumps through, determined to save the idiots from the K&M guild before they get eaten. He lands just as Soha gets kicked across the clearing. The K&M leader is screaming for the kid to focus, but it's a lost cause. Soha tries to stand up, rambling about how he's a rising star and shouldn't be losing to a monkey. He charges in blindly, his mind completely gone as he screams about his rank. The guardian just stares him down, its eyes glowing red as it prepares a lethal counterswing. It launches a massive punch that's about to turn Soha into a red mist. The monster raises its stone shield like a guillotine, ready to end the fight right here. Soha freezes, the shadow of death looming over him as he whispers, "No." Suddenly, a foot slams into his back. Jong Do kicks the kid out of the way, telling him to move if he wants to live. Jong Do leaps into the air, combining his green dragon maneuver with a new, devastating strike. The system pings, Dragon Tiger Strike successfully combined. The aura around his weapon turns into a raging storm. A massive blue dragon and an orange tiger of pure energy spiral around his spear as he descends on the beast like a god. Jong Do's strike hits with the force of a falling star, the shockwave obliterating the ground and sending the guardian reeling. Soha can only stare in total shock, unable to process how a trash B rank just saved his life with a move that powerful. The K&M tanker rushes over, praising Jong Do's skill and realizing that our boy is playing on a completely different level. The S-rank leader tries to recruit him on the spot. offering to push him to the top, but Jong Do shuts him down. He's starting his own guild. Jong Do smiles, feeling good about his choice, but behind him, Soha is seething with jealousy. The arrogant brat is trembling, his eyes filled with hate as he vows to show everyone that the spotlight belongs to him. The team gathers back in the altar room where 3 massive portals are now glowing with an intense blue flame. Jong Do explains the altar mechanics to the rest of the group, and they're all relieved the mission is going smoothly. Our boy decides to head back out one more time to mop up the remaining monsters and farm a few more gems. He teleports out in a pillar of blue light, leaving the rest of the hunters to wonder just how much mana this guy actually has. Soha watches the portal close, his face twisted in a dark, obsessive scowl. He's clearly planning something stupid. A few hours later, Jong Do returns with his pockets full of loot, and the team is finally ready for the boss. Songui is happy that everyone cleared their zones without major injuries, but she's still on high alert. She asks Jong Do for his opinion on the next move, which catches him completely off guard. Everyone is looking at him like he's the leader now. He realizes he needs to check the altar one last time for any hidden traps. Suddenly, a bolt of yellow lightning strikes the ground. The whole cathedral starts shaking violently. Songui draws her axe, screaming for everyone to prepare for the worst. A massive burst of white light explodes in the center of the hall, blinding the entire squad. Jong Do shields his eyes, sensing a terrifying surge of boss-level mana coming from the end of the corridor. The boss room door is finally visible, a massive, red and black gate guarded by a stone dragon head. Songui decides they should rest for the night and tackle the boss in the morning when their mana is full. Jong Do inspects a new altar near the door. He can spend 10 gems to either increase the boss difficulty for better rewards, or decrease it for a safer clear. He tells the captain they can make the fight easier, which sounds like a dream come true for the exhausted hunters. The team agrees. The mission is about information and survival, not showing off. They vote to lower the difficulty. Songui gives the order to set up a night watch and take a well-deserved break before the final push. Later that night, the hunters are fast asleep around a flickering campfire, finally letting their guard down. Jong Do is wide awake, staring at the ceiling and feeling that nagging pro-gamer itch. He just can't relax in a dungeon. He decides to get up and practice his spear forms to burn off some of the nervous energy. But as he looks around the camp, he realizes something is very wrong. The night watch is completely empty. He checks the sleeping bags and notices that only one person is missing from the group. He looks toward the boss door and sees Soha standing at the altar, his body glowing with a desperate, golden aura. Jong Do screams for him to stop, but the kid is too far gone into his own ego trip. Soha laughs like a maniac, claiming that if Jong Do can do it, he can do it too. The arrogant brat thinks that if he lowers the difficulty now, he can sneak in and solo the boss before anyone else wakes up. He touches the altar, but his lack of experience backfires. He accidentally hits the button to increase the difficulty to the max. The door slams open, and a massive spiked mace comes flying out, smashing Soha directly in the chest. A wave of icy, dark mana floods the room, knocking the tanker and the support hunters off their feet as they wake up. A deep, guttural voice echoes through the hall, mockingly applauding them for their foolhardiness in opening the door. The boss emerges, the elder Arklik Komka, a zombie gorilla king with a metal skullplate and a burning mace. The K&M leader is furious, screaming at the monster for attacking his guild member. He launches a shield charge, trying to pin the boss against the wall, but he's totally outclassed. The Arklik catches the S-rank shield with one hand and tosses the tanker aside like he's made of paper. Songui leaps in from above, swinging her axe with a roar, but even her strength isn't enough. The boss summons spectral chains that wrap around her weapon, neutralizing her most powerful attack in seconds. He tells them to fight with their lives on the line as he prepares to crush the entire team into dust. The support hunters are frozen in terror. This monster just blocked 2 S-rank attacks with 0 effort. Jong Do realizes that because of Soha's mistake, the boss is now at a hidden hell difficulty rank. He pulls out the mythic artifact, Geshna's Blessing, hoping its power to repel negative energy can ward off their bad luck. The artifact glows with a blinding radiance, and Jong Do pulls his ultimate trump card. The Arklik stops, sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere as a new, overwhelming presence enters the room. He's actually impressed, recognizing the spirit of a true warrior emanating from our MC. Jong Do's eyes turn a lethal red. He's no longer playing around. It's time to bring out the god of war. Lubufeng Xian is loaded! The system confirms he's even stronger than before, gaining a permanent stat boost. But there's a bonus. Because of his high stats, Jong Do has unlocked a black load skill, the Red Hair Horse Summon. A bolt of red lightning strikes the ground, and a massive, muscular warhorse with glowing eyes materializes out of the smoke. Jong Do mounts the legendary beast, and his horse-riding skill instantly triggers, skyrocketing his combat abilities. The Arklik is trembling now, his arrogance replaced by a primal fear of the aura coming off this rider. The boss calls out to Jong Do, challenging the great warrior to a final, bloody duel. Jong Do charges. Red hair blurs into motion, its hooves creating sparks as it gallops across the stone floor. The Archlick swings his mace, but Jong Do parries it with a high-speed thrust that creates a sonic boom. The boss is sent flying backward, his dark armor cracking under the sheer weight of Lu Bu's strength. Jong Do looks down from his horse, his spear dripping with the boss's black blood. Sangui and the others can only watch in absolute awe, realizing that Jong Do's B-rank status was the biggest lie in history. The Archlick struggles to his feet, laughing through the pain. He's finally found someone strong enough to kill him. He begs Jong Do to show him more of his struggle and redeem the tribe from their cursed existence. Jong Do's weapon begins to transform, perfectly replicating the ancient Feng Tian Huaji halberd. He swings the massive blade, his stats increasing with every second he spends mounted on red hair. The boss tries to get rid of the annoying horse first, throwing his mace in a desperate arc, but Red Hair isn't a normal animal. It dodges the strike with supernatural speed, the mace smashing uselessly into the floor. Jong Do closes the distance in a heartbeat, his halberd glowing with a fierce, murderous light. The Archlick is trapped. He tries to summon a void shield, but the divine pressure from Lu Bu's aura shatters it instantly. Red Hair lets out a thunderous neigh, its eyes burning with the same fire as its master. The monster realizes too late that this isn't just a hunter, it's a living legend reborn on the battlefield. Jong Do unleashes a flurry of strikes, each one carving a deep wound into the boss's stone skin. The Archlick screams that it's still not enough, his body beginning to pulsate with a dark, unstable energy. His arm transforms into a giant, shadowy claw as he puts everything he has into one final, suicidal strike. He lunges at Jong Do, his eyes wild with a mixture of hate and respect. Jong Do just narrows his eyes, rotating his halberd and preparing his ultimate technique. He activates True Ghostly Wail, summoning a swarm of spectral warriors that drain the boss's defense and stamina. "This is the end," Jong Do says calmly as he delivers a downward strike that splits the air itself. The halberd cleaves through the Archlick, the impact creating a blinding explosion of white and red energy. The boss's body shatters into dust, and the oppressive darkness of the room finally vanishes. As the smoke clears, the monster's spirit looks at Jong Do one last time, whispered the word, "Incredible." Jong Do stands over the remains, his horse summon fading away as he catches his breath. The system rewards him with the skill Kamka's fighting spirit, granting him a permanent +20 to his stamina stat. The spirit of the boss admits defeat, telling Jong Do that the victor receives everything and to ask what he wants. Jong Do doesn't hesitate. He asks if the boss knows the name de Tartaron, the monster from his future info pull. The Archlick is shocked that a human would know that name. He asks why the victor is searching for such a terrifying being. He warns that de Tartaron is on a completely different level, but believes that if anyone can kill him, it's Jong Do. The boss reveals the truth. De Tartaron is the ruler of the Kushanto archipelago and the sovereign of the dead. He's an elder Archlick, the true king of death, and the one pulling the strings behind the global invasion. The mission is officially cleared. A massive blue portal opens to take the survivors back to the surface. The KNM leader bows to Jong Do, thanking him for fixing the mess Soha caused and promising to repay the favor personally. Soha is a total wreck, his face covered in bandages as he mumbles apologies through his broken jaw. Sangui tells Jong Do to visit the association tomorrow. They have some big news waiting for him. She reveals that because they cleared a Hell Mode dungeon, his payment is being boosted to an S-rank clear fee. But the best part? Jong Do is officially being promoted to A rank. Our boy is finally moving into the big leagues. Sangui gives him a warm, proud smile, telling him to rest up and prepare for his new life as an elite hunter. As the KNM guys carry Soha away, Sangui shouts a reminder for the brat to write a formal letter of apology. The next day, Jong Do arrives at the massive glass-walled skyscraper of the Hunter Association. A staff member presents him with a new white monowatch, officially welcoming him as an A-rank user. Jong Do is happy, but he's also a bit overwhelmed by the sudden attention from the other hunters in the lobby. The lobby is packed. Scouts from every major guild are there, trying to catch a glimpse of the monster hunter who cleared the Kamka dungeon. He gets mobbed instantly. Recruiters from the Dual Guild and Impact Guild are screaming offers at him, desperate to sign him. It's total chaos. Jong Do has to be escorted to a VIP lounge just to get away from the crowd. He flops onto a sofa, finally able to breathe. Ixia pops out, giggling at how famous her master has become. Now that he has a moment, Jong Do decides it's time to check his updated status window. His stats are insane. Even without loading a hero, his base stats are now equivalent to a low-tier S-rank hunter. The spirit of Lu Bu departs, leaving Jong Do with a feeling of pride. The god of war is satisfied with his current progress. Jong Do remembers his disappointment from earlier. He really wanted that horse summoned to be a permanent skill. He pulls a reward card, hoping for the horse, but instead gets another green dragon maneuver skill stone. He's annoyed because he already has it, but then he realizes he can use it to upgrade the existing skill's efficiency. He checks his inventory and decides to keep the Archlick's mace and corpse as potential level-up material for Ixia. But he's most excited about his new passive. It's the true prize of the entire raid. Kamka's fighting spirit allows him to fight enemies higher level than him with 0 penalties and a major stat boost. He realizes this is a broken ability that will let him level up at 10 times the speed of a normal hunter. His future info snippet pings. A new dungeon will appear on July 30th in Gangwon-do, and it contains a rare skill stone. Meanwhile, in a dark underground lair, a hooded figure is holding a glowing red orb, the Blood Jade. A group of masked villains are plotting. They're worried that Monkey is the only one who can create more jades. A man in a tiger mask asks for the location of their next operation, his eyes glowing with malice. The hooded leader warns that monsters you can't predict the winner of are about to appear. He looks directly at the map, a sinister smile hidden in the shadows of his cloak. The next target is revealed, the island of Dokdo. The Karma Guild is about to start a war, and Jong Do is right in their crosshairs. Jong Do arrives in the scenic mountains of Gangwon-do, but he isn't here for the view, he's hunting for a specific hidden power. Suddenly, the air ripples with static as a massive blue portal tiers open right in front of him. The system identifies it as a doppelganger nest, a mysterious boss-type dungeon with no set difficulty rank. Jong Do stares at a mirror reflection of himself that looks way too sinister, realizing this monster is a new threat that appeared after the second catastrophe. Ixia pops out to explain that in her world, these things only copy your skills, not your high-end gear. Our guy smirks, realizing this is basically an A-rank version of him fighting a stripped-down S-rank version. Time to show this fake who the real MC is. He dives into the portal, blue lightning dancing around his body as he prepares for the mirror match of a lifetime. He lands in a dark, watery cavern, his spear glowing as he scans the shadows for any movement. For a second, the place seems empty, but Ixia's senses go haywire as she spots something lurking. "Master, underneath you!" she screams, just as a dark, red-eyed version of Jong Do lunges out from the watery floor. Jong Do reacts instantly, spinning his halberd to parry a lethal strike from his own shadow. The fake tries to retreat back into the depths, but Jong Do slams his weapon down, refusing to let the monster slip away. The doppelganger emerges fully, laughing like a maniac as it welcomes Jong Do to its nest. With glowing red eyes, the monster mocks him, claiming it has already analyzed everything about him and that they are identical. Jong Do doesn't waste breath on talk. He leaps into the air, coming down with a crushing overhead strike. The fake blocks it, sparks flying as their identical weapons clash in a violent explosion of mana. Our guy vows to end this quickly, but the monster just grins wider, daring him to try. The two blur into a dance of steel, their strikes perfectly mirroring each other as they tear up the cavern floor. Blue and red energy collide in the center of the room, sending shockwaves through the dungeon as neither side gives an inch. The fake goes for a big move, charging up a green dragon technique to finish the fight, but Jong Do is one step ahead, executing the green dragon maneuver with way more precision and speed. The weapons lock, and the fake's face twists in shock as it feels its strength being overwhelmed. With a powerful surge, Jong Do sends the doppelganger flying back, proving that the original is always better. The monster screams in frustration, unable to comprehend why it's the only one being pushed back despite having the same stats. Jong Do lets out a lion's roar, a massive wave of sound that stuns the fake and shatters its composure. The monster tumbles across the water, its form flickering as its confidence completely evaporates. Jong Do walks up calmly, telling the fake it clearly doesn't understand the real gap between them. He tells the monster to use its own observation skill if it's so curious about why it's losing. The doppelganger scans him, its red eyes widening in pure horror as it sees something it can't explain. It sees Communication LV3 and Game LV3 on Jong Do's status screen, unique system powers that a mere dungeon monster could never hope to copy. It starts trembling, losing its mind over the humiliation of finally finding something its ability can't touch. Jong Do finds it hilarious that the monster is this upset over a non-combat talent, while Ixia jokes that she'd be shocked too if she found a monster she couldn't eat. Driven by pure rage, the monster screams for them to shut up, its face contorting into a mask of shadow. It throws everything into a final roaring dragon strike, but its form is sloppy and desperate. Jong Do just casually deflects the massive spear, sending it spinning into the darkness like it was nothing. The fake stands there defenseless, finally realizing that without its copying ability, it's just a weakling. It curses Jong Do for being a cowardly human who relies on better items, but our guy just reminds him that this is a fight to the death, there are no rules. He moves in for the kill, but the monster starts panicking, begging him to wait. It claims it didn't even want to be here, which stops Jong Do in his tracks. The fake starts groveling, promising to tell him everything if he just spares its life. Jong Do hesitates, thinking this might be his chance to learn the dark secret behind the monster invasion, but the monster's lips curl into a sickening grin when Jong Do lowers his guard. Ixia spots the trap immediately, screaming that the monster is lying through its teeth. It's too late, the fake activates its own gacha system, pulling a soul card just like Jong Do does. A flurry of glowing cards surrounds the monster as it laughs, thinking it's about to turn the tables. Jong Do curses under his breath, worried he actually let a monster get its hands on his unique power. The doppelganger screams that it will never compromise, its eyes burning with the hope of a legendary pull. But the card that pops up is a total joke, a low-tier normal card. Ixia bursts out laughing at the pathetic pull, while Jong Do just feels a weird sense of pity since he's been through that same gacha pain. The monster stands there with a chibi Lushan soul loaded, looking absolutely embarrassed as the buff does basically nothing for it. "Goodbye," Jong Do says, ending the monster's misery with a single clean thrust through the chest. Suddenly, level-up notifications start flooding his screen. He's gaining massive XP all at once. He stands there stunned as the windows keep popping up, over and over again. He's jumped up by 10 entire levels. He realizes that Kaumka's fighting spirit is absolutely broken when it comes to leveling. As the monster dissolves, a glowing blue orb rolls across the floor toward his feet. He picks up the skill stone with a satisfied grin. It's time to head back. Meanwhile, over at Dokdo, things have gone from bad to worse, as elite guards are found unconscious on the docks. A massive, ominous portal crackles with blue energy, and the soldiers realize someone has forced a dungeon to appear right where they live. Their analyzers start glitching out, unable to even read the rank of the monster coming through. A man in tactical gear holds a bleeding skull, a dark smile on his face as he prepares to unleash a nightmare. The portal explodes with red and blue lightning as a dark force begins to bleed into our world. The agents realize they've messed with something way beyond their control and try to make a run for it, but a voice like grinding gravel tells them to stop as a skeletal hand reaches out from the mist. Before they can even scream, a massive shockwave blasts them back, clearing the way for a new king. Out steps Ditartron, a skeletal pirate king, furious that he was summoned before he could fully recover his strength. He unleashes a burst of purple flames, declaring that these bastards have ruined his entire master plan. Since he's already here, he decides he has no choice but to start his conquest early. He stands on the edge of a cliff, looking out over the ocean with a predatory gaze. With a wave of his hand, massive tattered ghost ships begin to rise from the depths of the ocean. A whole fleet of undead vessels sits ready in the harbor. Now he just needs a crew to man them. He calls out to the dead sleeping in the deepest seas, commanding them to arise and serve their king. The water begins to bubble and boil with dark, cursed energy. Skeletons draped in seaweed and glowing with purple fire crawl out of the waves, screaming their allegiance. Hundreds of them swarm the ghost ships, ready to bring ruin to anyone in their path. Ditartron looks at his hand, realizing he's used too much power just to manifest. He's weaker than he should be. He shakes it off, knowing that unlike the other puppets in this world, his body is a permanent contract. He takes out his frustration on a nearby skeleton, blaming the humans for his current state. Suddenly, he pauses, sensing something strange in the air. He looks up at the sky, his one good eye narrow as he realizes someone, or something, is watching him from above. At the Korean Information Headquarters, the staff is panicking as they watch the undead army grow on their monitors. The Minister of Defense slams his hands down, unable to believe a dungeon break happened at Dokdo of all places. To make matters worse, reports come in that the Japanese defense forces are already approaching the island. On one of the Japanese ships, a commander watches through binoculars, claiming they're just there to help. He smirks, revealing their real plan. They want to steal monster info and use the chaos to take control of the territory. Ditartron watches the metal ships approach from the shore, unfazed by their technology. His jaw drops open in a bone-chilling grin as he declares that this is now a war. He unleashes a massive, unnatural mist that swallows the entire Japanese fleet in seconds. On the bridge of a ship, a sailor points out in terror as the radar goes completely haywire. Out of the fog, the towering silhouettes of the ghost ships appear like phantoms. Ditartron laughs as the sound of splintering wood and cannon fire echoes through the mist. He loves the thrill of fighting unknown enemies, declaring that everything they own now belongs to him. He vows to plunder their lives and their treasures as the rightful ruler of the archipelago. The modern warships are completely helpless as the ghost ships sail right through them. Back on the mainland, Jong Do and Songui are rushing through the association building, knowing every second counts. They enter a high-security briefing room where the top brass is already waiting. Jong Do is surprised to see Heijun, another powerful hunter he's worked with before. He looks around the room, realizing this isn't just a mission, it's a national emergency involving the highest levels of government. Minister Jin Gosu introduces himself, acknowledging Jong Do's legendary reputation. Jong Do tries to stay professional, but he can feel the heavy tension in the air. The minister starts the report, projecting the horrific images from Dokdo onto the screen. They show the ghost fleet in full detail, and the room goes silent at the sheer scale of the invasion. They focus on Ditartron, the mastermind behind the entire undead army. Jong Do's eyes widen. He recognizes the pure malice radiating from the monster. The monster is identified as Ditartron, an elder Archlic. The plan is to wipe him out before he can reach the mainland. The military wants to bomb the island, but they can't risk an international incident with Japan being in the area. Haejun and Jong Do both step up, refusing to let another world invade their home. Our guy knows he has to kill this thing anyway, and having the army's backing just makes his job easier. The minister shocks him by naming him a leader for one of the 2 infiltration routes. Ixia whispers that everyone finally knows how to judge his true value, making Jong Do feel a bit of pressure. The evacuation is underway, and they have a 10-hour window before the military starts using force. Jong Do asks for a moment to prepare something special before they depart. He asks Haejun if there's a forge nearby, leaving the other hunter completely confused. With no time to waste, Jong Do hurries to get his secret weapon ready. He finds himself in a high-tech workshop hidden in Haejun's basement, the perfect place for a bit of legendary crafting. Dasan's spirit pops out, excited to help Jong Do forge a weapon worthy of the coming storm. Jong Do reveals the blueprint. He's going to recreate a piece of history. Dasan is floored when he sees the design. It's the double dragon swords, the legendary blades used by Korea's greatest hero, Admiral Yi Sunshin. Jong Do knows this is going to be a naval battle, and there's only one man in history who can guarantee a win on the waves. The forge is roaring as Jong Do starts melting down high-grade steel infused with chi. He knows he needs more than just skill for this. He needs a miracle from the gacha gods. He dual loads the Luck King Lu Shan, hoping the tiny emperor's blessing will guarantee a legendary result. The spirits are bickering, but Jong Do shuts them up. They're on a tight deadline and he needs to focus. He starts hammering the glowing metal, each strike ringing out with a surge of mana. It's a one-shot chance. If he messes up the rhythm now, the legendary materials will be wasted. Ixia shouts for him to stop at the perfect cooling point. Dasan gives the signal to dunk the blades, and the room is filled with steam as the steel tempers. The water sizzles and pops as the twin blades take their final shape. Lu Shan is jumping around, cheering him on and flooding the room with luck energy. Jong Do pulls the swords out of the bath. They're glowing with a brilliant, holy blue light. Dasan steps in for the final touch, preparing to inscribe a vow onto the steel itself. As the inscription is carved, a vision of a legendary warrior appears, binding his spirit to the blades. A massive pillar of light erupts from the forge. Jong Do has successfully created a legendary rank artifact. The system rewards him for being the first person on Earth to craft such a high-tier item, and his small spirit crew celebrates the victory. Back at Dokdo, the military tries to intervene with fighter jets, screaming through the clouds. The pilots struggle to see through the thick, cursed fog as they drop to lower altitudes to find the target. One pilot notices something strange just as his cockpit alarm starts wailing. Datartron is standing on the mast of his ship, looking up at the metal birds with pure contempt. He reaches out his hand, purple energy swirling as he prepares to swat them out of the sky. He mocks them for thinking they're safe in the air. As long as he's alive, the sky belongs to him too. The pilot's canopy shatters as a dark force crushes the jet like a tin can. Explosions light up the night sky as the entire air squad is taken out in a single move. Datartron declares that the only path permitted for the humans is the sea, where his fleet is waiting. He laughs, wanting to see if their metal ships can stand up to his ghostly power. The Navy commander is losing his mind, ordering an immediate sea-to-sea engagement before things get worse. He screams for all battleships to prepare for a full-scale charge. The Korean fleet pushes forward, cutting through the waves toward the heart of the fog. As they enter the mist, visibility drops to 0, and the crew starts to panic. Comms go dead and radar is useless. They're sailing blind into a trap. The captain tries to maintain order, telling his men to fire at anything that looks suspicious. Suddenly, a sailor spots a silhouette in the mist and screams for everyone to look. "Fire!" the captain orders, thinking they've finally found the enemy. The deck cannons roar, sending shells flying into the darkness. Direct hits! Explosions rip through the target ship, lighting up the fog with fire. The crew cheers as the enemy ship starts to sink into the deep, but as the smoke clears, the captain's face turns pale. It wasn't a ghost ship, they just blew a hole in a Japanese self-defense force vessel. Before they can even process the disaster, a real ghost ship appears right alongside them. Datartron is laughing his head off, mocking the humans for falling for such a simple trick. He boards the ship, sending sailors flying as he claims their lives as payment for the show. The two ships collide with a bone-jarring crunch, wood splintering against metal. Elite soldiers try to hold the line, but they're completely overwhelmed by the undead boarding party. Datartron is almost impressed by their bravery, but he has no intention of showing mercy. He orders his entire army of skeletons to prepare for combat. "Kill them all," he commands, his eye glowing with a terrifying light. The deck turns into a slaughterhouse as skeletons with rusted spears swarm the human soldiers. From a distance, the other ships watch the fire and chaos, unable to help because of the fog. Haejun is desperate to help, but the captain tells him they're surrounded and can't move. Another explosion rocks their ship as they're targeted by the Ghost Fleet's cursed cannons. Haejun grit his teeth in frustration. They're the strongest hunters, but they can't even reach the fight. Back on the boarded ship, the soldiers are being cut down one by one, their screams echoing over the water. Detartron sits on a makeshift throne of bones, ordering his fleet to sink the weak ships and isolate the strong ones. He declares himself invincible on the sea, boasting that the humans' bodies will only make his army stronger. Suddenly, a lookout skeleton points out a small, unassuming boat approaching the flagship. A tiny black dot cuts through the waves, heading straight for the heart of the undead fleet. Detartron laughs it off, thinking a small boat is no threat to his grand victory, but inside that boat is Jong Do, looking up at the chaos with a grim expression. He leaps from the small craft, soaring through the air like a bolt of lightning. He lands on the deck of a human ship, his twin swords already drawn and glowing. He introduces himself as the leader who was supposed to be here earlier, apologizing for the delay. He declares that he's taking control of the ship, a massive aura of blue mana exploding from his body. The soldiers around him can barely breathe from the sheer pressure he's putting out. They look at him and feel a sudden surge of hope, like as long as they follow him, they can actually win this. A ghostly voice whispers about how much it's missed the homeland sea. Jong Do raises his legendary blades, looking out at the ghost fleet with eyes full of cold fury. He loads the black name card, Admiral Yi Sunshin, and the legendary hero manifests behind him in full battle armor. His status screen explodes. His level has jumped to 181, and he's unlocked god-tier naval skills. The real battle for the ocean starts now. The system screams into life as Admiral Yi Sunshin's naval battle skills activate, boosting the ship's attack and defense by a staggering 50%. As command level 3 kicks in, a blue aura ripples through the crew, making the sailors sharper and more loyal than they've ever been. Jong Do looks down at his legendary twin swords, feeling the massive stat boost flowing into his body and the ship itself. The Admiral stands beside him, pointing his blade at the approaching ghost fleet and urging our guy to strike while the enemy is close. Ixia is panicking though, squinting through the fog and warning Jong Do that she smells a trap. But Jong Do just smiles. His fairy companion has hit level 3, and now she can see the enemy's intentions as clearly as a map. The Admiral doesn't care about traps, looking at the MC with a face that says, "Victory is inevitable." He tells Jong Do that a real naval battle is won with two things: superior firepower and a ship you can trust with your life. Blue lightning crackles around the Admiral as he prepares to unleash a move that will change the tide of history. A blinding light erupts from the center of the ship, forcing Jong Do to shield his eyes as the legendary summon reaches its peak. On the ghost flagship, a skeleton lookout spots something massive tearing through the waves at impossible speeds. Out of the mist, the terrifying dragon head of a legendary turtle ship emerges, breathing smoke and fury. The summon is complete. The invincible fortress of the Joseon era is now leading the charge. Detartron just laughs like a maniac, impressed by the humans' good taste and vowing to turn that dragon ship into his new throne. He orders his fleet to close in, but the turtle ship's dragon head begins to glow with a scorching orange fire. The Arclic's grin disappears the second he realizes the sheer amount of mana gathered in that one attack. Boom! A massive fire blast erupts from the ship, vaporizing the lead ghost vessel in a wall of flames. Burning skeletons tumble into the freezing ocean, their cursed existence finally coming to a fiery end. The turtle ship doesn't stop. It rams straight through the enemy lines, splintering ghostwood like it's nothing but toothpicks. Detartron screams in rage as he watches his pride and joy sink into the depths of the ocean. Back on the bridge, Jong Do's communication skills allow him to coordinate with the entire fleet, ignoring any radio interference from the enemy. He checks in with the other ships, learning that the enemy is trying to regroup inside the thick fog. Number 5 spots 2 more ghost ships ahead, waiting to pounce on any human vessel that strays too far. Their radar is dead, leaving them blind in the middle of a graveyard, but Jong Do has a different way of seeing. The Admiral tells him to calm his mind and focus on the spiritual energy of his allies. Our guy's eye flashes blue as he activates command tracking, seeing through the darkness and the fog as if they weren't even there. He orders Number 5 to maintain distance and fire everything they've got, promising that he's coming in for support. The turtle ship surges forward again, creating a massive wake as it guns for the enemy position. He clears the fog and sees 2 ghost ships surrounding their ally, ready to tear it apart. Jong Do doesn't flinch, ordering his crew to steer right between the 2 monsters and brace for impact. The dragon ship slams into both ghost vessels at once, a triple collision that shakes the entire sea. Undead sailors are tossed around the deck as the impact shatters their hulls. "Fire!" Jong Do screams, and the turtle ship unleashes a point-blank barrage that turns the ghost ships into burning ruins. With the path clear, Jong Do tells the other hunters to invade the left ship and finish off the survivors. The crew leaps onto the rotting decks, weapons drawn as the sound of battle rings out over the waves. It's a total bloodbath for the undead as the buffed hunters cut through bone and shadow with ease. Jong Do decides to handle the right ship solo, leaping into the air with his legendary blades drawn. He lands in a crouch, surrounded by skeletons that are about to realize they're outmatched. He recites the Admiral's vow, his blades glowing with a holy blue light that makes the very air shiver. With a single god-tier slash, he cleaves through the entire deck, painting the battlefield with the energy of his strike. The ghost ship's mast snaps and the hull begins to disintegrate into shadow. It's over, the two massive vessels are sinking, and our guy is standing tall amidst the wreckage. Ditartron has seen enough. He hovers in the air, a purple vortex of death swirling around him as he calls them little flies. He claims to be the true king of the sea, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light as he challenges Jong Do's strength. The Archlick starts pouring all his mana into a final, world-ending summon. "Rage of the Sea King!" he bellows, as a colossal ghost dragon ship, 10 times larger than before, rips through a portal. The massive bone ship looms over everything, casting a shadow that makes the turtle ship look like a toy. It charges forward with a roar, its dragon head glowing with a lethal purple energy. Jong Do looks at his crew and tells them to trust him. He's got one more trick up his sleeve. The massive ghost dragon ship pursues them relentlessly, its presence alone enough to crush the spirit of any ordinary hunter. Ditartron laughs from the mast, vowing to bury them all even if he has to chase them to the ends of the earth. He's already planning how he'll remodel the turtle ship into his next ghostly masterpiece. The Archlick's eye glows a sinister orange as he thinks he's finally cornered his prey, but as they sail deeper into the mist, a massive wall of jagged rocks appears right in the path of the giant ghost ship. Ditartron's face twists in shock as he realizes they're heading straight for a death trap. The ghost ship slams into the underwater reefs, water spraying everywhere as the hull begins to grind against the stone. The monster is stunned, unable to figure out how Jong Do led him here through a fog that's supposed to be impossible to see through. They're trapped in a narrow strait between mountains, the exact same terrain the legendary admiral used to crush his enemies in the past. Ditartron is fuming, realizing he's been played by a human strategist. On the bridge, Jong Do looks at his digital map. Thanks to Ixia's level up, the fog is literally transparent to him. The Archlick tries to force his way through, screaming that he'll smash the rocks and keep coming. Jong Do just smirks, telling the monster that hitting rocks was only the first part of the plan. The ghost ship is completely stuck, and the fierce currents of the strait begin to batter the hull from all sides. Ditartron feels the water's power, realizing the MC lured him here specifically because the current is too strong for a ship that large to maneuver. He lets out a final, desperate scream of hate, gathering every last drop of his mana for one last stand. The ghost dragon ship starts to fight back against the current, slowly breaking free as Ixia warns her master that they're coming out. Jong Do stands at the bow and activates current modification, turning the very ocean into his weapon. The effect is maximized, creating a massive whirlpool that pulls the ghost fleet back into the crushing rocks. The Archlick is losing his mind, screaming that he will definitely kill the MC for this humiliation. But Admiral Yi Sunshin's form starts to flicker, his time is up, and he tells Jong Do that it's been an honor to fight by his side. With a final wish for luck, the legendary naval commander vanishes into thin air. Ixia is terrified, wondering how they'll win now that their strongest load is gone, but Jong Do just stays calm. He tells her that he's not fighting alone, he's got another legend waiting in the wings. He activates a special combo gacha fixed black rank ticket he got as a reward for his legendary crafting. He explains that this is his prize for making the first ever legendary rank item on Earth. The gacha pulls out two heavy hitters, Tristan and Mordred, both legendary knights. But he's looking for the leader of the round table, a black rank hero that can end this war in one hit. The gacha wheel spins wildly, casting a red and blue glow over the deck as dozens of cards fly past. Suddenly, a pillar of golden light erupts from the turtle ship, so bright it clears the entire fog in an instant. Ditartron shields his face, sensing an overwhelming power that he's never felt before. He trembles, wondering where this godly amount of mana is coming from. Jong Do stands in the light, holding a golden holy sword that radiates pure authority. He's successfully reproduced Excalibur. He knows this blade can destroy even the most massive monsters with a single strike. The load is complete. Arthur Pendragon, the King of Knights. Jong Do's level hits 201 as he embodies the legendary monarch. The Archlick is finally terrified, his bones rattling as he realizes he needs to run if he wants to survive. He begs his ship to move, but it's still wedged deep between the mountain rocks. He considers abandoning the ship, but his pride as the king of the seas won't let him run away like a dog. He screams in a mixture of fear and fury, realizing he's truly at the end of his rope. He puts up a massive magical barrier, daring Jong Do to try and take his life. He bellows that on the sea, he and his ship are invincible, a last, desperate lie. Jong Do leaps into the air, the holy sword trailing a massive arc of golden light behind him. He swings Excalibur with everything he's got, a strike that looks like a falling sun. A massive explosion of light splits the ocean in half, vaporizing the ghost flagship in a single second. Ditartron's bones shatter into dust, his final thought being pure disbelief that he could die to a mere human. The golden pillar of energy reaches the sky, clearing the clouds and the cursed mist forever. Jong Do lands back on the deck and lets out a long sigh. The naval war is finally over. Level up notifications start dinging like crazy, boosting his mana and reflexes even further. He's shocked that he can still level up from a dungeon break monster, but then he remembers his broken Kaunka passive. Our guy realizes that Komka's fighting spirit is basically a cheat code for getting strong. Ixia suddenly warns him that the turtle ship summon is about to expire. Before he can react, the ship vanishes into light, and Jong Do falls straight into the ocean with a loud splash. He surfaces, sputtering and yelling at Ixia for telling him at the very last second. He floats on a piece of wreckage, watching the Navy sailors on the nearby ships celebrate their victory. As he's drifting, something falls from the sky and lands right in front of him. He reaches out and grabs it. It's the tattered pirate hat that the Archlick was wearing. The system identifies it as Detartron's hat, an item that gives a mana boost and permanent stat points. He sees it has a second effect. It can transform into any wearable item the user imagines. Jong Do thinks it's cool that it's a costume item and starts thinking of a design. A voice behind him says she's also interested to see what's inside his imagination, scaring the life out of him. He turns around to see Winry Makina herself, smiling at him like she's been watching the whole time. Jong Do finally manages to climb onto a proper piece of wreckage, exhausted from the world-class fight he just finished. He asks Winry how long she's been observing him, and she laughs, saying she wouldn't miss such a special occasion for anything. She mentions that she even saw the moment his luck necklace snapped during the battle. She praises him for doing a good job despite all the pain he went through. Jong Do asks if he has to give the necklace back since he's reached a higher game level. She tells him to keep it, floating it back into his hands as a permanent gift for his future battles. She notes that although he finished the load, he didn't receive a black card as a direct reward. Winry decides to make the reward even better since he cleared an emergency information mission. A massive glowing portal appears behind her, huming with cosmic energy. A giant chibi-faced prize wheel pops out of the portal, covered in numbers and S ranks. Jong Do's jaw drops. He wasn't expecting a literal game show wheel to appear in the middle of the ocean. Winry tells him he can pick a talent, and if he's lucky, he could even land on a level 3 ability. He only gets one spin, and he'll receive whatever ability the pointer lands on. He points out that the level 3 panel is unfairly small, making it almost impossible to hit. Winry just laughs, saying it should be obvious since level 3 talents are immeasurably powerful. She offers to give him a random reward instead, but Jong Do refuses. He's a gamer, he's going to take the risk. If his reward is based on luck, then he's going to use every buff he has. He summons Lu Shan and Ixia, his two luck-boosting companions, to his side. He tells them they're going to combine their strengths to beat the house and get that level 3 talent. Our guy grabs the edge of the wheel, his heart pounding as he prepares for the most important spin of his life. Ixia's eyes glow as she focuses all her energy on the mechanical movement of the pointer. "Master, now!" she screams, and Jong Do rips the wheel with all his might. The wheel blurs into a rainbow of colors as Jong Do clasps his hands together, praying for a miracle. Lu Shan and Ixia watch with bated breath, their faces full of hope as the wheel starts to slow down. It clicks past the level 1 and level 2 spots, inching toward the tiny purple sliver of the level 3 talent. It's barely moving now. Tick, 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 right on the edge of the line. Jong Do looks like he's about to have a heart attack as the pointer hangs right over the boundary. Clack! It lands perfectly in the center of the level 3 panel. Success! He's obtained the talent, Command LV3, and the system even gives him an extra reward for beating the impossible odds. Lu Shan is already acting smug, telling the young lord that he told him to trust in his luck all along. Jong Do is ecstatic, quickly pulling up his status window to check out his new power. But as he looks at the screen, his expression immediately freezes. He looks at his status and sees something that doesn't make sense. Lu Shan is asking what's wrong. The talent screen shows Good Luck LV2 and Command LV3 are both active, but something feels off. "What the hell?" Jong Do screams, his hair standing on end from pure shock. He grabs Lu Shan by the robes and starts shaking him, calling him a thief and demanding his talent back. He yells to Winry that this is a bug, because the talent that should have come to him went to the chibi spirit instead. Winry just smiles calmly and suggests that he cancels the load and checks his status one more time. Our guy realizes she might be onto something and quickly dismisses the spirit. He checks again and realizes that Command LV3 is indeed in his talent list along with his other permanent skills. He's confused, wondering if both he and Lu Shan received the talent at the same time. He looks at the system window and realizes that this was the additional reward. The talent was duplicated for his summons too. He realizes this is actually a massive win. If they ever get into a group fight, he can just load Lu Shan to lead the mops without draining his own mana. Winry floats over and tells him she's going to give his necklace an additional stabilizer as a final bonus. The pendant glows as she explains that now, others will only be able to see 3 of his talents, keeping his real power a secret. Suddenly, a loud voice from the ship's speaker interrupts them, announcing that everyone has worked hard. The Navy ship begins to pull into port, the morning sun rising over the mountains as the heroes return home. Cut to a dark cavern where a massive, glowing-eyed boar lets out a blood-curdling squeal. The beast charges at Kong Haishik, who's bracing behind his shield and showing off the results of his hell training. Boom! The boar slams into him, but Haishik stands his ground, his shield glowing with defensive energy. Jong Do and Seoyun are watching from the sidelines, both impressed by how much their friend has grown. The system reveals Haishik has jumped 20 levels since they last saw him. The training clearly paid off. But the fun is over as two more massive boars emerge from the shadows, ready to gank the lone tank. Haishik gets blindsided, letting out an ack as the weight of 3 monsters starts to overwhelm him. He screams for his friends to help, but Jong Do just stays back with a mischievous grin. Our guy decides it's the perfect time to test his new toy, and loads the Luck King Lu Shan. Blue lightning crackles through the cave as command level 3 is finally activated on the battlefield. A spiritual link forms between the three of them, making their connection and teamwork feel unbreakable. Haishik feels a sudden surge of power, noting that his body feels incredibly light and his shield feels like paper. Seoyun launches into the air, delivering a devastating kick that sends one of the boars flying across the room. She's ecstatic, realizing that the MC's new buff has made her even faster and stronger than before. Jong Do is thrilled, seeing the direct results of his level 3 talent on his own squad. Chibi Lu Shan laughs like a villain, telling them to bring on more enemies because he's ready to conquer everything. The MC's team just became the deadliest force in the world. Lu Shan is feeling himself, pointing his tiny hand and ordering the soldiers forward with his newly copied command skill. Haishik and Seoyun charge into a pack of stone golems, their bodies crackling with the blue lightning of Jong Do's massive team buffs. Haishik slams his shield into a monster, shouting for them to get out of his way as he tests his post-training strength. Seoyun is a total blur of motion, delivering a precision strike to a golem's head that sends shockwaves through the cavern. She follows up with a mid-air spin kick, shattering the undead creature into dust. Jong Do watches from the side with a smug grin, noting that today's dungeon run is going way smoother thanks to his Saintus ally. The system confirms that his command level 3 combined with his twin dragon swords is giving his teammates a massive boost in every category. He notices they're moving faster than usual, so he activates his observation skill to check their current levels. His eyes widen as the data starts streaming in, and he can't believe what he's seeing. Seoyun has already hit level 27, gaining power at a rate that would make most high rankers jealous. He quickly shifts his gaze to Haishik, wondering just how much the tank has grown. Wait, really? 45? Jong Do gasps, realizing his friend has jumped 7 entire levels in just 24 hours. He pulls up his own interface, suspecting there's a hidden reason for this insane growth spurt. It's his passive skill, Kamka's Fighting Spirit. It's currently deleting all XP penalties for his entire party, letting them level up like they're using a cheat code. He laughs at how broken this is, realizing his team is becoming an unstoppable force of nature. Haishik and Seoyun stop, confused by their leader's sudden outburst of laughter. Jong Do asks if they've renewed their awakened info lately, but Haishik says they haven't seen a reason to check yet. Our guy just gives them a mysterious smile, telling them to prepare themselves for the shock of their lives when they finally check the stats. He pushes them forward, wanting to maintain this momentum and crush the dungeon boss before the buffs wear off. The boss, a massive blue-skinned demon, lets out a blood-curdling roar as it prepares to defend its lair. Haishik meets the beast head-on, his shield absorbing a blow that would have leveled a building. Seoyun uses the distraction to vault over the tank, coming down like a comet toward the demon's head. She lands a crushing blow, and the boss collapses under the combined pressure of the buffed duo. Jong Do cheers them on, but as the boss dies, a notification pops up that stops his heart. He's achieved 99 points in all abilities, and the system bluntly tells him he's reached the limit for his current class. He stands there dumbfounded, realizing he's officially maxed out and can't get any stronger without a major change. He pulls out the info gacha, hoping the pink machine has a solution for his growth plateau. He steps through a swirling blue portal and arrives at a high-altitude temple overlooking a sea of clouds. Observation reveals this is a class trial designed specifically for one person, with 0 monsters detected. Jong Do realizes this is the big one, the quest he received to finally increase his class rank. He checks his analog watch, noting that it's nearly 10:30 as he prepares to dive into the unknown. He feels a bit nostalgic using an old-school watch, but he knows he needs to track every second in this trial. His heart is pounding against his ribs, the excitement and nerves of a pro gamer kicking into high gear. He reaches out to the portal, his hand disappearing into a sphere of crackling white light. Suddenly, the gravity reverses, and Jong Do is launched into the open sky, plummeting toward a world far below. What? He screams, his cool demeanor vanishing as he realizes his class trial starts with a free fall from 10,000 feet. The blue sky is all he can see as he tumbles through the air, the wind whistling past his ears. He lets out a continuous scream, desperately trying to find a way to stop his terminal velocity. He plunges straight through a massive cloud, expecting to hit the ground at any second. Instead, he feels something soft and feathers-like catching him, though his head is still spinning from the drop. He looks up and realizes he's staring into the giant beak of a massive birdman. Jong Do rolls away and points his weapon, demanding to know who or what this creature is. The bird, a giant blue feathered being, praises his quick reactions and tells him to put the weapon down so he can explain. Ixia pops out, sensing no malice from the giant guide, and tells Jong Do it's safe to listen. The creature introduces himself as Speedy Runner Grandel, the official guide for the upcoming trial. Jong Do looks around at the floating rocks and endless sky, asking where exactly they've ended up. Grandel explains they are heading toward Delapar, the Holy Mountains, where the true test will take place. He reveals that only a few beings in the entire universe have reached the limits required to attempt this trial, meaning Jong Do is now competing on a cosmic scale. Grandel hands him a glowing red gemstone, telling him it's a vital tool he'll need to survive. Jong Do asks what kind of event this is, but Grandel just points toward the horizon as they arrive at their destination. The heavenly mountain Delapar looms ahead, a massive floating island tethered by giant chains, radiating an ancient power. Our boy is stunned by the scale of the place, realizing this is far beyond any dungeon he's seen on Earth. Without warning, Grandel wishes him luck and drops him off his back, sending Jong Do into another frantic dive. He crashes through the canopy of a dense forest, branches snapping as he barrels toward the forest floor. He sits in the dirt, cursing under his breath, but realizes a glowing orange barrier around him saved his life. He looks at the red gemstone in his hand, realizing Grandel gave him a literal lifesaver. A massive firework explodes in the sky above the forest, signaling the official start of the event. The system announces that the Delapar trial is finally commencing. The reward is a special title that will dictate the entire future of Jong Do's growth. The stakes couldn't be higher. Grandel explains that only one being can win the title, and Jong Do realizes he's surrounded by high-level monsters and warriors. It's a literal battle royale. Flames erupt around him as his game LV3 talent activates, recognizing this trial as the ultimate competitive match. His stat points triple instantly. He looks at the camera with fire in his eyes, ready to show the universe why you don't bet against a pro gamer. Jong Do moves through the high grass like a ghost, his spear ready as he scans for his first opponent. He uses the red gemstone to project a 3D hologram of the mountain cliff, planning his route to the high ground. He realizes that since he has the map and others don't, everyone will naturally head toward that cliff, making it the perfect kill zone. He decides to play it smart, planning to hide and pick off the other participants once they gather at the summit. He grumbles about his stat cap, knowing that if his tripled stats had fully registered, he wouldn't even need to hide. Ixia suddenly stops him, her pink wings fluttering with anxiety. She senses something dangerous coming from behind them, not the cliffside. Jong Do doesn't feel a thing, but Ixia begs him to trust her upgraded level 3 senses. A massive gray wolf with piercing orange eyes emerges from the bushes, staring him down with predatory intent. Jong Do is relieved for a split second, thinking it's just a normal animal, but Ixia screams for him to move. The wolf moves like a blur, its jaws snapping shut inches from Jong Do's face as he barely manages to dodge. The beast is fast. It spins mid-air, its claws digging into the earth as it prepares for another lethal pounce. Our guy activates observation, his eyes narrow as he realizes this animal is actually a fellow participant. The wolf is named Tinia, a level 92 beast with high physical acceleration and a polymorph skill hidden in its kit. Jong Do kicks himself for being sloppy, realizing that in a cosmic trial, your opponent could be any living thing. Tinia mocks him, surprised that a human had the senses to dodge her opening strike. She warns him that his luck has run out and tells him not to expect any mercy from her teeth. Jong Do spits on the ground and draws a glowing blue short sword, asking if the wolf has ever heard of a dog day. He warns the beast that it's about to get absolutely wrecked by a human hand. The wolf roars, launching itself forward with a surge of physical power that tears up the grass. Jong Do meets the charge head-on, his sword gleaming as he prepares a high-speed counterattack. Dragon Tiger Strike, he bellows, his blade moving in a blur that catches the wolf off guard. Tinia uses her physical acceleration to spin out of the way, showing off reflexes that match Jong Do's tripled stats. She takes a glancing hit, blood spraying as she realizes this human is much stronger than he looks. A golden light surrounds her as her transcendent regeneration kicks in, healing the wound instantly. She growls, acknowledging that the human is quite good, but her healing makes her nearly invincible. Jong Do doesn't panic, he switches weapons, calling out the name of a legendary spear, Gae Buidi. The spearhead glows with a sinister yellow light as it plunges into the wolf's open maw. Tinia bites down on the shaft, thinking she's trapped his weapon, but her eyes widen as the healing light around her vanishes. She begins to panic, wondering what kind of terrifying power this human possesses to negate her natural regeneration. In a desperate move, she tries to crush the spear with her jaws, her black aura flaring. Instead, her own teeth shatter against the legendary weapon, blood pooling in her mouth as she screams in pain. Jong Do pulls back, his hands glowing with blue mana as he prepares to finish the fight. He tells the wolf not to resent him, because being overjeered is a skill in itself in the world of hunters. Tinia lets out a final, agonizing roar, realizing she's completely outmatched by the human's arsenal. Jong Do blurs past her, his movement so fast it leaves an afterimage in the air. He delivers a point-blank blast of mana into the wolf's side, sending her tumbling across the clearing. Tinia coughs up blood, her body finally reaching its limit as she crashes into the dirt. She tries to stand, but her legs give out. She's been beaten at her own game. Jong Do pins her down, holding a dagger to her throat as she lets out a final, weak kiok. "You've lost," he says coldly, his eyes showing zero hesitation. Tinia closes her eyes, telling him to just get it over with and kill her. But Jong Do just steps back and puts his weapon away, surprising the beast. He reveals he knew she wasn't planning to kill him from the start, since her opening attack targeted his shoulder instead of his throat. Tinia explains she only hunts for food and respects the balance of nature, a rare code of honor for a monster. Jong Do likes her style, but he still demands all her crystals and blue gems as payment for her life. Tinia grumbles, asking if the human is actually just a common thief in disguise. He holds up a blue orb he found earlier, asking the wolf if she knows what these things are actually used for. She identifies it as a possession stone, a specialized currency for the trial. She explains there's an uninhabited store that appears on the island where users can buy powerful buffs and tools. Jong Do is thrilled with the info, thanking the wolf for being so helpful. He rolls his red gemstone toward her, telling her to take it and withdraw from the trial since he saved her. Tinia stops him, asking if he's really just going to let her walk away after all that. She proposes they join forces, promising to give him the first-place spot if he lets her stay in the ranking. A system window pops up. Tinia has acknowledged his higher rank and wants to follow him as a subordinate. Ixia checks the wolf's intentions and confirms she's being genuine. Jong Do doesn't hesitate, slamming his finger onto the yes button. Chains of golden light erupt from the ground, binding the guardian of the forest to Jong Do for the duration of the trial. Tinia promises to do her best, her tail wagging slightly as she accepts her new master. Jong Do gives her a sinister smirk, telling her it's time for her first official order. The wolf suddenly feels a chill down her spine, sensing a different kind of danger from the human. Jong Do tackles her, screaming with joy as he tries to pet her fluffy belly while Tinia screams for him to let go. He buries his face in her fur, obsessed with the smell of a high-level beast. Tinia is mortified, begging him to stop, while a mysterious tribal warrior watches them from the shadows, completely baffled by the scene. Massive chunks of the island begin to break off and tumble into the void below. Jong Do feels the vibration, realizing it wasn't an earthquake. The map is literally shrinking. Tinia carries the tribal warrior's body as she explains that as the outer areas crumble, everyone will be forced toward the center. They spot a knight in full plate armor desperately climbing a sheer mountain cliff to stay within the safe zone. Tinia asks if they should fight him, but Jong Do tells her to wait. They don't want to give away their position yet. Suddenly, a glowing arrow streaks across the sky, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The knight is hit right in the helmet, let out a uke as he's nearly knocked off the cliff. He frantically looks around, shouting to find the coward who sniped him from the shadows. Tinia's eyes glow orange as she spots the shooters hidden in the forest on the opposite side. Jong Do smirks, revealing that their target isn't the stupid warrior on the cliff, but the snipers targeting him. He orders a charge, and the two of them sprint through the trees toward the hidden archers. They approach a massive ancient tree where the arrows were coming from. An elven archer is perched on a high branch, annoyed that the knight's armor is sturdier than she expected. She draws another arrow, claiming she's just prolonging his suffering. Suddenly, Tinia lunges from the leaves above her, letting out a roar that freezes the elf's blood. The archer falls from the branch, her bow snapping as Tinia crashes into her position. The elf is furious, demanding to know how a common wolf dared to attack her. She looks up and sees Jong Do coming down with a massive overhead strike, her eyes widening as she realizes there's another one. He slams his weapon into the ground, creating an explosion of dirt and wood that sends the elf tumbling. She groans in pain, her pride wounded along with her body. Jong Do stands over her, demanding every item she has if she wants to keep her life. The elf tries to act cute, putting on a helpless face and begging for mercy with puppy dog eyes. Jong Do just laughs, showing his own fangs and telling her there's no negotiating. If she doesn't like it, she can be wolf food. She realizes her charm doesn't work and lets out a frustrated, dropping her red crystal. She calls him a rude bastard as she vanishes from the trial. Jong Do is fuming, vowing that he won't show mercy to the next elf he sees after that pathetic display. Suddenly, a spiked projectile streaks through the air toward the knight on the cliff. It's a series of explosive attacks that blow the knight backward with a massive kick. A bolt of yellow lightning follows up, striking the warrior with lethal precision. The poor knight is engulfed in flames, screaming as he's bombarded from multiple directions. Tinia watches from the trees, actually feeling bad for the guy at this point. Jong Do knows this is their chance. Since everyone is focused on the warrior, they can take out the other snipers in the area. He shows off a full bag of possession stones they've already scavenged from defeated participants. Tinia points out that it's getting dark and suggests they take a break, but Jong Do wants to set up more ambushes in the dark. The wolf gives him some wise advice, telling him that those who sprint constantly are the first to collapse. Rest is a stepping stone to winning. Jong Do realizes she's right and follows her as she leads him to a secret spot she found earlier. They arrive at a hidden cave entrance, perfectly tucked away from wandering eyes. Jong Do worries the entrance is too small for a massive wolf to fit through. Tinia tells him not to worry, a white light beginning to surround her body. Her paws lengthen, and her form begins to shift into something more humanoid. Fur retracts and bones reshape in a flash of blinding energy. A shadow of a young woman appears within the light, her wolf ears twitching. Jong Do is frozen in shock, unable to believe his dog just turned into a girl. Tinia, now a blue-haired girl, mocks him for his reaction, pointing out that she can definitely fit in the cave now. Jong Do lets out a scream, realizing she's completely naked, but Tinia just looks confused, asking if wolves usually wear clothes where he's from. He tosses her a piece of fabric, telling her to put it on as fast as possible. He stands outside, blushing and sweating as he realizes his bound subordinate is a high-level polymorph. The sun rises the next morning, the sound of birds chirping echoing through the forest. Tinia, back in wolf form, stretches and asks if the human rested well. Jong Do looks absolutely exhausted, his eyes bagged from a night of zero sleep. He notices a red smear on the ground and asks what it is. Tinia reveals she spread some paint around the area to track which direction the other participants were moving. Jong Do pulls up his map, cross-referencing the red trail with the local terrain. He spots a river on the map, a perfect gathering point for thirsty or desperate warriors. Tinia confirms she can smell water and a large group of beings gathering nearby. They arrive at the riverbank, looking out over the sparkling water from the safety of the brush. Jong Do orders them to move stealthily, planning to ambush anyone they find. Tinia spots something and tells him to look over there. Our guy's eyes go wide. It's the uninhabited store, and to his horror, they've placed it right in the middle of where everyone is gathering. He knows that whoever controls that store gets powerful items that can completely flip the tide of the trial. He hears rustling in the bushes nearby, and realizes they aren't the only ones watching the shop. He signals Tinia to stay low, his nerves finally starting to get to him. Tinia growls, sensing the tension in the air as they prepare for a massive multi-party fight. Another massive tremor shakes the island as more of the outer edges collapse into the abyss. A green goblin hunter sprints toward the store, desperate to get inside before anyone else. A dark-clad assassin intercepts him, their blades clashing in the open field. Chaos erupts as participants from all sides charge toward the building, turning the clearing into a war zone. Arrows and spells fly through the air as the warriors fight for control of the items. A dark mage unleashes a barrage of ice crystals, freezing a path through the defenders. Tinia asks if they should dive in, worried that staying back will give someone else a legendary weapon. Jong Do tells her to forget the store for now, it's way too dangerous to get caught in that meat grinder. He points out a hidden archer on the perimeter, deciding that taking out the high-value targets is their real priority. Just leave it to me, he says, his pro-gamer instincts taking over. He has a plan to let everyone else kill each other while he cleans up the scraps. The battle is heating up as Tinia, in her massive wolf form, weaves through a barrage of ice spears. Across the field, a horned mage is desperately trying to pin her down, but she's just a blur of gray fur and speed. The mage is sweating bullets, cursing under his breath because he can't land a single hit on the wolf. Suddenly, Jong Do drops from the sky like a meteor, slamming his spear right into the mage's back. He smirks, thanking the guy for being such a perfect distraction. But the piece doesn't last long as a hail of arrows whistles through the air, and our boy has to pull off a mid-air flip to dodge the surprise attack. Jong Do lands gracefully, staring down a masked archer who's perched on a nearby rock. These guys just won't stop coming. The archer mocks him, asking how long he thinks he can keep dodging while unleashing a rapid-fire volley. Jong Do doesn't even break a sweat, spinning his spear so fast it creates a literal shield of wind, deflecting every single arrow with a satisfying clink. The archer's jaw drops. He can't believe a human is swatting his arrows out of the sky like flies. Before the archer can reload, Tinia lunges from the side with a monstrous roar, catching the sniper completely off guard. Terrified, the archer tries to level his bow for one last shot, screaming for Jong Do to die. But our boy is faster, swinging his spear in a massive arc that shatters the archer's defense in one go. The impact is huge, and the archer is sent reeling, realizing he's completely outclassed. Jong Do stands over the defeated sniper, looking totally relaxed while Tinia asks what the next move is. They look out over the river where other contestants are killing each other, and Tinia suggests waiting it out to ambush the winner. Jong Do shakes his head, knowing that hiding is too dangerous, because there are definitely more snakes in the grass, just waiting for them. He tells Tinia to just watch, then pulls out a glowing red spear, his eyes locking onto a target with lethal focus. He hurls the spear with insane power, a beam of red energy cutting through the air and heading straight for a small building. Boom! The house explodes into splinters, catching a hidden survivor completely by surprise as debris flies everywhere. A group of hiding contestants, a mummy and a priest, look on in pure horror as their cover is literally vaporized. Jong Do isn't done yet, unleashing a wave of fire that sweeps through the bushes to smoke out anyone else hiding. He's got a wild look in his eyes, basically telling the whole island that if he can't hide, then nobody is allowed to. "Time to move," he shouts, and the duo starts sprinting because their flashy entrance just put a giant target on their backs. The survivors left behind are stunned, staring at the smoke and wondering what kind of monster just ruined their hiding spot. The chaos is total as the remaining hunters start clashing in the smoke, exactly like Jong Do planned. Our boy stops in his tracks, his eyes widening, as he spots something he didn't expect to see in the middle of a war zone. It's a small, intact building, another hidden shop, sitting quietly among the ancient trees. Tinia scoffs at the building, wondering why anyone would be fighting over a shop while the world is ending. Jong Do tells her to keep watch while he checks the inventory, his gamer instincts telling him there's a legendary item inside. He pushes the door open, the old wood creaking as he enters the dimly lit room. Inside, it's surprisingly empty, with nothing but a glowing magic circle on the floor. He walks up to a stone altar, remembering the mechanics from his battle with Kamka, and places his gathered stones on the table. A holographic menu pops up, listing basic supplies like jerky and arrows, but Jong Do is looking for the big stuff. He scrolls through the list, his eyes scanning for anything that can give him a massive edge in this battle royale. Suddenly, he freezes, his pupils shrinking as he spots an item that seems almost too broken to be real. It's a special item that costs 25 stones and literally quickens the island's destruction. Jong Do lets out a dark oho, knowing this is exactly how he wins. Outside, Tinia is standing guard, her ears twitching as the atmosphere suddenly feels heavy. The ground begins to groan, and the sky darkens as leaves are ripped from the trees by a sudden, violent wind. Tinia is confused, wondering why the island is starting to break apart way ahead of schedule. Jong Do walks out of the shop, looking completely unbothered, while Tinia frantically asks if he knows what's going on. With a confident thumb point to himself, our boy just smiles and says, "Yeah, I did that." He tells her to follow him to the river, promising to explain his speedrun strategy on the move. His plan is simple. Since they're already in the center, they're safe, but everyone else will be forced into a panicked sprint right into their trap. Tinia realizes the brilliance of it. They aren't just surviving, they're becoming the gatekeepers of the final zone. Jong Do's face is full of mischief as he thinks about how easy it's going to be to pick off the leftovers. A massive firework explodes in the sky, signaling a change in the trial's status. The number 8 glows in the clouds, but Jong Do is shocked. How are there still 8 people left after all that? He realizes the remaining survivors must be much stronger than the trash he's been fighting so far. "Something's wrong, we need to move now," he yells, and they bolt toward the riverbank. They arrive only to find a scene of absolute carnage, with high-level hunters lying dead on the ground like discarded toys. Jong Do and Tinia slide to a halt, their instincts screaming that they aren't alone. From the shadows of the trees, a wet crunching sound echoes, the sound of something large eating. It's the troll lord, Jinshu. He's massive, green, and currently snacking on another participant's arm. Jong Do's system identifies him as a level 99 monster with insane stats. Jong Do can feel the overwhelming pressure. This guy's physical limits are way beyond a normal human's. The troll lord tosses a severed limb aside like trash, mocking Jong Do's weak human species. He stands up, towering over our boy, and grabs a spiked mace, looking bored by the prospect of another hunt. Jinshu leans in, his red eyes glowing with hunger as he wonders out loud how Jong Do will taste. Tinia warns him to wait, but Jong Do isn't about to be anyone's snack. His eyes glow as he prepares his biggest strike. "Dragon Tiger Strike!" he screams, launching himself forward with a spear encased in a massive aura of a dragon and a tiger. He knows he has to land this hit and end it quickly if he wants to win the Lord title of this trial. The troll lord just grins, his teeth looking like jagged mountain peaks. He isn't scared at all. Jong Do's spear connects, but a blue system window pops up. The troll's special armor has been activated, negating the damage. Our boy's eyes go wide as he realizes his massive attack did absolutely nothing. Then the nightmare starts. System windows flood his vision. His skills are being locked. Dragon Tiger Strike, Green Dragon Maneuver. Everything is unusable. "Die," the troll whispers, swinging his mace with enough force to shatter a mountain. Jong Do tries to block, but without his skills, he's just a man against a god of destruction. The mace connects, and a spray of blood hits the ground. Our boy is sent flying, his luck finally running out. Tinia screams in horror as she watches her partner get tossed around like a ragdoll. She doesn't hesitate, lunging at the troll lord with a ferocious kick to buy Jong Do a few seconds. Jong Do is struggling to stand, gasping for air while Tinia tries to hold the line against the green giant, but the troll is too strong. He swings his mace and catches Tinia mid-air, a sickening thwack echoing through the woods. Tinia is sent tumbling across the dirt, and Jong Do's rage finally boils over as he yells her name. "You bastard!" Jong Do roars, his hands glowing with a desperate, flickering blue energy. He launches a barrage of light needles, but the troll lord just stands there, letting them bounce off his skin like rain. Jinshu laughs, looking down at the MC with pure contempt, asking if that's really all he's got. Jong Do is shaking, his spear trembling in his hand. He's never been this outmatched before. The troll steps forward and delivers a brutal kick to Jong Do's chest, sending him skidding back through the dirt. Our boy coughs up blood, his vision blurring as he realizes his normal tactics are useless here. Jinshu jumps high into the air, coming down with a ground-shaking smash that turns the earth into rubble. Jong Do barely rolls out of the way, the wind from the mace strike nearly knocking him unconscious. He tries to counterattack, thrusting his spear forward, but the troll's reflexes are insane. The giant green hand catches the spearhead mid-thrust, stopping Jong Do's momentum cold. Jong Do's eyes fill with panic as he realizes he's trapped in the monster's grip. Jinshu lifts him up by the spear, his red eyes glowing as he prepares to end the fight. He slams Jong Do into the ground with enough force to create a crater, leaving our boy broken and bleeding. The troll walks toward him slowly, mocking him to try everything he can before he dies. Jong Do reaches into his pouch and pulls out a glowing red crystal, the essence of the speedy runner Grandel. Jinshu stops, asking if he's giving up. He calls it shameful and asks if he's not embarrassed to face his comrades. Jong Do lets out a bloody grin and simply says, no. He crushes the crystal in his hand, and a system message confirms the return function is active. The spirit of a massive blue bird erupts from the crystal, swirling around Jong Do in a vortex of golden energy. Ding! A new skill is acquired, Ultra Speed. The world around Jong Do begins to slow down. The troll lord's smile returns. He's excited that the human has decided to keep fighting instead of running. Jinshu charges, his mace glowing with a dark red aura as he shouts that he loves the human's foolishness. Jong Do's system kicks into overdrive. Using Communication LV3, he fuses Green Dragon Maneuver and Ultra Speed into something new. A blinding flash of blue light fills the forest as the fusion completes. The troll lord swings his mace at the spot where Jong Do was standing, but hits nothing but air. Boom! The ground explodes, but our boy is already gone, leaving only a trail of yellow sparks. Jinshu looks around in confusion, wondering where the human disappeared to. Jong Do is standing behind him, completely calm. The troll is stunned, wondering if the kid is actually a high-level mage using blink. Jinshu licks his lips, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. He swings wildly, his movements becoming more aggressive as he tries to catch the speedster. Jong Do prepares his counter, his spear crackling with yellow lightning. Mountain Dragon Maneuver, he whispers. He strikes with the force of a falling mountain, a massive explosion of energy rocketing the troll lord back. Jinshu is shocked, he's actually taking damage now. He lets out a confused, "What?" Jong Do slides back, the lightning still dancing across his body. He's found his rhythm. Ding! An achievement pops up. By overcoming his limits, Jong Do has awakened godly speed. The system rewards him for the incredible feat, and our boy can feel his power peaking. Tinia stumbles toward him, still injured but amazed that he managed to turn the tables on a monster like that. Jong Do tells her to rest, but she insists she'll recover soon, her eyes full of respect for the human warrior. Our boy looks at her with a soft expression, feeling guilty that she got hurt protecting him. Tinia tells him not to worry. She knew he was strong, but defeating a troll lord solo is legendary. But as they talk, a reflection in Tinia's eye shows the nightmare isn't over. Dodgy! Tinia screams as the troll lord suddenly reappears right behind Jong Do, his mace already mid-swing. Jong Do doesn't have time to react as the massive red mace slams into his back. He's sent spiraling through the air, his body bouncing off the ground like a skipped stone. He crashes into a cliff face, the entire mountain shaking from the impact. Jong Do slumps against the rocks, coughing up more blood, his body finally reaching its breaking point. The troll lord stands there, but something is wrong, he's completely healed. Tinia is horrified, knowing that kind of injury shouldn't be fixable. The troll mocks her keen eyes, his own red pupils glowing with a sinister light. A massive owl spirit appears behind the troll, surrounded by floating clocks. It's the time regression skill, his partner's secret weapon. He explains that the skill allows his body to return to a state before he received any damage. It's a literal infinite heal cheat code. Tinia is trembling, wondering how anyone is supposed to kill a monster that can just undo his own death. The troll lord walks toward the downed Jong Do, taking back his words about the human being weak. He truly respects him now. Amazing enough to devour, he shouts, his face twisting into a terrifying grin. He brings his mace down for the final kill, screaming that he's going to chop the human into pieces. Tinia tries to move, but her body is paralyzed with fear and exhaustion. Clang! The mace is stopped. Jong Do is holding it back with his bare hand, blood dripping from his fingers. The troll is stunned. Jong Do looks up with a cold stare and asks, "What did you say earlier? That you were going to eat me?" Jiangdo's voice is steady, and a dark, suffocating aura begins to leak from his body. A system message flashes. User's attack has grown by overcoming the limits of speed. Game LV.3 activates. Our boy launches a counterpunch that sends a shockwave through the entire area. The Troll Lord clutches his chest, coughing as he feels his internal organs being crushed. Jiangdo stands tall, a wild, confident grin on his face. "See you try," he says as his stats triple. The real fight starts now. Jinshu is trembling, his red eyes wide with pure terror. He can't understand where this overwhelming aura suddenly came from. Jiangdo looks down at the monster, mocking the troll who was just talking big about eating him. He's the predator now. With a flick of his wrist, his spear becomes a blur of golden light. Jiangdo moves so fast it looks like he's teleporting, striking the troll lord multiple times before the monster can even blink. The troll screams in agony as blood sprays from his wounds, the time regression failing to keep up with the speed of the damage. Jinshu's vision is failing him, he can't even follow the human's movements anymore. Jiangdo lands a final, massive blow, sending the troll crashing to the ground, the owl spirit's clocks shattering into pieces. "Regret having that skill yet?" Jiangdo asks as he delivers a rapid-fire spear combo that shreds through the monster's armor. The troll lord is begging for it to stop, his arrogance completely replaced by pathetic whimpering. Tinia watches from the side, her eyes wide as she witnesses the absolute one-sided slaughter. Jinshu is a mess of green blood and broken bones, weakly begging for death as the MC looms over him. Jiangdo doesn't hesitate, bringing his spear down for the final, lethal strike. The troll lord is finished. Our boy stands over the massive corpse, his breathing steady as the dark energy fades. He turns back to Tinia, his expression softening as he calls her name. Tinia limps toward him, admitting that she's reached her limit and can't keep fighting in this trial. She pulls out a possession stone, telling him she's going to forfeit and give her progress to him. Jiangdo is shocked, yelling at her to just take a break instead of giving up after they came so far. But Tinia knows he's the only one who can win this. Jiangdo sighs, promising to clean up the rest and see her on the outside. He launches into the sky, a trail of light following him as he heads toward the last few survivors. The island is a mess of floating rocks and crumbling cliffs, the end of the trial drawing near. A firework shows the number 6, only 6 people left on this entire floating rock. An orc warrior is hiding behind some rocks, planning to wait until one more person is gone before making his move, but his eyes go wide as he feels a sudden chill on the back of his neck. Jiangdo is already there, his spear at the orc's throat before the guy can even draw his sword. The orc looks up at our boy, sweating buckets as he realizes he's staring at the guy who just killed the troll lord. "Give up," Jiangdo says coldly, his aura burning like a sun. The orc knows fighting is suicide. The orc hands over his stone, swearing he won't forget this humiliation, or the fact that Jiangdo spared his life. Jiangdo watches him teleport out, his eyes scanning for the final targets. His pupils sharpen as he catches a glimpse of movement in the distant trees. A ninja-style participant is stunned. He thought he hid his presence perfectly, but the human found him instantly. The ninja panics, realizing his opponent is way out of his league. He tries to bolt, but Jiangdo is already closing the distance, his spear glowing with lethal intent. One kick is all it takes to send the ninja flying through the air. 3, Jiangdo counts down. The ninja screams as he's ejected from the trial, unable to handle the speed of the attack. Jiangdo lands and immediately looks toward a thicket of bushes. He unleashes a shockwave that flattens the greenery, revealing another hiding survivor. The guy with tattoos and a polearm looks up, confused and terrified by the sudden destruction of his cover. "Wait!" he yells, but it's too late. Jiangdo swings his spear in a wide arc, sending the guy spinning out of the trial. 2. Our boy's eyes lock onto the very last participant, a girl hiding in the distance. He leaps through the air, coming down like a lightning bolt right in front of her. It's an elf archer, and she's shaking so hard she can barely hold her bow. Jiangdo brings his spear down with a massive crash. 1. The elf is sent flying back, her bow snapping as she hits the ground with a cry. She immediately holds up a red stone, begging to forfeit before he can land another hit. Jiangdo looms over her, his expression dark as he asks who she thinks she is to decide when it's over. He laughs, telling her he has a bit of a debt to pay back to her elfkin, his face looking truly villainous for a second. The poor girl starts bawling her eyes out, frantically teleports away from the scary man. A massive firework shows the number 2. The trial is officially over. Tinia watches from below, impressed by the human's extraordinary performance. Jiangdo walks back toward Tinia, looking as cool as a cucumber, saying it's all done. Tinia is amazed at his transformation, wondering what kind of awakening he went through to become a different person. Jiangdo just laughs it off. Tinia thanks him for the help and tells him she'll give him her name once they meet on the outside. "See you soon then," Jiangdo says as Tinia disappears in a flash of light. Jiangdo stands alone on the crumbling island as a celebratory fireworks display fills the sky. Ding! A system message confirms he has completely conquered the class trial. He's achieved rank 1. an incredible achievement that earns him a secret bonus in the reward room. Jong Do is dazed, staring up at the clouds, barely believing he actually won. He flashes back to his pro-gamer days, where he was always the perpetual second place, watching someone else hold the trophy. But now, he realizes he can be the winner too. He lets out a huge, triumphant grin. A beam of light surrounds him, and the system teleports him to the final destination. He arrives at the reward room. It's a massive, beautiful white castle that looks like something out of a fairy tale. Suddenly, the blue birdman Grandel rushes him, cheering that he actually won. Grandel tackles him in a massive hug, shouting that he's the first winner from his family. Jong Do is literally suffocating in bird feathers. Jong Do manages to push him off, asking if it's finally time to get his rewards. Grandel gives him a thumbs up, winking and saying that as the partner, he gets to share in the rewards too. The Birdman leads the way, shouting that it's time for Jong Do to claim his prize. They stand before a set of massive, ornate doors. Behind them is the reward that will change our boy's life forever. Grandel is practically vibrating with excitement as he shoves Jong Do toward the massive reward hall doors, telling him there's no time to waste. The Birdman gets dead serious for a second, warning our boy that there's a strict time limit. He has to be out before the bird sleeps. Jong Do is totally confused by the Delarf unit's talk until Grandel realizes he needs to speak human. Basically, he's got until 10 p.m. sharp, giving him a little over 3 hours to grab as much loot as possible. Grandel tells him to aim for 5 minutes early just to be safe, making Jong Do wonder what kind of nightmare happens if he misses the deadline. If he fails, he's forced into the Trials of the Hall, a gauntlet of power that's way too high level for him right now. Jong Do gives a casual wave, thanking the Birdman as he prepares to claim his hard-earned rewards. He pushes the massive wooden doors open, stepping into a dark, mysterious void that's supposed to be the treasure room. Our boy looks around, squinting into the gloom as the doors thud shut behind him. It's a massive, circular arena with white pillars, but it looks totally empty. Suddenly, a hum of energy fills the air, and the room starts to glow with an ethereal light. Jong Do's feeling a bit ripped off, wondering where the actual treasure is hiding. Light starts streaming through the pillars, and the atmosphere shifts from empty to magical in an instant. Dozens of golden birds made of pure energy start fluttering into the room. Jong Do is stunned as the birds begin to swarm around him, their glow reflecting in his eyes. One of the golden birds dives right into his chest, and he feels a massive surge of power. His stats start climbing. Every single category gets a +1 buff instantly. The energy of the Sky Island is literally seeping into his bones, and Jong Do realizes he could hit a massive 200 stat average if he stays long enough. He's grinning like a madman, regretting that he didn't finish the trial even faster to maximize his buff time. But after a while, the stat growth starts to slow down, making him realize the room is trying to balance itself out. He's already gained 21 points across the board, and his inner gamer is screaming at him to milk this for every last drop. He decides to wait for just one more bird, his eyes locked on a golden flicker near the ceiling. He catches it, celebrating his timing, and figures he's still got plenty of time before the 10 p.m. cutoff. Just one more, he says, the classic mistake of every gacha player ever. Suddenly, the exit doors start glowing with a menacing red light and slam shut with a heavy thud. Jong Do panics, checking his watch. It shouldn't be 10 p.m. yet, but the system doesn't care. A massive red warning screen pops up. The trials of the hall have officially begun. The system basically tells him he's screwed, as this trial is way too difficult for his current level. A massive stone birdman with a giant mace slams into the ground, ready to turn our boy into a pancake. Jong Do is losing his mind, wondering if his watch is broken or if Grandel lied to him. Then it hits him. He remembers checking his watch earlier in a dungeon. He was hanging out with Haeshik and the crew when the system admin, Winry, showed up. Winry had literally stopped time to congratulate him, and our boy realizes that frozen time didn't count on his mechanical watch. His watch is officially late, and his greed just landed him in a death trap. Jong Do sighs, blaming Winry for his bad luck, but he pulls out a glowing card. It's time to use his secret weapon. He pulls a black rank trial ticket, his eyes sharpening as he prepares to summon a god. This is the reward he got for smashing his limits against the Troll Lord, and he's not holding back. The stone golems charge in, swinging their massive hammers with enough force to crack the floor. Jong Do catches a hammerhead with his bare hand, a smirk on his face as he notes that it's pretty heavy. The golem is visible shaken. Nobody on Earth should have been able to block that strike. But Jong Do isn't just a human anymore. He's loaded a legend. He's loaded Hercules, the demigod of strength, with stats that are absolutely off the charts. With one casual shove, he sends the massive stone golem flying across the arena like a pebble. A whole squad of golems lunges at him, but our boy is just standing there, looking bored. The golems are struggling to even stay on their feet as the sheer pressure from Hercules' aura begins to crumble their bodies. Jong Do analyzes them, realizing they're battle golems that need their cores destroyed to stop moving. But the cores are shifting positions every second. They're protected by high-level magic. A golem slams its mace down, and Jong Do has to hop back, realizing that Hercules' brute force might not be enough if he can't hit the weak spots. He curses, realizing he loaded a pure-strength hero against a magic-based puzzle enemy. The golems surround him, their stone joints creaking as they raise their weapons in unison. Jong Do just smiles, deciding that if his brain can't solve it, his muscles will have to work twice as hard. He pulls out a massive steel club, the perfect weapon for a demigod. He swings with everything he's got, shouting that you don't need a head if you're strong enough to break everything. The golem's head is vaporized in an instant, leaving the stone body stumbling around blindly. 24 to go, he shouts, diving into the middle of the pack like a human wrecking ball. He's a blur of motion, his club shattering stone limbs and chests with every single swing. One golem tries to jump him from behind, but Jong Do just swats its leg off mid-air. The club whistles through the air, vibrating with the sheer force of Hercules' power. Even though they keep moving after being broken, Jong Do isn't stopping. He's turning the entire arena into a construction site, with chunks of golem flying in every direction. "I'll just grind you into dust," he yells, bringing the club down on a golem's core with pinpoint accuracy. The core shatters, and the golem finally goes still, turning into a pile of useless rock. The remaining golems actually look terrified, their steel-hard bodies being treated like wet clay. Jong Do delivers a brutal overhead strike, splitting a golem completely in half. He's one-shotting them now, his strength increasing with every swing as he gets used to the Hercules load. With a final, earth-shattering punch, the last golem is reduced to rubble. The system chimes in, congratulating him for passing the impossible trial. Jong Do's mana is fully recovered, and he stands among the wreckage, looking like a true god of war. He heads toward the exit, hoping all that extra work means the rewards are going to be even more broken than before. He pushes the exit doors open, ready to finally get out of this place. But instead of a hallway, a new message pops up. He's only passed the first hall. Jong Do's eyes pop out of his head as the system offers him a challenge for the next trial. He looks back at the rubble he just created, realizing this isn't just a reward room, it's a hidden dungeon. The system gives him an out, telling him he can leave now, if he's scared. But there's a catch. Once he leaves, he can never come back to this bonus room. "Wait, is this a tower climb?" he asks, his gamer brain recognizing the legendary progression system. It's a classic setup, different trials on every floor, with rewards that get crazier the higher you go. He hesitates for a second, wondering if he should quit while he's ahead. He barely survived the golems using a black ticket. If the next floor is even harder, he's in serious trouble. But the thought of the legendary loot is too much to ignore. He's a Gacha-Hunter after all. He decides to make a deal with himself. He'll pull from the Fate Gacha, and if it's not a high-tier pull, he's out. He throws his remaining points into the system, cards raining down on the floor. It's a disaster. 9 normal pulls in a row. He's laughing to keep from crying at his terrible luck. "Time for a boost," he says, activating a skill that sacrifices some stats for a luck-guaranteed pull. Ixia pops out of his ring, looking worried that her master is about to gamble his life away. Jong Do just grabs her playfully, telling her he's going all in on this last card. Ixia is stunned. Her master has officially lost his mind to the gacha fever. "5 tiger generals! Come to me!" he yells, throwing the final card into the air. The chibi luck king, Lu Shan, appears with a +6 buff, looking totally unimpressed. Lu Shan starts screaming at him, telling him that this bad luck is actually a setup for something huge. Jong Do scratches his head, feeling the hype build up as a diamond card starts to glow. Ixia points frantically behind him as the card starts to materialize into a spirit. "It's a diamond!" he shouts, his hands trembling as he catches the glowing crystal card. A whirlwind of blue energy fills the room as a legendary warrior begins to form. It's Huanzhong Hansheng, a legendary aged general with a bow and spear. His stats are incredible for a diamond rank. Jong Do is over the moon. Huanzhong is a combat monster, way better than a support-type load. With a new legend loaded, our boy sprints toward the portal to the second floor. He steps through and immediately stops, the wind whistling past his ears. Instead of a cold stone room, he's standing in a massive, beautiful green meadow. But the view is ruined by a swarm of flying shadows blotting out the sun. Dozens of wyverns and drakes are circling above, their shrieks piercing the quiet. Jong Do smirks, knowing that with Huanzhong's god-tier archery, these overgrown lizards are just target practice. But then he pulls out the heroic sword Balmung, a legendary blade made specifically for killing dragons. The sword starts humming, its dragon blood perception skill locking onto every target in the sky. Jong Do gets a massive 1000% stat boost against anything with dragon blood, and he swings the sword in a massive arc. Even Huanzhong's spirit is impressed as dozens of drakes are sliced out of the sky with a single swing. Our boy is laughing, realizing this floor is going to be a total cakewalk with the right gear. He's a literal anti-air battery, sending waves of golden energy up to shred the wyvern swarm. Bodies are raining down on the grass, and Jong Do is just enjoying the power trip. He tells Ixia that it's not the sword, it's just because he's that good. Huanzhong looks a bit depressed that his archery isn't needed, but Jong Do quickly cheers him up, thanking him for the stat boost. He slices the last wyvern out of the air, the creature letting out one final screech. The meadow goes silent as the last drake hits the ground with a heavy thud. "Is that it?" he asks, but Ixia is pointing toward the center of the field with a terrified look. The dead wyvern corpses are starting to twitch and slide across the grass, gathering in a massive pile. A pulse of dark energy erupts, and a massive skeleton dragon rises from the remains, its blue eyes glowing with cold fire. Jong Do realizes the real boss has just arrived, and it's not looking happy. He charges forward, confident that Balmung will turn this bone bag into splinters. He jumps high and brings the legendary sword down with a massive hop. The blade hits the dragon's skull, but there's no explosion, no stat boost, just a dull clink. Jong Do's eyes widen in shock. Why didn't the 1000% damage boost activate? The dragon swats him away like a fly, and Jong Do goes skidding across the meadow. He barely recovers, coughing from the impact, his mind racing to figure out the problem. "It's a dragon! Why isn't the sword working?" he screams at the system. Huanzhong chimes in, suggesting that the sword only reacts to dragon blood. This thing is a skeleton. It has no flesh, no body, and most importantly, no blood. Jong Do realizes he's holding a legendary butter knife against a monster that's literally immune to it. Ixia squeaks that the boss is looking really angry now. The skeleton dragon roars, charging at our boy with lethal speed. Jong Do ditches the sword and pulls out a massive longbow, finally letting Huanzhong take the lead. "Come at me!" he yells, drawing the string back as golden energy begins to spiral around the arrow. The dragon lunges, jaws open, but Jong Do's focus is absolute as he prepares to thread the needle. Jong Do is gasping for air, standing over the shattered bones of the skeleton dragon. He barely pulled that off. He's looking at his dwindling resources, realizing that at this rate, he won't make it past the next few stages. He was hoping to save his mana for a mythic Lu Bu load, but stage 2 was already a nightmare. He scrolls through his system windows, desperately looking for a way to power up without burning all his mana. Ding! A milestone message pops up. He's officially attained 100 mana, which is an extraordinary feat. The system unlocks a new category, Camp. Jong Do's eyes widen as he sees a list of legendary sets. A massive portrait of a tiger appears in the air, radiating ancient power. It's the 5 Tiger Generals set effect! He's already got Huanzhong, now he needs the others. The bonus is insane, a plus 30 buff to every single ability if he completes the set. Jong Do is losing it. Trying to pull 5 specific heroes from a pool of thousands is a gacha player's worst nightmare. Lu Shan pops out, offering his combination draw buff to help narrow down the search. "All right, I'm betting it all on this." Jong Do's eyes are glowing with gambler's determination. He activates dual load, merging his energy with the system to force a high-tier pull. The targets are set, Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun. The mana cost is high, but the payoff is legendary. The gacha machine goes into overdrive, cards spinning in a golden vortex. A warrior in gray armor appears, but Jong Do is confused. He doesn't recognize this guy. Lu Shan recognizes him immediately, pointing and shouting, "Ma Dai!" Ma Dai is the cousin of the legendary Ma Chao, and he's apparently a package deal. Because they share a strong bond, the system gives them both a massive stat boost and strengthens their traits. Lu Shan is literally crying with joy as Ma Dai bows to his lord. Jong Do feels the luck shifting. The next pull is going to be the jackpot. Another diamond card appears, shining brighter than anything he's seen before. A whirlwind of silver energy erupts as Ma Chao Mengqi materializes, looking like a god of the spear. Jong Do is pumped, but he's still worried. Is this enough to handle stage 3? The 5 Tiger Generals camp effect partially activates, giving him a plus 15 boost to everything. He's hit a new milestone, activating a camp effect for the first time. A black card starts to form in his hand. The system is rewarding his insane luck. It's a fixed black load ticket for the legendary Guan Yu Yunchang. Jong Do has officially hit the jackpot. A massive shadow looms over the horizon as a crowman screams for his army to kill them. The third trial has begun, and it's an all-out war between the birdmen and the crowmen. Jong Do stands on the edge of the battlefield, realizing this isn't a duel, it's a military operation. One of the birdmen's soldiers runs up to him, calling him commander and asking for orders. Jong Do smiles, holding the Guan Yu card. This is the perfect setting for a god of war. The crowmen charge in, their black wings flapping as they dive at the birdmen's front lines. A wave of energy sweeps through the crows, slicing them down like wheat. Jong Do is a blur of motion, his new spear skills tearing through the enemy ranks. The birdman soldier is absolutely starstruck by his commander's power. Jong Do activates the Guan Yu load, and the legendary general appears, bowing to Lu Shan as his nephew. Guan Yu's War God LV3 skill activates, maximizing Jong Do's leadership and army tactics. The birdmen feel the surge of power, their morale exploding as they grip their spears with newfound strength. The crowmen stop in their tracks, sensing that the vibe of the battlefield just shifted in a very scary way. A massive, muscular crowman named Juldan steps forward, telling his cowardly soldiers to get out of the way. He's level 246 and looks like he eats commanders for breakfast. Juldan screams a challenge, demanding that the enemy commander come forth and fight him. The birdmen are shaking. Juldan's aura is so strong it's actually impeding their abilities. Jong Do realizes he needs to settle this duel if he wants his army to survive. He eyes Juldan, knowing this is going to be his toughest fight yet. "I accept," he yells, summoning the legendary horse Red Hair from Guan Yu's skill set. Guan Yu and the horse share a silent, respectful look. The bond between them is timeless. Jong Do charges forward on the red stallion, wielding the green dragon crescent blade. The weapons clash with an ear-splitting, sending sparks flying everywhere. The impact creates a massive dust cloud that covers the entire center of the battlefield. Juldan is sent flying back from the sheer force, and the birdmen's morale skyrockets. Juldan laughs, admitting that the human commander knows a thing or two about fighting. But Jong Do isn't here for honor, he's here for victory. He orders his troops to form the 8 Golden Lock formation. His communication and war god skills create a synergy, and the birdmen move with supernatural precision. The soldiers sprint into position, their fear replaced by total devotion to the commander's orders. A massive holographic formation appears on the ground, trapping the crowmen inside a cage of light and steel. The crowmen are panicking, huddling together as the walls of the formation close in. "Stab them!" Jong Do's voice roars across the field, his eyes full of lethal command. The birdmen thrust their spears in perfect unison, creating a forest of death for the trapped crows. Juldan is furious, screaming that they were supposed to settle things with a fair duel. Jong Do just looks at him with a cold, mocking smile and asks, "Why should I?" His aura flares up, turning a dark, menacing purple as he tells Juldan that this isn't a competition, it's a war. "I'll use everything to win," he shouts, charging back into the fray to finish the job. The commander of the crows is about to find out that a gamer doesn't play fair. The battlefield is screaming as Juldan swings his massive spiked mace, but Jong Do, riding the legendary Red Hair, isn't backing down an inch. The impact sends sparks and dirt flying as the two commanders push each other to the absolute limit. Jong Do grits his teeth, realizing that despite his god-tier load, this crow champion is unnervingly strong. Juldan's red eyes glow with a feral intensity, mocking our boy and wondering just how much longer he can keep up this defense. With a monstrous shriek, Juldan unleashes a barrage of heavy strikes, the purple aura of his mace clashing against the blue light of Jong Do's spear. Jong Do is forced to block, the sheer force of the blows vibrating through his entire body as he struggles to maintain his footing. The birdman soldiers are watching in awe, realizing their commander is the only thing standing between them and total annihilation. Seeing their leader hold the line, the troop morale hits the ceiling, and the birdmen prepare to go absolutely berserk for the win. Across the lines, the crowmen are starting to panic as they realize their numbers won't matter if their champion can't end this now. Juldan sees the tide turning and knows he has to end it with one final world-shaking move. He raises his mace high, and it ignites with a hellish flame, promising to wipe out everyone on the field in a single swoop. Jong Do senses the massive mana buildup and calls out to the spirit of Guan Yu, needing everything the god of war has left. Guan Yu's eyes ignite with blue fire, acknowledging the request and preparing to unleash his most devastating technique. "Blue Dragon Rock Breaker Slash!" Jong Do roars, a massive energy dragon erupting from his blade as he charges forward. Juldan isn't cowering, certain that his own fiery strength will be the one to claim victory. A massive flaming phoenix rises from Juldan's mace, clashing head-on with Jong Do's sapphire dragon in a battle of mythical proportions. The two beasts tear at each other, the sky itself cracking under the weight of their power. A blinding explosion of blue and orange light levels everything in the center of the battlefield, leaving nothing but dust and smoke. As the dust clears, Juldan is barely standing, his armor shattered and his mace leaning heavily against the ground. The birdmen surround him instantly, their spears leveled at the defeated champion's throat. Juldan lets out a heavy, tired breath and finally admits it, he's lost. Jong Do sits atop Red Hair, looking down with respect, while the spirit of Guan Yu towers behind him like a mountain. The birdmen let out a roar of triumph that shakes the very foundations of the hall as Juldan officially yields. A massive system window appears. "Congratulations! You have cleared all the trials inside the hall." The system chimes with a gold notification. He's achieved an extraordinary feat that only a true legend could pull off. He's told to find the custodian to receive his final rewards, and you can practically see the dollar signs in our boy's eyes. Jong Do limps back toward the castle, his body aching from the most intense fight of his life. Guan Yu's spirit hovers beside him, praising him for a battle well fought and a victory hard-earned. The legendary general bids him farewell, promising that their paths will cross again in the future. Even Lu Shan, the Chibi Luck King, says it's time for him to head out, looking proud of his master's growth. Jong Do stops him, not ready to say goodbye until he squeezes one last reward out of the system. He summons a massive reward wheel, his eyes scanning the narrowest sections for the most broken loot. His targets are clear, a permanent war god skill or the Red Hair summon. He prays to the gacha gods as the wheel starts spinning into a red blur of potential. The needle flickers over the war god section, and Jong Do's heart skips a beat. No, he shouts as it barely misses the top prize, landing on the section right next to it. It's the red hair summon, not the god tier skill he wanted, but still an incredible prize. Lu Shan is fuming, shouting that they wasted energy on a duplicate since Jong Do could already summon the horse under certain conditions. But our boy sees the bigger picture. Loading a hero costs a ton of mana, but summoning just the horse is cheap and efficient. Suddenly, the Guan Yu card glows, completing the collection in his system album. The 5 Tiger Generals faction is officially activated, giving him a massive +30 permanent buff to every single stat. Jong Do notices another hidden feature in the album that makes his jaw hit the floor. He points to a special skill related to the generals, wondering what else the system is hiding from him. This skill allows him to temporarily add the stats and info of any of the 5 generals directly to his own base stats. The best part? It uses connection points instead of mana, making it a reliable backup in long-term fights. The system explains that he gets more points for loading higher-class characters, rewarding his habit of pulling for legends. Jong Do realizes that he isn't just borrowing power anymore, he's literally evolving into the legends he summons. Looking at his status window, he sees his level has spiked to 219. He's officially become a one-man army. Outside, Grandel is pacing frantically, terrified that his partner might have actually died in the bonus trials. The doors creak open, and Grandel lets out a startled koik as a familiar figure emerges from the smoke. Jong Do walks out with a casual wave, laughing as he explains that he's totally fine, though he's a bit worn out. Grandel assumes he just finished level 1, but Jong Do drops the bomb. He cleared the final trial, and the champion Juldan. The Birdman's face goes completely blank as he tries to process the impossible news. He screams that Juldan is a legendary champion and shouldn't have been beatable by a human newbie. Grandel's head is spinning from the sheer amount of rewards Jong Do has stacked up in a single run. He quickly pulls himself together, leading Jong Do toward the final podium where everyone is waiting. Soldiers raise their spears in salute as our boy walks through, the atmosphere heavy with the celebration of a new hero. Tinya is there, still in her wolf form, wagging her tail and looking relieved that her partner survived the meat grinder. She's genuinely happy to see him, her orange eyes glowing with excitement. But Jong Do stops dead, his eyes popping as he sees a line of contestants he thought were dead during the battle royale. Even the troll Lord Yinshu, the guy he literally shredded, is standing there looking perfectly healthy and grumpy. Grandel explains that the trial area was under the authority of time magic, so death was just a simulated failure to prevent losing high-quality hunters. He leads Jong Do to a massive golden podium where a high-ranking bird priest is waiting with a holy blessing. The priest looks down, his yellow eyes filled with divine power, wondering what kind of fate is about to be bestowed upon this human. The priest begins the ceremony, his voice booming as he speaks of how Jong Do's story has touched every creature in the universe. Jong Do kneels, a heavy silence falling over the arena as the divine blessing begins to materialize. Jin Jong Do, you have been granted the title, Voice. The priest declares as light erupts around him. A new system category is created, explaining that titles will now dictate the direction of our boy's future evolution. Jong Do is pumped, realizing this is basically a hidden class change that opens up a whole new set of skills. He compares it to a swordsman gaining secret blade skills, his gamer brain already plotting how to break this new mechanic. The priest tells him that normally, the ceremony ends here with the title bestowal, but since he cleared the extra trials, his blessing is going to be a lot longer and more intense than usual. Reward windows flood his vision, his EXP requirements are permanently reduced, and his title is upgraded to dimension-penetrating voice. He acquires the skill Calling, which lets him summon contracted partners across time and space. Then it gets crazier. The title upgrades again to a declaration resonating throughout the universe. His calling skill is strengthened to allow forceful summoning, meaning he can drag enemies or strangers to his location for a massive mana cost. Jong Do is in disbelief. These rewards are just as insane as the trials he had to survive to get them. With that, the 337th class trial officially comes to a close in a storm of light and cheers. The bird soldiers start singing a holy poem, and our boy gets one final stat buff just for listening to the music. Jong Do catches up with Tinya before he leaves, knowing that their teamwork was the key to his success. He asks her if she'll come if he ever calls for help, and Tinya smiles, saying she hasn't paid off her debt to him yet. Ding! A formal contract is signed, and Tinya is officially added to his summoning list. Jong Do lets out a yell of joy and tackles the giant wolf in a hug, while Tinya grumbles for him to let her go. Back on Earth, Jong Do isn't resting. He's in a high-tech training facility, tearing through practice golems. He's a blur of motion, testing out his new stat caps and skill proficiencies with surgical precision. He shatters a target with a single thrust, his speed and power on a completely different level than before. He wipes the sweat from his brow, looking satisfied as the golem crumbles into pieces. Ixia pops out, chiding him for training right after coming home instead of taking a well-deserved nap. Jong Do explains that high stats are useless if you don't have the skill proficiency to back them up, true pro-gamer logic. He lets out a sharp grin, feeling more confident than ever, while Ixia swoons over how cool her master is becoming. Suddenly, the training room door opens, and our boy senses someone approaching from the hallway. It's his teammate Haishik, looking panicked as he shouts that they have a very important guest waiting in the lobby. Jong Do is curious, wondering what could be so urgent that it couldn't wait until he finished his reps. He walks into the lounge to see his mentor, Songui, sitting across from a girl with long lavender hair. Jong Do stops in his tracks, recognizing the girl instantly from his info gacha and hunter rankings. It's the vice chairman of Savior, the world's largest NGO association for hunters. This is Yukinomiya Kako, Japan's only SS-Class user and the daughter of the reigning emperor. Jong Do takes a seat, cutting straight to the chase and asking why a royal SS-Class would come all the way to Korea for him. Kako stands up, admitting she's here to beg him to reconsider a mission in Japan that he previously declined. Jong Do admits he felt pressured because it was an overseas job, and the fact that 5 S-Class users already died there made it sound like a suicide mission. Kako bows deeply, her voice trembling as she says there is someone trapped inside the dungeon that she absolutely must save. Jong Do is flustered, telling her to raise her head because seeing a princess bow to him is giving him a massive headache. He points out that it's physically impossible to interfere with a dungeon from the outside once it's already in progress. Kako looks up with determination, telling him that with her unique skill, nothing is impossible. The system explains her power, Dungeon Scissors, which allows her to literally split a dungeon open and create a forced entrance. She reveals the nightmare: a boss monster has taken a high-level hunter hostage, and a dungeon break could happen at any second. The hostage is revealed to be the chairman of Savior and France's legendary SS-Class Saintess, Jeanne d'Arc. Kako is desperate, explaining that if the world loses the Saintess, Earth's future is as good as gone. Jong Do's blood runs cold. If an SS class like Jean was defeated without even being able to lift a finger, that dungeon is at least SSS class. He realizes the second cataclysm is causing power inflation way faster than he predicted. Visions of global destruction flash through his mind. UK, Hong Kong, no place is safe from the coming tide of monsters. He feels the weight of the world on his shoulders, knowing that even with his power, he can't be everywhere at once. If these dungeons aren't stopped now, the Earth will be reduced to a cinder in a matter of months. He asks for some time to think, his heart heavy as he realizes the easy road to power is officially over. He walks down the quiet hallway alone, his mind racing through every possible scenario. He checks his info gacha, wondering why his future predictions didn't show the total destruction Kako is describing. He starts to doubt the princess, wondering if she just misunderstood the severity of the situation. Wait, misunderstood? He whispers, a sudden terrifying realization hitting him like a freight train. He opens his info box, hundreds of blue and red folders floating in front of him. He reads through them, minor floods, small bits of pocket change found on the street. It's all small-scale, personal stuff. He realizes the horrible truth. He didn't see the world's destruction because his info only covers things he survives. The rest of the world was destroyed in his info gacha, which is why he couldn't obtain any data on overseas nations. His face pales as the scale of the impending disaster finally sinks in. He bolts down the hall, his feet pounding on the floor as he heads toward a secret meeting place. He slams the door open and shouts for Winry, the administrator who oversees his growth. Winry appears in a flutter of pink flower petals, her expression as calm and mysterious as ever. She curtsies, telling him she's been waiting for him to finally ask the right questions. Jong Do demands to know if she's willing to tell him the truth about the cataclysm. Winry nods, admitting that as his class rises, he is finally being allowed to see the big picture. She confirms his worst fears. Most of the world is indeed going to be destroyed in the very near future. She shows him a vision of a ruined world where a dark version of himself stands over a mountain of corpses. In that future, Jong Do becomes a god of war, reborn into an existence far above mere mortals, but at the cost of everything else. Jong Do stares at the vision with horror, asking if there is any way they can still save the world. Winry admits it's possible, but warns that the path to saving everyone is infinitely harder than the path to godhood. She tries to talk him out of it, wanting him to walk the fastest and most comfortable path to becoming a cosmic being. Jong Do realizes that for an immortal like Winry, the destruction of Earth is just a trivial penalty for his evolution. He looks at her with pure disgust, realizing she has no empathy for the trillions of lives at stake. "I am a human living in that world," he roars, his hands clenched into fists. He thinks of his friends, the warmth of human connection, and everything that makes life worth living. To Winry, it's all dust, but to Jong Do, his planet and its people are absolutely everything. Winry watches him, her red eyes unblinking as she waits for his final decision. Images of his teammates and their shared laughter flash through his mind, cementing his resolve. "This is communication," he shouts, his aura flaring with a bright, heroic light. "I want to save the world!" Winry lets out a small, satisfied smile, agreeing to support him if that is truly his desire. A system window with a golden border appears. You have forsaken the path of divine karma and chosen the path of asceticism. The system warns that his path to godhood will be long and painful, but it could lead him to an even greater place. Jong Do lets out a long breath, relieved that Winry is still on his side, while she promises to always strive for his success. She grants him a one-time bonus. He can now manually choose one piece of critical info from the gacha machine. He reaches in and pulls out a spiky purple capsule, his expression darkening as he feels the heavy energy inside. The quest updates. Reveal the truth behind the abnormal dungeon that has spawned in Japan. The system drops a bombshell. If he clears this, the level cap for the entire Earth will be lifted, allowing everyone to level up at exponential speeds. A path leading even beyond godhood is starting to open up for our boy. Winry curtsies one last time, wishing that all his wishes come true before she fades away. Meanwhile, in a dark, Gothic cathedral, a figure with a single glowing red eye hears a revelation from their god. A group of hunters in animal masks are shocked to hear that a deviation has begun in the world's predicted timeline. The leader in the hood warns them that this isn't a minor change. Someone has officially lost their future, meaning they've broken the script. He laughs like a maniac, claiming that this deviation is actually going to work in their favor. The mask-wearing creeps prepare to move out, their goals clearly aligned with the world's destruction. Two specific members, Butterfly and Bear, are already on their way to Japan to test a new chaos weapon. They plan to accelerate the Earth's descent into total madness, starting with the Japan dungeon. The scene shifts to the base of a snow-capped mountain in Japan, where a massive blue portal is pulsating with dark energy. This is the heart of the crisis, guarded by military forces who can't even get close to the entrance. Princess Kako is profusely thanking Jong Do for agreeing to help, promising him massive compensation from the government. She introduces the three-person strike team, Jong Do, her top aide Haejun, and herself. Jong Do activates his observation skill, his eyes glowing as he scans the portal for hidden data. The readout is terrifying, difficulty level SSS, inhabited by the Demon Army's 7th Corps and a boss called Lagir of the Abyss. The system chimes with more bad news. 2 or more dungeons have merged, making the interior a literal maze of death. Jong Do swallows hard, realizing that even just looking at the dungeon stats is enough to make a normal hunter faint. He looks at an image of the Saintess, knowing that rescuing her is the only way to ensure the Earth's survival. Haejun asks if the 3-person limit applies to escaping as well, looking nervous about the odds. Kako doesn't hesitate, saying that if it comes down to it, she will stay behind, because the Saintess is more important than her life. She raises her hands, the blue energy of dungeon scissors swirling around her as she tries to tear the portal open. She groans in pain, the pressure from the SSS-Class dungeon nearly crushing her hands as she struggles to make a crack. The portal is resisting her, becoming even more powerful as it detects the interference. Jong Do steps forward, casually asking if all he needs to do is tear a bigger fissure in the magic. Kako is stunned, stuttering that the portal needs way more power than a single human can provide. Jong Do just lets out a hap and grabs the edges of the portal with his bare hands, his stats peaking as he literally rips the fabric of space apart. Kako's face is a mask of pure shock. She's never seen someone overpower a dungeon entrance with raw strength before. "It's open, let's go!" Jong Do shouts with a thumbs up, looking like he just opened a bag of chips. They step through and find themselves in a desolate, red-tinted desert under a dark, oppressive sky. Jong Do looks around, realizing that Haejun is nowhere to be seen. They've been separated. He asks Kako if this is a normal side effect of her skill, but the princess looks terrified. She's used her skill hundreds of times and has never been separated from her team until now. Jong Do tries to stay positive, saying they should just push toward the boss room and hope Haejun can handle himself. Kako admits that she can't use her skill again for at least a day, meaning they're officially trapped until the boss is dead. Suddenly, the ground begins to vibrate with the sound of 100 galloping hooves. Jong Do pulls his spear, his eyes narrowing as 2 demonic riders emerge from the dust clouds. Kako warns him to be careful, identifying them as high-level Demon Army scouts. One of the scouts, a lizard man, laughs as he charges, mocking the humans for trying to rescue their hostage. Before the lizard can even finish his sentence, Jong Do is a blur of blue lightning, slamming into the ground with enough force to crater the desert. He spins his spear, the air crackling as he prepares to show these demons why he's the SSS-Class Hunter. A goat-headed demon is caught in a whirlwind of energy, let out a pathetic "cork" as he's tossed into the air. Jong Do stands casually, telling Kako that if these are the types of monsters they're facing, she shouldn't worry too much. But then, a heavy, rhythmic stomping echoes through the valley, and the vibe changes instantly. A massive legion of armored demon soldiers appears on the ridge, their red eyes locked onto the 2 intruders. Jong Do lets out a sigh, realizing that the warm-up is officially over. Kako is shaking, telling him they should retreat because there are simply too many for 2 people to handle. Jong Do just grips his spear, a dark, competitive glint in his eyes as he stares down the army. He dives into the middle of the pack like a lightning bolt, sent demon soldiers flying in every direction with a single swing. The demons are screaming in confusion, wondering what kind of monster they just let into their dungeon. Jong Do cuts through their shields like they're made of paper, his movements so fast they can't even track him. Kako watches from the sidelines, her jaw dropping as she realizes that Jong Do's true strength is way beyond anything she ever imagined. Our boy is just getting started. Walking into a boss room that's literally soaked in red light is usually a sign that things are about to go south, but for our boy Jong Do, it's just another Tuesday. He stands before a massive, ominous castle, asking his companion if this is finally the place where the big bad is hiding. Jong Do's companion confirms it, but he's not letting his guard down for a second, knowing an SSS-ranked dungeon isn't going to give up its prizes without a bloodbath. Suddenly, the ground literally explodes as a massive force rips through the entrance, sending debris flying everywhere. Out of the smoke, a monstrous demon screams into the air. This is Ligir of the Abyss, a level 199 captain of the demon army, and he looks like he eats hunters for breakfast. Jong Do grips his weapon tight, sweating a bit as he realizes this guy's power level is somewhere between diamond and black rank, making him one of the toughest foes he's faced yet. While the demon roars, we see the Saintess chained up in the background, looking completely helpless while a portal swirls nearby. Jong Do notices a secondary dungeon portal tucked away inside this one, which is exactly why this place was ranked SSS. It's a dungeon within a dungeon. He knows there's no time to waste, shouting to his team that they need to move fast and end this fight before things get even more complicated. Our MC isn't holding back, immediately summoning his legendary horse, Red Hair, and his loyal wolf spirit, Tinia, to create a chaotic three-pronged assault. The demon swings a massive blade, but Jong Do and his summons are a blur of motion, diving under the strike to get in close for a counterattack. Tinia lunges forward with a fierce growl, telling the MC that even though it's been a while, they don't have time for a chat, they have a job to do. The wolf slams into the demon's face, catching the massive beast completely off guard with her sheer speed and ferocity. The demon is absolutely furious, cursing at the stinky dog that dared to lay a claw on his face while his dark energy begins to flare up. Tinia isn't done yet, flipping through the air as she dodges a massive swipe, keeping the demon's attention entirely on her. She sinks her teeth into the monster's neck, dealing a vicious blow that draws dark, corrupted blood. The demon roars in agony, his massive body trembling as the wolf continues her relentless assault. Seeing the opening, Jong Do cheers on his summon while charging forward on Red Hair, his spear crackling with blue electrical energy. He delivers a devastating strike that slices right through the demon's defenses, sending out a shockwave that rocks the entire chamber. The demon is stunned, looking at these weak humans and animals with pure disbelief that they're actually pushing him back. But the monster quickly regains his footing, letting out a dark pulse of energy that sends Tinia flying back with a pained yelp. He charges up a massive beam of purple light, aiming it directly at the wolf to finish her off for good. Tinia gives a small, regretful smile as the light consumes her, her physical form dispersing as the summon reaches its limit. The beam slams into the ground where she stood, creating a massive explosion that sends stone and dirt flying into the air. The demon thinks he's won, but then he sees Red Hair charging through the smoke, eyes glowing with a vengeful light. He mocks Jong Do for using such an obvious decoy, swinging his massive sword to cut down the horse in one go, but his eyes widen when he realizes the saddle is empty. Our MC isn't on the horse anymore. Jong Do's voice rings out with a cocky grin as he appears right in front of the demon's chest, having used the horse as a distraction to close the gap. He drives a glowing blade straight into the demon's chest, and the beast lets out a scream of pure agony as holy light begins to burn him from the inside. But wait, the demon is still standing! Jong Do is frustrated, realizing that even a direct hit to the heart wasn't enough to kill this SSS-ranked tank. He doesn't give up, calling down a massive pillar of blue light to crush the monster into the dirt once and for all. The demon chokes on his own breath, the life finally fading from his eyes as the holy energy dissolves his physical form. With one final thud, the massive monster collapses, and his weapon clatters to the floor as he disintegrates into shadow. Jong Do immediately rushes over to the chained Saintess, reaching out his hand and promising to free her from her nightmare. She's struggling to speak through a gag, her eyes wide with fear and relief as the MC leans in to help. As soon as the gag is off, she gasps for air, but instead of saying thank you, she lets out a desperate scream. "Look out!" she yells, and Jong Do's eyes widen as he senses multiple projectiles flying at the back of his head. With godlike reflexes, he spins around and deflects a volley of golden daggers with his spear, sparks flying everywhere. The daggers thud into the stone floor, glowing with an ominous light. Jong Do looks over his shoulder, his face hardening as he realizes the attack didn't come from a monster, but from someone he thought was on his side. He looks directly at the lavender-haired princess, who is now standing there with a cold, murderous expression and a handful of daggers. She's impressed that he blocked the sneak attack, narrowing her eyes as she wonders just how long he's known she was a traitor. Jong Do gestures to his tiny fairy friend, Ixia, who is fuming. He explains that he has a literal lie detector that goes off every single time she opens her mouth. Ixia screams out a list of every single lie the woman told, from her plan to rescue the Saintess to her cooldown timers. Everything she said was a total fabrication. The traitor sighs, clearly annoyed that her act was seen through so easily, and she pulls out a strange blue butterfly mask. She puts the mask on, laughing that it doesn't even matter, because her plan was already halfway complete the moment he stepped foot in this room. Jong Do's heart sinks as he recognizes the style. This woman is part of Karma, the same group of lunatics trying to bring about the end of the world. She admits that he's unimaginably strong, but then she points toward the portal, a wicked grin visible even behind her mask. She holds up a glowing red orb, mocking him for being exhausted and challenging him to face a monster that makes the last one look like a puppy. The orb merges with the portal, causing a massive eruption of red energy that feels like it's literally tearing the air apart. She laughs hysterically, loving the look of despair on Jong Do's face as the true boss begins to emerge. But Jong Do isn't looking at the portal with fear. He's looking at it with a weird, excited grin, telling her he can't believe it. He's not despairing, he's celebrating his own luck. Suddenly, hundreds of gacha cards begin to swirl around him like a storm. The woman is stunned, her laughter dying in her throat as she watches the MC activate a power she clearly didn't anticipate. A horde of shadowy demons leaps from the portal, roaring as they lunge toward Jong Do to tear him limb from limb. They surround him instantly, a wall of claws and teeth closing in on our hero from every direction. But then, a voice booms through the chamber, a declaration that her soul belongs to the Lord, and her body to her motherland. Jong Do pulls out a new weapon, a brilliant golden spear with a red banner that radiates pure, blinding holy energy. He stands tall as the light explodes outward, completely incinerating any shadow that touches it. He activates a massive skill called Sacred Ground Proclamation, slamming the spear down and creating a zone of absolute protection. A system message pops up, stating that the sinful will be judged and all holy aligned skills are getting a massive buff. The demons recoil in pain, their bodies literally burning under the intense holy light as they screech in agony. Jong Do has done it. He's loaded the soul of the legendary Jong Do. His stats are off the charts, and he's ready to show these demons what a real Saintess can do. The holy light is so intense it looks like a miniature sun has been born inside the castle, blinding the demons and forcing them to hide their eyes. The butterfly-masked traitor is panicking now, realizing she's outmatched and trying to open a portal to make a quick getaway. But Jong Do isn't letting her go that easy, swinging his spear in a wide arc as gold electricity crackles along the blade. "Where do you think you're going?" he asks, sending a massive wave of golden energy crashing into her and interrupting her escape. She's furious and confused, screaming at him because he was supposed to be exhausted. He shouldn't have this much power left. She leaps into the air, throwing another volley of daggers, but Jong Do just looks up at her with a bored expression. He spins his spear like a propeller, effortlessly swatting the daggers away as if they were nothing more than annoying flies. She dives down with a final dagger in hand, screaming "die" with every bit of hate she has left. Jong Do just moves his spear slightly, the red banner fluttering as he prepares a finishing blow. Before she can even blink, the spear is already at her throat, her eyes widening as she realizes she's been completely outclassed. He tells her to stay still while he finishes his job, and then he delivers a blunt strike that sends her crashing into the ground with a scream. She hits the floor hard, her mask cracking as she grovels in the dirt, completely defeated. The real Saintess watches all this from her knees, her eyes filling with tears as she wonders why things had to come to this. But the fight isn't over. The demons in the background are starting to recover from the initial holy blast, their red eyes glowing with renewed hunger. The Saintess stands up, her voice trembling but determined, telling Jong Do that even though she's weak, she'll provide whatever support she can. Jong Do laughs, pointing out the irony that since he's loaded Jian Dark's soul, they're basically both using the same powers now. The legendary soul of Jian Dark actually blushes inside Jong Do's mind, feeling both happy and embarrassed that the current Saintess is trying to imitate her. The demons lunge forward again, their claws scraping against the floor as they prepare for a final swarm. They leap through the air in a massive wave of black shadows, screaming like banshees. The Saintess prays for courage, her hands shaking as she grips her staff and prepares for the impact. Jong Do raises his spear, the red flag glowing so brightly it looks like it's on fire. "Bring it on!" he shouts, inviting the entire demon army to try their luck against him. A system notification pops up. Jong Do has just used a taunt skill, forcing every single demon in the area to focus their rage entirely on him. A massive golden cross begins to form in the sky above the demons, radiating a power that feels like the wrath of heaven itself. "Grand Cross!" he yells, and the massive symbol slams down, vaporizing dozens of demons instantly. The survivors try to run, but the holy energy is like a magnet, dragging them back into the light. Jong Do laughs, summoning even more golden crosses into the air, telling the demons that it's no fun if they all start running away now. He snaps his fingers, and multiple grand crosses rain down like meteors, turning the boss room into a graveyard for monsters. The few demons left are trembling, realizing that this human is actually a monster in disguise. One demon stares up in horror as a blinding light begins to gather right in front of its face. "Holy light!" Jong Do commands, and a beam of pure energy incinerates the demon's head before it can even scream. The demon's body cracks apart like stone, its dark essence being bleached white by the holy power. Another demon is blasted back, its arms raised in a futile attempt to shield itself from the righteous fire. Jong Do checks his stats and is absolutely shocked. Because he's synced with a saintess, his mana pool is basically infinite. He can spam his strongest skills all day without breaking a sweat. He starts chanting a sacred hymn, and suddenly, cherubs and doves begin to manifest in the air, creating a bizarrely peaceful atmosphere in the middle of a war zone. The demons are clutching their heads in pain, the holy music literally tearing their corrupted brains apart. With one final burst of energy, Jong Do clears the entire floor, leaving nothing but smoke and ash where an army once stood. He stands over the fallen demons, spinning his spear and commenting on how easy the fight was thanks to their great compatibility. He looks back at the saintess, but she's just staring at him with her jaw on the floor, realizing she didn't get to do a single thing because he's just that cracked. But the celebration is cut short when a massive red fissure rips open in the middle of the room, leaking out an energy that feels 1,000 times worse than the last boss. Both Jong Do and the saintess realize that the real threat has just arrived. Jong Do activates his observation skill, his eyes glowing as he tries to scan the entity coming through the rift. The system warns him that this is the headquarters of the First Army, a place called Pandemonium. The saintess suddenly collapses, clutching her chest and gasping for air as the dark pressure in the room becomes unbearable. She's terrified, telling Jong Do that the magical energy leaking from the fissure is so thick she literally can't breathe. Jong Do grits his teeth, realizing that if the mere presence of this thing is doing this much damage, the actual fight is going to be a nightmare. He watches the rift, wondering what kind of nightmare is about to crawl out of the abyss. To make matters worse, his sacred ground duration is almost up, and his load on Jeanne d'Arc is starting to fade. He looks at the suffering saintess and knows he has to do something. She's his only ally, and if she goes down, he's fighting this alone. He scans her status one more time, hoping to find a way to stabilize her before the boss arrives. He notices something strange in her talent list. She has a high-level perseverance skill, just like he does. He realizes that if their talents are similar enough, he might be able to use his communication skill to force a link between them. The system confirms the match. His level 3 communication has recognized her level 3 perseverance. Without asking for permission, the system begins a forced synchronization, linking their souls together. Both of them scream in agony as beams of white light erupt from their mouths and eyes, their energies merging into one. The saintess is floating in the air, her body glowing with a power that's far beyond what she's used to handling. A notification pops up, the conditions have been met, and Jong Do's rank has actually increased during the sync. The link is strengthening, upgrading his saintess talent to level 3 as he absorbs her potential. The saintess looks like she's about to burst, her eyes rolling back as the power flows through her. Jong Do tries to stop it, realizing that this process is becoming way too dangerous for her physical body. But the system doesn't care, pushing the synchronization even further as she lets out a heart-wrenching scream. Jong Do panics, realizing that without a special stabilizing artifact, her body is literally going to explode from the mana overload. At that exact moment, a figure finally steps out of the rift, a man silhouetted by dark, jagged energy. The man walks calmly toward them, his shoes clicking against the stone floor as if he's taking a stroll in a park. Jong Do stares in horror, sensing a level of power he's never even dreamed of. Meet Khalid of Hellfire, the first corps commander of the demon army. He looks at Jong Do with a terrifyingly polite smile, and we know our hero is in deep trouble. The saintess is still being bombarded by energy, but she manages to cast Holy Shield and Holy Cure on herself, her body trembling under the strain. Jong Do sighs in relief, realizing her perseverance talent is the only thing keeping her from turning into a mana bomb. He figures that if she can just hold on, her talent will naturally level up and stabilize her, making her stronger than ever. But holding on is a big ask when you're standing in front of a demon commander who looks like he could delete you with a snap of his fingers. Khalid is actually impressed, praising Jong Do for having the skill to twist and connect space, a feat very few in the universe can pull off. Jong Do uses his observation skill again and his heart nearly stops. This guy is just a clone, and he's still level 299. Level 299, that's the same level as the legendary Heracles. Our MC realizes he's basically fighting a god's shadow. He can't believe a monster this strong exists on Earth already, especially since the world hasn't even hit its second destruction phase yet. Khalid moves so fast that Jong Do can't even see him, appearing behind the MC in a heartbeat. He whispers that the youngest and weakest always deserve to die first. The demon uses a skill called Mind's Eye, exposing all of Jong Do's secrets and stats to his dark gaze. Suddenly, a bright pink light erupts from Jong Do's chest. An artifact called Geshna's Blessing is auto-activating to block the mental invasion. Khalid is genuinely surprised, laughing that his mental attack was blocked and calling the situation interesting. Do grips his spear, wondering if he should try to take this guy out in one shot while his guard seems to be down. Khaled asks him if he's the supposed guardian of this world, just as the holy protection around Do finally fades away. Do is stunned into silence, realizing he's now completely exposed to the commander's power. Instead of attacking, Khaled holds out a hand, telling the MC that he wants to make him an offer he can't refuse. But the butterfly-masked traitor from earlier screams out from the ground, shouting that she'll never forgive Do. She stands up, her chest glowing with a strange golden light as she prepares some kind of desperate final move. She shouts that even in death, she won't forgive him, and the artifact around her neck begins to hum with terrifying power. Khaled looks at her like she's a piece of trash, his eyes cold and uninterested as her power surges. She orders her remaining forces to kill Do, her face twisted with pure, unadulterated madness. Khaled doesn't even move, but a massive sword made of hellfire manifests in his hand, radiating enough heat to melt stone. Do is confused, wondering if the girl has some hidden skill to control the demon commander himself. She laughs like a maniac, pointing at Do and screaming for his death. Khaled swings his flame sword in a lazy arc, but the fire doesn't go toward Do. The girl gasps, her eyes going wide as she looks down and sees a line of fire passing right through her own chest. Khaled looks at her with pure disgust, calling her a noisy pest and asking why she's making so much racket. His eyes glow with a red, demonic light as he utters a single word, "Begone." A massive wave of fire erupts from within the girl, completely consuming her in a pillar of infernal heat. She lets out one last, agonizing scream as she's burned out of existence, leaving nothing behind but ash. Khaled clicks his tongue in annoyance, the fire swirling around him like a cape. He turns back to Do with a smile, asking if they can finally get back to their conversation now that the trash has been cleared. He pulls out a glowing pink scroll, telling Do that he's proven his qualifications and earned a special reward. He asks the MC what he thinks about becoming the new 7th Corps commander of the demon army, and a system message confirms that Do is actually qualified for the job. The system warns him that if he accepts, the entire history of Earth will be changed forever. He'd become the ultimate traitor. Khaled holds up 2 fingers, giving him a simple choice: become a demon commander, or die by his hands right here and now. The fire in his hand flares up, emphasizing the threat. Do just smirks, telling the demon he thinks there's a third option. Khaled is intrigued, admitting he loves unexpected ideas. Do reaches out and grabs the glowing scroll, a look of pure defiance on his face. He rips the contract in half, telling Khaled that the third option is for the demon to die by his hands. The system confirms he has officially rejected the offer from the demon world. Khaled bursts out laughing, his face twisting into a mask of pure demonic joy. He loves that Do chose the hard way because it makes the hunt so much more fun. The Saintess uses the last of her strength to cast Baptismal Chant, sending a wave of holy energy into Do to boost his stats for the final showdown. The two clash in a massive explosion of fire and holy light, their weapons meeting with enough force to shake the entire castle. Do is struggling, his arms trembling as he tries to hold back the demon commander's overwhelming physical strength. Khaled mocks him, asking if he forgot to eat breakfast because his strikes feel so weak. But Do's eyes sharpen. He's spotted an opening in the demon's flamboyant fighting style. He lunges forward with everything he has, shouting for Khaled to have a taste of his sacred spear. The spear tip glows with a blinding light as it nears Khaled's chest, and for a second, it looks like a direct hit. But Khaled just stands there with a finger raised, a mocking grin on his face as the holy energy just washes over him. A system scan reveals the demon is wearing an inferno coat, which completely nullifies all holy and virtue-based attacks. Do's best weapon is now useless. Do curses under his breath, realizing his current load is a total mismatch for this guy's defenses. Khaled swings his fire sword again, a trail of embers following the blade as it whistles through the air. Do barely manages to parry, the heat from the blade singeing his hair as he's pushed back across the floor. Khaled tells him that if he has any more tricks hidden up his sleeve, he better use them now before he dies. Do's eyes glow with a new light as he reaches into his gacha system, pulling out a hidden trump card. Khaled laughs, shouting that it's useless no matter what he tries, his fire sword ready to deliver the killing blow. But then, a brilliant spark of energy erupts between them, catching Khaled completely off guard. The demon is stunned, looking at his own arm as if he can't believe he's actually been scratched. Jong Do has switched weapons. He's now wielding Gay Dirg, a legendary spear that completely ignores all magical defenses. He starts a relentless flurry of strikes, the golden spear dancing through the air as Khaled is forced to actually defend himself. Khaled's grin returns, wider than ever. He loves the challenge, shouting that this is the kind of fun he was looking for. Jong Do knows he only has one chance to finish this, focusing all his remaining power into a single, world-shaking attack. He activates his ultimate special skill, 5 Tiger Generals. A massive golden board appears behind him, featuring the legendary souls of Guan Yu and his brothers. Our boy is about to go nuclear! Jong Do's back is against the wall, but he's still got one more trick in the bag. He burns his last connection point, eyes locked on the prize as he prepares to unleash a god-tier combo. A massive ghostly figure of Zhang Fei towers over him. The system confirms the diamond rank buff is live, and you can practically feel the air vibrating from the raw power surging through our boy. The Saintess is feeling the hype too, her eyes sparkling as she realizes the mana sink is pushing them both to limits they never knew existed. Khaled, the demon commander, actually looks rattled for once. He's staring at Jong Do like he's seeing a ghost, wondering how a lowly human just doubled his power in a split second. Jong Do raises his spear, the energy around him exploding into a blinding pillar of light that illuminates the entire dark castle. He focuses everything into a single point, his eyes glowing with a lethal intent. This is it, no more games. He launches himself into the air, a blur of white and gold, diving toward Khaled like a fallen star. This isn't just a regular attack, it's the combined power of Jeanne d'Arc's divinity and the legendary spear Gay Darg. Layered on top is the brute strength of an ancient Chinese general, turning the MC into a one-man army. He roars, putting every ounce of his soul into what might be the most powerful strike ever seen on Earth. Crushing Tiger Cyclone Bullet! The attack spirals into a massive, rotating drill of energy that slams directly into Khaled's smug face. Khaled screams in pure agony, his demonic aura being shredded to pieces by the holy rotation. The impact is so massive it literally levels the surrounding architecture, sending stone and debris flying for miles. The dust begins to settle, and the system notifies him that his special skill has finally timed out. Jong Do is huffing and puffing, his hands shaking from the recoil. He's just glad that 30-second burst was enough to get the job done. He looks over at the Saintess, relieved to see that the barrier held up and kept her safe from the blast. She's still struggling to breathe from the mana sink, and Jong Do knows he needs to use what's left of his load time to heal her up. He starts to channel his remaining energy into his hands, but then he senses a chill down his spine. Out of the shadows, Khaled appears right in front of him. The demon is bloodied but sporting a terrifying wide-eyed grin. Jong Do's heart drops. He can't believe this monster is still standing after a hit like that. Khaled leans in, his sharp teeth bared. He's actually impressed, calling the MC's strength impressive for a human. He grabs Jong Do by the throat, hoisting him into the air. He admits he never thought he'd come this close to dying in a place like this. He laughs maniacally, telling Jong Do he should be proud, since it's been 1,000 years since anyone managed to land a lethal hit on him. But suddenly, Khaled's eyes narrow as he notices something shifting in Jong Do's aura. He mocks the MC, asking why he's suddenly gotten so weak again in the middle of their talk. Jong Do grits his teeth as the system confirms the worst. His load duration is officially over, and his god-tier stats are gone. This is the worst, he thinks, feeling his strength drain away while a high-level demon has him by the neck. Khaled laughs, comparing the MC's power to a balloon that just deflated. He's ready to end this, but Jong Do is already reaching for his gacha wheel. Suddenly, a beam of light called Holy Burn shoots from the side, slamming into Khaled's back. The demon is knocked forward, the surprise attack giving Jong Do a split second to breathe. Khaled spins around, summoning his Hellfire Blade, looking absolutely livid that he's being interrupted again. It's the Saintess! She's standing tall, glowing with a new level 3 power, swearing to destroy him even if it costs her every drop of mana she has. Khaled is getting annoyed by these pesky humans, his blood boiling as he prepares to slaughter them both. He mocks her, telling her not to waste her strength because her weak attacks won't even scratch him. Jong Do just looks up at him with a cocky smirk, asking, "Oh, really?" like he knows something the demon doesn't. He swings his spear at Khaled's neck, but the demon doesn't even bother dodging, thinking it'll just bounce off his armor. But Jong Do wasn't aiming for his neck, he was aiming for the Inferno Coat aura. With a flick of his wrist, he shatters the demon's magical defense. Khaled's eyes bulge in shock. He realizes too late that the MC has been baiting him this whole time just to strip away his protection. A massive explosion of holy burn consumes them both as Jong Do triggers the Saintess's ultimate skill point blank. Khaled is screaming, his body finally beginning to crumble under the combined weight of the holy energy and the damage he's already taken. He tries to tighten his grip on Jong Do's throat, threatening to twist his brittle neck before he goes down. Jong Do just laughs in his face, telling him he should have done that when he actually had the strength to finish the job. "You lost, Caleb," Jong Do says, intentionally getting the demon's name wrong just to tilt him one last time. Khaled stares at him, baffled, while Jong Do mentions that his luck has been nothing but legendary today. A massive gacha wheel appears in the sky behind Jong Do, spinning at high speeds like a heavenly slot machine. The pointer lands on an S-rank slot, Sacred Ground Proclamation. The MC just hit the jackpot. Blinding white light erupts from the ground, the holy zone reactivating and crushing the darkness out of the room. The Saintess feels the surge of power, the system adding a massive bonus to all her wholly affiliated talents. She lets out a cry of triumph as the light from her staff becomes a literal weapon of mass destruction. Khaled is blasted back, his clone body finally reaching its breaking point as he lets out a final, agonizing roar. The demon looks at Jong Do one last time, his eyes filled with a new kind of respect mixed with lethal hatred. He asks the MC for his name, acknowledging him as a true warrior for the first time. "It's Jong Do," our hero replies, standing tall amidst the fading light and smoke. Khaled promises to remember that name, warning him not to dare die until the next time they meet. The real him. With one last defiant look, the demon commander vanishes, and Jong Do finally collapses as the adrenaline leaves his system. But the rewards start flooding in immediately. Level up messages begin to pop up in a never-ending stream. He's leveling up twice, 3 times. The experience from a level 299 boss is absolutely insane. Another level up, his stats are climbing higher than he ever thought possible. It just doesn't stop. The system is basically losing its mind trying to calculate his new power level. One final ding, and the battle is officially over. Our boy just cleared the impossible. We cut to a peaceful room where the Saintess is looking down at a sleeping Jong Do. She's worried sick, clutching a towel as she waits for him to wake up. Jong Do finally opens his eyes, looking a bit dazed as he asks if that's really the Saintess standing there. Suddenly, a blonde guy with glasses and a long braid, Haejun, jumps into the frame, cheering that the MC is finally awake. Jong Do winces, his body still feeling like it was run over by a truck after that demon fight. He tries to thank Haejun for taking care of him, but the guy brushes it off, feeling guilty that he couldn't do more while Jong Do was doing all the heavy lifting. Haejun admits he was just wandering around while the MC was literally fighting for the fate of the world. He brings up the traitor Princess Kako, still in disbelief that the woman they trusted was a cold-blooded assassin for karma. Jong Do asks what the Japanese government is saying, knowing that the death of their only SS-Class Hunter is going to cause a massive scandal. Haejun explains that they're keeping her secret identity under wraps, telling the public she died a heroic death while fighting a boss monster. Some extremist groups are already spreading crazy conspiracies, claiming the Koreans killed her to steal the loot, which Jong Do finds pretty pathetic. Luckily, the Saintess herself stepped in and shut them down, swearing on her honor that the rumors were fake. Jong Do asks how she's doing, and Haejun gets serious, saying she was actually in much worse shape than he was. It looks like she was tortured while being a hostage, and her body nearly gave out during the recovery process. But the crazy part is, she's actually gotten stronger after the ordeal, her mana radiating with a new, intense light. Haejun heads out to let Jong Do rest, waving goodbye as he leaves the MC to his thoughts. As soon as the door clicks shut, Jong Do's expression sharpens. It's time to get some real answers. He calls out for Ixia, and the tiny fairy flutters into view, ready to report. She confirms that Haejun wasn't lying about anything. He's completely loyal, which is one less thing for Jong Do to worry about. Jong Do lets out a sigh of relief, glad that at least one person in this country isn't trying to stab him in the back. Ixia scolds him, reminding him how close he came to dying because he let his guard down for a second against that demon. Jong Do agrees, making a mental note that from now on, he's not assuming an enemy is dead until he sees the level up window pop up. He looks at his system screen, still baffled that his communication skill could actually raise the level of someone else's talent. He realizes he could potentially build an unstoppable team by manually boosting the abilities of everyone around him. Ixia points out the catch: the Saintess only survived the sink because of her perseverance talent. Anyone else might literally be torn apart. She winks at him, asking if she hit the bullseye on his secret plan, making Jong Do feel a bit exposed. He panics, realizing that if the sink is always active, he won't be able to use his observation skill on allies without accidentally killing them. Suddenly, a soft voice tells him she can help with that. He looks up to see the system admin, Winry, standing in the room. Winry looks proud, telling him he did a great job clearing a situation that the true universe was keeping a close eye on. She snaps her fingers, and a new ONOFF feature is added to his talent synchronization, giving him full control. Jong Do gives her a thumbs up, thrilled that he doesn't have to worry about accidentally exploding his friends anymore. Winry gets serious, explaining that Khaled of Hellfire is an irregular among irregulars, the highest-ranked being he's ever met. Jong Do is surprised, since he thought the Crow champion Juldan was the strongest, but Winry shuts that down fast. She explains that the Khaled he fought was just a clone with massive penalties. If the real Khaled had shown up, Earth would be a crater right now. Jong Do breaks into a cold sweat. He barely survived a penalized clone? The power scale of this world is getting terrifying. He asks how such a high-level being could even get to Earth, and Winry explains that this was an exceptionally rare case where the universe's balance failed. Jong Do wonders why all these rare cases keep happening to him, and Winry just smiles, saying the universe is trying to test him. But since he cleared such a critical event, she's got a massive reward waiting for him. The system announces that the experience point lock on planet Earth has been lifted. Jong Do is ecstatic. Finally, he can grow without limits. Suddenly, the entire hospital shakes, and Jong Do nearly falls out of bed as a massive boom echoes through the city. Winry explains that the universe was confused by his victory, and now Earth is strong enough to trigger the third destruction early. A massive purple rift opens over Mount Fuji, connecting the mountain to another dimension entirely. Winry's eyes glow as she prepares to explain the consequences of this change. Fuji is now a permanent dungeon break zone where monsters will spawn constantly without stopping. Jong Do is horrified, realizing this doesn't save Earth, it just puts everyone in way more danger than before. Winry explains that she adjusted the balance using her authority to prevent the planet from being immediately overrun. That black barrier over the mountain is her work. It's a filter designed to keep the destruction contained. Monsters won't be able to leave the barrier, but human hunters can go inside to hunt them. Weak monsters will appear first, giving Earth a chance to level up before the real heavy hitters arrive. Jong Do starts to see the potential. This isn't just a threat, it's the ultimate training ground. It's basically a perpetual experience workshop where he can grind stats endlessly. Winry holds up a glowing blue orb, telling him that the master of this entire workshop is none other than him. Jong Do takes the orb, looking at the miniature image of Mount Fuji trapped inside the glass. This is the master key. With enough mana, he can control the barrier, stop the monster breaks, or even shut the whole thing down. Jong Do's eyes light up with greed. This is the best reward he's ever received. He literally owns the mountain now. He imagines himself sitting on a throne, charging other hunters massive fees just to enter his private property to hunt. He asks if the barrier will stay up forever, and Winry says it will until the universe deems Earth ready to handle the full destruction. No one on Earth is powerful enough to break the barrier from the outside, meaning his monopoly is safe. He thanks Winry with a shark-like grin, already planning how he's going to use this new gold mine. Meanwhile, in the government office, a frantic official screams for the Prime Minister, panicking about the disaster at Mount Fuji. The Prime Minister looks up from his desk, wondering what could possibly be worse than what they've already faced. The official tells him about the constant dungeon breaks at the mountain, his face pale with terror. We see the mountain again, pulsing with dark energy and red rifts that look like bleeding scars on the sky. The PM is confused by the semi-transparent barrier, realizing that something is keeping the monsters inside, even if they don't know what it is. He knows they have to act fast, but he's terrified of making a move that could backfire. He realizes that the people who cleared the previous dungeon must be the only ones with answers. "Bring the Korean user, Jong Do, here right now!" he shouts, while the MC watches the mountain from his window, knowing he's the one holding all the cards. A massive ogre roars as it slams its fist against the inside of the barrier, desperate to get out and feast on some humans. Electricity crackles as the monster's strike is completely deflected, the barrier not even showing a single scratch. A group of Japanese officials are cowering nearby, terrified that the shield is about to break and let the beast through. Jong Do steps forward, holding his master key and telling them to relax and stay behind him like the professionals they are. The ogre swings a massive club at him, but Jong Do doesn't even flinch, his hand glowing as he manipulates the shield. He explains to the shocked officials that he gained control over the barrier after clearing the dungeon, making him the only man who can manage this crisis. One official wipes sweat from his brow, asking if they can send in their own users to help clear the monsters. Jong Do lies through his teeth, telling them that only a few specific people can enter, and they can't open more entrances once someone is inside. He sighs dramatically, telling them it's going to take a very long time to fix, but Ixia knows he's just scamming them to keep the loot for himself. "I'm not sharing this gold mine," he thinks, planning to reap all the early benefits before slowly letting others in. The ogre roars again, and the officials shriek in terror, completely falling for Jong Do's act. He flashes them a winning smile, promising that the barrier is his responsibility and he'll make sure nothing gets out. The officials are so desperate they promise to give him any support he needs, as long as he protects Japan from the monsters. We see one of those officials later in a car, cursing because his country's fate is now in the hands of a foreigner. He's livid that a Korean of all people is the one managing their most sacred mountain. Suddenly, his driver speaks up in a cold voice, agreeing that it's a total disgrace. The driver asks if there might be another way to control the barrier, and red smoke begins to fill the car. The driver looks in the rearview mirror, his eyes glowing with a demonic red sigil. This guy is bad news. The official is suddenly brainwashed, his eyes turning red as he repeats that the management of Mint Fuji needs to be rectified. He asks the driver for his name, looking completely dazed and controlled. The man pulls a bear head mask over his face, a wicked grin visible as he tells the official to just call him Bear. Meanwhile, Jong Do is back inside the barrier, rubbing his hands together as he prepares to do some scouting, which we all know means hardcore grinding. He spots the ogre from earlier, wondering if it's the same one that was trying to break out. He thanks the ogre for scaring the officials so much that they practically handed him the keys to the kingdom. He pulls out a new sword, the blade glowing with a sharp blue light as he prepares to test its power. With one smooth motion, he cleaves through the massive beast, the impact sending the ogre's body tumbling across the field. The monster is dead before it even hits the ground, and Jong Do stands there coolly, not even breaking a sweat. He's impressed by the sword's power, noting that even S-Class hunters would have struggled with that kill. Plus, he just got a stat boost. Suddenly, a massive boulder flies through the air, aimed directly at the back of his head. Jong Do slices the rock in half with a single strike, the pieces falling harmlessly to his sides. He raises his sword, looking for the next challenger in this endless hunting ground. He spots a new group of monsters approaching, his eyes widening as he realizes the quality of the spawns is already increasing. A massive orc lord steps out of the brush, wielding a heavy axe and looking ready for a rematch. Jong Do remembers having a hard time with these guys back at the academy, but he's a different beast now. He flips over the orc's head, delivering a spinning slash that leaves the monster howling in pain. He lands gracefully, the ground cracking under his feet as he prepares to finish the fight. Another level up! Jong Do is loving life, watching his experience bar fill up faster than it ever has before. He's surrounded by goblins now, but they're clearly terrified to even approach him. He notices dozens of red eyes glowing in the dark bushes. The commotion is drawing every monster on the mountain to his location. He points his sword at them with a wide grin, inviting the whole horde to come and get some. A massive swarm of monsters, wolves, goblins, and werewolves, all lunge at him at once in a chaotic wave. But a few seconds later, they're all lying in the dirt, tongues out and bodies broken. Jong Do is sitting on a pile of monster corpses, surrounded by loot drops and legendary weapons. He's calling it a reign of experience. He laughs with Ixia, saying this place is so sweet it might rot his teeth. It's a total gamer's paradise. He decides he's done enough hunting for the day and wants to do some proper scouting to find the source of the rifts. He calls out Tinia, and the massive gray wolf manifests in a burst of blue energy. Tinia sniffs the air, noting that these spots, the source of the monster spawns, have started appearing in this world too. She warns him that if he lets them be, the monsters coming out will just keep getting stronger until they're unstoppable. Every spot has a hidden nucleus that needs to be destroyed to close the rift for good. The nucleus is usually hidden deep underground or behind illusions, but Tinia's nose can track them anywhere. She howls, her body glowing, as she prepares to use her most useful scouting ability. Multi-clones! Suddenly, 10 identical gray wolves appear, fanning out across the mountain to search for the rift. Jong Do is overwhelmed by the cuteness, calling them 10 cute doggos and nearly forgetting he's in a death zone. Tinia snaps at him, telling him not to touch them or he'll distract them from the mission. A few minutes later, she points toward a nearby cave, her ears perked up. She's found it. "Follow me," she shouts, leading Jong Do through the woods at a high speed. Inside a dark cave, they find a glowing blue altar surrounded by ancient stone pillars. This is the heart of the spot. Tinia is confused because there's usually a powerful guardian protecting the nucleus, but the place is empty. She warns him to be cautious, since you never know when a boss-level monster might emerge from the shadows. Then, Tinia gets quiet, telling Jong Do she has a personal favor to ask him. Since the war is over in her home world, she wants to stay on Earth with him permanently as his partner. Jong Do is thrilled, but he points out that a giant wolf walking through the city might cause a bit of a panic. Tinia just smirks, her body beginning to glow as she prepares to change her form once again. She transforms into a tiny, fluffy, white and gray puppy, looking absolutely adorable. Jong Do loses his mind, hugging the tiny Tinia and shouting that he loves her, while she growls at him to stop touching her, mindlessly. "Our boy's got a new mascot!" Jong Do is standing in front of 2 legendary statues, screaming at the top of his lungs for a hero to finally show up. He lets out a frustrated groan as he pulls another normal rank card, realizing that even at a historical landmark, the gacha gods are being stingy. Tinia, looking like the world's sleepiest puppy, yawns and asks what the hell he's been doing for the last hour. Jong Do explains the mechanics. If he's near something related to a specific hero, his chances of drawing them skyrocket, and he's not leaving until he gets his guy. He stares at the statue of the legendary swordsman, his eyes filled with determination to pull a top-tier combat soul. He admits to the puppy that gacha is pure luck, and sometimes you just have to scream into the void until the universe listens. He points at Tinia, telling her to stop lounging around and actually use some of her ancient energy to help him out. Tinia sighs but decides to help, glowing with a purple aura as she pours her energy into the gacha pool. Jong Do's face lights up as the cards around him start to vibrate with a massive surge of power. "Let's go," he shouts, committing every ounce of his mana to this final pull. But instead of a hero, a weird-looking goat man in a tuxedo pops out, looking just as confused as Jong Do is. Jong Do is absolutely livid, telling the weird goat man to stay away while Tinia growls in the background. He realizes he can only rely on the Luck King, Lu Shan, who appears with a wink and promises to fix this mess. Tinia watches from the side, shivering and thinking her master has finally lost his mind since he's talking to thin air. With the luck buff active, Jong Do reaches into the light for one more draw. A massive diamond rank card erupts from the ground, bathing the entire area in a blinding white light. The wind whips around him as the legendary soul begins to manifest, and Jong Do can feel the sheer weight of the aura. A man with wild black hair looks around, wondering if he's back on Ganryu Island for one last duel. It's Miyamoto Musashi, a level 299 monster of a warrior, and he's looking as nostalgic as he is deadly. Jong Do celebrates like he just won the lottery, knowing he just pulled one of the greatest swordsmen in history. He immediately asks the master what it takes to reach that level of godlike strength. Musashi tells him straight, talent is a gift, but true power comes from 10,000 days of brutal, soul-crushing training. He offers to show Jong Do an example, and our boy is more than ready to learn from the best. After a session of intense practice, Musashi is impressed that the MC can absorb his complex teachings so quickly. The swordsman looks out at the horizon, feeling a bit of regret that he can't join the fight now that the world is crawling with monsters. He tells Jong Do to call on him again when he returns to Mount Fuji, leaving the MC with a lot to think about. As Musashi fades, the system rewards Jong Do with a massive stat boost and the legendary Niten Ichiryu skill. Jong Do stretches, feeling like $1,000,000, while Tinya hops around ready to get back to the action at the mountain. Suddenly, the system pings he's officially rolled 10 diamond-ranked characters. This milestone triggers a massive update. The evolution category is now unlocked. Evolution is a game-changer. He can now delete 3 gold characters to load a random diamond one. Or, he can burn 3 diamond characters to get a crack at a legendary black-rank soul. Jong Do is losing his mind with excitement, realizing he just found a way to bypass the gacha luck entirely. He can also sacrifice 4 characters of 1 rank to force evolve another specific card to the next tier. He's shocked that the true universe is being so generous, giving him a 100% success rate on these evolutions. The system warns him that not all heroes have higher ranks, but even they have a small chance to break their limits. He pauses, wondering if it's morally okay to just consume historical heroes like their XP fodder. He also remembers the faction system. If he deletes a hero who's part of an active set, the bonus stats stay, which is insanely broken. He decides it's not smart to just start burning cards yet, especially since he doesn't know which factions are hidden in his deck. For now, the plan is simple: draw as many souls as possible until he can force his way into a black rank. His phone starts buzzing in his pocket, interrupting his big-brain strategy session. "It's Haishik!" He calls out to his Hyungnim, announcing that he and the team have finally landed in Japan. Jong Do tells him to meet at the coordinate he sent, his voice filled with the confidence of a man who just got a massive power-up. Haishik is hyped, mentioning that the guild registration went through perfectly since Jong Do is basically a national hero now. Haishik is confused though. The official records only show 4 people in the guild, so who else is helping them? Jong Do smirks, promising to introduce them to their secret administrator once they get back to Korea. He hangs up and heads back toward Mount Fuji, unaware that a new headache is walking right toward him. He stops in his tracks as he sees a man in a suit approaching him on the dirt path. It's the counselor, and he's brought a very grim-looking bodyguard with a massive axe on his back. The counselor starts buttering him up, saying everyone is anxious about the state of Japan despite Jong Do's hard work. Then he drops the request. He wants to go inside the barrier with Jong Do to reassure the public. He claims it's perfectly safe since Jong Do is there, but he's bringing his stone-faced bodyguard just in case things get dicey. Jong Do is about to refuse when he sees Ixia floating near his ear, looking very agitated. She whispers something to him, her eyes wide with a warning that stops the MC dead in his tracks. A slow, dangerous smirk spreads across Jong Do's face as he processes the information. He suddenly changes his tune, telling the counselor that he completely understands and is happy to help. He gestures toward the glowing purple rift, inviting them both into the lion's den with a polite wave. The group enters the barrier, and the counselor is surprised by how quiet it is, while Tinya trots ahead in her cute puppy form. Jong Do plays along, suggesting that the public will be much more relaxed once they see how easy it is to handle these monsters. He looks at the group, asking where the cameras are, because you can't really reassure the public if you aren't filming. The counselor starts sweating bullets, stuttering and reaching for his neck as he tries to come up with an excuse. The bodyguard steps in, his voice like gravel, claiming he has a dungeon cam hidden on his person to record everything. Jong Do laughs, but it's a cold, mocking sound that makes the counselor visibly flinch. He points out that electronic devices like dungeon cams literally don't work inside this high-intensity magnetic field. He leans in, telling the counselor that his personal testimony will have to be enough since their recording plan just failed. Jong Do asks if it's okay to start using his skills now to search for monsters, and the panicked counselor quickly agrees. He doesn't use a search skill though. He activates the Room of Truth, a massive purple dome that traps everyone inside. Suddenly, a ghostly, cackling woman in purple robes manifests behind Jong Do, her eyes glowing with madness. Jong Do doesn't blink, asking the counselor straight up if he's a member of the Karma terrorist group. The man is horrified, stammering that all of Japan hates Karma and he would never associate with those monsters. Jong Do sighs, realizing the politician is too much of a coward to be a mastermind. He's just a puppet being used by someone else. He explains that the skill he just used wasn't for searching, it's a literal lie detector that no one can bypass. He turns his gaze toward the bodyguard, whose expression has gone from stone cold to purely murderous. Jong Do tells the bodyguard to repeat after him, "I am not part of karma and I have no connection to them." He gives him 3 seconds to say it, his hand tightening on his spear as the tension in the dome reaches a breaking point. The countdown hits 1, and suddenly a red magic circle erupts from the bodyguard's hand, glowing with corrupt energy. The counselor lets out a blood-curdling scream as his eyes turn bright red, his body being possessed by the dark magic. His pupils turn into slitted demonic eyes, the man no longer in control of his own physical form. The possessed politician lunges at Jong Do with clawed hands, screaming like a wild animal. Jong Do realizes this is just like what happened with Seo Sang-hee. These karma bastards love using people as living bombs. The bodyguard swings his massive axe, not at Jong Do, but at the possessed counselor's head. Jong Do barely manages to catch the axe with his bare hand, gritting his teeth against the sheer force of the blow. The bodyguard tries to pull back, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated evil. He swings again, the axe whistling through the air as he tries to finish off his own boss. Jong Do pushes him back, realizing the plan: if the counselor dies while he's with the MC, Jong Do will be blamed for the murder. The bodyguard mocks him, saying he doesn't give a damn if the pig dies as long as Jong Do's reputation is ruined. He laughs that after the princess's death, no one in Japan will ever trust a Korean hunter if another official dies on his watch. Suddenly, red beams of light erupt from the counselor's chest, his body bulging as the self-destruction sequence begins. The man is choking, his eyes rolling back as he becomes a literal human grenade. The bodyguard laughs hysterically, shouting that they're both going to die together in a glorious explosion. Jong Do's eyes glow blue as he activates observation, calling the bodyguard despicable trash one last time. He identifies the detonation mark and uses his system authority to manually cancel the explosion mid-sequence. The bodyguard's jaw drops. He can't believe it's possible to stop a karma curse with just a glance. Jong Do doesn't give him time to process it, delivering a massive spear strike that sends the villain flying back. He stands over the groveling man, telling him that there is zero chance of redemption for people who use others like tools. He raises his spear, the blade gleaming with a lethal light as he decides to end this farce. He's done being reactive. It's time to find Karma's nest and wipe out every single one of these cockroaches once and for all. "Not a single one of you will survive," he declares, his aura becoming so heavy the air itself begins to crackle. The bodyguard is trembling, finally realizing he's up against someone whose power level is beyond anything Karma prepared for. In a final act of madness, the man starts bleeding from his eyes, preparing to blow himself up to take Jong Do with him. He charges forward, his body glowing with a volatile red light. "We'll go down together!" he screams, but he's forgotten about the one creature he should have been most afraid of. Tinia suddenly transforms back into her massive wolf form, biting the man right through his midsection before he can detonate. The villain's eyes widen in shock as he's lifted into the air like a chew toy. Jong Do tells her to drop him because he's dirty, looking completely bored by the man's desperate struggle. Tinia tosses the man high into the sky with a flick of her neck. A massive explosion rocks the heavens, but since it happens so high up, Jong Do and the counselor are perfectly safe. Jong Do stares up at the smoke, a cold promise of vengeance in his eyes for the karma bastards. Somewhere far away, a red crystal shatters in a man's hand, signaling that their mission has failed. The man in the bear mask looks at his subordinates, his voice low and dangerous as he reports the failure. A rabbit-masked member complains about the wasted effort at Mount Fuji, frustrated that they can't break through the advanced magic barrier. Another member worries that since Butterfly is dead, they have no way to track the savior anymore. A figure in a black cloak with gold trim speaks up, telling them all to shut up and listen. He points out that the barrier and the spies are secondary. The real problem is the existence of Jong Do himself. His single red eye glows through the shadows as he confirms that the MC is officially their greatest obstacle. A silhouette of Jong Do appears behind the speaker, framed by an explosion of demonic energy. The other members go silent, the sheer weight of the leader's statement chilling them to the bone. The leader reveals an ancient prophecy: a greatest enemy was predicted to appear, a being that even their master cannot meddle with. He orders them to stop monitoring Jong Do immediately, fearing that the MC will catch them instead if they keep pushing. "Avoid him at all costs," the leader warns, as we see a terrifying shadow looming over our hero's future. Haishik is putting in work inside the Mint Fuji barrier, slamming his shield into a lizard monster and looking like a beast himself. He cheers for his Hyung-nim, feeling a sudden rush of energy and wondering if he just leveled up. Jong Do just crosses his arms, telling the guy that catching one measly lizard isn't going to make his level move an inch. He shows Haishik his own status screen. He's still level 61, much to his disappointment. Haishik is stunned that Jong Do has a cheat-like skill to check levels on the fly, but the MC warns him it drains mana like crazy. Jong Do turns around as he hears someone calling his name, and his expression immediately softens. "It's Soyun!" She's trying to squeeze Tinia into a hug, while the poor puppy spirit is struggling to escape her affection. Tinia growls internally, threatening to bite the annoying female human if she doesn't stop treating her like a toy. Soyun stuffs a piece of beef jerky into the puppy's mouth, and Tinya's anger instantly vanishes as she starts munching away. She claims she'll never forget this insult while wagging her tail happily, clearly losing the battle against her own puppy instincts. Jong Do laughs at the scene, but his smile fades as a massive blue system window appears in front of him. He's hit a dead end, he's level 99, and he can't level up further until he achieves an extraordinary feat. He tells the team to wait for a moment while he goes to check for more monsters, needing some privacy to talk to the system. As soon as he's alone, he activates the info gacha, spending his mana to get a lead on this new trial. A weird octopus-looking gacha machine manifests in the air, its eyes spinning as it processes his request. It spits out a green capsule, and Jong Do catches it with a look of high-stakes anticipation. He cracks it open, wondering what kind of mission the universe has cooked up for him this time. The message is simple but creepy: turn your head and look to your left. He does exactly that, and Winry is suddenly standing right there, looking as elegant and cold as ever. Jong Do nearly jumps out of his skin, asking why she always has to appear out of nowhere like a horror movie ghost. Winry ignores his complaints, saying she needed a private place to discuss something that could change his destiny. Jong Do is worried she's sending him to another world, but she assures him this test can be carried out right here on Earth. The trial is to clear a great mythical creature, beings that make boss monsters look like standard mobs. She explains the difference: monsters come from other worlds, but mythical creatures were born right here on Earth. Most of them disappeared when humans stopped believing in magic and started believing in science, but some of them survived, hiding in the shadows or choosing to coexist peacefully with humans. And then there are the others, beings so powerful they couldn't be killed, only sealed away by ancient shamans. Winry points at Jong Do, telling him his task is to find and kill one of those sealed nightmares. These creatures are hidden all over the globe, but there are two currently stirring, one in Japan and one in Korea. She recommends the one in Korea, pointing out a mountain shrine where the seal has recently begun to rot. Jong Do is pumped, slamming his fists together and deciding they need to depart for the motherland immediately. He asks about Mount Fuji, and Winry explains he can lend the master key to his subordinates, so they can keep grinding while he's away. He taps the orb, registering Haishiek as a secondary user so the barrier stays active and the guild stays paid. Winry's final warning is chilling: these mythical creatures are every bit as strong as the demon commander he just fought. We cut to the Taebake Mountains, where the air is heavy with ancient power and the sound of thunder. A gatekeeper in traditional robes screams for his brothers to block it as a massive force hits their barrier. The shamans are using every ounce of their spiritual energy to hold back whatever is trying to break through the stone gate. A beautiful woman, the mistress, rushes onto the scene, her eyes wide with fear as she sees the seal weakening. She finds her men slaughtered, their bodies cold. An intruder has tampered with the seal, and the consequences are here. A massive eruption of dark energy blows the stone doors wide open, sending the surviving shamans flying. They hit the ground hard, their armor shattered by the sheer pressure coming from inside the cave. A single, massive red eye peers through the darkness, letting out a roar that shakes the very foundations of the mountain. One of the girls asks the mistress what kind of monster could possibly be this terrifying. The mistress's voice trembles as she whispers a single name: the Bulgasari. The beast steps out, a nightmare with the face of an elephant, the body of a hippo, and a literal craving for human metal. It slams its massive foot down and the ground literally liquefies under its weight. Rocks and dirt rain down on the girls as they scramble to get away from the immortal beast. They wonder why their ancestors didn't just kill it, but the mistress explains that it's literally impossible. Bulsa means immortal. This thing is a force of nature that can't be stopped by normal blades. 1,000 years ago, it took an entire army of shamans and the spiritual energy of the entire Korean peninsula just to trap it. But the seal had a flaw. The beast has been sucking up that spiritual energy for 1,000 years to grow even stronger. It's no longer just a creature, it has evolved into a great mythical creature capable of ending the world. The gatekeepers cry out that the remaining talismans are burning up, they won't even last for another hour. The mistress refuses to call for reinforcements, knowing that more soldiers will just mean more food for the beast. She imagines the disaster, a starving, immortal beast rampaging through the nearest city, leaving nothing but rubble. Suddenly, a purple wisp of energy begins to circle around her, whispering in a voice only she can hear. She listens intently as the spirit tells her that help is already at the foot of the mountain. A slow, hopeful smile spreads across her face as she processes the news. Her assistant is confused, wondering who could possibly be the solution in a hopeless situation like this. "That person is our only chance," she says, her eyes filled with a new light. At the base of the trail, Jong Do stands looking up at the peaks, his weapon gripped tight and his eyes sharp. With Lu Shan and Ixia by his side, our boy is ready to face an immortal. "Let's see how strong this mythical creature really is," he smirks. "The hunt is on." Jong Do stares at the massive stone gate covered in sealing charms, realizing he just needs to take down the monster waiting on the other side. The girl in the traditional dress warns him that the Bulgasari has evolved into something unknown and dangerous while trapped inside. She hands him a golden talisman, telling him to stick it on the beast and run if things get too life-threatening, as it can seal the monster for another century. Jong Do takes the talisman with a confident grin, promising not to let her down as Yusion cheers him on from the side. A massive surge of blue energy erupts as the portal opens, pulling the MC into the dark, rocky arena. Out of the shadows, the Bulgasari emerges, a terrifying, pitch-black elephant hybrid with glowing red eyes. Our guy checks the stats and decides to load Sir Lancelot, a level 222 powerhouse, instantly transforming into a knight clad in glowing blue armor. The beast lets out a deafening roar that shakes the very walls of the cave, its eyes burning with ancient rage. It charges forward with the weight of a mountain, smashing through the rock floor as it tries to crush the intruder. Jong Do narrowly dodges the impact, leaping back with his glowing sword drawn, feeling the sheer pressure of the monster's presence. The spirit of Lancelot appears behind him, urging him to move fast and climb onto the beast's massive back. He flips through the air with incredible grace, swinging his blade in a wide arc to find an opening in the monster's thick hide. He plunges his sword into the beast's shoulder, making the creature scream in pain as dark energy leaks from the wound. Despite the hit, Jong Do realizes the hide is way tougher than he expected, barely leaving a scratch on the immortal beast. He switches tactics, activating the Azure Sword's special ability to ignore the enemy's defense. The blade pulses with light as he brings it down, unleashing a vertical strike that tears through the air. Multiple flashes of light erupt across the Bulgasari's body as the defense-piercing strikes find their mark. The monster howls in agony, its red eyes widening as it realizes this human actually has the power to hurt it. Jong Do pulls out several glowing red crystals, mocking the beast by mentioning he knows its major weakness is fire. He tosses the gems into the air and prepares to ignite the arena, telling the monster to enjoy the upcoming heat. A massive pillar of flame erupts, engulfing the Bulgasari in a searing inferno that turns the cave into an oven. The beast thrashes wildly within the flames, its thick skin beginning to char under the intense magical heat. Seeing the opening, Jong Do leaps into the air, aiming his glowing blade straight for the monster's heart from behind. The Bulgasari suddenly shifts its weight, its massive tail whipping around with enough force to shatter boulders. Our boy's eyes widen in shock as the counterattack comes out way faster than any creature that size should be able to move. The impact sends him flying across the cave, his body slamming into the ground as he loses his grip on his weapon. He quickly recovers his stance, impressed by how agile the beast is despite its lumbering frame. A warning shout comes from above, telling him to look up as the ceiling begins to rain down heavy stone. He slashes through the falling debris with a single strike, clearing his path while staying focused on the main threat. The Bulgasari's trunk lunges at him like a giant whip, cutting through the air with a terrifying whistle. He blocks the massive limb with his sword, the force of the collision creating a shockwave that cracks the floor beneath his feet. The pressure is intense, forcing him to dig his heels in as he struggles to hold back the beast's raw physical strength. He spins away and prepares another strike, his body wreathed in blue energy as he pushes Lancelot's power to the limit. The monster roars again, sending chunks of the cave ceiling crashing down in a desperate attempt to bury the hunter. Jong Do parries the falling rocks with ease, but he realizes the beast is trying to keep its distance because of its sheer size. Lancelot suggests that using binding or fire magic would make this fight much easier, but the MC knows he has to find another way. He decides to activate Dual Load, summoning Yuson to help him pull off a high-level combination move. Jong Do asks Yuson if he still has that specialized skill he gained from his last evolution. Yuson grins, gathering a sphere of purple energy in his hands, ready to grant his master the ultimate buff. Luck Loan activates, surrounding Jong Do in a dark purple aura that boosts his hidden stats to insane levels. The cost of the skill hits him hard, causing a sharp pain in his chest, but he knows he has to invest everything for this win. He initiates a combination draw, pulling the cards for Arthur Pendragon and Lancelot together into a single point. He focuses all his intent on summoning a specific person who can handle the magic side of the battle. The cards shatter, revealing the silhouette of a legendary wizard with a long beard and a pointed hat. A massive beam of light descends into the cave, pushing back the Bulgasari and illuminating the entire cavern. The legendary Merlin steps out of the light, commenting on how interesting the situation is while Lancelot watches from the background. A system message flashes, announcing that the two legendary figures are bound by a strong historical connection. Merlin greets Lancelot with a smile, while the system grants massive bonus buffs to all of the MC's talents and skills. The Bulgasari senses the shift in power and roars, sensing that its time as the predator in this cave is over. Merlin analyzes the beast instantly, noting its immortality and its weakness to fire, and tells Jong Do they need to stop its movement first. The wizard slams his staff down, casting Ancient Entangle, causing massive glowing green vines to erupt from the ground. The vines wrap tightly around the monster, pinning its limbs to the floor as Merlin yells for the MC to launch his strongest attack. Jong Do raises his sword high, the blade glowing with a blinding white light as he channels every ounce of his mana. With a joint shout from him and Lancelot, they unleash the legendary Erendite technique. A massive wave of blue energy tears through the cave, heading straight for the trapped mythical creature. Merlin adds to the chaos, casting Heaven's Flame Ancient to cloak the strike in a swirling vortex of fire. The two powers merge into a colossal explosion of flame and light that completely consumes the Bulgasari. The beast lets out one final, agonizing scream as its immortal body finally begins to crumble under the combined assault. Not taking any chances, Jong Do lunges forward for another hit, his eyes burning with determination to end this now. He stands in the center of the inferno, his silhouette framed by the raging flames as the monster disintegrates. The Bulgasari's massive head falls, its red eyes fading as it lets out a last weak groan before vanishing into dust. Jong Do declares that this is the end, his face lit by the embers of the battle as the system begins to process the victory. The shockwave from the final strike clears the remaining dust, revealing a massive crater where the mythical beast once stood. A level-up notification rings out as the MC shatters his previous limits, his power skyrocketing instantly. Multiple level-up screens stack on top of each other, signaling a massive jump in his growth after slaying a legendary creature. Outside, the girls wait anxiously, startled by the massive noise coming from within the mountain and praying for Jong Do's safety. A blue swirl of energy appears at the entrance, and our hero walks out of the dust, looking perfectly calm. The girls rush to him, relieved that the Bulgasari is sealed for another 100 years, but Jong Do has a surprise for them. He holds up a massive, glowing red orb, revealing that the beast won't be back in 100 years, because it's officially dead. The girl is stunned as she touches the mythic-grade essence, unable to believe that a human actually managed to kill an immortal being. Jong Do asks if there's a craftsman who can handle such a high-tier material, but she admits it's beyond human capabilities. He thinks to himself that if humans can't do it, he'll just have to call upon someone who can, looking at his gacha cards. He knows that to face the even stronger enemies coming his way, he needs to upgrade his gear using these mythic byproducts. He asks if there are any other great monsters left in Korea, but they inform him that the land is currently clear of such threats. The closest place to find another mythical challenge would be across the sea in Japan. He visualizes his next target, Yamata no Orochi, the legendary 8-headed serpent of wicked power. The girl realizes he plans to create something incredible with the remains of these monsters, and he confirms he has a plan in mind. She offers him a final reward for his service, as her subordinate brings out a heavy wooden chest. Inside is the fire goblin heart, a rare artifact used to suppress the Bulgasari, which they hope he can put to better use. Jong Do's eyes light up as he takes the glowing red crystal, thanking them for the perfect material for his new armor. Lancelot and Merlin's spirits fade away as they head back into the card system, leaving the MC alone to plan his next move. Two glowing prize wheels appear before him, signaling that it's time to collect his rewards for the successful hunt. Yuseon is hyped up, clenching his fists and begging for a high-tier talent card to drop. The wheel spins and lands on battlefield analysis, a tactical skill that helps him read the flow of combat. Yuseon is a bit disappointed, but Jong Do tells him it's a solid skill while they prepare for the second wheel. He reaches out for the next spin, hoping for something that will significantly boost his raw power. The system dings, informing him that he has acquired the talent Handsome Level 4, which is definitely not what he was looking for. Both he and Yuseon stare at the screen in pure disbelief, wondering why the luck system decided to troll them like this. Later, Jong Do stands in front of a massive, futuristic skyscraper, talking on his phone to his vice leader Haishik. He enters a workshop room, looking for the best place to start his next big project. He realizes that if he wants to forge something truly godly, he needs a professional environment to work in. Suddenly, Winry appears with a playful grin, welcoming him back and noting how quickly he's been growing. She startles him with her sudden appearance, but he's used to her eccentric timing by now. She tells him she's feeling proud of his progress, which is a first for her since she gained consciousness. Our boy is a bit weirded out by her sudden emotional outburst, but he doesn't complain. Winry claps her hands, announcing that she has prepared a special reward to match his recent mythic achievement. A storm of gacha cards rains down around him, glowing with intense magical energy. A new white-grade card is unlocked, pulsing with a pure divine light that outshines everything he's seen before. He receives a white-grade fixed load ticket, which allows him to summon beings that are basically gods. Winry explains that from this rank onwards, he can load entities that are worshipped across human history. But then, she shows him a card covered in static and golden glitch effects, revealing there's something even higher. The extra grade is unlocked, a category that stands completely outside the normal leveling system. Jong Do is stunned, asking what could possibly be more powerful than a god card. Winry warns him the odds of drawing one are microscopic, but the rewards for loading an extra grade character are beyond imagination. Even the gods haven't mentioned these beings, which leaves our hero wondering what kind of monsters are hidden in that deck. She disappears in a swirl of light, teasing him to try drawing one himself if he's so curious. He scratches his head, knowing his luck isn't always reliable enough to pull off a miracle like that. He decides to focus on the task at hand, bringing out the Bulgasari's mythic essence once more. He initiates a combination draw, targeting two specific souls, Zis and Mikhail. The system confirms the combination is possible now that his rank has increased, making him grin with excitement. Yuseon joins in, using his blessing to ensure they get the best possible result from the forge. Jong Do ignores the stat drain pain and pushes forward, determined to see what kind of craftsman he can summon. He collapses to his knees as his stats drop temporarily, two golden cards lying on the floor before him. He mutters to himself about getting too arrogant with his recent winning streak. He sits in a meditative pose, trying to achieve a state of apathy to reset his luck, much to Yuseon's confusion. The gacha machine explodes with light as the combination finalizes. Jong Do looks up with a serene, almost creepy smile, accepting whatever fate brings his way. Suddenly, a massive white-grade card erupts from the ground, bathed in lightning and holy energy. A bald dwarf with a monocle and a thick mustache appears, looking around the modern workshop with total confusion. Jong Do greets him like an old friend, but the dwarf, Dengu, reveals this is actually their first time meeting in this universe. The MC remembers that all the souls he draws are from the real universe, while he exists in a copy universe. Dengu's eyes land on the Bulgasari essence, and he immediately floats over, intrigued by the powerful material. He notes that the beast is technically still alive inside the mineral, which makes it impossible for normal humans to process. He puffs out his chest, declaring himself the Dwarf of Harmony and the only one capable of forging such a wild material. He tells Jong Do to grab a hammer and get to work, because they are starting the forge right now. After hours of intense work, Jong Do stares in awe at the glowing red armor sitting on the anvil. The system identifies it as the Immortal Armor of Flames, a mythic grade piece that grants total immunity to heat and a massive stat boost. Dengu is a bit annoyed that it's still incomplete, but Jong Do is blown away by the power it already possesses. The dwarf tells him he just needs 2 more mythic materials to finish the set, and he'll personally return to complete it. Hyped up by the new gear, our boy declares that Japan and the Yamata no Orochi are his next targets. 2 more prize wheels appear as rewards for the successful load of a white-grade soul. He's excited for a guaranteed reward from the white ticket, watching the wheels spin with high stakes. The system notifies him that he can only pick one of the 2 rewards, which immediately kills his vibe. He has to choose between the Harmony talent or the Elemental Ignorance skill. Yuseon suggests Harmony because its name seems to fit the balance of the world. Ixia flies in and argues that he should pick Elemental Ignorance, calling out Yuseon for his biased choices. Jong Do listens to his instincts and picks Elemental Ignorance, causing the fairy to cheer and the chibi spirit to wail. Yuseon collapses in tears over his ignored suggestion, while the MC wonders if he was being too harsh. The scene shifts to Mount Fuji, which is currently encased in a massive, swirling dome of purple energy. Jong Do arrives at the base, looking sharp in his new bright red and white armor, impressing his guild members. He notices that his team has improved a lot while he was away, though they insist they're still far behind him. Haishik mentions that just being near the MC makes him feel stronger, which Jong Do realizes is due to his leadership talent. The system dings, confirming that the stabilization of his level 3 leadership talent is complete. Yuseon worries that since the MC is getting so buffed, he might not be needed in battle anymore. Suddenly, a massive werewolf monster leaps from the trees, roaring as it targets the group. Haishik warns him to be careful, but the MC's communication skill overlaps with his leadership, creating a massive synergy effect. The blue-haired hunter steps forward and delivers a kick so powerful it creates a shockwave, instantly shattering the monster. She stares at her hands in shock, unable to believe how much her stats have increased just by being in the MC's presence. Jong Do gives Yuseon a thumbs up, telling him they'll definitely be working together for a long time. He tells the team to head back while he stays behind to check on a few more things in his mountain domain. He turns to Tinia, who is in her massive gray wolf form, and asks her for a specific favor. He asks her if she can track down any entity that emits a similar aura to his new mythical armor. She sniffs the air and confirms she can feel a similar energy radiating from a specific spot nearby. She takes off at a full sprint, leading the MC deep into the forest of Mount Fuji. They arrive at the mouth of a dark, ominous cave hidden behind thick pine trees. As they enter, the walls are thick with swirling purple mist and an oppressive feeling of death. In the center of the cave is a massive stone altar covered in hundreds of tattered sealing talismans. Jong Do winces, noting that the poison in the air is so thick it's actually starting to suffocate him. Tinia warns him that the seal is already beginning to crack and could break at any second. Jong Do just smiles, thinking it's better to break the seal while he's here to handle it, rather than letting it loose later. He leaps onto the altar and plunges his glowing spear into the center of the seal. The stone shatters, and a fountain of dark, poisonous energy erupts from the ground. Deep within the hole, a massive, scaly eye snaps open, burning with a hateful red light. A chilling voice echoes through the cave, declaring that it is finally free from its prison. The ground begins to shake violently, and Jong Do wonders if he's accidentally triggered a massive earthquake. Massive cracks split the cave floor as the entity beneath begins to rise. Tinia yells for him to get out as the entire mountain begins to collapse inward. Giant boulders rain down, burying the altar as the darkness from the pit surges upward. Our hero and his wolf companion burst out of the cave just as the entire hillside explodes behind them. The mountaintop is torn apart by a massive purple explosion that can be seen for miles. A colossal scaly tail whips through the air, easily dwarfing the trees and buildings below. Jong Do stares up in genuine shock, realizing this monster is even bigger than the legends described. The legendary Yamata no Orochi reveals its multiple heads, its massive bodies blotting out the sun as it celebrates its freedom. The serpent mocks the inferior humans for trying to keep it in a narrow jar for 1,000 years. It vows to annihilate every living thing in the area, its purple flames already starting to melt the surrounding landscape. Jong Do casually tosses a pebble at the giant snake's nose, asking it who gave it the right to harm his people. He levels his spear at the beast, declaring that it won't be taking a single step out of his mountain. The Orochi realizes he's the one who set up the barrier, and asks if he unsealed it because he wants money or land. It offers him everything in the world if he breaks the barrier and swears to serve as its slave. Our guy just shrugs, telling the monster he doesn't need anything that grand from an overgrown lizard. He reveals his true goal. He's only here for the monster's legendary elixir. He adds that he'll also take its bones, scales, and venom glands while he's at it, causing the serpent's eyes to glow with fury. The Orochi roars in rage at the insolent human, as Jong Do readies his weapons for the biggest fight of his life. The ground literally shatters as Yamata no Orochi fully emerges, its massive heads towering over the landscape like skyscrapers of scales and teeth. The beast lets out a multi-layered roar that feels like it's trying to rip the atmosphere apart, its red eyes locked onto the tiny human below. Jong Do doesn't flinch, leaping into the sky with his spear held high, looking like a streak of red lightning against the blue horizon. Two of the serpent's heads lunge forward simultaneously, their fangs dripping with a poison so toxic it wilts the trees just by being near them. Our guy flips through the air, narrowly dodging the snapping jaws as he prepares to unleash a high-level counter. He spins his weapon in a wide circle, activating the Moon River Sword technique to create a defensive barrier of pure energy that knocks the heads back. The Orochi is stunned, its heads hissing in disbelief that a mere human could possess such high-level combat skills. Jong Do lands casually on a nearby hill, mocking the monster for having 8 heads but still being too slow to realize the massive difference in their strength. He points his blade at the beast with a confident smirk, telling it that the gap between them is something even a god can't bridge. Infuriated, one of the serpent's eyes glows with a sinister light as it prepares to show this arrogant human why it was feared for centuries. The beast unhinges its jaws and spits a massive torrent of green corrosive acid that floods the entire valley. The toxic wave dissolves everything it touches, turning the lush forest into a bubbling, skeletal wasteland in seconds. Jong Do stands his ground, letting the acid wash over him as a blue shield flickers into existence around his body. A system notification dings, confirming his armor's mythic effect. He's completely immune to any poison below the level of myth. The Orochi's heads tremble with rage, unable to comprehend how its most lethal weapon did absolutely nothing to this boy. Jong Do tells the monster it's way too early to be surprised, as he's just getting started with his plan. Suddenly, massive blue chains of spiritual energy erupt from a magic circle beneath the serpent, wrapping tightly around its multiple necks. Our boy reveals he didn't just lure the beast here to fight, he set up a high-tech trap based on ancient Joseon technology, just for this moment. The serpent thrashes, screaming that these mere chains can't possibly hold a god, but the spiritual iron holds firm. Jong Do takes to the air again, his body wreathed in a surge of blue power as he targets the monster's main body. He activates the Dragon Slayer sword technique, his blade sensing the faint trace of dragon blood within the serpent. The system confirms that all his abilities have doubled in power, and Jong Do feels the rush of absolute strength as he prepares the finishing blow. He charges down the length of the monster's spine, his blade leaving a trail of blue sparks as he aims straight for the central heart. He lets out a warrior's cry, the sheer pressure of his aura causing the air to crack around him. The Orochi realizes this human is actually a threat to its life, its head snapping back in a desperate attempt to protect its core. But the MC is too fast, splitting into multiple silhouettes that confuse the beast's many eyes. The main head tries to track him, but the spiritual chains tighten, pinning it against the mountainside. Jong Do blocks a heavy tail swipe with a grunt, the impact vibrating through his entire frame but failing to break his momentum. He weaves through a flurry of attacks, his movements so fluid they look like a dance of death. The serpent senses its power being sealed away and panics, realizing this human isn't just a hunter but a natural disaster. Yuseon appears and stacks multiple blessing buffs on the MC, urging him to finish this fight quickly before the beast adapts. Jong Do triggers a drawing of fate, and a vortex of cards swirls around him, searching for the perfect soul to end this. A pale hand catches one of the cards, and the legendary exorcist Abe no Seimei manifests with a calm, stoic expression. The level 299 exorcist declares that defeating mythical monsters is the duty of his kind, standing side by side with our hero. The Orochi roars in hatred at the sight of its old enemy, its heads lunging with enough force to shatter the hillside. Seimei simply raises his fan, and a wall of glowing butterfly-like spirits intercepts the attack. The exorcist slams his staff down, and the nearby trees transform into massive wooden golems that grapple with the serpent's heads. The monster tries to shake them off, but the spirit puppets are relentless, pinning the beast down for the final act. Orochi sprays more acid, trying to dissolve the wooden guardians, but they are reinforced by Seimei's divine mana. The golems begin to melt slightly, but they hold their grip long enough for the MC to prepare his ultimate move. Jong Do thanks the trees for their help, looking completely relaxed despite the chaos around him. Seimei announces that the spell preparation is complete, and the sky begins to turn a violent shade of orange. Flame rain descends from the clouds, thousands of falling fireballs that pelt the serpent like a meteor shower. The Orochi is engulfed in a massive pillar of fire, its screams of agony echoing across all of Japan. The beast thrashes in the inferno, refusing to believe that it could be defeated by a human and a ghost. Seimei warns the MC that while they have the advantage, they need a special attack to truly finish off an immortal soul. Jong Do pulls out a black business card, wondering if he should gamble on a high-tier load to end this. Suddenly, a deep, booming voice calls out to him, addressing him as the child who hears the voices of all things. The MC follows the voice toward a glowing light hidden in a nearby cave, leaving the burning serpent behind for a moment. Ixia tells him it's safe to enter, and Jong Do walks into a chamber filled with ancient, sparkling dust. He finds a stone statue of a warrior holding a fan, and the air feels thick with a divine, holy pressure. The statue's eyes glow as it speaks, the Orochi roaring in the background as it tries to break free from the fire. The beast outside senses the divine presence and trembles, its heads hissing in absolute terror. Jong Do activates a hidden blessing that hides his presence, moving like a ghost through the shadows of the cave. He reaches the center of the chamber and finds the source of the voice waiting for him. The statue reveals its true name is Susanoo, the god who first slew the great serpent eons ago. The MC is stunned to find a literal god talking to him through stone, realizing the truth of the legends. The god begs the child of hearing to listen, showing him a divine blade embedded in the floor. The sword is the myth-grade Ame no Habakiri, a weapon that can cut Orochi's power and defense by half with a single touch. Seimei appears behind the MC, excited that combining this sword with his exorcist skills will seal the monster for eternity. But Jong Do just looks at the glowing blue blade with a different kind of ambition in his eyes. He refuses to use it for a seal, declaring that this legendary sword can be used for a far better purpose, like killing a god. Outside, Orochi is losing it, smashing through the forest and demanding the human show himself as it tries to escape the barrier. Tinia watches from the trees, growling as she realizes the monster's rampage is going to level the entire mountain if they don't stop it soon. Jong Do walks calmly out of the cave, drawing the serpent's attention and letting out a sharp whistle to keep it focused. The Orochi mocks him for walking back into danger, thinking the human has finally lost his mind. Seimei warns him that using the divine sword to actually kill the beast instead of sealing it is incredibly dangerous. Our boy just grins, saying that with a perfect catalyst like this sword, he's basically guaranteed a winning draw. He initiates a dual-load fate draw, and the sky splits open as a massive surge of divine mana floods the area. Orochi's main head freezes, its red pupils shrinking as it feels an old, terrifying presence returning to the world. The god Susanoo manifests as a level 599 beast, laughing heartily and commenting on how absurdly fun it is to be alive again. The serpent screams in pure hatred, lunging with all 8 heads to tear the god and the human to pieces. Seimei isn't sitting this one out, throwing a handful of talismans that transform into a swarm of glowing light birds. The spirits blind the serpent's multiple eyes, throwing its coordination into total chaos as it thrashes around blindly. The exorcist slams his fan shut and shouts, "Restrain!" and the glowing light turns into a massive net that pins the beast down. The Orochi is trapped, its massive coils struggling against the holy binding as Jong Do steps forward with the divine sword. He tells the monster it can't run away anymore, the blue energy of the sword humming with the intent to end a legend. He swings the blade in a massive vertical arc, promising to free the beast from its 1,000-year-old anger once and for all. The strike connects, a colossal explosion of blue and white light tearing through the serpent's main body. But Jong Do's eyes widen as a dark, purple mist begins to leak from the wound instead of dissipating. The Orochi laughs, its voice echoing like a nightmare as it reveals that it spent 1,000 years building resistance to Susanoo's power. A system message pops up. The beast has a blood dance skill that reduces damage from divine authority by 99%. Susanoo looks a bit embarrassed, realizing his legendary power just backfired and made things way more complicated for the MC. Jong Do stays calm, asking the god if he trusts him, to which the muscular deity gives a confident, "Of course." The MC tells him to entrust all that power to him, promising to find a way to land a hit that the monster can't resist. Susanoo grins and pours his golden mana into the MC's body, the sheer pressure of it causing the ground to melt. The serpent mocks them, calling them ignorant bastards who can't even understand that their divine tricks are useless now. It lunges with every head at once, a tidal wave of fangs and poison designed to end the fight instantly. Jong Do stays perfectly still, his eyes tracking every movement with the cold precision of a pro gamer reading a final boss. The serpent's main head stops mid-air, sensing something is very wrong with the human's calm demeanor. The MC activates a hidden skill called Ignore Triple Star, spinning his blade in a silent, lethal circle. The system dings. The skill completely nullifies all of the opponent's resistance skills, including the 99% damage reduction. The Orochi's heads fall one by one, its massive body unable to withstand the raw, unmitigated power of a god's strike. The mythical beast crashes into the earth for the last time, its legendary existence ended by the hands of a mere human. Multiple level-up notifications flood the MC's vision as he shatters every record in Hunter history. A news helicopter circles above, the reporter shouting into her mic about the breaking news happening at the foot of the mountain. Across the world, people watch their TVs in shock as they see the giant serpent that terrified all of Japan laying dead at Jong Do's feet. Crowds take to the streets in major cities, chanting the MC's name and celebrating the birth of a new hero. The news anchors declare the birth of the world's very first SSS-Class Hunter, as Jong Do stands amidst the rubble looking like a conqueror. Reporters swarm him as soon as he steps away from the battlefield, shoving microphones in his face and asking about his plans to move to Japan. The MC ignores them, pushing through the crowd while his guildmates try to keep the frantic media at bay. He tells them to back off, as they're still busy dealing with the remaining monsters spawned by the incident. The reporters are in awe, praising him for faithfully fulfilling his hunter's duty regardless of the fame or location. Haishik and Soyun joke about how he's officially become a global celebrity that everyone on Earth knows. Jong Do decides to call it a day, telling the team they're heading back to Korea immediately. His teammates are impressed by his leveling speed, which has gone far beyond anything they've ever seen. He tells them to keep hunting while he scouts around the cave one last time, promising to meet them back at the base. The scene returns to the dark, shattered cave where the battle with the serpent began. Ixia flies around the MC, sensing a lingering energy that they didn't get a chance to investigate during the chaos. She points to a heavy, iron-bound chest sitting in the corner of the chamber, hidden beneath some fallen rocks. Jong Do pries it open, his eyes reflecting the glow of a rare treasure hidden inside. He finds an ancient martial arts manual and 2 ornate katanas, realizing he just found the ultimate loot drop. The system confirms he now possesses 2000 mastery, a skill that perfectly complements his dual-wielding style. He also acquires the 5-element skill, which lets him imbue his attacks with water, wind, earth, fire, and eventually void. He laughs, remembering how the legendary Musashi told him to come here, realizing the Sword Saint had planned this upgrade all along. Suddenly, Ixia lets out a loud burp, looking a bit bloated and embarrassed. Our boy realizes the greedy fairy just tried to eat part of Orochi's soul, and it was so big she still hasn't fully digested it. He laughs at her antics, feeling more confident than ever as they prepare to head back to the workshop in Korea. He visualizes the materials he's collected, Orochi's scales, the Bulgasari heart, and the divine venom. With a determined look, he declares that it's finally time for some real god-tier item enhancement. Back at the forge, Jong Do lays out his loot, the massive serpent tail, the glowing venom sac, and the legendary fangs. He analyzes the items, noting that only the venom sac is mythic grade, while the fangs are just legendary. Ixia looks at the scaly tail and suggests he just throw it away, thinking it's a low-grade material not worth keeping. Jong Do calls her nonsense, holding the tail up and declaring it the real treasure of the entire hunt. He explains that according to ancient mythology, a legendary treasure is always hidden deep within the serpent's tail. He slices into the scales, and a brilliant red light erupts from the wound, confirming his gamer instincts were right. He pulls out the mythic-grade Orochi's Divine Trisword, a weapon tempered for millennia that grants the user the deicide skill. He admires the blade, noting how tempting it is to have a sword specifically designed to kill gods. Suddenly, a jagged bolt of yellow lightning cracks across the room, startling the MC. Jong Do realizes the lightning is a portal and wonders if this hidden dungeon is finally opening its doors to him. The system identifies the portal as the entrance to the dwarf's treasure dungeon, and our boy knows he's in for a challenge. He walks through the stone hallways, noting how the dark, torchlit path hasn't changed at all since the last time he was here. He remembers barely escaping this labyrinth using his observation skill, and he's ready to show them how much he's grown. He stops at a massive stone door emitting a blatant amount of energy, sensing the master blacksmiths waiting inside. He places a hand on the cold stone wall, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He thinks to himself that if the wall is in his way, he might as well just break it down with his new strength. He pulls back a fist glowing with mana, but a frantic voice shouts, "Wait! Wait!" as a blue barrier flashes over the door. The muscular dwarf Zeus bursts out of the door, screaming at the MC for trying to break down a perfectly good entrance to his house. Jong Do greets him warmly, while Zeus grumbles that he was fine until the humans started trying to commit home demolition. They enter the workshop, where Mikhail and Dengu are waiting, their faces lit by the glow of the furnace. Zeus offers him a seat and a cold beer, a massive shift in treatment from the first time they met. The MC takes a sip and is impressed by the taste, but wonders why they're being so incredibly nice all of a sudden. The dwarves admit they've been waiting for him, their eyes practically glowing with greed as they ask to see the materials he's collected. Jong Do brings out the loot, and the dwarves' jaws drop as they see 5,000-year-old scales and a sword dripping with divine power. He crosses his arms, realizing he definitely brought the right things to get their full attention. But Zeus stops him, telling him he has to pass a test first because they are bound by a magical contract called a geese. Our boy sighs, asking if it's going to be another duel or a game like before. The dwarf reminds him that he said it would take 1,000 years before a duel would even be a challenge for him. The scaly eye of the Orochi sits on the table, its gaze seemingly following the MC as the tension rises. Jong Do lets out a surge of dark energy, his eyes glowing red as he asks the dwarves if a duel still looks 1,000 years away to them. Zeus smiles, his eyes reflecting the MC's power as he admits a duel would actually be very interesting at this level. But Zeus says they've been practicing for revenge ever since their last defeat, and they're not going to lose this time. He leads the MC into a room filled with screens, declaring that the test is naturally going to be a video game again. They sit on a sofa in front of a massive monitor, Zeus looking confident that his training will be enough to beat a pro gamer. Jong Do picks up the controller, a cold, focused aura surrounding him as he enters gamer mode. A system message flashes, Game Talent Level 3 is activated, making the MC's reaction speed and focus omnipotent. His fingers move like a blur over the buttons, the sound of rapid clicking filling the room as he unleashes a flawless combo. Zeus's eyes widen in horror as he watches his character get absolutely shredded on screen. The MC lands a perfect victory, racking up a 22-hit combo that doesn't let the dwarf even touch the ground. The dwarf collapses onto the controller, tears in his eyes as he realizes they didn't land a single hit for the second time in a row. The other dwarves rush in, screaming at him not to underestimate them, and promising to show the fruits of their training. But it's a slaughter. Jong Do cleans house, getting perfect scores against every single one of them. The dwarves lay in a heap on the floor, weeping and wondering what all their intense training was even for. Zeus looks up, defeated and hollow-eyed, promising to make whatever equipment the human wants without a single complaint. Jong Do tells them to upgrade his King of All Cures and make it possible for him to materialize multiple weapons at once. The dwarf agrees, noting that since the MC's rank has risen, he can finally handle equipment of that caliber. Our boy brings out his red fire armor, telling them to use the mythic Orochi materials to finish it. Zeus is impressed by the quality of the item, noting that it should be easy to finish now that they have the right components. Dengu looks at the armor and suddenly starts shaking, his monocle nearly falling out of his eye. Jong Do asks if there's a problem, and the dwarf admits he's seeing something completely impossible. Dengu realizes the armor already has a harmony technique on it that only he is supposed to be able to perform. The MC reveals the shocking truth. It was made by the future Dengu from the real universe. The three dwarves stand frozen in shock, unable to believe that their own master-level future selves are involved. They grab Jong Do by his shirt, screaming and asking if it's really possible for him to summon real beings from the other universe. Mikhail looks at the MC with new eyes, realizing that the possessing force he felt before was actually a real divine entity. Zeus adjusts his sunglasses and steps forward, his voice low and serious as he makes a formal request. He begs the MC to summon their real universe selves, promising that the reward for fulfilling this wish will be more substantial than anything he can imagine. The legendary blacksmiths are practically on their knees, begging Jong Do for just one chance to see their true selves from the real universe. Our guy tries to play it cool, reminding them that a real universe summon drains an insane amount of mana and his current limit is only 3 tries. Zeus isn't taking no for an answer and slams down a literal crate full of high-tier potions to solve the mana problem. He reveals these are Elf's Tears, a legendary item that instantly refills a user's mana and costs more than a small kingdom's fortune. They start piling on more gear and luck-boosting charms, telling Jong Do that they'll handle all the costs if he just provides the skill. Jong Do can't help but smirk, realizing things have gotten so crazy he's now a professional gacha puller for a bunch of desperate dwarves. He activates the combination draw, a massive pink gacha machine manifesting in the center of the workshop. A new spectator mode feature pops up, surprising the MC with the option to let everyone watch the results in real time. He figures if he's going to gamble with their lives' savings, he might as well make it a show and flicks the setting to on. The dwarves watch with bated breath, their eyes glued to the glowing screens as the gacha balls start to spin. Jong Do announces that he's starting the probability draw, and the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a blade. He warns them that only a white card will give them what they want, anything else is a complete waste of time. "Here we go!" he shouts, slamming his hand toward the machine as blue light explodes across the workshop. The dwarves are screaming for a miracle, their faces twisted in a mix of hope and pure terror. The first few results roll out, and it's a total disaster. The expensive elf's tears bottles are shattered and empty. Mikhail stares at a normal blue card in disbelief, realizing his retirement fund just went up in smoke. Ziz starts to sweat, wondering if human luck is actually a myth and if they should just cut their losses now. But the other dwarf isn't having it, delivered a swift kick to his teammate for even suggesting they give up on their savior. The workshop turns into a mosh pit as they start fighting each other, while Jong Do just stands there like a disappointed parent. Dengu is actually sobbing into his hands, mourning the loss of his precious potions while the MC watches the chaos unfold. Ziz asks if there's any other way to win, suggesting it's time to change the pattern of their luck. Jong Do mentions he has a skill that can boost luck to god-tier levels, but the catch is it permanently eats away at his own stats. The dwarves don't even hesitate, ordering their staff to bring every single elixir they have in the warehouse to compensate him. They hand him a bottle glowing with a deep pink light, telling him he has to drink every single drop. This elixir is so rare it could buy an entire castle, boosting a hunter's stats by 1 point per bottle. Mikhail and Dengu look worried, fearing they might use up their entire inventory and still end up with nothing to show for it. Jong Do tells them to imagine they're digging a tunnel for hidden treasure, working day and night to find the jackpot. He paints a picture of what happens when a person gets exhausted and decides to give up right before the finish line. The dwarves visualize themselves walking away empty-handed, and the thought of losing everything is more than they can bear. What you don't know, Jong Do says, is that you were just one single step away from glory. He shows them a mental image of a chamber overflowing with gold and gems, pushing their greed and hope to the limit. He reaches out a hand, asking them one final time if they're really going to quit when the treasure is right there. The dwarves let out a roar of defiance, raising their fists and promising to trust their human savior until the very end. Jong Do chugs the elixirs like they're water, his stats skyrocketing with every bottle as he prepares for the ultimate pull. He activates his luck skill, the system warning him about the stat drain as Yusion appears to provide a final blessing. He goes for 3 consecutive draws, the dwarves closing their eyes and praying to whatever gods might be listening. The gacha machine goes into overdrive, spinning so fast it starts to create a miniature hurricane inside the room. A black card flickers by, a near miss that makes everyone's heart skip a beat. The mood shifts as they feel the win coming, the dwarves grinning like they've already won the lottery. Jong Do pushes through another stat drain, his determination burning as he prepares the final attempt. The cards explode in a flash of white light, blinding everyone in the workshop for a split second. Our boy's eyes widen as the screen begins to change, signaling that something massive is about to happen. Mikhail collapses to the ground in relief, while Jong Do stands tall, his silhouette framed by the glowing interface. Ziz mutters that they only had one chance left, fearing that his hope might have been too much to ask for. But Jong Do just smiles, telling him it's not just one chance, because he never plans on losing. He tells them to trust him, reminding them that his nickname isn't Lucky for no reason. The final gacha ball bursts open, and the entire room is flooded with a pure, holy light that wipes away the darkness. Jong Do stares into the light, his eyes reflecting a figure that definitely isn't a dwarf. The dwarves are screaming in excitement, thinking they've finally summoned their real universe selves. "White!" they shout, pointing at the divine card hovering in the air as their dreams finally seem to come true. They start arguing over who it is, each of them claiming they can feel their own energy coming from the portal. A foot steps out of the swirling mana, a delicate, elegant shoe that definitely doesn't belong to a bearded blacksmith. Instead of a dwarf, a level 599 goddess named Liren Bright appears, looking down at the MC with a bored expression. She sounds incredibly disappointed, lecturing them on how true masters shouldn't resort to gacha tricks to find the truth. The dwarves instantly drop to the floor in a kowtow, terrified as they realize they've accidentally summoned the goddess of minerals. Jong Do just covers his ears, realizing he's stuck listening to a divine lecture that seems like it's going to last for hours. The poor dwarves look like they've aged 100 years in 5 minutes after getting roasted by a literal deity. Once she finally vanishes, Jong Do asks if they're still alive, and Ziz looks like his soul has left his body. The dwarf starts crying, realizing the goddess was right and that they have to reach their true potential on their own. As a consolation prize for his hard work, Ziz opens a secret door to the Chamber of Offerings for our boy. Jong Do walks into a room literally overflowing with gold, legendary weapons, and chests that would make any gamer drool. In the center of the pile, a mysterious pedestal glows with a faint, inviting light. He finds another bottle of elf's tears, laughing at the fact that he actually ended up with more mana than he started with. Suddenly, a heavy hand lands on his shoulder, and Jong Do feels a chill run down his spine. Ziz has a crazy look in his eyes, asking if the MC wants to go for just one more pull now that they have more mana. The scene shifts to the massive skyscraper of the Korean Player Association, where the world is still buzzing about the new SSS-Class Hunter. People in the lobby spot Jong Do immediately, whispering in shock that the guy from TV is standing right in front of them. Our guy walks in looking sharp, flanked by Haeshik and Seo-yoon, radiating a level of power that makes the air feel heavy. A fanboy rushes up with a piece of paper, trembling as he begs the SSS rank legend for an autograph. Suddenly, a horde of fangirls swarms the MC, screaming about how handsome he is and demanding selfies. Haeshik tries to keep the crowd back, joking that his brother is finally a superstar, while Seo-yoon just looks annoyed. A security officer steps in, politely asking the crowd to stop causing a commotion within the association headquarters. Jong Do looks a bit overwhelmed by the attention, wondering if being the world's strongest hunter is more work than he thought. An official leads them toward a private meeting room to discuss the formation of Jong Do's new personal guild. Haeshik realizes he made a mistake and checks the room numbers, leading them toward the VIP section. They enter a high-end office where a very familiar face is waiting for them. Seo-yoon is shocked to see Choi Cheo-yoon, a man who usually doesn't deal with lower-tier hunters. Cheo-yoon greets them with a relaxed wave, revealing that he's been expecting them for a while. He's already finished all the complex paperwork in advance, telling Jong Do he just needs a signature to make the guild official. Jong Do shakes his hand, thanking him for the hard work and welcoming him to the team. He introduces Cheo-yoon as the guild's new administrative lead, someone who can handle the red tape while the others hunt. Haeshik is hyped to be working together again, while Seo-yoon looks relieved to have a professional handling the business side. The only thing left is to fill in the guild's name, and Jong Do suddenly freezes, realizing he didn't think this through. He asks his team for ideas, looking completely lost for words as the weight of the decision hits him. Seo-yoon raises her finger with a bright smile, saying she's got the perfect name already picked out. The guys look at her with high expectations, hoping for something poetic or intimidating. She suggests SSS Guild, which is so incredibly obvious and lazy that it actually loops back around to being cool. Later, the group is at a bar, clinking glasses to celebrate the official launch of their new organization. They toast to their new guildmaster, though Jong Do tells them to just keep calling him brother like they always do. He thanks them for their loyalty and decides to share one of his secret skills to prove how much he trusts them. The team thinks he's talking about his observation skill, but Jong Do tells them he has something even more insane. He summons a weird red gashapon machine, confusing his teammates who were expecting a holy relic or a sword. He explains it's a skill that can reveal the future, claiming he's even used it to win the lottery in the past. The guys are instantly sold, begging him for just one demo to see how the future looks. Jong Do turns the dial, and a bunch of colored capsules start rattling around inside the plastic dome. A single ball rolls out, glowing with an intense, blinding white light that silences the entire bar. Jong Do's face goes pale. He's never seen a white future capsule before, and he knows that usually means trouble. The system dings with a chilling message. The real universe is now focusing on Earth, and the interdimensional invasion is accelerating. Haeshik is still laughing, asking if he got another lottery number, but he stops when he sees the look on his boss's face. Jong Do tells everyone to spend the next 10 days leveling up like their lives depend on it, because a third catastrophe is coming. The team lets out a collective "Wake-ate," the celebration instantly turning into a strategy session for the end of the world. 10 days later, Jong Do stands on a cliffside, his undying flame armor glowing with a fierce, molten intensity. He summons his new mythic spear, the weapon crackling with blue lightning and ancient power. He slams the butt of the spear into the ground, a shockwave rippling through the landscape as he prepares for the dungeon. System screens confirm his gear is unknown grade, granting him massive stat boosts and a divine kill skill. A massive swirling vortex of fire and lightning appears in the sky, the entrance to the SSS rank solo dungeon. Jong Do stares up at the portal, his silhouette framed by the destructive energy pouring out of the rift. Haeshik warns him that the dungeon feels like it could explode at any moment, even before it's fully formed. Jong Do uses his observation and realizes this is a restricted zone that only a single person can enter. Seo-yoon looks worried, suggesting they find another way, but the MC knows there's no time left to wait. He points out that if this dungeon detonates, it won't just destroy the city, it'll wipe out the entire country. He gives his team a confident smile, promising to return safely before stepping toward the flames. He vanishes into the red portal, leaving his teammates behind as he enters the most dangerous zone on the planet. Inside, the sky is a blood-red haze, and the ground is nothing but a jagged wasteland of floating rocks. Jong Do blinks as the wind howls around him, sensing thousands of hostile presences closing in. He looks down from a floating island and sees a literal sea of stone-armored demons marching below him. The demons are massive, carrying heavy spears and wearing helmets that glow with a sinister red light. One of the scouts spots him, its single reptilian eye locking onto the human intruder. The demon points a clawed finger and screeches, "Enemy," alerting the entire legion to Jong Do's location. Jong Do leaps into action, his spear glowing with energy as he free falls toward the center of the army. He slams into the ground like a meteorite, a massive explosion of golden light obliterating the first wave of demons. The monsters shriek in pain as they're tossed aside like ragdolls by the sheer force of the impact. A massive cloud of dust and debris towers over the battlefield, marking the spot where the SSS-Class Hunter landed. Jong Do walks out of the smoke, spinning his spear and looking bored despite being surrounded by thousands of killers. He laughs at the ridiculous number of enemies, realizing the dungeon is trying to bury him under a mountain of bodies. The demons let out a terrifying war cry, charging from all sides with their spears leveled at his chest. The lead commander roars "Kill!" and the entire landscape turns into a blur of gray stone and red eyes. Jong Do leaps into the air, spinning his weapon in a lethal arc that cuts through the front line like a hot knife through butter. The ground erupts again as Jong Do unleashes another high-tier skill, sending a shockwave that flattens the charging demons. One of the armored monsters looks up in shock, unable to understand how a single human is creating such massive destruction. Jong Do continues his rampage, his every move fueled by a cold, gamer-like efficiency as he harvests the monsters for XP. He stops for a second, realizing that no matter how many he kills, there's always another 1,000 waiting behind them. He admits that an SSS-ranked dungeon is a real challenge, and he'll fail if he wastes all his mana on these low-level grunts. He focuses his observation, knowing his only chance to clear this is to find and assassinate the dungeon boss immediately. He decides to go big and summons his Gacha Furnace, calling for a major evolution to even the odds. The system offers him a choice between random and guaranteed evolution, and he picks the gamble for a higher ceiling. The Furnace extends a giant tongue, and Jong Do starts feeding it his most valuable diamond-rank cards. He sacrifices 3 diamond cards at once, the Furnace glowing with a blinding white light as it processes the souls. The gears of fate turn with a mechanical roar, sparks flying as a new legend is forged from the sacrifice. A system message dings. As a bonus for his first random evolution, he's drawn a character of the absolute highest rank. A massive burst of white steam hides Jong Do from the demons, who pause their attack in confusion. One demon reaches into the fog, only to have its hand crushed by an overwhelming holy pressure. A golden shield flashes through the smoke, followed by a massive axe that cleaves a dozen demons in a single swing. Jong Do emerges with a new load, a golden light radiating from his eyes as he steps back into the fray. The demonic army is pushed back by a literal wave of holy energy that burns their stone-like skin on contact. A deep, regal voice echoes through the wasteland, commenting that a true lord would faint at the sight of such filth. The legendary Lionheart Richard I manifests behind the MC, declaring it his duty to send these lost lambs back to his lord. The king lets out a booming laugh, his golden armor shining like a second sun in the dark dungeon. He swings his massive axe, and the demons evaporate into dust as he promises them an ascension they'll never forget. A group of demons is pulverized by a vertical strike, the earth splitting open beneath the weight of the king's judgment. Jong Do joins the assault, his spear movements now synchronized with the holy rhythm of the Crusader king. He blocks a heavy blow with his shield, a golden crest appearing on its surface as he counters with a lethal thrust. A demon is sent flying into its own ranks, the holy fire clinging to its armor and spreading to the others. Suddenly, a massive blue armored hand catches a demon by its head, crushing the stone helmet like an eggshell. A new figure slams into the ground. Bravo, the demonic army commander, has finally arrived to stop the slaughter. He towers over the battlefield in his jagged blue armor, his presence alone making the surviving demons stop and bow. Jong Do just grins at the new arrival, mocking him for showing up late and still trying to act cool. Bravo checks the MC's stats, realizing that this human is the one bold enough to mess with his restricted dungeon. Jong Do analyzes the level 298 demon, figuring he has a fair shot at winning a one-on-one duel. Bravo draws a massive sword that glows with a sinister red light, asking if the human is some kind of guardian of this world. The two commanders clash, their blades meeting with a sound like a thunderclap that shakes the entire floating island. Bravo admits he likes the MC's hot-headed style, his eyes glowing with a predatory red light. He offers Jong Do a chance to join the demon world, promising to make him a direct subordinate if he surrenders now. Our boy gives him a wide, mischievous grin, asking if the demon is actually serious about the job offer. He tells Bravo he'll only serve someone stronger than him, and challenges the demon to a one-on-one duel to settle it. Bravo laughs, noting that the human understands the demon world's culture of strength quite well. "But I refuse," the demon says, his eyes turning cold as he reveals his true nature. Jong Do is taken aback as the commander steps back toward his army, realizing this won't be an honorable fight. Bravo reminds him that he didn't come here for a duel, he came here to win a war. The demon says it's foolish for a commander to engage in duels when he has an entire legion at his command. Richard I is absolutely livid, calling the demon a coward for refusing to lead from the front like a real king. Bravo simply waves his hand, ordering his army to swarm the human and the ghost king once and for all. Jong Do just sighs, noting that, as expected, nothing in an SSS-ranked dungeon ever goes smoothly. A massive golden magic circle expands from Jong Do's feet, lighting up the entire wasteland. The demons pause, a sense of dread washing over them as the ground beneath them starts to hum with power. Richard I's holy aura explodes, his axe glowing with a light that feels like a literal judgment from the heavens. The king activates his ultimate skill, Summon Crusader, and a portal of light opens behind them. A system message flashes. The sanctuary is declared, granting massive buffs to all holy and good-aligned characters. The demons shriek as the holy light burns their eyes and weakens their stone armor, making them vulnerable. "All troops, charge!" Jong Do roars, pointing his spear at the demon commander. An army of spectral crusaders on horseback thunders out of the light, their lances leveled at the demonic horde. The collision is spectacular. The holy knights plow through the stone demons, creating a symphony of breaking rock and light. The demons are sent flying into the air, their formation completely shattered by the sudden arrival of the Holy Legion. Jong Do mounts a spectral warhorse of his own, his body wreathed in blue and gold flames. He lets out a yell as he gallops toward Bravo, his spear aiming straight for the demon's throat. Divine Charge activates, doubling his horse's stats as he turns into a blur of pure destruction heading for the finish line. The spear of a legend cuts through the air, glowing with a divine light that screams power. Our boy Jong Do is tearing through the demon ranks like they're nothing, leaving a trail of shattered armor and broken monsters in his wake. Behind him, the spectral knights of the Holy Crusade stand tall, ready to follow their captain into the jaws of hell. A knight on horseback tramples a demon into the dirt, the sound of heavy metal crushing bone echoing across the battlefield. Jong Do isn't just fighting, he's leading, activating his active speech skill to command his troops with absolute authority. He orders his knights to form a triangle formation, turning his army into a literal spearhead designed to pierce the enemy's heart. Looking from above, it's a terrifying sight, a tide of golden light charging straight into a sea of demonic darkness. Jong Do lets out a lion's roar, a skill that vibrates through the very air and strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies. The demonic soldiers actually flinch, their glowing red eyes widening as the overwhelming pressure of a true king hits them. Jong Do rears his horse back, looking like a literal god of war as the demons realize they aren't fighting a human, they're fighting a monster. With a massive swing of his weapon, a wave of blue energy erupts, sending demons flying like rag dolls. The impact is absolute, clearing the immediate area and leaving nothing but dust and screams. He keeps the momentum going, spinning his spear in a deadly arc that catches any demon brave enough to stay close. One demon commander tries to get a lucky shot in, thrusting his spear forward with a desperate cry for Jong Do to die. But Jong Do just smirks, blocking the strike effortlessly as sparks fly from the collision. He activates Orochi's poison dance, and a disgusting green fog erupts from his armor, melting the demon's flesh right off their bones. The monsters clutch their dissolving bodies in agony, but Jong Do doesn't give them a second to breathe before he strikes again. In the distance, a mysterious figure with long red hair and blue armor watches the carnage, unimpressed by the loss of her troops. This is Ramon, and he's clearly annoyed that his forces are being humiliated before the real battle has even begun. He decides it's time to step in, pulling out a wicked-looking red bow that crackles with dark energy. He draws back the string, and the air around him begins to warp and turn black as he prepares a lethal shot. With a cold, focused stare, Ramon releases the arrow, a streak of red death aimed straight for our MC. The projectile tears through the battlefield, vaporizing anything, friend or foe, that gets in its path. A massive explosion of red energy rocks the ground, sending knights and demons alike tumbling into the air. Ramon watches the smoke clear, hoping that his one-shot was enough to end this human nuisance. But then, a blinding golden light pierces through the dust, proving that it's going to take way more than a bow and arrow to stop Jong Do. Jong Do bursts through the explosion, his horse leaping over the debris as he closes the distance in a heartbeat. He's got a wild look in his eyes now, swinging a massive glowing blade that looks like it was forged from the sun itself. Ramon actually smiles, impressed that Jong Do survived, and shifts his bow back into a massive, jagged sword. The demon commander fires off 2 more red energy waves, trying to keep the MC from getting any closer. Jong Do doesn't flinch, his eyes locked onto his target as he prepares to show this demon what a real treasure looks like. He uses a golden shield to bash the projectiles aside, though one arrow manages to nick his horse's leg. Ramon mocks him, challenging Jong Do to try and break through his defense if he's so confident. Jong Do whispers to his horse, the legendary red hare, trusting his companion to give him the speed he needs. The horse lets out a neigh and literally takes flight, soaring over the demon's front line in a massive leap. Ramon's soldiers scream in panic as Jong Do descends from the sky like a falling meteor. The demon commander raises his blade, his face twisting into a manic grin as he welcomes the clash. Their weapons collide with a force that shatters the ground beneath them, creating a massive shockwave of red and gold light. The surrounding soldiers are blown back by the sheer pressure of 2 high-level entities going all out. They trade blows at blinding speeds, sparks flying every time their blades meet in the center of the chaos. Jong Do shifts his grip, using the weight of his spear to try and knock Ramon off balance. But Ramon is a veteran, he parries the strike and slides in close, his red blade humming with demonic power. The demon troops try to swarm in to help their leader, screaming for the human's head. Jong Do's knights aren't having it, forming a wall of steel to make sure no one disturbs their captain's duel. Ramon lashes out with a heavy overhead strike, shouting for Jong Do to get off his horse and fight like a man. The impact is so strong it actually knocks the horse down, forcing Jong Do to roll away and regain his footing. Ramon doesn't waste a second, lunging forward with his blade trailing a dark, shadowy aura. Jong Do barely manages to block the flurry of strikes, the sound of clashing metal ringing out like thunder. Ramon brags that his weapon is a treasure from the demon world that can shift into any form he desires. Jong Do just scoffs, asking the demon if that's really all he considers a treasure. He draws 2 katanas, the air around him starting to crackle with blue electricity. He activates Twin Heavens, and his entire aura shifts, becoming sharper and more focused. The system notifies him that his attack speed has just gone through the roof, leaving Ramon looking confused. Jong Do becomes a blur of motion, landing a dozen strikes before the demon can even raise his sword. Ramon's eyes widen in genuine shock. He can't believe a human can move this fast. Our boy isn't done yet, imbuing his blades with the 5 rings fire attribute, turning his katanas into pillars of flame. He unleashes a cross-slash that sends Ramon flying back, his demonic armor beginning to scorch and melt. Jong Do's eyes glow with the immortal flame, a power that boosts his fire damage to insane levels. He follows up with a massive fiery explosion that completely engulfs the demon commander, who lets out a guttural scream of pain. Jong Do stands amidst the embers with a confident grin, telling the demon that this is what a real treasure looks like. Ramon staggers back, his skin smoldering as he curses the human bastard for actually hurting him. Furious, the demon commander charges again, his body crackling with red lightning as he refuses to be humiliated. Jong Do calmly readies a long sword, his movements fluid and relaxed despite the demon's rage. He unleashes the Sabame Geishi, 3 slashes occurring almost simultaneously that carve through the air. The sword hums with blue energy, cutting through Ramon's defenses before the demon can even react. Ramon is sent tumbling across the dirt, coughing up black blood as his pride takes a massive hit. He pushes himself up, trying to act tough by claiming the MC only scratched his armor. Jong Do just points a finger and laughs, telling the demon he should probably look at where he's standing. The ground beneath Ramon begins to glow with a terrifyingly bright light, and he realizes he stepped right into a trap. He's been exposed to the sanctuary, and a pillar of holy energy erupts from the earth, pinning him in place. Jong Do summons a massive, ornate golden axe, ready to put an end to this fight once and for all. He leaps high into the sky, the axe trailing lightning as he prepares to deliver a finishing blow. The impact is like a bomb going off, creating a crater and sending a shockwave that levels the nearby rocks. Amazingly, Ramon manages to catch the axe blade with his bare hands, though his fingers are literally burning from the contact. Jong Do leans in with a sadistic grin, telling the demon that resisting will only make his death more painful. He puts all his strength into the push, and the axe explodes with golden light, blasting Ramon away. The demon commander collapses, his armor shattered and his body broken, looking like he's finally done for. Jong Do readies a spear of pure red energy, telling Ramon it's time to say goodbye. He hurls the spear, a massive beam of destruction that looks like it could split the world in half. Ramon watches the death blow approaching, his face twisted in a mask of desperation and fear. In a last-ditch effort, he bites down on a glowing purple gem, his teeth shattering as he releases its forbidden power. Richard I, the loaded soul, thinks the demon is finished, but Jong Do knows better. The level-up screen hasn't appeared yet. Sure enough, a pillar of dark red energy shoots up from the crater, signaling that something far worse is coming. Ixia pops up on Jong Do's shoulder, her tiny face pale as she warns him that she has a very bad feeling about this. Through the smoke, 2 massive curved horns emerge, followed by eyes that glow like burning coals. A terrifying aura explodes outward, knocking Jong Do back as a massive shadow looms over the battlefield. Jong Do readies his weapon, wondering if this is some kind of Stage 2 boss transformation. The system reveals the truth. Ramon has activated his True Blood opening, boosting his level to a staggering 351. Ramon's voice has changed, sounding like a chorus of demons as he mutters about how much of a waste this is. He's consumed a demon god's essence meant for Earth's spirit veins just to save his own life. He raises a hand, and the very fabric of reality begins to tear, creating a jagged purple rift in the air. Suddenly, Ramon shouts for all his forces to retreat, which catches Jong Do completely off guard. Our boy is confused. Why would a guy who just powered up to level 350 suddenly decide to run away? Ramon admits that while he technically won by surviving, he lost the mission by consuming the essence. He steps toward the gate, vowing to return for the next invasion and wipe the floor with the MC. Jong Do is pissed, realizing this guy is just going to keep coming back like a recurring villain. Ramon warns him that the demon world never lets go of its prey, and that the great demon Khaled is now watching him. The name Khaled rings a bell, the same guy from the Fuji incident. It seems the plot is thicker than we thought. Jong Do isn't about to let them just walk away, charging his axe with every bit of mana he has left. He unleashes a massive wave of energy, trying to wipe out as many retreating demons as possible. He's determined to reduce their numbers so they'll have fewer soldiers for the next invasion. Ramon growls, annoyed that Jong Do is still fighting even as the gate is closing. The demon commander lunges out one last time, his claws trailing black lightning to keep Jong Do back. He orders his troops to hurry while he holds the human monster off for a few more seconds. The demons scramble into the portal, looking back at their commander with genuine fear in their eyes. Jong Do and Ramon clash one last time, their weapons creating sparks that illuminate the darkening sky. The MC checks his system, wondering if he can actually handle the buffed-up Ramon before the time runs out. But the universe itself has other plans, as a coercive force begins to act, literally collapsing Ramon's body for breaking dimensional rules. Jong Do sees the opening and smiles, realizing he can still finish this guy right here. But the demons pull Ramon into the gate at the last second, the purple rift starting to shrink. The last of the demon army vanishes into the void, leaving Jong Do standing alone in the dust. Ramon's parting words echo through the air, promising to repay this humiliation 10 times over. Jong Do hurls a legendary holy sword, Erendite, straight into the closing portal. The blade of Lancelot streaks through the air like a bolt of blue lightning, entering the rift just before it snaps shut. We see a brief glimpse of Ramon's shocked face as the holy blade finds its mark on the other side. A massive explosion of light erupts within the closing gate, hopefully leaving the demons a nice parting gift. The portal vanishes, and the battlefield finally goes quiet, the heavy smoke of war slowly drifting away. Jong Do stands in the middle of the crater, his breath heavy as the adrenaline finally starts to fade. He looks around at the empty wasteland, wondering if that last hit was enough to finish the job. Ixia chirps in, telling him not to worry because she's managed to memorize the coordinates of the demon world. The little fairy is proud of herself, explaining that as she levels up, her original powers are slowly returning. Jong Do nods, telling her to keep those coordinates safe for now. He's got a much bigger plan in mind. He stares at the spot where the portal was, a cold fire in his eyes as he vows that next time, he'll be the one invading them. A blue system screen pops up, officially confirming that he has successfully repelled the invasion from the demon world. Jong Do teleports back to Earth, his red armor still steaming from the battle as he lands right in front of his guild. His team immediately swarms him, panicking and demanding he goes to the hospital for a full-body scan. Our boy just laughs it off, telling them to calm down, he was only gone for a few hours. Right? His teammate looks at him like he's crazy and reveals the truth, he's been missing for 5 whole days. Jong Do is stunned. He knew dungeons had time dilation, but he didn't expect a 5-hour grind to cost him nearly a week of real time. He grabs his guild manager, asking if anything major happened while he was busy playing hero in another dimension. It turns out things are getting messy. Dungeons are appearing all over the globe simultaneously, just like the second cataclysm. Jong Do is relieved that most hunters are handling it, but he knows the easy dungeons won't stay easy for long. Reports are coming in that these new monsters are moving like a disciplined army, which is never a good sign. Even worse, spots like the one at Mount Fuji are popping up everywhere, including a massive one in England that's causing total chaos. Jong Do realizes that while weak monsters appear first, it's only a matter of time before high-level demons start leaking into the cities. He imagines the tragedy that would follow if he doesn't step up, innocent people caught in the crossfire of a demonic invasion. He decides to focus on his own growth for now, knowing he needs to be at his absolute peak to stop the coming storm. Jong Do finally makes it back to his new apartment, looking absolutely exhausted after his marathon dungeon run. He collapses onto his couch, surrounded by unpacked boxes, wondering if he'll ever have time for a normal life. He mutters to himself that he really needs some help around the house, even if it's just with the unpacking. He lets out a long sigh, staring up at the ceiling fan as the weight of the world sits on his shoulders. Suddenly, a familiar voice asks if he'd like some help, and he finds Winry staring down at him from the ceiling. Jong Do nearly jumps out of his skin, shouting in surprise as the gothic Lolita spirit floats gracefully into his living room. Winry giggles, admitting she just wanted to play a little prank because he looked so lonely. Jong Do tells her that another prank like that will give him a heart attack, but he's got a serious question for her before he takes his reward. He thinks back to the demon commander he just fought, and a specific phrase that's been bothering him. The demon said his power was impossible in a world where the third erosion had already occurred. Jong Do wonders if that means the legendary souls he's loading are actually way stronger than anything that exists now. Winry decides it's time for a lore dump, summoning a beam projector to explain the secrets of the multiverse. She explains the difference between the real universe and the copy universe we live in. The picture inside the projector represents the real universe, the original source of all power and history. The image projected on the wall is the copy universe, a simulated reality that's a weaker, distorted version of the original. The distance between them isn't just space, it's a gap in time and logic that's almost impossible to cross. Jong Do is confused. Why would anyone bother creating a copy in the first place? Winry uses the dust floating in the projector beam as an example, showing how tiny variables can change everything. The real universe watches the copy universe to see how those tiny changes play out over time. They're looking for miracles of the beginning, impossible events that can change the fate of all existence, like Jong Do's own powers. When he asks why they need these miracles, Winry goes cold, telling him that information is strictly classified for now. She moves on, explaining that the biggest difference is mana concentration. The real universe is overflowing with it, while Earth is starving. As erosion intensifies, the gap between universes thins, allowing monsters to discover Earth and invade. Jong Do realizes something is wrong. If the real universe is so much stronger, why is Earth eroding so fast? The screen shifts to a terrifying image of a shadowy entity, the man known as Veil. Winry reveals that Veil somehow hacked the system, forcibly accelerating the first erosion for his own mysterious purposes. Jong Do is floored. There's actually someone out there that even the agent of the universe can't fully understand. Winry adds one more chilling detail. Veil also possesses a miracle of the beginning, just like Jong Do. She promises to keep an eye on this shadowy figure so the MC can focus on the demons for now. She shifts the topic to the coordinates Jong Do memorized, suggesting that now might be the perfect time to strike back. Jong Do is surprised, but Winry explains that the demon world is currently suffering a rebound for breaking the rules of invasion. Since they cheated to get to Earth, their own world is currently unstable and vulnerable. Jong Do jumps up, ready to go right now, but Winry stops him with a sly smile. She asks him if he's forgetting the most important part of clearing a dungeon: the reward. Our boy does a literal happy dance, realizing he got so caught up in the lore that he almost missed his loot. Even Winry admits she was enjoying the conversation so much she almost forgot too, which is a rare human moment for her. Jong Do has a brilliant idea. He asks for a way to use his pile of unused low-level skills to buff his better ones. Winry delivers, unlocking two new mechanics: skill combination and skill refund. She explains that skill refund allows him to exchange trash skills for guaranteed gacha tickets. But there's a catch. The grade of the ticket depends on the skill's original power and a massive dose of luck. Jong Do starts to back out, preferring the safe route of combination over more gambling. Suddenly, a flashy, unexpected event banner pops up, announcing a massive boost to the chances of getting a black rank ticket. Our MC is a total gacha addict, and we can see his resolve crumbling in real time as the bonus signs flash. The system throws in a buy one get one free deal, and that's the final nail in the coffin. Jong Do lets out a manic shout and smashes the refund button, his face twisted in pure gacha-fueled excitement as the screen explodes with light. Jong Do is absolutely losing it with laughter, and honestly, he has every right to be hyped right now. Ixia notices his mood and asks what's up, and our boy is looking like he just hit the jackpot, because he basically did. He pulls out two black tickets he got from the skill refund system, and even Ixia is stunned by his insane luck. Jong Do brags that his sharp insight and patience allowed him to double his rewards, looking totally satisfied with his gamble. This win means they can launch their counter-invasion of the demon realm way earlier than planned, and the SSS guild flag is ready to fly in hell. He commands Ixia to release the coordinates she memorized, and the little fairy starts channeling a massive amount of mana. A violent swirl of red and yellow energy erupts, tearing a hole in reality as the portal to the demon realm finally opens. Jong Do walks toward the rift with a cold look in his eyes, telling the demons it's finally their turn to feel what it's like to be hunted. But as soon as he steps through, he finds himself staring through iron bars. The portal dropped him straight into a jail cell. He looks around the dark, damp hallway, confused because he expected a red sky and fire, not a medieval dungeon. Jong Do sighs, testing the bars, realizing he's somehow ended up as a prisoner before he could even start his invasion. He immediately pulls up his gacha system to roll for information, knowing that in a place like this, knowledge is more valuable than any sword. A green capsule pops out, and the system prepares to give him the lowdown on where the hell he actually is. A new quest pops up: Liberate Shigale. It turns out this land has been colonized by demons, and Jong Do is here to kick them out. The quest explains that the locals hate the demons, and if he builds rapport with them, he'll get some special compensation. Jong Do smirks, realizing this is basically a free-to-play mission, where he gets rewarded for just doing what he loves, destroying demons. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the prison wall right next to his cell, catching him off guard. Two pointy-eared warriors burst through the rubble, swords drawn, shouting about finding their majesty. A group of resistance fighters follows them in, desperately trying to rescue anyone they can before the demon guards arrive. Jong Do watches from behind his bars, realizing the indigenous people he was looking for just literally broke into his room. But their rescue mission is cut short as a massive spiked mace slams into the ground, signaling the arrival of the guards. Two hulking, horn-headed demons emerge from the shadows, mocking the weak humans for daring to come back again. The resistance fighters stand their ground, but you can see the fear in their eyes as they prepare for a fight they probably can't win. The demons are acting arrogant, mentioning that their leader, Kelsad, ordered them not to kill everyone just yet. One demon complains that it would be much easier to just slaughter these useless creatures and get it over with. Jong Do pipes up from his cell, casually telling the demon that killing everyone would actually be a huge trouble for him. The demon stops and stares, wondering if this prisoner has finally lost his mind from being locked up too long. But then, Jong Do lunges forward, a glowing dagger appearing in his hand as he slices through the air and the demon's torso. In a flash, the demon's upper body is sent flying, crashing against the prison bars while the other guard stands there in total shock. The resistance fighters are speechless, watching this random prisoner take down a high-level demon with a single casual strike. Jong Do steps out of his cell, scratching his head and looking totally unimpressed as the remaining demon asks who the hell he is. He thinks for a second, wondering if telling them he's from another world to launch a counterattack would sound too crazy. He decides to keep it simple, introducing himself as Jin Jong Do and lying that he just woke up here and wanted to escape. The resistance fighters exchange looks, realizing this guy is the miracle they've been praying for. They immediately drop to their knees, begging Master Jong Do to lend them his incredible power to save their people. The leader explains they are the independence group for Shigale and promises to repay him generously if he helps them. Jong Do acts cool, telling them that repayment doesn't matter, though we all know our boy loves his loot. He helps the leader up, giving them a speech about how he understands their pain, because his own ancestors suffered the same way. With a heroic smile, he officially joins their cause, promising to be the strength they need to drive the demons out. The resistance members are overjoyed, practically worshipping him as a hero descended from the heavens. The system chimes in, notifying him that his affinity and favorability with the locals has skyrocketed, but the celebration is cut short as more demon reinforcements flood into the hallway, screaming that they've found the intruders. A pack of armored demons charges forward, their weapons raised and ready to crush the resistance once and for all. Jong Do just grins, noticing that the system is now offering 50 points just for destroying the prison facilities. Another notification pops up, a bonus reward if he can clear out all the demons in the prison within 1 hour. Our boy's eyes light up at the word bonus, and he readies a spear, looking like he's about to have the time of his life. He charges into the crowd like a hurricane, his spear turning into a blur of red light that shreds through demonic armor. The demons try to coordinate, thinking they can take him if he drops his weapon or misses a strike, but Jong Do is 10 steps ahead, his weapon trailing lightning as he maneuvers through their ranks with ease. He catches his spear mid-air, looking at the terrified demons and asking them what's so special about their plan. The demons realize they're in over their heads, their advantage in close combat disappearing as Jong Do dominates the field. He moves with a speed they can't track, his very presence radiating a heat that makes the air shimmer. A new sword suddenly appears in his hand, and the demons scream in confusion, wondering where he keeps pulling these weapons from. He unleashes a circular slash that sends a dozen demons flying, their bodies hitting the ceiling and walls with bone-shattering force. The resistance fighters can only watch in awe, realizing this level of power is something they've never seen in their lives. The prison warden finally steps out, a massive, multi-limbed beast wielding a giant spiked flail and looking absolutely livid. He screams at Jong Do to fall into hell, swinging 2 massive glowing axes in a deadly arc. Jong Do just stares him down, calmly raising his weapon and telling the beast that he's not interested in going to hell today. A massive explosion of energy fills the screen, and the system confirms the warden's elimination in a single, brutal hit. The resistance leader looks at Jong Do with tears in his eyes, realizing that for the first time in years, their liberation is actually possible. Jong Do stands over the demon corpses with his sword on his shoulder, ready to go find their captured king and finish the job. The entire demon prison erupts in a massive explosion, stone and debris raining down as the structure is completely leveled. Jong Do stands in the middle of the rubble, checking his system as he racks up a massive 100 bonus points for the destruction. But he's not celebrating yet. Something feels off to him because the security was way too lax for such a major facility. The resistance fighters run up to him, cheering and thanking him for the miracle he just performed. Jong Do asks if they got all the hostages out, and the leader confirms everyone is safe thanks to his distraction. However, the news isn't all good. Their king wasn't in the prison, meaning their intel was either wrong or a setup. The leader invites Jong Do back to their secret hideout, promising to treat him like the hero he is. Jong Do notices they use giant armored rhinos for transport instead of horses, which he finds pretty interesting for a fantasy world. The group departs, the rhinos pulling massive wagons as the resistance members prepare for a night of celebration. But as they walk away, we see a tiny, glowing purple spider crawling onto the back of one of the fighters. It's a tracking bug, and its eyes are glowing with a sinister demonic light as it transmits their location. Back at the demon capital, a commander watches a holographic map, smirking because the resistance just led them straight to their secret base. The demon leader has a single, fiery eye that burns with hatred as he realizes the humans actually thought they escaped. He orders his entire army to mobilize, demanding they exterminate every living thing in that hideout to make an example of them. Meanwhile, Jong Do arrives at a massive, hidden canyon, impressed by the natural defenses of the area. The resistance member explains that this intricate canyon is their impregnable fortress that the demons have never been able to find. They round a corner and reveal a stunning city built directly into the cliff walls, a true sanctuary for the oppressed people of Shigale. They lead Jong Do inside, telling him that before he rests, he needs to meet the elder of their tribe. The elder is a stern-looking man with long gray hair and a tired face, leaning heavily on a wooden staff. The scout excitedly introduces Jong Do as their benefactor, claiming with his help, they can finally kill the Demon King. But instead of a thank you, the elder suddenly smacks the scout across the face with his staff. He screams at them for being rash, saying they only survived because they were lucky enough to bump into a strong stranger. Jong Do stands there awkwardly, listening to the old man ramble on about how they need to be cautious while their people are suffering. The elder argues that there's an overwhelming difference in power and that internal conflicts within the resistance make a war impossible. Jong Do starts to lose his patience, thinking to himself that he'd rather just go out and handle the demons alone than listen to this. Suddenly, another scout bursts into the room, gasping for breath and screaming that the enemies are already here. Jong Do and the elder rush to the balcony, and the look on their faces says it all. They've been found. Through the telescope, they see a sea of demonic soldiers and hulking beasts marching straight toward the canyon. The elder collapses to his knees, his face pale as he realizes his impregnable fortress is about to become a tomb. He mutters about how the demons set a trap from the beginning just to find their headquarters and wipe them out. He frantically orders the evacuation of the women and children, but Jong Do just steps forward and tells him there's no need. The MC looks out at the approaching army with a terrifyingly calm expression, his aura beginning to spark with blue energy. He casually hops onto the window ledge, telling the elder he'll go handle the problem and be back soon. The resistance fighters scream for him to come back, thinking he's committing suicide by jumping off the cliff. But as Jong Do falls, a massive burst of mana erupts from his body, and the ground beneath him shatters upon impact. The scout looks over the edge, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he sees what Jong Do is doing. Jong Do is literally running down the vertical cliff face on the back of red hair, defying the laws of gravity. The system notifies him that sprint is active, doubling the mount's stats as they charge headfirst into the enemy army. The demon soldiers see him coming and start laughing, thinking this one human acrobat is just a distraction. The demon commander, a high-level beast named Suinal, watches with interest, thinking this guy is just trying to buy time for the escape. He orders his vanguard to cut off Jong Do's head and keep moving forward, treating him like a minor speed bump. A pack of rhino-riding demons charges at Jong Do, their giant axes ready to cleave him and his horse in half. Jong Do pulls out a new gacha card, a fierce-looking general with a twin-headed spear. It's time for a new load. He activates the card just as the demons close in, and the air around him explodes with a violent, azure mana. In a split second, a massive shockwave of blue energy rips through the front line, vaporizing the demons instantly. Jong Do emerges from the smoke, but his appearance has changed. He looks bigger, more imposing, and his eyes are glowing with a divine light. The demon commander Suinal flinches, his red eyes widening as he realizes the insect he was mocking is now a god of war. Jong Do sits on his horse, looking down at the army with absolute contempt as a new name appears above his head. He roars that Zhang Liao has arrived, and a massive spectral blue dragon erupts from his spear, sweeping across the battlefield. The demons are paralyzed with fear, whispering the name Zhang Liao as they watch their comrades being erased from existence. A flashback shows the legend of this warrior, the man who held off 100,000 soldiers with only 800 men, a true master of the battlefield. Jong Do is fully synchronized with the soul of Wenyuan, his power level skyrocketing as the system prepares for a massacre. Suinal realizes this guy is different from any warrior they've ever killed, his instincts screaming at him to run. But the demon's pride takes over, and he decides that if they just kill this one human, the rest will be easy. He dreams of being promoted to deputy commander under Ramon, lunging at Jong Do with a jagged red-hot blade. Jong Do doesn't even look at him, spinning his spear in a wide arc that catches the demon's blade mid-air. Before Suinal can even blink, a glowing white light passes through his chest, leaving a perfect cauterized hole. The demon staggers, looking down at the wound in disbelief as his life force begins to drain away. Jong Do calls him an empty cart that makes too much noise, casually finishing him off as the system rings with a 100-point reward. The remaining demons go berserk, screaming for vengeance and trying to surround Jong Do from all sides. Jong Do just raises his spear, the azure dragon aura intensifying as he prepares to show them the meaning of despair. He mocks them for being like moths diving into a flame, his eyes glowing with a terrifying cold light. He declares that they've already walked into a pit of fire, and the entire battlefield begins to glow with a destructive blue energy. He unleashes the 7-star divine nature, a massive star-shaped explosion that vaporizes the entire demon army in a single, beautiful flash. The massive castle gates creak open, and a flood of demonic soldiers pours out, looking for a quick slaughter. Back at the fortress, the scout is still trying to convince the elder that they should go out and help Jong Do fight, but the elder just stares out the window, his voice trembling as he says there won't be a need for them to step forward. The scout looks out and sees a field of demon corpses with crows circling above. Jong Do has already settled the entire war by himself. The spectral soul of Zhang Liao fades away, thanking Jong Do for the enjoyable battle and hoping to meet him again soon. Jong Do is breathing hard, but his mind is already on the next prize. He needs to inform Yusan about his success. The Chibi Luck King, Yuseon, pops up with a smug look, saying it's finally his turn to step forward and work his magic. Jong Do is covered in demon blood and looks like he's possessed by a spirit, making Ixia worry about his mental state. He spins a massive gacha wheel in the air, but he's annoyed because the wheel seems to be getting further and further away from him. The wheel stops on a number 2, and the system prepares to reveal his latest acquisition. He's acquired the talent Swordsmanship LV.2, and Jong Do freezes, staring at the screen in total disbelief. His eyes go wide and he starts sweating. This is the moment every gacha player dreams of, hitting a core combat stat. He actually starts crying tears of joy, screaming that he finally obtained a combat-related talent after all this time. A flashback shows how he used to get bullied for having no combat talent, always having to rely on items and luck to survive. But now, he can finally use high-level magic sword skills that were locked away before, opening up a whole new world of strategies. Yuseon congratulates him, and Jong Do feels himself getting stronger by the second as his body adapts to the new skill. The resistance leaders run out to meet him, bowing low and promising to serve him diligently for saving their lives. Jong Do jokes that the elder and the scout shouldn't fight anymore, holding up a blood-stained cloth as a peace offering. He tells them to convene a meeting of all the executives because he's already come up with a great idea to win this war. The resistance members look at him with literal stars in their eyes, ready to follow him into the jaws of death if he asks. At the meeting, Jong Do feels a bit awkward with everyone staring at him like he's a literal god, but he keeps his cool. He rolls out a massive map of the Shigale region, his eyes scanning the terrain with the precision of a pro gamer. He activates Communication ELV3, linking the dungeon map with the local geography to create a perfect 3D hologram. He's relieved to see that the total area of Shigale isn't that big, meaning a fast-paced campaign is actually possible. He asks the elder if all the resistance forces are currently in this canyon, but the old man says they are scattered in small groups everywhere. Jong Do slams his hands on the table and asks if they can gather and unite all of them for a single massive strike. The elder is horrified, calling the plan reckless, and saying they can't survive a full-scale battle against the demon lords. Jong Do tells him to chill out, promising he won't make an unreasonable request for them to do the heavy lifting. The leaders look at each other, confused, and ask what they're supposed to do if they aren't fighting. Jong Do looks at them with a wicked smirk, standing over the map like a true conqueror. He asks them a simple question: "Can you guys run a bit?" 2 days later, we arrive at Arginine, the outermost city of Shigale, which is heavily fortified and crawling with demons. Suddenly, a small group of resistance fighters comes charging toward the city gates, screaming and waving their weapons. The demon guards on the wall are confused, wondering why these insects are attacking such a massive fortress. The city commander, a lizard demon named Ginska, is insulted that crazy bastards would dare to target his city. Jong Do stands at the front with a megaphone, hilariously telling the demons they're surrounded and should surrender now. Ginska is absolutely livid, hissing that these hiding insects have finally grown some balls and need to be put down. He lets out a deafening roar, ordering his troops to open the gates and prepare the horses to crush the intruders. The resistance fighters look terrified, their legs shaking as the ground starts to vibrate from the demon cavalry. Ginska commands a charge, vowing to wipe out every single bug that dared to stand before his gate. Ginska leads the charge on a giant beast, his eyes locked on the humans who are already starting to turn and run. The resistance members start screaming that the demons are coming out and they need to run for their lives. Ginska laughs, mocking them for fleeing after such a bold challenge and promising to make their death slow. A demon lunges at a fleeing scout, his blade glowing red as he prepares to cut the human down from behind. But out of nowhere, a massive spear comes flying from the sky, slamming into the ground with enough force to create a crater. The demon is pinned to the earth instantly, and Ginska skids to a halt, his lizard eyes widening in shock. He screams, "What are you again?" as Jong Do descends from the air on the back of his horse. Jong Do lands gracefully, telling the resistance they did a great job and that he'll take over the slaughter from here. Ginska realizes they were baited, but he's too far out to retreat now, so he orders his men to charge and kill everyone. Jong Do swings his spear, and a massive shockwave of blue energy rips through the front line, sending demons flying. He's moving too fast for them to track, his every strike turning a demon into a pile of ash and broken armor. The demons in the city realize the gate is their only weakness and scream for someone to close the doors immediately. They try to slam the massive iron gates shut, hoping to lock the human monster outside. Jong Do just smirks, pulling out a massive glowing blue hammer that looks like it belongs to a god of thunder. He leaps from his horse, flying through the air with the hammer raised high above his head. He screams "Open Sesame" as he slams the hammer into the closing gate with the force of a nuclear bomb. The demons inside try to hold the gate with their bare hands, but it's like trying to stop a tidal wave with a toothpick. The gate is blasted off its hinges, crushing the demons behind it and filling the hallway with a blinding blue light. The entire fortress wall shakes from the impact, and the resistance members can't believe their eyes as the city falls in seconds. Jong Do walks into the city through the rubble, casually asking the surviving demons to leave immediately since they're trespassing. The demons are terrified, dropping their weapons and running for their lives as the humans flood into the city. The scout cheers that they've won, but Jong Do just looks ahead, telling them that reclaiming one city is just the start. He declares that it's time to gather the people and move on to the next operation right away. The war for Shigale has only just begun. The war horns of the demon realm are blaring, signaling a full-scale mobilization that would make any normal hunter shake in their boots. A massive tide of armored demons is marching out of the capital, a sea of steel and horns ready to crush the human resistance once and for all. Up on the fortress walls, the resistance scouts are panicking, realizing the demons didn't just send a squad, they brought the entire damn army. Leading this terrifying force is Marquis Kelsad, and he is absolutely livid that inferior beings had the audacity to strike his territory from behind. Kelsad commands the siege engines to fire, launching massive stone boulders that whistle through the air toward the human hideout. The impact is devastating, as a boulder smashes right into the fortress wall, sending stone shards flying and shattering the resistance's hope of a long defense. Kelsad orders the full charge, demanding that his soldiers leave absolutely no one alive inside those walls. The demon vanguard bursts through the dust, their red eyes glowing with bloodlust as they prepare for a slaughter. But as the smoke clears, the lead demon skids to a halt, looking around with a confused "what the hell" expression. The fortress is completely empty. There isn't a single human, a single horse, or even a scrap of food left behind. Kelsad steps into the quiet courtyard, his face turning a deeper shade of red as he realizes they just spent their entire army's energy attacking a ghost town. He starts thinking like a strategist, realizing the humans who killed Ginska shouldn't have been this scared. Something smells like a trap. Suddenly, a messenger demon sprints up to him, screaming that they're in big trouble back home. It turns out a special unit from the resistance has exploited the empty capital and is currently tearing the city apart while the army is away. Kelsad demands to know how many people are in this special unit, expecting a small army, but the messenger's face is pale with disbelief. The special unit is just one guy, our boy Jong Do, and he's currently in the capital, styling on demon guards like it's a casual Sunday morning. Kelsad is stunned that anyone would be mad enough to pull a solo infiltration during a war, but he has to admit the kid has guts. He orders his main force to stay and track the resistance, while he heads back to the capital personally to see the face of this madman. Back in the demon capital, things are going from bad to worse as a massive warehouse goes up in flames, sending black smoke into the blue sky. Jong Do stands in front of the burning building with a cocky grin, checking off the military warehouse on his mental list of targets. The guards finally spot him, screaming for the intruder to stop, but Jong Do is already moving before they can even draw their swords. The city's security chief, a high-level demon named Guziel, lunges at him with a giant blade, swearing he's caught the scoundrel. Guziel's eyes glow as he pours all his mana into a strike, thinking he's about to end this solo raid right here. But Jong Do is in a different league now, casually decapitating the chief in a flash of light and claiming another 100 points for the boss kill. The other guards watch their leader's head roll, their bravado instantly turning into pure terror as they realize who they're facing. Jong Do doesn't give them time to pray, unleashing a series of golden energy slashes that clear the entire street in seconds. He finally reaches the doorstep of the enemy's main castle, looking up at the massive spires with the eyes of a professional looter. He calculates that there's probably a 10,000-point commander inside, and he wants to finish this before the main army can march back. He kicks the massive front doors open with enough force to make the entire entryway shake, ready to claim his prize. But the throne room is eerily quiet, and for a second he thinks the map might have lied to him about the commander's location. Suddenly, a massive red energy wave tears through the air, and Jong Do has to use a high-level parry just to keep his head on his shoulders. A familiar voice calls out, calling his solo raid a burglary in an empty house, and a shadow emerges from the back of the hall. Jiangdo's eyes narrow as he recognizes the aura. It's Ramon, the commander he thought he finished back on Earth. Ramon is looking a lot more dangerous in his home dimension, impressed that Jong Do actually managed to track the coordinates and follow him. Ramon doesn't waste time talking, lunging forward with a speed that's twice as fast as their last encounter. Their blades clash with a bone-jarring impact, and Ramon laughs manically, thrilled that they've reunited so quickly. The demon commander reveals that in this world, he can unleash his full power without any of the restrictions he had on Earth. He swings a jagged red blade that creates a massive shockwave, sending Jong Do skidding across the polished floor. Jong Do is struggling, realizing that a full-power demon commander is no joke when they're playing on their home turf. He reaches for his system, knowing he needs to use one of his new tickets immediately or this raid is going to end in a game over. Ramon taunts him, calling him weak and asking if he's hiding anything, but then something completely unexpected happens. A hand made of pure, blinding white light suddenly grabs Ramon by the face, stopping his momentum instantly. A beautiful woman with massive white wings descends from the ceiling, telling them that there shall be light for those who seek salvation. Jong Do is stunned, staring at the literal angel that just crashed his boss fight with a serene, creepy smile. Suddenly, a system warning flashes. Jong Do's Geshna's protection just blocked a mind control magic coming from the angel. Jong Do realizes this, Heavenly being just tried to brainwash him the second she showed up, making him realize she's definitely not a friend. Ramon is furious, recognizing her as a celestial guardian and accusing her of violating their ancient non-interference agreement. The angel, Renelle, just giggles, claiming the demon realm broke the rules first by manipulating events on Earth. She turns to Jong Do, calling him a warrior of Earth, and promising that the celestial realm will now assist him. Ramon warns Jong Do that the angel's help is total BS. The heavens just want an excuse to devour Earth themselves. Renelle's smile doesn't even flicker as she uses her light magic to blast Ramon through a stone pillar, treating him like trash. She calls Ramon blasphemous, and then turns her gaze back to Jong Do, waiting for him to bow and accept her noble gift. Jong Do, being the stubborn MC we love, politely declines her help, saying he prefers to handle his own business. Renelle's expression stays calm, but her words get way creepier, calling him an ignorant little lamb who doesn't know he needs saving. She claims her leader has commanded them to forcibly bring salvation to those who are too stupid to ask for it. Jong Do realizes these celestial guys are actually completely insane, and even Ramon is in the background going, "I told you so." Renelle reveals that the heavens have chosen Earth as their next salvation site, which sounds a lot like a second invasion is about to start. Suddenly, a group of high-level demon knights rushes into the room, sensing the angel's holy presence and shouting that the enemy is here. Jong Do finds himself trapped between a crazy angel and an army of pissed-off demons, and his brain is already calculating the escape route. Renelle offers him one last chance, join the celestial realm now and become a member of their holy empire to survive. But then, Marquis Kelsad finally arrives, his massive silhouette filling the broken doorway as he stares down the angel. Kelsad makes his own offer, inviting the human to join the demon realm instead so they can tear apart the disgusting celestial scum together. Jong Do stands in the middle of two literal god-tier factions, two recruitment screens floating in his face as the universe waits for his choice. Jong Do looks at the golden offer from heaven and the blood-red offer from hell, his hand hovering between the two. Both Renelle and Kelsad are staring him down, expecting him to pick the lesser of two evils, to save his own life. But our boy just smirks and pulls out a blank card, his eyes glowing with that classic pro-gamer confidence. He tells them both to screw off, he isn't interested in being anyone's pawn, and they can fight each other for all he cares. Kelsad roars that the human has chosen death, swinging a massive blade that creates a shockwave through the entire throne room. A massive explosion of red and gold energy erupts as the Marquis and the Angel clash, their power levels making the very air vibrate. Kelsad is shocked when Jong Do doesn't run, instead standing his ground with a new, terrifyingly heavy aura. Jong Do is casually holding up a massive stone ritual vessel with one hand, his strength value increasing by 1.5 times thanks to his heavenly sword skill. He crushes the stone object into dust with his bare hands, looking at the Marquis and the Angel like they're just low-level mobs. Jong Do leaps into the fray, his speed leaving an afterimage as he prepares to unleash a load that's going to break the power scale of this world. He activates the soul of King Xiangji, and a massive blue-armored specter of a legendary giant appears behind him. Xiangji's legend is one of pure physical absurdity, the only man in history whose power was said to uproot mountains. We see a vision of the real Xiangji literally lifting a mountain over his head, a level of strength that defies the logic of any copy universe. Even in a history of 5,000 years, historians unanimously agree that this man was the strongest individual to ever walk the earth. Jong Do closes his eyes, fully synchronizing with the soul of the Hegemon King as his body begins to ripple with blue mana. He officially loads the Supreme King of Chu, and the pressure in the room becomes so heavy that the demon guards are literally crushed into the floor. Ramon notices something is wrong and screams for his men to stop the MC, but it's already too late. The king has arrived. Jong Do performs a blast strike, his punch landing on the ground with the force of a tectonic shift. The floor of the demon castle shatters like glass, a spiderweb of blue energy tearing through the foundations of the entire city. The demon guards are sent flying into the sky as the very building begins to disintegrate around them. The massive capital castle, a fortress that survived centuries of war, literally begins to collapse from a single physical blow. Kelsad is sent tumbling through the air, his eyes wide in disbelief as his home is leveled by one human's fist. Jong Do looks at the notification for plus 5,000 points for destroying the castle, actually looking a little surprised at his own destructive power. But the soul of Xiangji isn't satisfied, his spectral form towering over Jong Do and demanding they charge in to finish the job. Xiangji is frustrated that his user is just standing there, so he decides to take matters into his own hands and force a synchronization. Suddenly, Kelsad bursts from the rubble, his entire body glowing red as he activates his bloodline power. The Marquise is no longer holding back, his aura turning into a raging inferno as he vows to crush the MC with everything he has. He throws a punch that could level a city, but Jong Do just stands there, with his eyes closed, looking completely unbothered. In a move that defies physics, Jong Do catches the Marquise's flaming fist with 2 fingers, the shockwave blasting away the surrounding smoke. Kelsad is terrified. He's a high Marquise, but it feels like he's punching a wall that spans the entire universe. Jong Do's face twists into a sadistic grin, and the system notifies us that Poisonous Lineage LV.3 has been activated. This talent allows the loaded character to make their own decisions, and Xiangji is a man who loves a good slaughter. Our boy unleashes a roundhouse kick that sends Kelsad crashing through 3 more stone buildings, looking like a broken doll. Kelsad screams in agony, unable to comprehend how a human's basic strength can be this much higher than a demon lord's. Xiangji takes full control of Jong Do's body, letting out a roar that shakes the very foundations of the demon realm. He declares that no one can stop this body, standing in the middle of the wreckage with blue lightning arcing off his skin. To the Spectral King, this entire world is just a playground, and he looks down on everyone else as if he were a god. Inside his own mind, Jong Do is panicking, asking Xiangji why he's using his body without permission. Xiangji just laughs it off, telling Jong Do he has feelings more than a close friend for him, but he's not giving the body back yet. The spectral giant admits he values their friendship, but his own desire to fight comes first. He's a true battle maniac. Jong Do is left wondering what the hell feelings more than a friend even means as his body starts moving on its own again. Kelsad charges one last time, opening a dark purple rift to try and swallow the human whole. But Xiangji just leaps over the attack, laughing as he maneuvers through the air with the grace of a predator. He tells the Marquise it feels satisfying to trample on him while he struggles, showing the absolute gap in their power. Jong Do's body manifests a spectral blue chain, a skill that locks onto Kelsad and names him a sworn enemy. The chain wraps around the Marquise's neck, and the demon realized he's been tagged for an inescapable execution. Xiangji mocks him, asking if they should fight until one of them dies, as he activates the designated enemy skill. Kelsad screams and tries to fly away, but the chain jerks him back, slamming him into the dirt with a sickening thud. The Marquise manages to land one lucky strike on Jong Do's chest, but it barely leaves a scratch on the MC's armor. The system explains that designated targets will now deal additional damage to each other until one is dead, and Jong Do's stats are way higher. Xiangji declares it's his turn now, winding up a punch that looks like it's collecting all the mana in the atmosphere. Kelsad begs for a moment to talk, his face covered in blood as he realizes his life is literally flashing before his eyes. Xiangji doesn't listen to losers. He asks why they should wait when the fun has just started. He slams his fist into Kelsad's face, the impact creating a shockwave that levels the remaining walls of the throne room. The Marquise is dragged through the rubble by the neck, his dignity and his health bar disappearing at the same time. Xiangji looks absolutely manic, telling the demon not to give him orders as he delivers a final overhead smash. The ground literally explodes beneath Kelsad, and the Marquise is buried under a mountain of stone as his mana signature fades to 0. Xiangji stands over the grave of the Marquise, declaring that in this moment there is only the world and I. The entire demon capital is in ruins, with the central castle nothing but a pile of burning rubble. The angel, Raynel, watches from the sky, her face pale as she realizes if she had stayed in that room, she would have died too. Jong Do's body finally stops moving as the soul of Xiangji begins to fade, leaving our boy gasping for breath amidst the carnage. The system rings with a massive plus 10,000 points for eliminating a Supreme Commander, and the raid is officially a success. Jong Do looks up at the screen with a wild, hungry look in his eyes, asking the empty city one simple question: who's next? Xiangji's spectral form lets out one last booming laugh as it fades into smoke, leaving Jong Do standing alone in the ruins of the demon capital. High above, the angel Raynell is clutching her chest, her heart pounding, as she realizes she narrowly escaped being erased from existence. The demon soldiers are paralyzed, staring at the spot where their invincible Marquise Kelsad was just turned into a stain on the floor. A few brave knights draw their swords, screaming at the human bastard to stay and fight, but you can hear the hesitation in their voices. Ramon points out that Jong Do's energy has visibly weakened after using such a massive load, and orders the troops to surround him. Jong Do grinds his teeth, knowing his mana is dangerously low and that he needs to get out of here before he's actually overwhelmed. He decides to make a clutch escape, summoning a massive spectral chariot pulled by 2 armored warhorses. He activates Mighty Horse's blessing, and the chariot begins to glow with an intense holy blue light. Jong Do grabs the reins with a grin, shouting, "Let's go!" as the spectral steeds rear back and prepare to charge. The demon guards try to block the path with their shields and spears, targeting the horse's legs to bring the chariot down. But the horses are made of pure energy. They trample right over the demons, sending bodies flying as the chariot speeds toward the city gates. As he passes the angel, Jong Do cheekily tells her she's welcome to fight the demons for a drink later, mocking her for her previous arrogance. He activates Sanctuary Declaration, and a wave of holy light erupts from the chariot, blinding the demons and buffing his own defense. Ramon screams in frustration, ordering his men to stay calm, but the sight of their capital in ruins is too much for their morale to handle. Jong Do calls for Ixia, telling her it's time to transport them back to the secret hideout before the Marquise's backup arrives. The little fairy channels a massive amount of energy, creating a swirling red portal right in front of the speeding chariot. With one last insult to the fools of the demon world, Jong Do and his chariot vanish into the rift just as a spear misses them by an inch. The portal snaps shut, and Jong Do lands hard back at the resistance hideout, the dust settling as the mission officially ends. He looks around at the quiet canyon and breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he made it back just in time. The soul of Xiangji finally dissipates, giving Jong Do a mana plus 10 and all stats plus 10 bonus as a parting gift for his victory. 2 massive gacha wheels appear in front of him, glowing with purple and yellow light as the system prepares his rewards. Yusion pops up, his mouth watering as he watches the wheels spin, ready to see what kind of insane luck Jong Do has this time. Jong Do asks the chibi spirit if he could steal his body too, still bothered by how Xiangji took over during the fight. Yusion trembles at the thought, saying even he wouldn't dare oppose Jong Do's intentions because the consequences are too terrifying. He admits that once someone is loaded, they usually develop a strong loyalty, but some souls are just too legendary to fully control. The wheels finally slow down, and Jong Do realizes he needs to find a way to prepare his body for these high-level souls in the future. The system notifications pop up. He's acquired the skill Mighty Horse's Summoning and the tactical skill Appoint Enemy. He officially accepts the designate enemy talent, which will make his future boss fights way easier to manage. The resistance members run out to greet him, their faces lighting up as they realize their hero has returned from the enemy capital alive. The leader asks how the operation went, and Jong Do casually mentions that he successfully killed Marquise Kelsad and leveled the castle. The scout team is in total shock, and then they erupt into cheers, celebrating a victory they never thought was possible in their lifetimes. But Jong Do stops them, warning that it's too early to celebrate because the main demon army is still out there somewhere. The scout reports that the demon army that was chasing them is currently resting in a nearby forest. Apparently, news of the capital's destruction has already reached them, and the demon ranks are in total turmoil as they prepare to retreat. Jong Do smirks, realizing this is the perfect chance to strike while the enemy is disorganized and scared. But then, a blue screen flashes. The stabilization process for his Endurance Ni IV.3 talent has just been completed. Suddenly, Jong Do's body starts vibrating with a violent yellow energy, and he realizes he needs to be bold and finish his evolution now. He sits down to meditate, but a bolt of yellow lightning strikes his spine and his face twists in an expression of pure, unadulterated pain. He mutters to himself that if he has the endurance talent, then this pain must be something worth enduring. His bones start snapping and resetting as the new stats force his physical frame to grow and harden to match his legendary power. He wonders how the Lady Saint could have withstood this kind of agony, gasping for air as his mana veins are literally being rebuilt. He chugs a massive bottle of high-level painkillers, his throat burning as he tries to keep his consciousness from slipping away. The pain is so intense that blood starts leaking from his forehead, and he smashes the empty bottle on the floor in a fit of rage. His eyes glow with a golden fire as he accepts the fact that integrating 3 high-level talents at once is basically suicide for a normal human. Another notification pops up. Talent IV.2 is being activated, and Jong Do realizes his very appearance is about to change. The system warns that there is a significant difference between the user's current body and the talent being applied. Jong Do looks at his hands as they start to glow, wondering what difference the system is talking about. Suddenly, his entire face begins to swirl and distort into a vortex of mana, a sight that would be horrifying to anyone watching. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the hideout, and the resistance members outside freeze in fear, wondering what's happening in the tent. The scout leader wants to go in, but he remembers Jong Do's strict orders not to enter, no matter what noises they hear. Inside, Jong Do is lying on the floor, surrounded by a thick red mist that smells like blood and old magic. A new system message flashes. Because the user entered a state of near death, Dragon Bloodlust Awakening has been triggered. Jong Do pushes himself up, his eyes now glowing a predatory amber as he complains that his body collapse was just for a change in appearance. He looks in a mirror and sees his new form. He's taller, more muscular, and his face looks like it was sculpted by the gods themselves. He realizes that if it weren't for the demon invasion, he could have obtained these talents safely without all the near-death agony. He steps out of the tent, and the resistance members literally fall over themselves in shock, unable to believe this Greek god is the same guy from before. Jong Do looks toward the demon territory with a cold, handsome stare, promising to release all his pain and stress onto them in the next battle. The demon realm is in total shambles. Word just came in that the celestial tribe is invading their capital, and the high-ranking officers are screaming for an immediate retreat. Pantanon slams his fist down in a rage, cursing the celestial bastards for ruining their conquest. One of his soldiers asks about the stragglers they were supposed to hunt, but Pantanon snaps back that cosmic dominance is more important than a few rats. He gives the order to withdraw the entire army, desperate to get back to the capital before everything falls. A massive legion of demons begins marching through a narrow canyon, a path that looks like a perfect death trap. A subordinate warns Pantanon that this canyon is prime for an ambush, suggesting a detour, but the commander is too panicked to listen. He shouts that every second counts, asking if the soldier is willing to take responsibility if the capital falls while they take the long way. He shuts down the argument and pushes his mount forward, convinced that their leader, Kelsod, is waiting for them. Pantanon tells them he'll leave anyone who lags behind to die, forcing the army into a frantic, disorganized sprint. Suddenly, the rear guard screams out in terror. An enemy has appeared right behind them, and they've been spotted. Pantanon's face twists in fear as he wonders if the celestial army has already caught up to them. But the reality is even more terrifying than an army of angels. It's just one man. Our boy Jong Do is charging through the dust on horseback, looking like a literal god of war. With a confident smirk, he raises his glowing blade and whispers, "Gotcha." Pantanon freezes, his one eye wide with shock as he feels the overwhelming, crushing aura radiating from the MC's sword. Realizing they're in deep trouble, he screams for his troops to scatter immediately. But it's too late. Over 90% of his forces are already trapped deep inside the canyon with nowhere to run. Jong Do unleashes the legendary power of Excalibur, a massive beam of golden energy that completely vaporizes the path in front of him. Pantanon can only watch in absolute despair as his army gets deleted in seconds. He can't wrap his head around how a single, insignificant human could possess such absurd, world-ending power. With the escape route blocked, the demons are forced to push forward into the canyon, even though they've already suffered massive casualties. Pantanon desperately urges the survivors to flee before that unidentified monster approaches them again. But Jong Do is already hovering over them like a predator, mocking them for thinking they're anything more than rats in a cage. The demon soldiers are losing their minds, spinning around in circles because they have no idea where the next strike is coming from. He appears in the rear again, ghosting through their lines like a phantom while his horse gallops at full speed. The demons panic and fire a hail of arrows at him, desperate to hit anything. But Jong Do doesn't even break a sweat. He spins his blade in a blur of motion, deflecting every single projectile with ease. The demons are stunned. Blocking that many arrows while riding a horse at full tilt is supposed to be impossible. He's on them in an instant, leaping into the air with his sword held high. He carves through the front lines, sending demon bodies flying in every direction as they let out their final screams. Jong Do is practically vibrating with excitement, realizing just how broken his new swordsmanship level 2 talent really is. He remembers when he used to struggle just to imitate the heroes he admired, feeling like his movements were clunky and forced. But now, it's different. He knows exactly where to swing and exactly how much force to use. Every movement is fluid, precise, and lethal. He isn't just imitating legends anymore, he's becoming one. He can see the weak points of every single demon as if they're highlighted in a game HUD, sensing their every move before they even make it. A demon tries to jump him from behind, but Jong Do just smiles and prepares a counter that's going to hurt. Instead of a blade, he uses a raw, mana-infused punch that shatters the demon's armor and his chest in one go. He realizes his handsome talent wasn't just a cosmetic upgrade, it completely rebuilt his body to be the perfect vessel for destruction. The demons think they see an opening after he uses a big move, and they all rush in at once for a desperate group attack. Jong Do just laughs. He's got more than enough mana to keep the big techniques coming all day. He calls out Clarent, and a violent surge of energy erupts from his body, terrifying the demons who thought they had a chance. A massive explosion rocks the canyon. Pantanon realizes he's the only one left, and that he has to step in before his pride is the only thing left of him. Suddenly, a soldier rushes up to Pantanon with a magic communication stone, saying there's an urgent message. It's a subspace box containing a glowing purple crystal, and despite the chaos, the soldier insists he take the call. Pantanon picks it up, his face grim as he answers the line. It's Ramon on the other end. Pantanon immediately pledges his loyalty to the new leader. Ramon's voice is cold. He tells them Marquise Kelsod is dead, and that they need to abandon Shigale and retreat for real. Pantanon is shook. He can't believe Kelsod actually fell, and he looks at Jong Do with a new kind of terror. He realizes this insignificant human is the one responsible for the death of a Marquise, and he knows he can't win this. He begins channeling his mana to open a desperate retreat gate, glaring at Jong Do with pure, unadulterated hatred. He vows that the next time they meet, he'll tear the MC limb from limb. Jong Do just taunts him, telling him to stop making so much noise while he's busy running away. He tells the demon if he's so confident, he should try and finish the job right here and now. Pantanon is losing it, screaming at the human while the portal begins to suck him in. His subordinates have to literally drag him into the gate as Jong Do unleashes one final, massive blast of blue energy. The energy hits the canyon wall with the force of a nuke, sending a massive shockwave through the entire area. Jong Do clicks his tongue in annoyance as the dust settles. He realized he missed his chance to finish off the commander again. Ixia flies over as the portal closes for good. He tells Ixia to mark the coordinates so they can come back later, and the little fairy salutes, happy to help. Suddenly, a system notification rings in his ear. The demon world has been completely driven out of Shigale. He gets a hidden mission clear notice and a massive reward of 20,000 points. He didn't even know that was a thing, but he's not complaining. With the battle won, he decides it's time to head back to the capital, and this time, he's going to walk through the front gate like he owns the place. Back at the city, the local resistance members are crying out in horror at the cruelty of the demons. The Imperial Palace is a pile of rubble. Jong Do watches them, his expression hardening as he realizes the demons were even worse than beasts. An old man is desperately digging through the stones, begging the others to help him find his majesty. The people scramble to find stretchers and tools, focusing their search on the collapsed dungeon area. One of the scouts shouts that he's found the energy signature of the monarch deep underground. They fear the demons trap the monarch in a legendary prison, but Jong Do just steps up and asks why they're overcomplicating things. The entrance is sealed with a massive glowing magic circle. They tell him it's a legendary level barrier that only a master mage can open. Jong Do just gives them a cocky grin and tells them he'll give it a shot. He activates his observation skill, his eyes glowing as he begins to analyze the complex magical structure. The system deciphers the spell in seconds using Ultima Mirage, and the legendary barrier shatters into a million pieces. He casually gestures for them to follow him inside, leaving the locals completely speechless. Deep in the dark cell, they find a figure chained up. Jong Do tells them it's time to have a talk. The monarch is actually a beautiful young woman with long blue hair. She looks up at Jong Do and calls him a warrior. She quickly corrects herself, realizing he's not from their world at all. Jong Do is surprised she can tell his origins so easily. She explains she can sense that his mana has a completely different structure, and she calls him the most exceptional mage she's ever seen. She tells him she has something special to give to their savior, and begins channeling her own blue mana. She reveals that her family has used spatial magic for generations, and the demons only kept her alive to find their hidden treasures. She pulls an ornate, glowing box out of thin air, calling it a national treasure of the Shigale imperial family. Jong Do is hesitant to take such a precious item, but the queen insists, mentioning a legend passed down through her people. The legend says that when the world is engulfed by evil, a savior will descend from the heavens in a chariot to drive out the darkness. She says she used to think it was just a fairy tale, but after seeing him fight, she knows the legend is real. She places the box in his hands, telling him that he is the true owner the item was waiting for. A system window pops up, confirming that this is a special reward for building high friendship with the natives, something points can't buy. Jong Do asks if he can open it right there, and she happily agrees. He cracks the lid, and a blinding pink light spills out of the box. His eyes widen as the glow intensifies, revealing the object inside. It's a strange, swirling pink bead that looks like it's filled with nebulae. He picks it up and tries to use his observation skill to figure out what it actually does, but for the first time, his system fails. A red error message pops up, saying it's unable to determine the target's information. Jong Do is stunned. His skill can penetrate legendary magic, but this bead is on a whole different level. He realizes this thing is at least a mythic or god rank item, and his heart starts pounding with excitement. The queen asks if there's a problem, and Jong Do just laughs it off, admitting he has no clue what it is. He figures he'll just ask the dwarves back home later. They're experts at identifying weird loot. He calls out to Ixia, telling her it's time to finally head back to Earth. Ixia glows with bright energy as she begins the dimensional jump process. The people of Shigale drop to their knees, weeping and thanking Master Jin for saving their entire race. He gives them a casual wave as the portal swallows him, leaving behind a legacy of a legend. As soon as they land, he opens his map to see where they ended up. His jaw drops. The map shows they're in England. They've traveled a massive distance from where they started. He remembers hearing that England was having some major issues with high-level dungeons recently. Suddenly, he hears the sound of heavy boots. A group of soldiers is sprinting toward his location. Ixia warns him that 3 A-rank hunters are approaching fast. They surround him with their swords drawn, shouting that he's illegally trespassed into a restricted military zone. Jong Do just sighs and raises his hands, realizing that getting home to Korea isn't going to be as quiet as he hoped. The lead knight pauses, staring at Jong Do's face with a look of dawning realization. His eyes go wide as he realizes exactly who is standing in front of him. He gasps out triple S, recognizing the world's only SSS-Class user, Jong Do. In a hilarious twist, the knights go from hostile to fanboys instantly, begging for an autograph and admitting they're huge fans. They tell him he looks even more handsome in person, and Jong Do just gives a strained laugh, knowing his level 2 handsome talent is working overtime. He explains that he just cleared a dungeon and ended up here by accident, still trying to get his bearings. The knights are convinced this is a divine sign from God, believing their meeting wasn't a coincidence. Jong Do notices they're acting like religious zealots. The lead knight tells him that things have changed while he was away. They show him an image of a great leader who was supposedly resurrected in England, looking like a literal holy figure flanked by angels. Jong Do's face goes serious. He can smell a scam from a mile away, and Ixia is picking up some very bad vibes. He realizes that now that the demons are on the back foot, the heavenly realm is finally making its move to take over Earth. The knights insist the miracles are real because they've seen them firsthand, but Jong Do knows better than to trust a smiling angel. He plays along, asking if he can meet this leader, but the knights say he's currently in seclusion. Apparently, the leader is busy crafting a holy grail that will supposedly protect all of humanity from monster invasions. Ixia whispers in his ear that the object contains blood and radiates an incredibly ominous, dark energy. The knights mention their guild members are already out gathering materials for this grail, and Jong Do realizes the situation is getting dark. He asks if the saint, Joan of Arc, is with them. The knight gets awkward, scratching his head and looking away. He admits that she arrived in the UK but went missing shortly after, and they're supposedly still searching for her. Jong Do steps into his private system space to talk to Winry. She tells him she can't just give away information for free. He's prepared for this. He tells her he'll spend the points he just earned to get the truth. Winry opens the point store with a mischievous grin, showing him a list of high-tier items. He sees his balance of over 36,000 points. There are elixirs, legendary armors, and even special tickets. He spots a white ticket for 10,000 points and wonders if the gacha value is worth the price. He asks Winry how much it costs to ask a question about the heavenly realm, and she holds up 2 fingers, 20,000 points. Jong Do is floored by the price. That's a literal fortune for just one answer. He feels like a gambling addict who just lost his last cent, but he knows he can't ignore the threat to Earth. He bites the bullet and pays up. Winry agrees to answer one single question. He demands to know the truth behind the Holy Grail. He tells her that if Ixia sensed something ominous, there must be a dark secret involved. Winry gives him a cold, knowing smile and begins the explanation. She reveals that the Holy Grail is actually a bypass device that allows high-tier beings from the upper universes to invade the lower ones without getting hit by system penalties. To make it, you have to mix the blood of a celestial being and a human from the target world in equal proportions. But you can't just use anyone. The 2 beings must have similar natures and massive amounts of latent mana. Jong Do's blood runs cold as he realizes who the perfect candidate is, Joan of Arc, the Saint of Earth. He realizes her disappearance in the UK was a calculated kidnapping by the heavenly realm. He starts panicking, wondering where they could be hiding her and how he can find her in time. Winry clears her throat, trying to get his attention back to the store. She points out a few specific items on the list, each costing 3,000 points. He sees a skill enhancement potion and a goblet. He wonders what he's supposed to do with them. Ixia whispers a plan in his ear, suggesting a way to use the items to track the saint. Jong Do's eyes light up. He's found a way. He thanks Winry and shouts that he'll buy 2 of the items immediately, ready to launch a rescue mission. Meanwhile, in a dark forest, Joan of Arc is desperately defending herself against a group of Knights of the Round Table. She's thrown back by a massive impact, letting out a pained scream as her holy barrier cracks. She falls to the ground, exhausted and wounded, as a tall figure in armor approaches her. She gasps, asking why the knights who are supposed to protect England are attacking her. The great leader steps out of the shadows, telling her to forgive the impolite invitation. He tells her this was supposed to be a secret meeting, and Joan's face fills with pure terror as she realizes his true nature. He gives a fake, benevolent smile, claiming Earth is in danger, and that only her help can save it. But then he reaches out a hand and says the only thing they need is her heart. His face twists into a demonic, bloodshot grin as he tells her that with her heart, they can finally stop the demons. Joan is horrified. She only agreed to help because they said they just needed a little bit of her blood. An angel in white armor descends, coldly stating that the demons have grown stronger and a little blood is no longer enough. The leader's eyes glow red as he tells her that if it's his will, her only role is to shut up and follow orders. He orders his subordinate, Kael, to bring him the heart, and the angel draws a glowing golden sword. As the blade swings down, Joan closes her eyes, clutching her chest in a final, desperate prayer. With her last breath, she calls out for the only person who can save her. Master Jong Do! We're back in the heat of the battle as the great Gacha-Hunter Jong Do faces off against the corrupt Celestials in England. The angel Kael swings down her blade with lethal intent, aimed straight for the Saintess, who can only pray for a miracle. A massive explosion of light rocks the forest as the strike connects, sending shockwaves through the trees. But the dust clears to reveal Jong Do standing perfectly still, his eyes burning with fury as he blocks the attack with zero effort. Joan of Arc can barely believe her eyes, gasping out his name as he tells her he's glad he wasn't a second too late. Jong Do remembers the moment back in his room, when he felt a spiritual pull, sensing the Saintess was in mortal danger. He had used his points to enhance his calling skill, allowing him to reach out and connect with those he has a bond with, no matter the distance. The fake leader, Lyol, glows with an ominous black aura, warning the MC that anyone who interferes with their holy work will be eliminated. Jong Do uses observation and sees 3 high-level angels. Even though their levels are in the 300s, they're currently nerfed by dimensional penalties. He grips his sword, calculating his odds. With the angels unable to use their full defensive or offensive kits, he knows he's got a real shot at winning this. Lyol isn't interested in talk, chanting a cold command for Jong Do to simply disappear as he activates a massive red magic circle. He unleashes a violent beam of energy that carves through the ground like it's made of paper. Jong Do is stunned. The system said they couldn't use offensive skills, but this attack is clearly meant to kill. Seeing the blast coming, the Saintess steps forward and shouts, "Holy Shield," desperate to protect her savior. The collision is massive. Jong Do watches in horror as her shield shatters into pieces, unable to hold back the Celestial's raw power. Lyol laughs like a psychopath, mocking her for thinking such a crude defense could stop a holy strike. Jong Do looks at the cross in Lyol's hand. His system identifies it as Lyol's cross, a legendary item that literally harvests the life force of his own followers to power his attacks. Jong Do's blood boils. He asks the monster what he thinks humans are, his face twisting with pure disgust. Lyol just smirks, his eye glowing red as he bluntly says humans are just disposable materials to be used and tossed away. Jong Do pulls out a golden goblet he bought from Winry, warning the Celestial that he's not leaving this forest in one piece. Lyol finds it hilarious that a human is threatening him, charging up another massive sphere of red death. Our boy isn't playing around anymore. He activates a wired load and rents the luck of the gods to trigger a fate drawing. Lyol fires his beam again, a line of pure destruction aimed directly at the MC's head. The blast hits with the force of a falling star, turning the entire area into a crater of smoke and fire. Arthur and his knights scramble back, terrified of getting vaporized by the collateral damage. But when the light fades, Lyol's arrogant face completely drops. He can't believe what he's seeing. Jong Do is standing there, completely unscathed, holding a massive divine shield that looks like it belongs to a god. Lyol loses it, screaming that it's impossible for a human from a third-rate universe to block his attack with such a flimsy shield. Arthur and the knights are caught in the pressure, struggling to even breathe as the atmosphere turns heavy with killing intent. The fake leader screams for holy light to annihilate everything, unleashing every ounce of stolen energy he has left. But the system announces the Shield of the Cross, a legendary magic that layers 13 impenetrable barriers one after another. Jong Do braces himself behind the golden shield, the red beams of energy splashing off his defense like water against a rock. Lyol is foaming at the mouth, his face distorted with rage as he pours everything he has into the strike, screaming for the human to die. The barriers pulse with light, absorbing the impact with a thunderous roar. A spectral image of the legendary Knight Galahad appears behind Jong Do, telling him to trust in the shield because it will never be pierced. Jong Do takes a heavy step forward, his boots cracking the earth as he moves directly against the stream of energy. Lyle is trembling with fear now. He can't understand how someone is walking through his ultimate attack. He begins to back away, his voice cracking as he begs the monster not to come any closer. He's completely panicked, asking how far this human intends to push his limits. Jong Do glares at him through the shield, his voice cold as ice as he tells him that humans aren't tools to be used at his whim. He slams his shield directly into Lyle's face, telling the hungry god to eat a face full of divine justice. The fake leader is sent spinning through the air, his nose shattered, and his pride completely broken. The two remaining angels charge in, declaring that Jong Do is a threat to the celestial realm and must be purged. They strike with incredible speed, their blades humming with holy energy. But our boy is faster. He draws a blue-tinted blade that glows with a cold, sharp light. He carves through them in a single, fluid motion, the air itself screaming as he parries their strikes and counters instantly. In a flash, both angels are sent flying back, their weapons shattered and their armor cracked. Lyle can only stare in horror, his hand over his mouth as he realizes one of his angels was cut down in a single heartbeat. A legend about Galahad appears on the screen, detailing how the knight was always considered a man of miracles. It shows a silhouette of a grand sage who once evaluated the knight's true potential. He stated that everything Galahad does is nothing short of a divine miracle, and because of that, as long as he's on Earth, there is no soul alive who can ever hope to defeat him. Lyle is sweating bullets, realizing that Jong Do's divine power is on a level he can't even comprehend, and he desperately needs to buy time. He points at the knights and screams for them to stop standing around and kill the human. Arthur isn't listening anymore. He tells Lyle that they're starting to realize they were never subordinates, just pawns, and he's sick of the lies. Lyle's face turns wicked. He asks Arthur if he's really okay with his wife dying, using his last bit of leverage. He lets out a high-pitched, mocking laugh, looking like a total demon. He reminds Arthur that only he has the power to save her life, and the knight flinches, his heart torn between honor and love. The knights draw their weapons and surround Jong Do, though their hands are shaking because they know they're on the wrong side. Jong Do looks at them with a neutral expression, realizing that the situation has spiraled into a mess of brainwashing and hostages. Arthur begs the MC to back down, swearing on his knighthood that he'll do whatever it takes to protect the Saints if they just leave. Jong Do scoffs, asking if causing chaos and capturing women is what they call knighthood these days. He makes a cold proposal, telling them to withdraw now and he might just let them live. Arthur looks like he's ready to die, realizing his life and his honor are coming to an end in this forest. The injured angel, Hale, crawls toward Lyle, begging her master for a healing spell. Lyle smiles warmly at her for a second, saying he's so glad she's still alive. But then, in a shocking move, he plunges his hand directly into her chest, harvesting her remaining energy without a second thought. Hale can only gasp, "Why?" as the life fades from her eyes, betrayed by the god she worshipped. Lyle's eyes glow with a sinister red light as he tells her she's just an expendable item and that she should be honored to be sacrificed for him. He absorbs her soul in a pillar of golden light, his power surging to a level that makes the ground tremble. The knights are blown back by the sheer pressure of the transformation. Jong Do is disgusted, telling the Celestial that he's officially sick of his species and their lack of any real comradeship. He points out that even the demons he fought tried to save their subordinates, while this angel treats them like trash. Lyle sheds his human disguise, revealing a tall, muscular form with pointed ears and 3 glowing gems on his forehead. But the transformation isn't perfect, his face begins to crack, and he looks more like a crumbling statue than a god. The knights realize the truth, calling him a monster and a beast as they back away in horror. Lyle tells the insects to shut up, his voice echoing with 1,000 different tones as he charges a final magic circle. He whispers "disappear" one last time, his eyes burning with a murderous intent. Jong Do sprints forward, holding his shield out to tank whatever is coming. Multiple beams of red light slam into the divine shield, each one hitting like a freight train. Arthur can't understand why the MC is still trying to protect them after they pointed their swords at him. He asks the question through the chaos, looking at the MC with a face full of guilt. Jong Do's eyes are locked on the enemy. He tells Arthur that a human life isn't so trivial that it can be thrown away for petty reasons. He declares that he's nothing like the monsters who are worse than beasts, his resolve hardening as the shield pulses with light. Lyle is screaming that his noble plan was ruined because of one annoying human. He focuses all his rage into a single point, his eyes turning into a terrifying red slit. He fires a barrage of energy lances, vowing that he'll never let Jong Do leave this place alive. Jong Do grunts under the strain, the sheer force of the attack pushing him back as his boots furrow the ground. The beams explode against his shield, sending fragments of holy energy flying everywhere. The barriers are shattering one by one. The shield is finally reaching its limit. Jong Do realizes he only has a few defensive layers left and wonders if he can hold out until Lioel's unstable body completely collapses. Suddenly, the spirit of Galahad speaks again, giving him a simple two-word command: kick it. The legend tells him that when the shield is about to break, he should use his foot to send the entire thing flying at the enemy. Jong Do gets the message. He pulls back his leg and prepares to launch the ultimate counterattack. He lets out a roar and kicks the shield with everything he's got, launching it like a massive golden disc. The shield spins through the air, gathering all the remaining divine energy into a spinning buzzsaw of death. Lioel is caught completely off guard, his eyes wide with fear as he screams, "What the hell?" The shield slams into him with a sickening crunch, shattering his magic circles and his ribs at the same time. He's crushed by the massive weight of the divine relic, his face contorted in a silent scream of agony. A massive shockwave ripples through the forest, leveling the trees for miles. The blue energy dissipates, leaving behind a massive trail of destruction in the dirt. Galahad tells the MC that the enemy's life isn't fully gone yet, and that he needs to finish it now. Jong Do starts walking toward the impact site, stopping for a second to look at Arthur. He gives the knight a terrifying glare, warning him that if a single hair on the saintess is harmed, he'll personally make sure they all pay. Deep in a crater, Lioel is coughing up blood, his body broken and broken. He can't believe the human actually threw his own shield, cursing the ridiculous move as he struggles to stand. Jong Do towers over him, his shadow falling over the broken celestial as he tells him it's game over. Lioel lets out a bloody laugh, admitting the human is strong, but he's still wearing a sinister smile. He reaches out his hand, a small, intricate red circle forming in his palm. He says if Jong Do can withstand his final trick, the victory will truly be his. Jong Do is confused. The circle is massive, way bigger than anything before, and it looks like Lioel is focusing all his power into a single point. The MC looks at his broken shield on the ground, realizing he has zero defense left. He figures his only choice is to strike before the power can fully gather. He leaps into the air with his sword drawn, aiming for Lioel's head with a lethal downward strike. But Lioel's smile just gets wider as he whispers, "We will meet again." Ixia screams out a warning, telling the MC that this isn't an attack spell at all, it's a high-level teleportation spell. Lioel is using every drop of his remaining life force to bail out. He vows that he'll never forget this humiliation and tells Jong Do to watch his back for the coming revenge. Jong Do's blade hits nothing but air as the celestial vanishes into a vortex of red light. He curses under his breath, realizing he let the monster slip away. Thousands of miles away, a red rift opens above a high-rise city. Lioel falls onto the grass, his body smoking and his ego crushed. He knows he can't return to the celestial realm looking like this. He looks over the city with a predatory gaze, his mind already working on a backup plan. He remembers hearing that there's another saintess in this city, Korea's very own Seo Yoon. He vows to complete his holy grail here, and then summon his army to tear Jong Do to shreds. But as he's making his evil speech, a dark silhouette appears behind him. Lioel spins around, his eyes wide with shock as he asks how anyone could have followed him here. A black-clad figure with high heels and a lethal blade moves like a shadow, carving through the air. Lioel can only gasp as he realizes he's been completely outclassed by this new threat. He's sent tumbling down the hill as the figure stands over him with a cold, superior aura. He's losing his mind, screaming in fear as he realizes he's just jumped from one nightmare into another. The figure is wreathed in dark energy, looking like a total queen of shadows as she asks Lioel who he thinks he is. Back in England, the knights are all tied up and kneeling in the dirt, looking absolutely miserable. The saintess tells Jong Do it's not their fault, explaining that everyone except Arthur was in a deep state of brainwashing. She looks at Arthur, asking if the rumor about his wife being a hostage is true. Arthur's voice is hollow. He admits his wife Elena is suffering from a mysterious illness that no doctor or mage could identify. Jong Do realizes the fake leader used the woman's life as a chain to force Arthur into doing his dirty work. Arthur hangs his head, telling them he'll accept any punishment they have for his betrayal, but the saintess is a literal angel. She asks if she can try and heal Elena herself, her heart full of compassion. Arthur is speechless. He can't understand why she would help him after everything he did to her. She gives him a warm smile, telling him that all humans make mistakes, and she just wants to help him find the right path. The tough knight finally breaks, tears streaming down his face as he realizes he's been forgiven. He whispers a heartfelt thank you to the saintess, his voice thick with emotion. Jong Do watches them, his expression softening as he realizes that even in this mess, there's still some humanity left. He decides they'll stay at a nearby hotel for the night to recover before they make their next move. Later that evening, Jong Do is on the phone, his face serious as he waits for someone to pick up. It's his sister, Seo Yoon. He asks her if everything is okay back home in Korea. She's in her pajamas, telling him everything is fine except for their pet Hae-sik crying because they miss him. Jong Do is relieved, but he's still worried that Leol might try to approach her because of her own saintly potential. He tells her to keep a close eye on things and stay safe, and she promises she will before they hang up. He lets out a breath, knowing that there's only one thing left to do to prepare for the coming storm. He looks over the materials he's gathered: demon wings, angel wings, a royal jewel, and a legendary orb. He pulls out a magic mirror, remembering the instructions to infuse it with mana to open a path. He channels his energy into the glass, and it begins to glow with an intense golden light. A portal opens up, and Jong Do steps through, feeling like the gate is practically begging him to come inside. He lands in a dark, quiet room and looks around with a confused expression. He wonders why it's so pitch black and quiet in a place that's supposed to be a workshop. He walks deeper into the shadows, his eyes scanning for any signs of life. Suddenly, multiple pairs of glowing yellow eyes snap open in the dark, surrounding him from every corner. But instead of an attack, streamers and confetti explode everywhere as a group of dwarves screams, "Welcome!" Jong Do is caught completely off guard, his face covered in paper as he stares at the rowdy group. They drag him to a golden chair, telling him they've already warmed it up for him and offering him a massive mug of beer. Jong Do takes a sip, but he's already sensing something very suspicious about their overly friendly behavior. They lean in with hungry looks, asking if his mana has increased a lot during his recent adventures. Jong Do snaps at them, realizing these guys haven't changed one bit, they're just trying to get him to do another lottery draw. One of the dwarves starts crying, saying he still has dreams about the white business card he saw during the last draw. They scream that they haven't been able to sleep and that it's his responsibility to fix their gambling addiction with more gacha. But the party stops instantly when a terrifying image of Lirim appears behind them. They all freeze, remembering that Lirim warned them never to use cheats or gamble again. One of the elder dwarves tries to tell them to hold on and think about the consequences, but the others just shrug it off, saying as long as they don't get caught, everything is totally fine. They think they're geniuses for excluding Lirim from the group, while Jong Do just watches them, realizing they're completely hopeless. He changes the subject, reminding them that he's actually here to forge some new gear. He pulls out all the rare materials he gathered, and the dwarves' eyes go wide as they see the wings in the orb. They're impressed, realizing that the MC's world has been overrun by both celestials and demons, which means some top-tier loot. One of them tells him his growth rate is actually scary, and Jong Do just gives a humble laugh, saying it was nothing. He asks if they can make something good, and the blacksmith says while it won't be as unique as the last one, it'll still be legendary. But then the lead dwarf holds up a hand, stopping the conversation in its tracks. He reminds Jong Do that the rule of their world is that he has to overcome a trial to get what he wants. Jong Do is annoyed, asking if it's just going to be another stupid game. The old dwarf steps forward with a sinister look, ready to announce the challenge. He screams that the trial is a draw, a literal gacha match. He points at the MC, telling him if he picks white, he passes, and if not, he fails. They cheer for their leader, Michael, calling him a college-educated genius for making the rules so simple. Jong Do is losing his mind, realizing he's been forced into a high-stakes gambling match by a bunch of bearded addicts. He lets out a massive sigh, but he knows he has zero choice if he wants his gear. He tells them they better supply the mana like last time, and they scramble to bring out the elixirs in elf tiers. They bring over a massive glowing orb, and Jong Do figures if they're the ones paying for the pull, he might as well enjoy the benefits. He activates the draw, and a storm of colorful cards begins to swirl around the workshop. The dwarves are losing it, screaming at the screen for a white ticket to appear. But the joy turns to pure horror as Lirim Bright suddenly manifests in the room, her eyes glowing with a cold, terrifying light. The dwarves drop to their knees and tremble, stuttering her name as they realize they've been caught red-handed. Lirim says she doesn't want to hear any excuses, her hand beginning to glow with a violet energy. She unleashes a massive shockwave that sends the dwarves rolling across the floor, begging for mercy as they get zapped with magic. Jong Do can only watch with a shocked face, hearing the sounds of their bones cracking under her punishment. The screen goes white as Lirim's voice echoes through the void, telling them she told them to stop while they still could. The workshop is a disaster zone. Lirim Bright isn't holding back, and the sounds of her discipline echo through the entire dimension. The dwarven blacksmiths are on their knees, bruised and weeping, finally realizing that trying to cheat Lirim was the biggest mistake of their lives. Lirim turns her attention to Jong Do, telling him that if these idiots try to force a trial or a gamble on him again, he should just ignore them. Jong Do just sweats nervously, watching the terrifying woman as she prepares to depart, her aura still heavy and suffocating. She disappears in a pixelated glint of mana, thanking him and promising to see him next time, leaving the dwarves in a pile of regret. Suddenly, the system rings. Jong Do has successfully loaded a being of the highest caliber, gaining a massive +10 boost to his mana and all stats. A golden roulette wheel begins to spin rapidly, sparks flying as it prepares to dish out the rewards for the trial he just survived. He hits the jackpot, landing 2 white-grade roulettes in a row, a feat of luck that even surprises the MC. Jong Do can't help but smirk. He feels a little bad for the dwarves getting beat up, but hey, he got all the rewards for himself. 2 glowing talent cards appear before him. One of them is a level 3 talent, something he hasn't seen in a long time. He reaches out and grabs it, the system confirming he's acquired imbuement level 3. His power level is climbing to scary heights. He asks the dwarves if they're okay, but the lead blacksmith just groans that they are definitely not okay. Despite the beating, Michael promises to finish making the item Jong Do asked for, telling him to just be patient. As they head back to work, Jong Do realizes he has one more secret weapon to show them. He pulls out the ornate box containing the mysterious pink bead he received from the Queen of Shigale. The dwarf snaps at him, saying if he had something this important, he should have brought it out from the start. But then the blacksmiths see the contents. The room is instantly filled with a blinding, pulsating light that leaves them completely speechless. Jong Do starts to explain that he couldn't figure out its use, but the dwarves immediately hush him, their faces pale with shock. He tells them he got it after invading the demon realm and asks if it's dangerous, but the vibe in the room is getting very unsettling. The dwarves admit they don't know exactly what it is, but they've heard legends of such a concept existing in the higher universes. It's the Orb of Possibility. It's an item that can manipulate the very chance of success, whether it's for an enhancement or the birth of a new soul. Michael gets fired up, his eyes gleaming as he promises that with this, they'll create something truly legendary. He tells Jong Do to get lost for now, because they're going to be extremely busy for a while. Jong Do is stunned by the sudden cold treatment, reaching out as the dwarves basically shove him toward the exit. He asks if it won't be finished immediately, desperate to know how long he has to wait for his new gear. The dwarves are already ignoring him, focusing entirely on the glowing orb with intense professional focus. Michael just shouts back that he should come back whenever it feels right, which is the most unhelpful answer ever. Jong Do clicks his tongue, annoyed that as soon as the business part was over, they treated him like a total stranger. But then, another notification pops up. He successfully enhanced a white-grade item. The system promises him a reward for the feat, and the atmosphere begins to distort with static and energy. He lets out a confused "oh" as the world around him begins to flicker like a glitched video game. Bright orange and red light erupts, the reality of the workshop tearing apart as a new power manifests. Jong Do braces himself, looking at his hands as they begin to glow with a strange pixelated energy. He realizes something is very different about this particular pull, sensing a tier of power he's never touched before. He's nearly blown back by the force of the summoning, the air vibrating with the weight of a superior existence. He blinks, trying to see through the glare as the final result begins to take shape. He grinds his teeth, the sheer mana consumption making his vision swim as he stares at the floating card. It's an EX grade card. It radiates a regal golden light that makes his other cards look like trash. The system confirms he's been rewarded with an EX grade confirmation load ticket, a game-breaking item. Jong Do is floored. The system previously said the chance of getting this was lower than a white grade, and yet here it is. He analyzes the meaning of EX, extra, additional, special. He wonders if it's actually a tier higher than white grade. He holds the golden card, questioning what makes it fundamentally different from the existing tier system he's been using. A wild thought crosses his mind. Since it's special, will a character from a game or a comic pop out this time? He imagines summoning legendary figures from his old gaming days, like a certain spiky-haired soldier or a suave phantom thief. He even thinks about summoning a certain dragon-slaying hero with a wide grin, wondering if the system can reach that far. He laughs to himself, thinking it's a funny idea, but in this world, nothing is entirely impossible. He tucks the card away, deciding that he'll have a chance to check its true power someday soon. For now, he needs to be prepared for the worst. He doesn't want to end up suffering through a mission because he wasn't ready. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning strikes his chest, sending a massive shock through his entire nervous system. He lets out a sharp cry as the energy overwrites his current status, the light filling the entire room. The system notification rings again. He's officially acquired imbuement level 3, a major upgrade for his combat style. Cut to a military jeep, racing through the countryside of England, kicking up dust as it speeds toward its destination. Inside the car, Arthur looks incredibly stressed, his face pale as he prepares for what's coming. He looks at Jong Do and Joan of Arc, asking the SSS hunter why he's following him instead of flying back to Korea. Jong Do gives him a thumbs up, revealing that despite his looks, he actually has some pretty advanced healing skills. Arthur jumps up in his seat, his eyes wide with hope as he asks if the MC can really help his wife Merlin. Jong Do smiles, explaining that his goal is to find the missing Lyol, and the most likely hiding spot is right here in the UK. Arthur is overcome with gratitude, lunging forward and grabbing Jong Do's hands while calling him a good guy. He starts praising Korea and even their kimchi, while Joan of Arc just giggles, saying Arthur has always been this kind of dramatic character. Arthur leads them inside, formally introducing them to his wife Elena, who is resting in a medical suite. He explains that since there were no signs of improvement, he moved her to this quiet hospital she used to love. Jong Do's expression turns serious. He asks Arthur and the others to step aside for a moment so he can work. Joan of Arc steps forward first, clasping her hands and beginning a holy prayer to stabilize the woman's energy. A warm golden light erupts from the saintess, flowing into Elena's body in a desperate attempt to heal her. Arthur watches from the side, his hands folded in prayer as he begs for his wife to wake up. But suddenly, Elena's face contorts in pain. She lets out a pained ugh as dark purple veins begin to bulge on her skin. Joan pulls back in shock, her face filled with horror as she realizes Elena's complexion is actually getting worse. Jong Do steps in, his eyes glowing with the observation skill as he scans the woman's spiritual body. He sees a massive, writhing mass of dark energy coiled around her soul like a nest of snakes. He realizes this was Liol's plan all along, to use a curse that feeds on holy energy to kill the host. The system detects that Jong Do possesses a mythic-level cleansing skill, and it offers to activate it. A screen pops up, asking if he wants to use it to remove the curse of the Archangel. Jong Do smirks. The reward he chose after drawing the Galahad soul is proving its worth at the perfect moment. He channels the legendary Knight Galahad, an image of the divine warrior appearing behind him as he prepares the purification. The skill name flashes on the screen, Curse Purification. It's about to get intense. He tells a panicked Arthur that he thinks he can cure her, and the knight looks like he's just been given a second life. Arthur grabs his arm, begging him as a friend to save Merlin, promising he'll do anything in return. Jong Do's eyes narrow with a mischievous glint as he tells the knight, in that case. He points directly to the ornate sword sheath hanging at Arthur's waist. Arthur flinches, looking awkward. He explains that it's a national treasure, and he can't just give it away. Jong Do laughs, telling him he doesn't want to keep it, he just needs Arthur to show it to him once. He realizes that the only reason Arthur wasn't brainwashed like the others was because of the protective power of that sheath. He holds the legendary Arthur's Sword Sheath, an artifact said to protect its user from every single harmful element in existence. Jong Do claps his hands together, his face full of determination as he prepares to start the operation. He tells Arthur to bring every mana-restoring potion he can find, because this purification is going to be a massive drain. Jong Do has a confident, shark-like grin on his face, ready to tear Liol's curse apart. Arthur sprints out of the room, desperate to gather everything the MC needs to save his wife. He shouts that he'll be back in a second with every potion in the building. Jong Do looks down at the suffering Elena, telling her to hang in there for just a little bit longer. He unleashes a torrent of blue mana from his hands, declaring that he will finally free her from her pain. The system confirms the activation. Curse purification is officially in progress. The room is flooded with blinding blue light. The system warns that mana consumption will skyrocket based on the curse's level. Jong Do grins through the strain, knowing that Galahad's skill is the ultimate counter to any dark magic. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy demon head erupts from Elena's body, letting out a silent, soul-piercing scream. The shadow lunges for Jong Do, its dark claws digging into his energy field as he grunts in pain. The windows of the room shatter from the raw pressure, and Elena lets out a blood-curdling scream. Jong Do is sweating bullets, yelling for Arthur to bring the potions because his mana reserves are hitting zero. Arthur kicks the door open, sliding a massive crate full of glowing blue vials across the floor. Our boy doesn't even use his hands. He bites the cork off a bottle, his eyes locked on the curse. He chugs the potion in one go, his mana levels spiking back up as the blue energy around him intensifies. He curses the awful taste of the cheap potions, but he uses the surge of power to slam his hands back down onto the patient. The shadowy entity let out a final, agonizing shriek as it slowly pulled out of Elena's chest. It tries to latch back onto her soul, its dark tendrils wrapping around her neck in a desperate attempt to stay. Elena's face is pale and covered in sweat as she struggles to breathe through the spiritual assault. Jong Do realizes if he doesn't end this in one blow, the curse will just keep tightening its grip until she's dead. Suddenly, a pair of glowing hands presses down on top of his. It's the Saintess. Joan gives him a determined look, saying she'll lend him every bit of her strength to finish this. Jong Do's eyes flash with golden light. He thanks her, feeling her holy mana merging perfectly with his purification skill. He calls on Galahad one last time, an image of the knight raising a massive sword appearing above the bed. The shadow monster realizes its time is up, letting out a final terrified howl. Jong Do shouts the name of his finishing move, Radiant Sanctuary Slash. A massive blade of pure light carves through the shadow, bisecting the curse with surgical precision. The darkness is vaporized instantly, leaving behind nothing but a few dissipating embers of black mana. A massive explosion of white light clears the room, and the heavy atmosphere finally lifts. Elena lets out a soft sigh, her face finally returning to a healthy, natural color. She slowly opens her eyes, looking around the room with a confused but peaceful expression. Arthur falls to his knees by her side, his voice trembling as he whispers her name. He pulls her into a massive hug, bawling like a baby, while Jong Do just falls back onto the floor, completely exhausted. The system rings with a new notification. The purification process has permanently increased Jong Do's mana sensitivity by +10. But then, an additional effect of the skill activates, catching the MC off guard. The system explains that since the purification was a total success, it can now track the original caster of the curse. A digital map of the UK pops up, scanning the environment for the signature of Liol's mana. Jong Do is hyped, realizing this will save him the trouble of hunting the bastard down himself. But the map stops on a red icon with a massive black X over it. It says, Cursecaster, Archangel Liol. Jong Do freezes, his eyes wide as he stares at the word dead on his screen. He can't believe it. Even if Liol was injured, he was still a level 300 monster. He wonders who on earth could have killed him. He runs through the possibilities. Is it another race, a manifestation of karma, or perhaps that shadowy entity Veil? He realizes that an unpredictable variable has entered the game, and things just got a lot more complicated. Later, Elena is sitting up in bed. She formally apologizes to Jong Do for all the trouble Arthur caused while she was incapacitated. Jong Do asks her what she plans to do now that she's back on her feet. Her eyes sharpen. She says they need to close the dungeon spot immediately before things get worse. She remembers Liol brainwashing her guild members and realizes that a place like that was never meant for humans to manage. She looks at Jong Do, calling him Triple S, and asks if he's the only one strong enough to close the spot for good. Jong Do gives her a cocky grin and agrees to help, noting that he had something he needed to check at that location anyway. Arthur is worried about Elena going so soon after waking up, but she insists she's fine. She flexes her arm, saying she feels as refreshed as if she'd just had the best night's sleep of her life. Arthur just sighs and scratches his head, knowing better than to argue with his wife once she's made up her mind. The group arrives at the restricted zone, the knights opening the gates for them as they prepare to head inside. Jong Do asks them if they've ever seen a boss-level monster staying in one place for too long. Arthur mentions that while scouting, he saw a massive, shadowy bear-like monster that seemed to be guarding something specific. Jong Do snaps his fingers. That bear must be the guardian of the dungeon core. If they kill it, the spot closes. Arthur charges ahead, eager to prove himself and guide the team to the monster's lair. They turn a corner and come face to face with a massive, snarling bear with glowing red eyes and drool dripping from its fangs. The monster is a behemoth. It lets out a ground-shaking roar as it prepares to crush the intruders. Joan of Arc looks at Elena, asking if she's familiar with this kind of beast. Elena's face goes pale. She says it's a living nightmare for their guild. Half their members were killed the last time one emerged. Arthur points out that this one is even larger and more aggressive than the one they barely defeated before. Jong Do steps forward, telling the knights to just buy him some time while he gathers enough power for a finishing strike. He gives them a confident look, saying he'll pay them back for borrowing Arthur's sheath by ending this quickly. Arthur looks at the MC in shock as Jong Do prepares a new kind of summoning. He realizes that using King Arthur's legendary scabbard as a medium for a fate draw practically guarantees a top-tier result. He shouts, "Come forth, King Arthur," and a massive black card manifests in the air, but instead of a knight, a soft feminine voice giggles "Oh my" from the vortex of energy. A beautiful girl in a blue floral dress appears, looking more like a fairy princess than a warrior king. She looks at the snarling behemoth and calls it a small, cute, smelly bear, completely ignoring its killing intent. Jong Do is stunned. He was expecting the legendary king, but instead, he got the Queen of Shigale again. He stares at the girl in disbelief, asking, "Who are you?" as she floats gracefully through the air, looking like a total angel. Arthur isn't waiting around for introductions. He leaps into the air, yelling for everyone to get out of the way. His eyes glow with golden light as he screams the name of his ultimate move, Excalibur! He unleashes a massive vertical beam of golden fire that slams directly into the behemoth's back. The monster let out a pained howl, the earth beneath it shattering from the impact. But Arthur lands with a grunt of frustration, realizing the bear is still standing. He didn't have enough time to charge the full power of the technique, and the wound he dealt was way too shallow to kill it. The behemoth is furious now. Arthur tells the others to run while he tries to buy them some time. Jong Do just steps up beside him with a smirk, telling Arthur he's actually quite impressive. He gives a casual "leave it to me" and snaps his fingers, his eyes glowing with divine mana. The behemoth lunges, but suddenly, a pillar of fire erupts from the ground, surrounding the beast in an instant. Jong Do controls the flames with a flick of his wrist, turning the battlefield into a literal furnace. The monster screams in agony as the high-level magic burns through its thick hide. The Queen of Shigale watches from the air, laughing as she says even the sight of it burning to death is so cute. The bear collapses into a pile of ash, its massive form dissolving into nothingness. Behind where the bear stood, a hidden cave entrance appears. Jong Do gestures for them to head inside. The system identifies the location as Behemoth's Lair, an SSS-rank dungeon that's distorting the universe to summon monsters to Earth. He tells the team that if they clear this place, they can finally close the spot for good. He realizes the bear they just fought was actually just a tiny offspring. The real boss waiting inside is going to be a nightmare. Jong Do tells the Saintess to focus entirely on defense and keeping the others safe while he handles the heavy lifting. He leads the charge into the dark abyss, his body crackling with blue electrical energy. Arthur freezes at the entrance, his jaw dropping as he sees the scale of the cave and the monster waiting within. Deep in the darkness, a set of massive red eyes snaps open. The real behemoth is so large its head barely fits in the cavern. A bolt of red lightning flickers from its eye as it catches the scent of the intruders. Arthur realizes the beast smells its dead offspring on them, and it's about to go into a murderous frenzy. The behemoth roars, its mouth opening wide enough to swallow the entire group in one bite. Jong Do doesn't flinch. He raises his hand and calls out Excalibur, a massive pillar of golden light descending from the ceiling. The energy is so intense, it blinds everyone in the room, the raw power vibrating through the very bedrock. The golden beam slams into the monster's face, forcing its head back and stopping its charge. The behemoth lets out a pained, guttural growl as the divine energy sears its flesh. Jong Do grumbles that even that wasn't enough to kill it, while Arthur just stares at him, asking how he's holding that power. He asks if that's the real Excalibur, but Jong Do just shrugs it off. He tells Arthur it's just a copy product that mimics the appearance, but Arthur can't believe a copy could have that much world-ending power. The behemoth swipes its massive claw, sending a shockwave of red energy that forces the group to scramble for cover. Jong Do yells for the Saintess and Elena to buy him just a little bit more time to finish his setup. Joan of Arc nods, her face serious as she prepares her ultimate holy barrier. She shouts sacred glare and a blinding burst of light hits the behemoth directly in the eyes, staggering it. Elena adds her own magic, shouting entangle as massive, glowing green vines erupt from the ground. The vines wrap around the monster's legs, struggling to hold its massive weight in place. Jong Do tells them to hurry because the monster is so strong that even buying a few seconds is becoming impossible. He prepares a dual load, summoning the Shigale Queen and another legendary figure at the same time. He triggers a fate summon, dozens of glowing cards spinning around him in a whirlwind of blue energy. A tall, muscular figure with a red cape and golden armor begins to manifest from the static. It's the real King Arthur Pendragon. He steps out with a serious face, but his expression immediately sours. The Queen of Shigale looks at him with pure disgust, hissing that an unlucky person has crawled all the way here to ruin her day. Arthur Pendragon snaps back that she's being incredibly harsh for someone he hasn't seen in thousands of years. The system rings with a new update. Because of the intense relationship between the two souls, their shared talent level increases by +1. Jong Do is hyped, seeing his swordsmanship talent level jump from level 2 to level 3. But then, a red warning flashes. The system realizes the two characters are hostile, and the shared talent instantly drops back down to level 2. Jong Do is devastated, yelling "No, my swordsmanship level," as the two legends continue to bicker. The Queen tells him if he were the real Lancelot, that bear would have been skinned by now, while King Arthur just glares at her in silence. Alana groans that it's over, her vines snapping under the behemoth's sheer physical power. The monster roars and tears through the last of her defenses, lunging for the group. Jong Do draws his glowing blade, realizing he has to act now before everyone gets flattened. He yells at the two summoned legends to stop fighting and help him deal with the giant bear first. The Queen huffs, saying she was just about to do that, and she uses Spear Water Enhancement to coat Jong Do's blade in high-pressure mana. King Arthur joins in, his golden energy merging with the water as Jong Do swings his blade in a massive arc. The combined strike hits the behemoth like a falling mountain, a mix of gold and blue energy vaporizing everything it touches. A massive sphere of light expands from the point of impact, shaking the entire dungeon to its core. The behemoth is sent spinning through the air, its massive body finally breaking apart under the pressure of the dual load. It crashes into the wall with a thunderous boom, and Arthur yells out in triumph, realizing they actually did it. Jong Do acquires two new legendary skills, Avalon and Pridwen. He notes that while the summons hate each other, their power is no joke. The system celebrates a great achievement for loading 10 black-level characters at once. A new category is unlocked, Transcendence. A silhouette of a human body glows with intense white light on his screen. The system explains that he can now designate individuals from his album to be registered in this category. Jong Do's face fills with pure shock as he reads the final detail. Once a soul grows through transcendence, it can obtain a physical body and descend into reality. He gasps out, "Is this for real?" Giving your summons a physical body sounds like a dream, but in this world, every power-up comes with a price you might not be ready to pay. The legendary soul Yuseong is buzzing with excitement, realizing he might actually get to walk the earth in a human body again. The system screen pops up, confirming that transcendence can grant a physical form, but the specific conditions are a total mystery to our boy Jong Do. Yuseong isn't worried though. He points a finger and claims he knows exactly how to make it happen. His grand plan? It's all about getting a +10 enhancement on his card, which sounds like every gamer's worst nightmare. Jong Do stares at him, wondering if there's any achievement in this game more frustrating than trying to max out a card's enhancement level. He calls out Yuseong, betting the spirit is only saying this because he's already at +7, and just wants that final push. Yuseong plays it off as a win-win, suggesting they do a normal fate draw to hunt for the enhancement materials they need. The little spirit gives a devious laugh, clearly plotting his way back into the physical world. Jong Do sighs and hits the fate draw button, letting the gacha madness begin once again. Cards fly everywhere in a whirlwind of light, and Yuseong is overreacting so hard he claims he can feel his toes growing back already. One specific blue card starts to glow intensely, signaling that the draw is finally settling on a result. It turns out to be a normal card, which has Yuseong celebrating like he just won the lottery while Jong Do looks on, totally confused. But the celebration cuts short when Yuseong realizes his spirit body isn't changing or reacting to the draw at all. Suddenly, a massive surge of pink energy and flowers fills the room, signaling that they definitely didn't get an enhancement material. Out of the light steps a stunning woman in traditional robes, greeting Jong Do with a grace that feels out of this world. Her name is Chosen, and while she's only level 11, her beauty talent is a staggering level 3, which is basically a superpower in itself. Jong Do is literally blushing, his brain short-circuiting because her passive beauty skill is hitting him like a truck. The system explains that her appearance is so top-tier that she'd make any modern celebrity look like a background character. Jong Do quickly snaps out of it, realizing that while she's easy on the eyes, her skills don't actually help him in a life-or-death fight. He decides to bench her and focus on growing her through transcendence instead, leaving poor Yuseong crying in the background. The system interface shows that he can swap characters in the Transcendent slot freely, which is a huge relief for his strategy. Jong Do realizes this is a goldmine. He can rotate his heroes and train them all up without being locked into just one. Yuseong is throwing a full-blown tantrum about being replaced, but Jong Do just laughs it off as a test run. He looks at Chosen one more time, and even in casual clothes, her level 3 beauty is honestly dangerous to his focus. He admits to himself that a beauty stat that high is fundamentally different from anything he's ever seen. He starts wondering if Winry, the system admin, has a hidden beauty stat that's just as high, considering how flawless she always looks. But then a light bulb goes off in his head as he realizes the true potential of this new load. If he loads Choseon's soul and uses it on his sister Soyeon, he could potentially boost her beauty level to a 3 as well. He's getting way too hyped about the idea of making his sister the perfect version of herself, looking at his hands like he holds the power of a plastic surgeon god. Yuseong gives him a judging look, thinking the MC is becoming a bit obsessed, but Jong Do swears it's purely for scientific curiosity. He walks back to join Arthur and the others, who are waving him over to see something they've discovered in the dungeon. As Jong Do looks at what they found, his eyes go wide with genuine shock. It's a mana stone so massive it's practically a boulder, glowing with a brilliant blue light that illuminates the entire cave. Arthur smiles, telling Jong Do the stone is all his since he's the one who took down the boss and cleared the way. The Saintess Joan asks if he has a spatial pouch to carry it, offering to handle the heavy lifting if he's out of inventory space. She shoves the giant stone into a magic bag that somehow expands to fit the whole thing, making the impossible look easy. Jong Do recognizes that these bags are incredibly rare drops from S-rank dungeons, making them a prize in their own right. He plays it cool though, knowing his system inventory is 10 times better than any physical bag they could offer him. A system notification pings, he's successfully enhanced a black-level character, and a new card begins to manifest. The reward is a white-grade guaranteed ticket, a legendary item that has Jong Do's heart racing at the possibilities. He takes a step forward, mana crackling around his boots as he prepares to move out and find the next lead. He asks if the area is clear, and Arthur warns him that while the gate is closed, there are still straggler monsters roaming around. They agree to sweep the area and make sure nothing dangerous is left behind to threaten the locals. Jong Do scans the horizon, frustrated that he hasn't found any concrete clues about where the heavenly realm is hiding. Suddenly, Ixia pops out of his ring, her tiny wings fluttering with excitement as she senses something in the air. She can feel the flow of buried mana nearby, something that only becomes visible as the ambient energy of the dungeon fades. A trail of pink mana begins to snake through the forest, leading them toward an unknown destination. Jong Do doesn't waste a second, sprinting through the trees with Ixia leading the way like a high-speed GPS. She points toward a clearing, shouting that they're almost there as the mana trail grows thicker. But the energy starts to flicker and Ixia panics, urging him to hurry before the trail disappears for good. They burst into a clearing just as a massive swirl of blue energy begins to collapse in on itself. It's a portal, and it's shrinking fast, threatening to leave them with nothing but questions. Jong Do reaches out, desperate to grab onto the coordinates before they vanish into thin air. He's just a second too late. The blue energy implodes, leaving nothing but a faint resonance behind. Jong Do is devastated, thinking they've lost their only shot at finding a path to the heavenly realm. But Ixia gives him a smug peace sign, revealing that her fairy brain memorized the coordinates in the split second before they vanished. Jong Do is so hyped he practically picks her up, realizing they now have the key to launching an invasion of their own. Ixia's expression sours as she mentions a slight problem with the coordinates they just secured. The mana was weak and scattered, meaning they might not land in the heart of the heavenly realm, but somewhere caught in the crossfire of the war. Jong Do doesn't care about the risk. As long as it gets him closer to the Celestials, he's ready to jump. Ixia confirms that the jump is possible, even if the destination is a bit of a wild card. He tells her to lock those coordinates in, planning to stir up enough trouble to force the Celestials out of hiding. Jong Do reflects on the Celestials, knowing they are far more manipulative and dangerous than the demons who only rely on brute force. The scene shifts to a memory of people blindly praying to a figure that looks like a savior, showing just how deep the heavenly realm's indoctrination goes. He realizes that if he hadn't made it to England in time, the entire country would have fallen under this fake divine rule. Visions of armored angels slaughtering civilians flash through his mind, a grim reminder of the stakes. The fake angels were ready to burn everything down just to secure their foothold on Earth. The invasion would have been total, leaving humanity as nothing more than a resource for the heavenly realm. Jong Do clenches his fist, knowing that if they launch another surprise attack, the world might not survive next time. He vows to make sure those pigeons never set foot on his planet again, his gaze turning cold and determined. A silhouette of a massive winged being looms over him in his mind, the ultimate enemy he's destined to face. He stands alone in the clearing, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders as he prepares for the next phase of the war. Later, Arthur approaches him with a warm smile, thanking him again for saving England and his guild from total ruin. He leads Jong Do toward a massive, ornate set of doors, promising a reward that's fit for a hero of his caliber. As the doors swing open, Jong Do's jaw drops at the sight of what's hidden inside. It's the guild's secret treasury, packed to the ceiling with legendary weapons, shields, and artifacts from all over the world. Jong Do scans the room, realizing that even for a top-tier hunter, the items in this vault are enough to make anyone's eyes spin. Ixia suddenly starts screaming for his attention, flying toward a specific corner of the room like a moth to a flame. She points at a glowing gold ring sitting in a chest, claiming with absolute certainty that the item is her sister. Jong Do is skeptical, asking if spirits can even recognize each other when they're sealed inside artifacts. Ixia doesn't answer. She just dives headfirst into the ring, letting out a loud crumb as she begins to absorb its power. A massive explosion of light follows, leaving Jong Do standing there in disbelief as the tiny fairy literally eats the artifact. He calls her out for mercilessly devouring her own kin, but she insists it's just a strategic assimilation. As the light fades, Ixia's form begins to shift and glow with a much more intense golden aura. A system window confirms she's absorbed Yiji's will, upgrading her interference and transference abilities to level 5. Her cooldowns are slashed, and her capacity for opening dimensional gates has doubled, making her a much more efficient teleporter. Jong Do is impressed by the raw stat boost, but Ixia smirks, hinting that she's unlocked a hidden, much nastier ability. The new effect is terrifying. When traveling through a gate, Jong Do can now forcibly move a companion, regardless of their will. The MC's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer tactical insanity of what he just heard. He could literally kidnap a high-tier celestial and drop them into the middle of the demon realm just to watch the chaos unfold. He starts rubbing his chin, his gamer brain already coming up with a dozen ways to exploit this to ruin his enemies' lives. Ixia shows him a vision of all her parts gathered together, looking like a set of legendary jewelry that would grant godlike power. She begs him to find the rest of her pieces, promising that the final result will be something beyond his wildest dreams. Jong Do gives her a confident smile, fully on board with turning his fairy partner into a weapon of mass destruction. He walks out of the vault, meeting Arthur, who's waiting to see if he found anything that met his SSS expectations. Jong Do confirms he found exactly what he was looking for, feeling more prepared for the coming war than ever before. Arthur jokes that he won't let him take anything else, but his nervous sweat proves he knows just how much that one item was worth. He invites Jong Do to one last dungeon crawl before he leaves, mentioning that the Saintess Joan will be coming along for support. Arthur is acting weirdly desperate, his face turning red as he begs Jong Do to accompany them to a nice dungeon nearby. Jong Do agrees, thinking it's a perfect chance to test out his new abilities and the upgraded Ixia, but the moment they step inside, Jong Do is screaming. This nice dungeon is a literal hellscape filled with toxic fog and death. He yells at Arthur, asking how anyone in their right mind could call this place nice. A system window reveals they are in the Tomb of Dullahan, a brutal SS-rank dungeon that's a nightmare for lower-level hunters. Massive stone guardians with blue flames for heads begin to swarm them, their blades cutting through the air with lethal intent. Arthur tries to play it off, saying the dungeon is just right for someone of Jong Do's level, even if it's suicide for the rest of them. Joan smiles nervously, hoping that Arthur actually has a plan to get them through this in one piece. Jong Do's expression shifts into a predatory grin. He's realized exactly why Arthur brought him here. The Guardians lunge, but Jong Do is already moving, his swords crackling with mana as he prepares to show them the gap in their power. He plants his foot, the ground cracking under the pressure of his aura as he lunges forward. In a flash of golden light, he tears through the front line, his speed so high the monsters can't even register his movement. A system alert declares a sanctuary, a holy zone where evil beings are physically repelled by his sheer presence. Jong Do and Arthur stand back to back, glowing with a divine aura that makes the undead guardians hiss in pain. With their opposing holy and dragon abilities, they have the absolute advantage over the creatures of this dark tomb. Jong Do steps back, letting the two legends of England show off what they can really do. Joan steps forward, summoning a massive holy cross made of pure burning light. She grabs the cross with a gauntleted hand, mana swirling around her like a storm. She spins it with impossible force, turning the holy symbol into a whirling blade of destruction. She lunges forward, her boots leaving scorched marks on the stone floor as she builds up momentum. With a powerful kick, she sends the glowing cross flying into the center of the monster horde. She calls out her move, Divine Cross Cyclone, and the entire room is engulfed in a vortex of holy energy. Undead guardians are torn to shreds, their stone bodies crumbling as they let out final, agonizing screams. Jong Do is genuinely impressed, realizing that this simple technique is something his sister Soyun could definitely learn from. But Joan isn't done yet. She summons a set of holy chains that crackle with electricity. The chains wrap around her cross, creating a massive flail of light that dominates the battlefield. She slams the weapon down, shouting Divine Chandelier, and the impact shatters the floor. The shockwave sends chunks of rock and monster limbs flying in every direction. The few survivors are pinned down by the chains, unable to move as the holy light burns through their armor. The battlefield falls silent for a second as the dust settles, revealing the total carnage she's caused. Arthur yells that it's no fun if she does all the work, leaping into the fray with his golden blade held high. A guardian tries to block him, but Arthur's strength is on another level, his sword cutting through stone like it's paper. He weaves through the remaining enemies, leaving trails of light that explode a second after he passes. With one final sweep, he clears the remaining guardians, their bodies disintegrating into piles of ash. He laughs, asking if this is really all an SS-rank dungeon has to offer. He looks like a true king of battle, his face lit up with the thrill of the fight. But the ground begins to rumble again as a much larger, darker presence starts to manifest from the shadows. A massive blade made of black iron swings out of the darkness, barely missing Arthur's head. The shockwave alone is enough to send the knight stumbling back, his smile disappearing instantly. Jong Do points out that Arthur is only doing so well because he's receiving a massive stack of buffs from everyone in the back. Heavy metallic hoofbeats echo through the chamber, making the very walls tremble with every step. Joan gasps, her eyes wide with fear as she realizes what's coming for them. The boss finally appears, the Lord Dullahan, a headless knight mounted on a skeletal warhorse, wreathed in purple flames. The monster holds up its own severed head, which lets out a chilling laugh and promises to guide them all to the underworld. Jong Do just gives a deadpan no thanks and reactivates his sanctuary, the holy light clashing violently with the boss's dark aura. The Dullahan is momentarily stunned by the brilliance of the light, its head hissing in annoyance. Arthur takes the opening, charging in with a desperate strike, his blade glowing with every bit of mana he has left. A massive pillar of light erupts as his sword connects with the boss's chest, illuminating the entire dungeon. The Dullahan lets out a guttural growl as the light tears through its dark armor, splitting its form in two. The boss falls, its skeletal horse collapsing into a pile of bones as the system marks it as defeated. Joan cheers, amazed that they managed to take down a boss of that level in what looked like a single hit. But Jong Do is frowning. He notices that the level-up window hasn't appeared yet, meaning the fight isn't over. The severed head of the Dullahan, lying on the ground, suddenly starts to glow with a malevolent red light. It whispers that it won't die so easily, its eyes burning with a new, terrifying intensity. Jong Do's gamer instincts scream, this is a mutant wave, a rare and deadly event where a boss comes back even stronger. He yells for Arthur to get away, but a pulse of red energy knocks the knight off his feet before he can move. A storm of blood-red lightning erupts from the Dullahan's head, filling the room with a suffocating pressure. The head flies into the air, trailing a cape of shadows and lightning like a demonic comet. Arthur tries to stand, but the sheer weight of the aura is pinning him to the ground. The red mana begins to swirl around Arthur's feet, forming a localized portal that threatens to swallow him whole. The Dullahan lets out one final, world-shaking laugh as the dungeon begins to tear itself apart. Jong Do curses his luck, realizing that of all his new skills, the one that's currently active is Ixia's experimental gate. The Dullahan's head lunges at him, its jaw unhinging to reveal a void of pure darkness. The MC counters with a burst of mana, the collision creating an explosion that sends red and blue energy clashing through the air. The gate transfer skill kicks in automatically, designating Arthur as the person who's about to be forcibly moved. Arthur is totally confused, feeling a strange tugging sensation that feels like his very soul is being pulled out of his body. Jong Do shoves him toward the swirling portal, yelling for him to move before the boss's final attack lands. The MC's eyes glow with a fierce light as he prepares to take the brunt of the explosion to ensure the others escape. Joan and Arthur are sucked into the gate, their voices fading as the red lightning consumes the entire chamber. Jong Do gives them one last confident grin, telling them not to worry and that he'll be back before they even miss him. The portal collapses in a blinding flash of white light, leaving the tomb empty and silent. Outside the dungeon, the entrance remains closed, leaving Arthur and Joan standing there, staring at the spot where their friend just vanished. Arthur whispers the MC's name, the weight of the sacrifice finally hitting him. The scene shifts to a peaceful, grassy field where the severed head of the Dullahan is rolling around, letting out a weak, pathetic laugh. A boot slams down on the skull, crushing it into dust instantly as Jong Do stands over the remains. He gets a system ping. He's leveled up his wired construction skill to +7, gaining a much-needed boost to his stats. The notification repeats, confirming that even in this chaos, his growth hasn't slowed down for a second. Jong Do looks around, his brow furrowing as he realizes the sky and the air here feel completely different from Earth. Leaves drift lazily through the air, and the mana in the atmosphere is so dense it's almost visible. He stands in the middle of a vast, beautiful landscape, wondering where on Earth, or off it, he's ended up. Ixia pops out, rubbing her eyes and looking around with an expression of pure shock. Her eyes widen to the size of saucers as she recognizes the familiar landmarks of the horizon. She looks at the rolling green hills and distant mountains, her wings fluttering with a mix of fear and nostalgia. Jong Do asks her if she knows where they are, sensing that her reaction isn't just surprise, it's recognition. She shouts that they are in Universe 11, Listenia, which is the very world where she was born. Jong Do is floored. They didn't just jump countries, they jumped entire realities. He asks if she can lead the way, but Ixia admits it's been so long since she left that she doesn't have the whole world memorized. Jong Do catches on to the phrase a long time, wondering exactly how old his tiny fairy partner really is. Ixia gets defensive immediately, crossing her arms and declaring that a lady's age is a top-secret classified mystery. She quickly changes the subject, suggesting that since they're here, they should go on a grand treasure hunt for her sister's remains. She shows him a vision of her lost pieces, promising that they are hidden somewhere in this world and will grant him massive power. Jong Do is all for it, knowing that more power is exactly what he needs to survive a place he doesn't understand. But a thought bothers him. The coordinates they followed belong to the Celestials, which means this world might be under their thumb. Ixia laughs it off, claiming that even the heavenly realm wouldn't dare try to conquer Listenia. She explains that the Celestials are like pigeons compared to the true rulers of this world. She shows him a vision of a massive, glowing eye, the eye of a dragon, a creature that transcends all other life forms. A single dragon can tear through an entire army of angels without breaking a sweat, its fire burning through their divine shields. Jong Do is fascinated, realizing he might finally get to see a real dragon after only reading about them in fantasy novels. He reflects on the Celestials' cruelty on Earth, wondering what kind of twisted games they are playing behind the scenes in this world. He decides to track the traces of the heavenly realm while they hunt for Ixia's sisters, killing two birds with one stone. The ground suddenly begins to shake violently, and Ixia's antennae twitch as she senses a massive presence approaching. She points toward a distant ridge, shouting that a dragon has appeared right on cue. Jong Do turns around, expecting a majestic winged god of destruction. But what comes charging over the hill is a loud, thudding creature that sounds more like a stampeding animal. His jaw drops as he realizes the dragon is actually just a giant, angry-looking dinosaur. Ixia explains that it's likely a lesser dragon species, a creature with just enough dragon blood to be a problem, but none of the majesty. The dinosaur lets out a roar, but its red eyes and scarred skin suggest that it's not just angry, it's been through a hell of a fight. Jong Do notices deep, fresh wounds all over its body, looking like they were made by high-tier magic blades. He realizes this creature is around the level of the Dullahan boss he just crushed, making it a serious threat to anyone else. The dinosaur lunges at him with its mouth wide open, letting out a roar that shakes the very trees around them. Jong Do doesn't even flinch, his gaze steady as the beast closes the distance. Ixia yells for him to look out, but the MC is already calculating the perfect counter. A beam of pure light suddenly cuts through the air, striking the dinosaur right in the throat. Jong Do is surprised, realizing that someone else has already gotten his target and isn't letting it run away. A man in shining white armor steps out of the smoke, his blade glowing with a familiar, holy energy. The knight has a calm, almost vacant expression on his face, looking down at the dying creature with zero emotion. He notices Jong Do and offers a polite, chillingly formal apology for the intrusion. He calls Jong Do a chosen one, a term that immediately sets off alarm bells in the MC's head. The knight tells him there's no need to be wary, claiming they are on the same side as fellow followers of the light. He assumes Jong Do is a newcomer to Listenia who got lost in the remote wilderness. He offers to guide the lost hunter to the nearest village, acting with a friendliness that feels completely fake. Jong Do whispers to Ixia, asking if she senses any malice, but she confirms that his aura feels clean, which is even more suspicious. Jong Do asks why he's leaving the monster's valuable parts behind, since a dragon-blooded creature should be worth a fortune. The knight's face twists for a split second, a flash of pure, unadulterated hatred crossing his features. He spits on the ground, his voice turning cold and venomous. He declares that there is no need for the filthy remains of such a vile and evil species. He quotes a mysterious figure he calls he, his hand tightening on his sword hilt until his knuckles turn white. According to him, dragons are the root of all evil in the universe and must be completely eradicated from existence. A vision of the knight slaughtering a true dragon flashes, showing just how deep his obsession goes. Jong Do watches him walk away, realizing that the pigeons have already infected this world with their fanatical ideology. He narrows his eyes, his gamer instincts telling him that this he is likely the source of everything going wrong in Listenia. The knight admits he doesn't know much about the figure he follows, despite being one of his blessed chosen ones. He warns Jong Do never to forget his grace, making it clear that he's been completely brainwashed. The knight finally reveals the name of his godlike leader, his face breaking into a wide, unsettling smile. The name is Ixia, the primordial miracle, and the revelation hits Jong Do like a physical blow. He stares at his tiny fairy partner, wondering if the Celestials are impersonating her here just like they did the Savior on Earth. He asks Ixia if she really is the primordial miracle that created this world, but the fairy is clutching her head in pain. She breaks down, apologizing to her master because her memories are a total, scrambled mess. Jong Do realizes that her memories of her own creator were likely forcibly erased, leaving her as a pawn in someone else's game. Ixia tries to stay positive, shouting that if they find her sisters, her memories will surely return. She envisions a future where all the dragon treasures of the world belong to Jong Do, her true master. She floats in a sea of gold and gems, her eyes sparkling with the promise of legendary loot. Every secret treasure hidden by her past self is now their goal, and she's ready to hunt them all down. Jong Do admits the idea of dragon treasures is pretty tempting, even for a guy with an SSS-Class Gacha System. He agrees to follow the knight to the village to get a map, his mind already spinning with the secrets he's about to uncover in this new world. Walking into a new world sounds like a dream, but when that world is built on a lie, the only thing waiting for you is a nightmare. Our guy Jong Do steps into the town of Oilan, and at first glance, it looks like your standard medieval European fantasy setting. But the vibes are off immediately as Jong Do senses a dark, suffocating aura swirling through the air. The streets are a total mess, filled with starving people and filth, while the guards treat the citizens like garbage. The knight leading them tells Jong Do to ignore the insane peasants, showing just how little the people in power here care about human life. Suddenly, a shout rings out, someone's been robbed in broad daylight. A woman begs for help, crying that her family's food for the week was just stolen, but the guards just stand there laughing like it's a joke. Jong Do can't believe his eyes, even the people meant to keep the peace are completely rotten to the core. He looks around at the hollowed-out eyes of the villagers, realizing he's been brought to a place where hope goes to die. The knight keeps pushing him forward, ushering him toward the inner walls, where the real power resides. As they cross the gate, the scenery shifts instantly. It's like they walked into a completely different world. The inner city is beautiful and prosperous, showing the disgusting gap between the elite and the people suffering just a few feet away. The more Jong Do hears about this Lord Ixia, the more his blood boils at the blatant discrimination. He asks if there's a way to meet this so-called god, but the knight tells him that even the wealthy would pay a fortune for that chance. Since he's stuck here for now, Jong Do heads to a general store to pick up the one thing every explorer needs: a map. He walks out with the parchment in hand, ready to figure out where the hell he actually landed in this universe. The system pings, updating his HUD with the geography of Listenia, and our boy is finally back in the game. Ixia pops out and immediately points to a specific spot on the map with total confidence. She recognizes the Brandish mountain range and is dead certain that's where her original lair is hidden. Jong Do asks if her memories are finally coming back, and she admits that seeing the map just made the location click in her head. With a solid destination locked in, Jong Do gets hyped, expecting to find legendary dragon treasure or Ixia's long-lost sisters. His eyes are practically glowing with excitement as he prepares for a classic fantasy quest. He starts imagining a grand adventure with dragons and epic loot, but reality is usually a bit more grounded. Cut to the mountains, and Jong Do is already bored out of his mind because the hike is way too quiet. He complains that for a dragon's lair, there hasn't been a single monster to fight on the way up. Ixia eventually points out a massive, ornate door built right into the side of the mountain. As they approach, a massive shadow begins to move, revealing a hand made of solid rock. A huge stone golem lunges out, and Jong Do barely has time to react as a fist the size of a car comes flying at him. The Guardian declares this to be the domain of the Dragon of Wisdom, Lord Ixia. Jong Do draws his sword, realizing he finally has to prove his worth if he wants to see what's inside. But before he can strike, a beam of light hits Ixia, and the fairy starts glowing like a miniature sun. The golem freezes, acknowledging that their worth has been confirmed, and steps aside to let them enter. They step into a massive, ethereal hall that looks more like a cathedral than a dragon's nest. In the center of the room, a single book is floating in a pillar of golden light. Jong Do asks Ixia if she knows what it is, but she's just as confused as he is. She admits it's her first time seeing it too, which only adds to the mystery of her past. The MC reaches into the light, figuring that the book is practically begging to be read. As he grabs the cover, the energy surges through him, and the pages begin to flip on their own. The book reveals that it was a final gamble created by the Dragon Lord, hoping it would find its way to a specific person. Jong Do's heart stops when the book addresses him by name, welcoming him from Earth to the world of Listenia. A massive holographic image of the gold dragon Ixia appears, radiating power and ancient wisdom. She explains that she predicted the future 2,000 years ago, and Jong Do is stunned by that level of foresight. Ixia fought off countless threats during her life, using her ability to see the future to protect her world. But dragons aren't immortal, and she saw a vision of Listenia falling into ruin after her death. She predicted the world would be destroyed by an unknown group just a century after she passed away. Refusing to accept that fate, the Dragon Lord spent her final years trying to change the timeline. She taught magic to humans and tried to breed more dragons, doing everything in her power to build a defense. But no matter what she did, a mysterious, hooded figure with glowing red eyes always appeared in her visions to burn it all down. She looked into the future tens of thousands of times, searching for even a single path where the world survived. After nearly 2 millennia of failure, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. For the first time, the vision of destruction was replaced by an unknown future centered around a single human. That human wasn't from her world, but from a small, distant universe. The dragon confirms that the hero of the prophecy is none other than Jong Do. Before returning to nature, Ixia created a powerful artifact meant specifically to help him save Listenia. Using the last of her mana, she shot that artifact across the dimensions toward Earth. Jong Do realizes that Ixia, the fairy he's been traveling with, is actually a piece of the Dragon Lord's own essence. The Dragon Lord left 6 versions of Ixia behind in Listenia to act as markers for his journey. She explains that once all 13 versions are gathered, the true power of the artifact will be unlocked. Only then will Jong Do have the information and the strength needed to take down the unknown group threatening the universe. As the message ends, the book bursts into flames, leaving the fate of the entire world resting on Jong Do's shoulders. The book crumbles into ash, and Jong Do is left reeling from the sheer scale of the mission he's just been handed. He turns back to the entrance, but the stone golem has returned to its post, sensing a new presence. The Guardian warns that something is approaching, its eyes glowing with a defensive light. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes through the hall, and the air itself seems to crack under a new pressure. Chunks of the ceiling come crashing down as a violent surge of energy rips through the room. Jong Do draws his sword and demands to know who's bold enough to interrupt his meeting with a dragon. A blonde elf with a sadistic grin steps through the dust, laughing that he's been waiting for someone to finally show up. The newcomer mocks the Dragon Lord's glory, revealing he only restored the lair to act as bait for whoever had the other pieces of Ixia. Ixia trembles, sensing something familiar and terrifying about the man in front of them. A system window identifies him as Seraphim Shuriel, a level 437 monster equipped with 6 stolen pieces of Ixia. Shuriel points at the pedestal, asking if a mere human actually managed to touch the Dragon Lord's book. He's genuinely curious because even with all his power, he couldn't handle the artifact's energy. The Celestial offers Jong Do mercy, telling him to hand over the fairy and his life might be spared. He snaps his fingers, summoning 3 massive magic circles that hum with destructive red energy. He looks like he's playing with his food, completely unaware of who he's actually talking to. Jong Do just gives him a cold, confident smirk. Our boy is definitely not intimidated by a high-level number. He's been dying for a chance to take out a high-ranking Celestial, and having one show up with 6 Ixia shards is basically a gift. Jong Do pulls out a legendary card, the air around him beginning to distort with pure mana. He thanks Shuriel for bringing the loot directly to his doorstep, letting out a laugh that echoes through the chamber. Shuriel's face twists in rage, screaming that a human like him needs to learn his place. He fires 3 massive beams of red light, intending to vaporize Jong Do instantly. The explosion is massive, filling the entire room with smoke and debris as the ground shatters. But through the dust, a new weapon manifests, a pitch-black shield that pulses with a sinister energy. It's the Shield of Gods, Aegis, and the system confirms it completely reflects all light-based magic. The red beams bounce off the shield with a deafening crack, turning back toward their master. Shuriel's eyes go wide as his own attack comes screaming back at him with double the force. He's swallowed by the explosion, let out a pathetic scream as he's blasted across the hall. He stumbles out of the smoke, coughing and humiliated that a human just used his own power against him. Jong Do doesn't give him a second to breathe, lunging forward with a golden curved blade. The sword is Harpe, a myth-grade weapon that nullifies the immortality trait of any opponent it hits. He swings with lethal precision, catching the Celestial off guard with his insane speed. A vision of the Greek hero Perseus appears behind him, showing that Jong Do has loaded the legendary slayer of Medusa. Jong Do vanishes into a cloud of dust, leaving Shuriel swinging at empty air like a panicked amateur. The Seraphim is losing his mind, calling Jong Do a sneaky bastard for using ambush tactics. He unleashes a vortex of wind to clear the room, desperate to find where the MC is hiding. He spots Jong Do through the haze, his face morphing into a mask of pure, bloodthirsty hatred. He dives in for the kill, his body wreathed in green energy as he screams for Jong Do to die. Jong Do just laughs, telling him he clearly hasn't learned his lesson yet. He brings up the Aegis shield again, the face of Medusa on its surface seeming to mock the Celestial's every move. Shuriel is obsessed now, realizing that Jong Do's gear is more powerful than anything he's ever seen. He plants his foot, the stone floor shattering under his power as he prepares a final, desperate charge. He demands that Jong Do hand over the shield, already planning how he'll use it to conquer the other Celestials. Jong Do admits the guy has a keen eye for quality, but his hands are already crackling with yellow lightning. The two clash in a massive burst of energy, golden light and red shadows tearing the room apart. Shuriel screams at the human to stop interfering with his destiny, his sanity clearly slipping. He activates his stolen Ixia shards, manifesting a massive golden axe that glows with divine heat. He swings the axe with world-ending force, but Jong Do blocks it effortlessly, looking completely bored. The Celestial lets out a manic laugh, claiming that high-tier weapons like this are only meant for gods like him. He goes for a massive overhead strike, intending to split Jong Do and the entire mountain in half. The axe hits the ground with an explosion that sends a pillar of fire and rock straight through the roof. The shockwave is so intense it blows out the side of the mountain, lighting up the sky for miles. From the outside, it looks like a volcanic eruption, showing the terrifying scale of a level 400 battle. Shuriel stares at his axe, annoyed that he broke his new toy because he couldn't control his own strength. But his jaw drops when Jong Do appears behind him, completely untouched and looking like he's just getting started. The MC mocks him, saying his moves are so exaggerated and slow that a blind man could dodge them. He swings his own blade, a massive wave of blue energy cutting through the air like a guillotine. The attack sends Shuriel flying out of the mountain hole, and Jong Do quips home run as the Celestial disappears into the clouds. But Shuriel isn't done. He flies back in, his face contorted in a mix of fear and disbelief. Jong Do meets him mid-air, a massive explosion of mana marking the point of impact. Shuriel is trembling now, wondering how a mere human can possess such overwhelming physical strength. His jewelry starts to crack, the items bestowed by the Celestial Lord finally reaching their breaking point. Jong Do calls him out, telling him he relies way too much on his gear because he actually has zero combat skills. He laughs in the guy's face, pointing out that without his stolen items, he's absolutely nothing. He twists the knife, telling Shuriel he couldn't even swing the dragon weapons properly when he had them. The Celestial screams that Jong Do is begging for death, summoning every weapon in his arsenal to hover around him. He launches a barrage of divine blades, but Jong Do just stands his ground, ready to show him what a real fighter looks like. Jong Do dances through the storm of blades, parrying and shattering them with ease as he closes the distance. He mocks the guy for getting so worked up, realizing he must have hit a very sensitive nerve about his lack of talent. Shuriel is panicking now, his aura flickering as his confidence completely evaporates. Jong Do slams his sword down, an explosion of golden light pinning the Celestial to the floor. He spots an opening and lunges, his movement so fast it looks like he's teleporting. He whispers that Shuriel really knows nothing about the art of battle as he prepares the finishing blow. Yellow lightning wreathes his arm as he pulls back for a strike that's destined to end it all. Shuriel lets out one last damn it as the light consumes his vision. A massive bolt of energy strikes the Celestial, sending him crashing down through the floor of the lair. The impact is so violent it levels the entire central hall, leaving nothing but dust and rubble in its wake. Shuriel lies in the crater, coughing up blood and realizing for the first time that he's actually going to die. He tries to stand, but his body is broken and his mana is completely drained. He looks at his hands, watching as his gear shatters into tiny, useless fragments. Realizing he can't win this fight, he summons his remaining strength to manifest white wings, desperate to escape. Jong Do spots him trying to flee, and demands to know exactly where he thinks he's going. He fires a pulse of red energy, but Shuriel is already in the air, pushing his speed to the limit. The Celestial screams a final threat, promising that Jong Do will regret this when the entire army arrives. Jong Do is annoyed, thinking it's impossible to chase a flying opponent at that speed. But a vision of Perseus appears again, the legendary hero giving him a confident, "Don't worry." A pair of blue winged boots manifest on Jong Do's feet, glowing with ancient magic. These are Talaria, the boots that allow the user to run through the air as if it were solid ground. Jong Do takes off, his feet hitting the air with a series of loud cracks like sonic booms. Shuriel looks back, thinking he's finally safe and can relax for a second. His face twists back into a snarl as he plots how he'll mobilize the entire celestial army to wipe out humanity. But a voice right behind his ear asks, "Says who?" sending a chill down his spine. Jong Do is hovering right over him, looking like a literal demon of vengeance. He slams a dual sword strike into the Celestial's back, the impact sending them both screaming toward the earth. They hit the ground like a meteorite, creating a massive crater in the middle of the field. Shuriel is pinned under Jong Do's boot, his wings broken and his pride completely shattered. Jong Do holds his blades to the guy's throat, declaring that the game is finally over. Jong Do shoves him back down into the dirt, letting out a burst of lightning to keep him compliant. He agrees to listen, but his gaze is so cold it's clear he has zero patience for lies. Shuriel tries to bait him, asking if he's curious about the real story behind Ixia and the shards. Jong Do tells him he'll ask exactly 3 questions, and if even one answer is a lie, his head is coming off. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light, proving that he can sense the truth better than any machine. Shuriel flinches, realizing his plan to feed the human false information just went up in smoke. Jong Do's first question is about how many high-ranking Celestials are currently in this world. Shuriel reveals there are 3 total, with one hiding in the capital of Proyon and another he claims to not know about. He tries to stall for time, demanding a guarantee that Jong Do won't kill him after he talks. Jong Do just stares at him, unimpressed by the attempt to bargain from a position of total weakness. Shuriel pulls out a small, glowing fairy doll, claiming it's an artifact that forces a promise. He tells Jong Do to place his hand on it, secretly hoping the curse will tear the human's heart apart. Jong Do reaches out slowly, and the Celestial is practically drooling at the thought of his trap working. But Jong Do just slaps the artifact out of his hand, the doll shattering into pieces as it hits the grass. He kicks the Celestial in the gut, sending him tumbling across the field as he screams in pain. Jong Do asks why he should ever trust a snake like him, while several level-up notifications pop up in his vision. He calls over Ixia, telling her it's finally her turn to claim what's hers. Ixia flies over the defeated Shuriel, her eyes wide as she sees the 6 stolen shards floating in the air. She begins the absorption process, a massive pillar of pink and gold light connecting her to the shards. Jong Do watches as the energy surges, the sheer power of the Dragon of Wisdom beginning to manifest. He can feel his own strength increasing exponentially as his companion regains her true essence. Ixia seems the same on the outside, but she admits she hasn't fully synced with the new power yet. She suddenly clutches her stomach, and Jong Do wonders if she ate a bit too much divine energy for one day, but she's actually just sensing her other sisters, who are still being held captive far away in the capital. She takes off toward the horizon, and Jong Do follows, ready to finish what they started. The system offers him a Perseus Lord reward, and our boy can never resist a good loot drop. He's given a choice between Petrification Immunity and Master of Arms. He chooses Master of Arms, the very skill that allowed him to use the winged boots so effectively in the air. They eventually reach the gates of the capital, but the security is tighter than anything they've faced yet. Ixia suggests sneaking in, but Jong Do has a much better idea using the skills he just mastered. He walks right up to the guards, claiming he's a chosen one, and they let him in with a friendly salute. Ixia is stunned at how easy it was, wondering why they even bother having gatekeepers at all. The inside of the capital is a mirror of Oilan, showing that the same rot has infected the heart of the world. Ixia senses her sister's aura coming from deep within the central fortress, her excitement practically buzzing. Jong Do scans the crowd, but he sees something that makes his heart skip a beat. A group of children are playing in the street, holding wooden swords and pretending to be dragon slayers. Jong Do uses his system eyes and realizes the child is radiating a strange, mana-like energy. He looks closer and realizes it's not just one kid. Every single person in the area is glowing with the same power. He's completely floored, realizing that this world is fundamentally different from Earth in a way he didn't expect. Every citizen, from the baker to the beggar, seems to have perfect control over their mana. Jong Do stares at the crowd, wondering what kind of twisted experiments the Celestials have been running to turn an entire population into a mana-fueled army. A guard shouts to the crowd about a renewal opportunity, a chance only the so-called chosen ones get to experience. Jong Do stares at the long line, wondering what kind of twisted upgrade these people are actually signing up for. He asks a guard if he can join the line, playing the part of a curious outsider to get a closer look at the facility. The line of citizens stretches toward a massive, imposing tower that acts as the heart of the city's brainwashing operation. Jong Do knows that the only way to truly understand the threat is to see the process with his own eyes. Finally, it's his turn, and a maid ushers him through the massive doors of the inner sanctum. Inside, he's told the process is simple, just channel mana into the glowing crystal orb in the center of the room. The maid leaves him alone with the device, and Jong Do approaches it with extreme caution. As he gets closer to the orb, a sense of déjà vu hits him like a physical blow. He remembers the day he first awakened on Earth, touching a device that looked exactly like this one. His mind races, realizing the Awakener technology from his home world is being used right here in another universe. He uses his observation skill, hoping to confirm his suspicions before he touches the dangerous artifact. The system scan triggers an immediate alarm in his head as the truth is finally laid bare. The screen confirms this is an Awakener device that not only grants mana but forces the user to never question the creator and develop a blind hatred for dragons. Everything clicks. This is why the people of Listenia are so fanatical and why they hate the dragon race that originally protected them. But one massive question remains: how did this technology end up here? Jong Do remembers that the original Awakener was developed by a man named Maxwell back on Earth. Suddenly, a voice from the shadows asks him why he isn't proceeding with the renewal. Jong Do spins around, shocked that someone managed to sneak up on his heightened senses. A man in a vest and tie stands there, telling Jong Do not to be so cautious while maintaining a creepy professional smile. The stranger claims he came out of hiding purely because he was curious about the newcomer. He points out that it's the first time in history someone has entered the room, looked at the Awakener, and refused to touch it. Jong Do stares back, realizing he's looking at the man the people here worship as a god. He calls him out as Ixia, the figure the entire city is brainwashed to follow. The man laughs it off, admitting that's just the name the locals have given him for their little cult. Jong Do tries to scan him, but the system returns a massive error, unable to retrieve any data on this primordial miracle. Our guy is shaken. Seeing the primordial miracle tag means this guy is on a completely different level of existence. The man realizes Jong Do is also a primordial miracle entity, creating a strange, tense bond between the two. He starts walking toward the MC, his presence alone putting a crushing weight on the room. The old man stops and says he has just one question for the young hunter. He asks why Jong Do smells like the blood of Shuriel, the high-ranking celestial our boy just wiped out. Jong Do tries to play it off, claiming he just helped a man coughing up blood on the road. The old man's eyes glow purple, his expression turning dark and murderous. He adds that Jong Do also smells like Leoel, a name that shouldn't even exist in the world of Listenia. The secret is out. This guy knows exactly where Jong Do came from and what he's done. Jong Do lunges forward with a strike, but the old man dodges it with a speed that defies the laws of physics. A dark purple aura erupts around the stranger, signaling that the playing nice phase is officially over. He moves like a shadow, closing the distance before Jong Do can even blink. A massive explosion of mana rocks the room as their forces collide. Jong Do is sent flying back, the raw power of the old man's physical strike nearly cracking his armor. The stranger stands calmly in the smoke, asking his question again with an eerie, calm authority. He demands to know the current location of Shuriel, his voice echoing with a divine pressure. Jong Do steps out of the crater, wiping blood from his lip as he prepares for a real fight. He points out the obvious: if he's still alive, it means Shuriel definitely isn't. The old man sighs, saying he had to hear the confirmation directly from the murderer's mouth. He laments that Shuriel's death makes his entire long-term plan for this world meaningless. Jong Do asks if he's planning on taking revenge, bracing himself for the next wave of attacks. The old man leaps into the air, his silhouette framed by a swirling vortex of purple energy. He declares his simple intention: he's going to kill Jong Do right here and now. Jong Do is stunned that someone would make such a bold claim while being completely barehanded. They trade a series of high-speed blows, the sound of their impacts like thunderclaps in the small hall. Jong Do pushes his sword mastery to the limit, but the old man's reflexes are inhuman. The stranger parries every blade strike with his bare palms, looking completely bored by the MC's efforts. He mocks the quality of warriors these days, wondering how Shuriel could have lost to someone so mediocre. His gaze turns into a chilling stare, focused entirely on dissecting Jong Do's fighting style. He insults the current standards of the heavenly realm, claiming they've dropped significantly while he was away. Jong Do is furious, swinging his sword with everything he's got to shut the old man up. He roars for the man to keep his mouth shut as he unleashes a flurry of mana-infused strikes. The old man continues to weave through the attacks, looking more like he's dancing than fighting for his life. He decides to take the offensive, promising to start by taking one of Jong Do's arms. A purple energy blade manifests around his hand, clashing with Jong Do's sword in a shower of sparks. The old man notices a small cut on his sleeve and stops, seemingly surprised that he's actually bleeding. Jong Do realizes he needs a major power boost and pulls out a new, terrifyingly dark card. The air in the room turns freezing as the soul of a new legend begins to take over his body. His eyes turn a blood-red color, and a manic grin spreads across his face. He screams that war is a festival, revealing his new Lode Knight Roland, leader of the 12 Paladins of Charlemagne. Jong Do's internal consciousness realized something is wrong. Roland was a role model for knights, but this version feels completely unhinged. Despite the weird vibe, Roland's raw destructive power and defense are off the charts. A system notification pings, Berserk level 3 has been activated, and things are about to get messy. Roland Jong Do lunges at the old man with a speed that actually startles the primordial miracle. He doesn't even care if he gets hit, he just wants to tear his opponent apart piece by piece. The system warns that the loaded character is now completely out of the user's control. Roland's bloodlust is so intense it's practically vibrating off his skin. He challenges the old man to a real fight, laughing like a maniac as he swings his massive blade. Maxwell looks at him with a mix of pity and disgust, asking if the young hero has finally gone completely mad. Roland Jong Do leaps into the air, his sword glowing with a dark, violent energy as he brings it down for a crushing blow. The old man readies a glowing purple fist, prepared to meet the berserker's charge head-on. Jong Do's blade crashes against the old man's mana shield, creating a shockwave that shatters the stone floor. The impact is so violent it tears the room apart, sending shards of the Awakener device flying. Dust and debris fill the air as the two monsters continue their relentless exchange of blows. Through the chaos, Roland's laughter rings out, proving that he's actually enjoying every second of this carnage. He takes a direct hit to the chest and just smirks, claiming that a punch like that didn't hurt at all. Inside his own mind, the real Jong Do is screaming in agony as his body takes a massive amount of damage. Maxwell starts to laugh too, realizing that Jong Do isn't just another ordinary human. He tells the boy to keep entertaining him, his eyes glowing with the thrill of finding a worthy toy. The battle reaches a fever pitch as a massive pillar of light and fire erupts from the center of the hall. Roland Jong Do keeps pushing the pace, his movements becoming more animalistic and unpredictable with every second. Maxwell is forced to actually use his hands to block, his formal attire getting shredded by the intensity of the mana. He lands a heavy strike on Jong Do's face, but the berserker just absorbs the impact and keeps swinging. Jong Do's eyes are locked onto his target, his mind completely drowned out by the berserk trait's influence. He mocks the old man's strength, calling his powerful punches mere tickles. Maxwell realizes his opponent has abandoned all defense, attacking with the singular goal of ending his life. The MC unleashes a massive overhead swing that leaves a trail of red lightning in its wake. Maxwell looks at the bloodthirsty grin on Jong Do's face, noting how he's the polar opposite of the calm warrior he was earlier. He mocks Roland's unsophisticated style, believing that raw strength alone can't win a battle against a master. The old man begins to focus, his eyes narrowing as he starts to read the rhythm of the berserker's chaos. He realizes that someone who just swings blindly is the easiest type of fighter to predict and counter. He weaves through a series of lethal slashes, the blades passing mere inches from his throat. He decides to end the game, aiming a glowing purple hand directly at Jong Do's exposed neck. Suddenly, a system notification pings, Berserk level 3 has been released, and Jong Do's mind snaps back into focus. In the blink of an eye, Jong Do's sword transforms into a long, mana-infused spear, catching Maxwell completely off guard. The MC explains that the Berserk mode was just a diversion to make the old man lower his guard. He drives the spear through Maxwell's chest, the impact creating a massive spray of blood. But Jong Do doesn't stop there. He summons a massive, glowing warhammer to finish the job. He slams the hammer down with the force of a falling star, crushing the old man into the rubble. The ground caves in, and Maxwell is buried under tons of rock and divine energy. Jong Do stands over the crater, breathing hard and waiting for the dust to settle. The old man's head pops out of the debris, blood dripping from his face, but he's actually smiling. Roland's soul appears beside Jong Do, apologizing for the manic episode he just put him through. Jong Do asks how they used to calm him down in the past, hoping for a tactical tip for future battles. Roland says it's a secret, and that if he told the truth, he'd have to eat his own sword and die of embarrassment. Jong Do doesn't have time for the mystery, reactivating Berserk level 3 to keep the pressure on. He leaps back into the crater, his sword glowing once again with the light of 1,000 battles. Maxwell laughs, asking if the insanity is starting up again, clearly thinking he has the upper hand. But Jong Do is smarter this time, weaving his technical skills into the berserker's raw power. He tells the old man that the same trick won't work twice, his eyes burning with tactical brilliance. Maxwell realizes too late that Jong Do has predicted the exact direction of his next counterattack. The MC lands a solid blow to Maxwell's back, the impact sending the old man crashing into a wall. Jong Do stands over his defeated foe, looking down with a gaze that says he's finally won. A level-up notification pings in his vision, rewarding him with a boost to his mana and strength stats. But Jong Do is confused. He only gained 1 level for defeating such a seemingly powerful entity. He looks at the old man's body, realizing his raw level might be low even if his miracle powers make him strong. Suddenly, a voice screams from behind the doors, calling out for Lord Ixia and banging on the entrance. Jong Do panics, realizing he needs to find a back door before the entire Celestial Guard arrives. The dead old man suddenly speaks, telling the people outside that he's okay and to go away. Jong Do is horrified, watching as Maxwell stands up as if he hadn't just been crushed by a divine hammer. He launches a fast strike, but the old man just blocks it with a casual flick of his wrist. The guards keep yelling, threatening to break in if their lord doesn't answer them properly. Maxwell turns back to Jong Do, his aura glowing with a strange, immortal light. The MC can't believe his eyes. The level up ping only happens when a target is truly defeated or killed. Then, a level down notification pops up, and Jong Do feels his newly gained stats being ripped away. Maxwell stands there calmly, admitting that he hasn't had this much fun in a very long time. He bluntly tells Jong Do that he simply cannot be killed, no matter what weapon or skill is used. Jong Do is losing his cool, his mind racing to find a loophole in this impossible situation. Maxwell places a hand on his chest, where a purple light begins to pulse with infinite energy. He tells Jong Do to open his eyes and watch carefully as the truth of his existence is revealed. The old man suddenly plunges his own hand into his chest, tearing his own heart out without even flinching. Jong Do screams, demanding to know why the man would suddenly commit suicide in the middle of their fight. But there's no blood, only a swirling vortex of purple shadows where the heart should be. Maxwell's head falls back, his body going limp as he collapses to the floor of the hall. His head turns toward Jong Do, a wide, unsettling smile still fixed on his face. A massive purple silhouette begins to rise from the fallen body, looking like a god of the underworld. The specter tells Jong Do that he has to see the miracle with his own eyes to truly believe it. Maxwell's body literally knits itself back together in a second, his head reattaching as the purple light fades. He stands up and declares that his body is truly immortal, his gaze burning with a terrifying, ancient power. Jong Do is shaken, realizing this isn't just high-speed regeneration or time manipulation. He looks at the man, a chilling thought crossing his mind about the stranger's true identity. He asks if he's standing in front of a literal god. The man stands in a pillar of golden light, looking every bit the divine being the citizens' worship. He answers with a simple, chilling yes. But then he chuckles, saying it might only seem that way from a human's perspective. He clarifies that he isn't a god, nor is he one of the pigeon celestials Jong Do has fought before. He opens a system window of his own, showing Jong Do a talent that defies the logic of the game. The MC looks at the screen, his face paling as he realizes why his attacks haven't mattered. He calls the situation outrageous, his confidence completely shattered by the revelation. The talent is revealed, Eternal Life Level 3, a passive ability with no other skills needed. Jong Do wonders if this is the miracle of Genesis the gold dragon warned him about. Maxwell asks if he's still going to continue this meaningless and exhausting battle. The old man looms over him, holding the Awakener orb like a child's toy, reminding Jong Do that he can never truly win. Facing an enemy who can't die is the ultimate test of a gamer's patience and sanity. Jong Do asks how old the man is, and Maxwell admits he stopped counting the years centuries ago. He confesses that he's actually envious of talented people like Jong Do who can still grow and change. He reveals his current stats. He's stuck at level 125, which is his absolute hard cap for leveling up. Since he can't level up anymore, he can't gain natural stat points like a normal player would. He shows a vision of throwing tens of thousands of punches just to boost a single stat point by one. Jong Do has heard of this kind of gruesome training, but he thought it was just a myth for the truly desperate. Maxwell explains that when you have eternity, torment becomes the only path forward. He wasn't just focused on fighting though, he spent centuries mastering art, music, and even fine dining. He looks exhausted, the weight of 1,000 lifetimes visible in his weary eyes. He achieved everything a mortal could ever dream of, and then he reached the end of his desires. His voice turns into a hollow whisper, admitting that all he really wants now is to die. Jong Do looks at him, sensing a deep, existential sadness beneath the old man's terrifying power. Maxwell says Jong Do could never understand the feeling of standing still while the rest of the world rushes past. He watches generations of people and animals live and die while he remains anchored to an unchanging body. That's why he works for the heavenly realm. He thought they were the only ones strong enough to finally end his life. He decides it's time to finish their duel, wondering what fault his bosses will find with his performance this time. Jong Do looks down at his sword, reminding the man that he already said killing him was impossible. The old man stops, curious about the change in the MC's demeanor. Jong Do's eyes glow with a new intense light, his gamer brain finding a loophole in the man's immortality. He pulls out his ultimate trump card, Harp, the golden blade that specifically nullifies immortality. He admits Maxwell's existence is a glitch in the laws of the universe, but Jong Do is a specialist in defying those very laws. He declares that if anyone in this world is going to kill the unkillable old man, it's going to be him. He triggers a combo draw, loading Roland again and adding a new soul, the legendary Astolfo. Cards swirl around him, creating a whirlwind of pink and white energy that fills the hall. Roland's destructive aura begins to merge with a new, calming presence. Maxwell doesn't care about the new look, aiming another glowing purple hand directly at Jong Do's throat. Jong Do releases the berserk trait manually, surprising the old man with his sudden surge of control. The room is flooded with mana as the dual load finally settles into a stable form. Maxwell looks at the transformation and invites the MC to show him whatever encore he has planned. A massive pillar of light erupts, and a stunning figure with long pink hair steps out of the glow. It's Astolfo, looking incredibly confident and smiling like he's about to have a grand time. The system confirms the dual load, Roland plus Astolfo, a combination that merges raw power with strategic chaos. Roland's spirit is visible in the background, looking genuinely horrified to see his old friend again. Astolfo greets Roland with a cheery shout, noting that it's nice to see his dear friend in such a state. Astolfo starts poking Roland's face, asking why he's so quiet and if he isn't happy to see him. He reveals he didn't even hesitate to wear a skirt for Roland, which has the berserker knight begging him to shut up. Jong Do is annoyed, realizing that by trying to control one insane man, he just brought in an even crazier one. Maxwell gets tired of the comedy routine and lunges forward, his fist crackling with energy. Jong Do meets him head-on, his movements now perfectly fluid and synchronized. He lands a sharp, precise cut on Maxwell's arm, and this time the wound doesn't heal instantly. The MC follows up with a series of ferocious strikes, forcing the immortal warrior to actually retreat. Maxwell is shocked, feeling that the attacks have become sharper and more fiercer than ever before. He realizes there must be a secret to how Jong Do is gaining this much strength in such a short window of time. He decides to switch to a defensive stance, hoping to buy time and wait for the load duration to expire. Jong Do slams his sword down, creating a crater that forces Maxwell to dodge frantically. Astolfo starts coaching from the sidelines, complaining that Jong Do missed a perfect opportunity to stab the guy. The MC is reaching his breaking point, shouting that the fairy and the knight are driving him insane with their chatter. He unleashes a massive, curved slash with harp, the golden light of the blade illuminating the whole room. Maxwell notes that Jong Do is getting impatient, which usually leads to a fatal mistake. He senses a massive attack coming and prepares his ultimate counter, focusing all his mana into his eyes. Jong Do holds his sword high, his silhouette framed by a storm of yellow lightning. Maxwell goes for the kill, intending to split Jong Do in half with a dark energy strike. He's willing to sacrifice half his own body just to ensure the human's death and claim victory. Jong Do's eyes glow with a fierce, amber light as he starts the final swing. Maxwell shouts "now" as he launches his lethal strike at the MC's core. Suddenly, everything shifts into a glitchy, digital haze as the communication skill goes into overdrive. Maxwell's eyes go wide with pure terror as he realizes he's just fallen into a trap. A massive blue bolt of energy descends from the ceiling, striking the old man directly. The system confirms that communication has responded to the old man's primordial miracle, creating a lethal resonance. The pillar of light consumes Maxwell, his immortal body finally breaking under the divine pressure. Jong Do stands over him, the blade of harp glowing with the confirmation that immortality has been nullified. Another level-up notification pings, and this time, a spray of real blood confirms the hit was fatal. Jong Do's hand begins to shake as his mana starts to fluctuate wildly. A level-down ping happens again, but this time Maxwell is struggling to put himself back together, clutching his split head in pain. Jong Do screams in frustration, asking why the heavens won't just let this man die. He prepares one last strike, his body trembling from the strain of maintaining the dual load. Maxwell looks up, and for the first time, he looks like he's completely lost his mind, his eyes vacant and empty. A massive explosion of smoke and rock erupts as a new force enters the chamber. Through the haze, a figure walks toward the fallen immortal, calling him by a new name, Ta Kujin. The newcomer is a tall man in a gold mask, telling Kujin that his role isn't to play soldiers with humans. The masked entity looks down with a cold, predatory gaze, demanding to know what the hell Kujin is doing while the universe is at stake. The high-ranking celestial serial stares down at Maxwell with pure disgust, asking if the old man has finally lost his mind by associating with a lowly human. Maxwell doesn't even flinch, his face remaining eerily calm as the golden pressure of a god radiates through the room. With a sudden, violent wave of energy, Serial blasts Maxwell back, clearly done talking and ready to put this traitor in his place. Serial turns his arrogance toward Jong Do, demanding to know what right a human has to be standing on the same battlefield as a god. Jong Do grips his golden blade tight, realizing this masked prick is likely the last of the high-tier seraphims he needs to worry about. The MC can feel the sheer weight of Serial's power, and he knows he's in trouble. His road timer is ticking down and he's running out of gas. The entire throne room erupts in flames as Serial unleashes his wrath, turning the floor into a literal hellscape. Serial charges up a massive sun-like sphere of fire in his palm, screaming that Jong Do's pathetic life isn't enough to pay for his sins. Jong Do breaks a sweat as the heat intensifies, wondering if he needs to burn one of his precious EX rank tickets just to survive this next hit. Serial's eyes glow with a murderous light through his mask as he delivers a cold final command, "Die." But before the fire can strike, Maxwell appears behind Serial out of nowhere, stopping the god in his tracks and telling him that killing the boy won't be that easy. Serial is stunned that the old man is still interfering, warning Maxwell not to overstep his bounds. Maxwell just smirks, telling the Celestial that if he keeps acting up, his long-awaited wish is going to be delayed even further. The old man's eyes turn a terrifying purple as he asks Serial if his nose is just for show, because the scent of blood in the air is overwhelming. Serial is confused for a second, wondering what Maxwell is even talking about, but he can feel a dark presence looming behind him. The air grows heavy with a crimson mist, and Serial's eyes widen as he recognizes the energy signature. He remembers Shuriel, one of the noblest Celestials, who was supposed to be out hunting for treasures and dragon shards. Maxwell confirms it, and the realization hits Serial like a truck. His comrade was taken down by a lowly human. Serial loses it, screaming in rage and lunging at Jong Do, unable to accept that someone from a noble bloodline could be killed by a mortal. He flashes back to the conquest of Lestenia, remembering how they had to fight tooth and nail against the powerful dragons that protected this world. They couldn't win a fair fight, so they had to sneak around the dragon's eyes like cowards, hiding in the shadows. The Celestials started making contracts with humans, giving them fake power to turn them against their dragon protectors. They used Maxwell's infinite vitality as a battery, fueling a massive brainwashing system across the entire planet. Serial and his kind imbued human weapons with celestial magic, turning common soldiers into dragon-killing machines. They planted a deep, irrational hatred for dragons in every human heart, ensuring the two races would never unite. But humans multiplied faster than any god expected, building massive cities and empires at a terrifying speed. It was a war of attrition, and eventually, the dragons began to fall, their ancient bones left to rot in the sand. To keep their control, the Celestials even set up a class system, making sure humans stayed divided and busy fighting each other. Serial's perfect plan was finally coming together, but now that Shuriel is dead, everything is at risk of falling apart. This isn't just about one world anymore, it's about the Celestials' reputation in the entire universe. If the Celestial God finds out they messed up this badly, they're all going to be erased from existence. Serial decides the only way to save his own skin is to drag the instigator of this mess back to face divine judgment. A pillar of blinding light descends as Serial prepares to unleash a punishment that will let someone else take the fall for his failures. He turns to Maxwell, telling him he'll let his recent behavior slide if he helps capture Jong Do right now. Maxwell's expression shifts into a sinister grin as he tells Serial that the masked god has completely misunderstood the situation. The old man clarifies that when he said there was a problem, he wasn't talking about Jong Do. Serial is mid-sentence, calling it nonsense, when Maxwell's aura explodes with dark energy. In a split second, Maxwell drives his hand straight through Serial's chest, the impact tearing through the Celestial's divine armor. Maxwell leans in close, his face twisted with malice, asking Serial if he finally gets it now. Serial coughs up blood, cursing the bastard as he tries to summon one last flame, but his strength is fading fast. Maxwell effortlessly tosses the god aside like a piece of trash, watching him crash into the rubble below. A shockwave of purple energy follows the strike, completely sealing Serial's ability to fight back. The noble Celestial is reduced to a bloody mess, gasping for air as his divinity is literally being drained out of him. He weakly asks Maxwell if he's really willing to throw away his wish just to protect this human. Maxwell laughs at the idea, his purple eyes glowing with a terrifying light as he reveals he hasn't given up on anything. He tells Jong Do that he simply found a way with a higher possibility to get what he wants. Serial tries to scream one last insult, but Maxwell isn't listening to the wretched fool anymore. The old man declares that his business with the Celestials is officially over, and he starts to fade into a dark portal. With one final flick of his wrist, Maxwell sends a massive shard of energy toward the ground, finishing his business in Lestenia. Jong Do stands there stunned, trying to figure out what game the old man is actually playing. Maxwell's voice echoes as he walks away, asking if Jong Do felt that sudden, unsettling chill when he swung his sword earlier. The MC remembers the moment. For a brief second, even with all his powers, he genuinely thought he was going to die. Maxwell looks back one last time, his face showing a strange mix of respect and disappointment. He tells our boy that his power is still incomplete, and that it's a real shame he hasn't reached his peak yet. The old man stomps on one of the Awakener orbs, crushing it into dust with zero effort. Jong Do tenses up, demanding to know what he's planning to do next, but Maxwell just chuckles. He tells the MC to relax and tosses something through the air, his tone almost like a mentor's. Jong Do catches it and realizes it's a legendary item, another fragment that Ixia has been searching for. The little fairy pops out, sensing the aura of her sister coming from the object in Jong Do's hand. It's a powerful dragon shard, glowing with a warm, ancient light that fills the room. Maxwell says he doesn't need it anymore, so the human can have it as a gift. Our boy is suspicious, asking why the hell Maxwell would just hand over something so valuable. The old man gives him a creepy, wide-eyed look and says it's because he wants Jong Do to grow even stronger. He jokes that he'd follow Jong Do around to train him himself, but that would probably make the kid too uncomfortable. As he steps into the void, Maxwell promises that he'll come looking for the MC again someday. His final warning rings out, "Don't die before I get the chance to see you again." Ixia flies over to Jong Do, her face full of relief as they watch the portal close. She tells him that there are no more of her sisters left in Lestenia. They've gathered everything they could. Jong Do looks back at the wreckage. They achieved way more than expected, finding 7 treasures and ruining the Celestials' plan. But something is still bugging him. The Awakener tech they used here is way too similar to what's happening on Earth. Even an old monster like Maxwell couldn't have built a system this complex all by himself. He wonders how Ellie McDowell, the genius back home, managed to invent something that matches the tech of the gods. He decides he needs to confront her the second he gets back, right before his system gives him the rewards for the Roland and Astolfo load. Back on Earth, Jong Do finally takes a moment to breathe, letting the hot water of a shower wash away the blood and grime of another dimension. He runs his hand through his hair, smiling to himself because it finally feels like he's home. He steps out, feeling refreshed and more human than he has in weeks. The MC checks his phone, thinking about ordering some stir-fried pork or fried chicken, the stuff he's been craving since he left. But the second he turns his screen on, it starts vibrating like crazy with hundreds of missed messages. His sister Seoyun, his guild members, and even Sanghi are blowing up his phone, terrified that he'd gone missing for good. He sighs, realizing that even after saving a world, a hero never actually gets a day off. Jong Do meets up with a little spirit girl in the middle of the city, and she's absolutely blown away by the modern world. She asks if the massive SSS rank skyscraper in front of them belongs to him, and Jong Do just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. He laughs, telling her that going from a lowly salesman to a guildmaster is what people call making it big. As he walks into the lobby, the staff immediately tenses up, recognizing the world's only SSS rank hunter. The receptionist bows so low she might hit her head, welcoming him back with a nervous but excited smile. Jong Do waves casually, noticing they've hired a ton of new people while he was busy fighting gods. The staff is in a frenzy, shouting that they've been waiting for his return and offering to guide him upstairs. The employees are shocked when the master actually bows back to the low-level staff, his humility winning them over instantly. They whisper about how most high-rankers are arrogant jerks, but Jong Do is as dignified as they come. The new recruits are literally crying, swearing they'll dedicate their lives to a guild run by a guy this cool. The elevator dings as it hits the 7th floor, and the tension in the air shifts from admiration to worry. Jong Do's face goes stone cold as the doors open. He can sense something is wrong. His sister and his core team rush him, screaming about where the hell he's been, and even his pet wolf spirit is barking in a panic. Jong Do tries to play it cool, saying that getting stuck in a dungeon for a while is just part of the job. His sister Seoyun looks like she's about to burst into tears, telling him how scared everyone was. Jong Do is confused when they mention they were worried he'd been devoured, but then he realizes they aren't just talking about him. The mood drops instantly as his team looks down, their silence telling him exactly what happened. The blonde hunter steps forward, his voice trembling as he reveals his brother hasn't come back from a dungeon in 25 days. Jong Do's eyes widen. He's talking about Haejun, one of his most trusted allies. It was supposed to be a standard S-rank raid, and they even brought 2 SS-rank users for backup. But Haejun wasn't alone. He went into that dungeon with Ellie McDowell, the girl Jong Do was just wondering about. Ellie is a genius, and with her massive guns and high-tech gear, she should have cleared it in hours. The fact that they've been missing for nearly a month means something went horribly, catastrophically wrong. The team is frustrated because the dungeon is sealed tight. There's nothing they can do from the outside but wait. Jong Do closes his eyes, feeling the weight of the situation, but he isn't about to give up on his friends. His eyes snap open with a golden glow as he realizes he has a cheat code for this exact problem. He tells Soyeon to grab the biggest paper and the thickest pen she can find, immediately getting to work. She's confused, but doesn't hesitate, rushing to get the supplies as Jong Do prepares his mana. The rest of the team watches as Seoyun runs off, wondering what kind of crazy plan the MC has cooked up this time. Jong Do points a finger and tells them straight up, "I'm going to summon Haejun right here, right now." He pulls up his skill menu, showing off a rare ability called Calling that lets him forcibly pull a target to his location. Soyeon brings the materials, and Jong Do starts writing a message in massive bold letters. He explains that it costs a massive amount of mana, and for someone at Haejun's level, he can only hold the summon for a few seconds. The team gulps, hoping to God that Haejun is still alive to hear the call. Jong Do writes YOU in big letters, finalizing the tether for the summoning spell. He stands in the center of the room as a golden magic circle erupts around him, the air humming with power. "Calling, target, Kang Haejun," he roars as the light intensifies into a blinding pillar. The blonde brother watches with clenched fists, praying to see his sibling one more time. Digital blocks start to form in the light, slowly assembling the shape of a person in high-tech boots. Heijun appears, looking exhausted and battered, his eyes darting around in total confusion. He spots Jong Do holding a sign, and for a second, he thinks he's seeing a ghost. The sign is simple and direct. "We're planning to hold on as long as possible." Jong Do looks him dead in the eye, his face promising that he isn't going to let his friend die in that hole. He gives a weak, grateful nod as his body begins to pixelate and dissolve back into the dungeon. His brother screams out for him, but it's too late, the summon is over, and the room goes quiet again. Jong Do rubs his head, relieved that they at least confirmed Heijun is still breathing, but his expression is grim. The brother points out something terrifying. The burn marks on Heijun's armor weren't from a monster. They were lightning burns, specifically caused by Ellie McDowell's signature thunder cannon. Jong Do's gut tells him this is a nightmare scenario. He asks exactly where this dungeon is located. The answer makes his blood run cold. It's in the Grand Canyon, in the United States. Jong Do starts walking, telling them to find the fastest flight possible, even as the team warns him that entering the dungeon is impossible. He doesn't stop, telling them that he already knows a way to break inside from the outside. The team is stunned, but they've learned by now that impossible doesn't apply to this guy. Jong Do hits the elevator button, flashing a confident grin as he promises to bring both Heijun and Ellie back safely. The blonde brother finally finds his hope again, telling Jong Do that he trusts him with his life. "Don't worry," Jong Do says as the doors close. "Just wait for us." Cut to California, the Grand Canyon is locked down by the military as a massive red rift pulses in the sky. Jong Do arrives in his full dragon blood armor, meeting a representative from the Korean Association, who looks way out of his depth. The American soldiers are tense, but the Korean rep tells them to stand down, saying they need to discuss the details inside. Jong Do ignores the red tape and activates his observation skill, scanning the rift with his god-tier eyes. The system window pops up, S-rank dungeon, Solitude. It's a mission type, but the boss is still hidden. The special notes are horrifying. The dungeon is a battle royale that only ends when one person is left alive, and it uses trauma to make people kill each other. Jong Do realizes Ellie and Heijun are being forced to fight to the death, and he needs to break in before it's too late. Jong Do prepares his draw system, a wall of blue cards surrounding him as he prepares to load a new soul for this mission. He pulls a high-rarity target, Princess Kako, the spirit of Japan's former top-ranked hunter. He remembers her story. She was a legend who lost her life trying to dominate the demon Khaled, and her skills are perfect for stealth and speed. The screen goes white as the loading process begins, the power of a legend flowing into Jong Do's veins. Kako's spirit appears, telling him she doesn't even want to see his face after their last encounter, but Jong Do only cares about her skills. He unleashes a massive burst of purple mana, shouting "Dungeon Open," as he literally forces the rift to accept him. With a violent surge, he tears the fabric of space apart and lunges into the unknown. His face is a mask of determination. He tells Heijun and Ellie to bear with it just a little longer, because he's coming for them. Jong Do lands inside, finding himself in a dark, cold corridor made of featureless stone. He looks up, the ceiling disappearing into an endless purple void that feels like it's swallowing the light. He realizes he's stuck in a labyrinth-type dungeon, a massive maze designed to disorient and break the spirit. Normal dungeons are just a straight path to the boss, but mission-type dungeons love these twisted labyrinths. Most hunters avoid these like the plague because you can spend weeks wandering in circles before a trap finally kills you, but Jong Do just smirks and calls out for Ixia, telling her it's time to earn her keep and find the exit. The little fairy is glowing brighter than ever, saying her senses are sharper than ever since she absorbed her sister's shards. She mentions they're only halfway to her full form, and Jong Do is excited to see the incredible changes she promised. Deep in the shadows, something is watching them. The dungeon master has taken a sudden, dangerous interest in the new guest. A single red eye glows in the dark, a sinister aura radiating from a figure that shouldn't even be here. Jong Do senses the gaze and spins around, but the hallway behind him is empty. Suddenly, a system alert blares, Psychic Illusion Activated. The walls start to ripple like water, and the system warns him that his own trauma is about to be turned against him. Jong Do wonders if this same illusion is why his friends started attacking each other earlier. But then, another alert pops up. Jishuna's protection activated. The god-tier shield nullifies the illusion instantly. The shadowy master in the distance smiles, his interest growing even deeper now that his toy just broke the rules. Jong Do tells Ixia to hurry up, knowing that every second they waste is another second his friends are suffering. They round a corner and Ixia screams, pointing at something slumped against the wall. It's a group of hunters, but they aren't alive. They fought each other until they died together, their bodies riddled with wounds. Jong Do realizes these were the companions who came with Heijun, all victims of the labyrinth's madness. Ixia points further down the hall, sensing a living presence just a few yards away. Jong Do breaks into a sprint, his boots echoing through the stone halls as he prepares for the worst. He rounds the final corner and sees a figure sitting against a rock, looking half dead. It's Heijun. He's clutching his side, his glasses broken and his armor scorched black. Jong Do rushes over, pulling a high-tier healing potion from his inventory and telling his friend to drink up. Haejun gasps for air as the liquid heals his internal wounds, his eyes finally clearing up. He looks at the MC in disbelief, admitting he thought the message he saw yesterday was just a dying hallucination. Jong Do tells him he did a good job holding out, then asks what the hell happened to make the team turn on each other. Haejun looks down, the memory clearly haunting him as he starts to explain the horror. He says as soon as they entered, everyone started going insane, seeing manifestations of their worst fears and attacking anything that moved. The magic was so strong that almost no one could resist it. He felt himself slipping into the madness too. The only reason he's still sane is because of a psychic resistance artifact he got from Maxwell, but then Ellie attacked him. He mentions Ellie's name with a look of pure terror, and Jong Do knows it's about to get loud. Suddenly, a massive bolt of yellow lightning tears through the hallway, nearly taking Haejun's head off. Haejun screams for Jong Do to get down, terrified that the MC might get caught in the blast. Jong Do stands his ground, watching as a crackling line of electricity divides the floor between them. Ellie McDowell steps out of the shadows, her eyes glowing with a manic light and her massive cannon aimed right at them. She's crying, begging the trauma to stop tormenting her, clearly unable to see that she's attacking her real friends. The ground starts to rumble as the labyrinth begins to shift, moving the walls to push them all into a small arena. Haejun says he tried to hide to avoid hurting her, but the dungeon is literally forcing them to fight to the death. Ellie screams for them to disappear from her sight, her cannon glowing with a blinding amount of power. Jong Do realizes there's no talking her out of this, she's too far gone in the illusion. Haejun begs Jong Do not to hurt her, even if she's trying to kill them, because it isn't her fault. Jong Do pulls out a massive shield adorned with snakes, telling Haejun to stay back and leave it to him. Ellie fires a point-blank blast of pure electricity, the sheer force of it melting the stone walls around them. Jong Do uses the shield of the gods' Aegis to catch the blast, the impact sending sparks flying everywhere. Ellie is terrified, screaming at him to stay away as she continues her desperate assault. She summons a fleet of combat drones, their mechanical whirring filling the hallway as they lock onto Jong Do. The drones open fire with a hail of bullets, but Jong Do stays behind his shield, the metal clanging as the rounds bounce off. The drones charge up a synchronized blast, a massive orb of yellow energy forming in the center of the hall. Haejun warns him that a laser is coming, a high-output attack that can pierce almost anything. The drone fires a concentrated beam of light, its power shaking the very foundation of the labyrinth. Jong Do doesn't dodge, he charges right into it, catching the entire beam on the surface of the Aegis shield. The system confirms the shield's true power. Aegis perfectly reflects light magic. The beam hits the shield and bends, the reflected light turning the drones into scrap metal in an instant. Ellie is completely broken now, screaming die as she pours every last bit of her mana into a final suicidal blast. A torrent of white-hot lightning erupts from her cannon, filling the entire hallway with enough power to level a city. Jong Do realizes that if he reflects this one, it'll hit Ellie directly and kill her instantly. Instead, he takes the full brunt of the explosion, the lightning arcing across his body as he grinds his teeth against the pain. The explosion clears, leaving Jong Do standing in the rubble, his armor smoking but his eyes still fixed on his friend. In the darkness, the Labyrinth Master lets out a dark giggle, clearly entertained by the MC's self-sacrifice. He steps forward into the light, a shadowy figure in a martial arts robe, saying that rules are meant to be followed. He's pissed that Jong Do turned his perfect game into a mess, and now he's going to handle things personally. The Master's aura explodes into a red lightning storm, his voice echoing through the maze as he challenges Jong Do to show him what a lucky draw can really do. Jong Do clenches his fist, his eyes filled with a mix of pity and resolve. He tells Ellie that this is going to hurt a bit, but it's the only way to save her from the madness. He delivers a precise, heavy blow to her midsection, the impact forcing the air out of her lungs and breaking the dungeon's hold on her mind. A massive shockwave ripples through the air as the strike connects, ensuring she stays down for her own safety. Ellie lets out a final, pained gasp, her body going limp as the terrifying lightning aura finally begins to fade. She slumps forward, her eyes rolling back as she loses consciousness, finally free from the nightmare of the labyrinth. Haejun watches from the side, absolutely stunned that Jong Do managed to subdue a berserk SS rank hunter without leaving a single scratch on her. Jong Do tells them to stay close because he's going to use his dungeon opening skill to force an exit and get them out of this hellhole. "Now!" he shouts, his hand glowing with a violet light. "Let's get the hell out of here!" A massive swirling portal of purple energy erupts in front of them, the sheer pressure of it vibrating the stone floor of the labyrinth. But just as they think they're safe, a chilling, condescending voice echoes through the hall, and a sinister smirk appears in the shadows. The martial divine demon steps out of the gloom, laughing at the idea of a human trying to intervene with his perfect little game. Jong Do's heart skips a beat as his eyes glow with a warning. He didn't feel this guy's presence until he was standing right next to him. The man stands there casually, hands in his pockets, exuding a level of bloodlust that makes the very air feel heavy and suffocating. Our boy realizes that if this monster had intended to kill him just now, his head would already be rolling on the floor. He gulps, cold sweat running down his neck as he realizes he's facing a level of power he's never encountered before. Haejun tenses up, holding the unconscious Ellie tighter, realizing that if a fight breaks out here, they're all as good as dead. Jong Do activates his observation skill, his eyes flashing with a tactical HUD, trying to stall for time while he figures out a plan. The demon laughs, calling the situation funny because the landlord hasn't given anyone permission to leave yet. He introduces himself with a terrifying grin, revealing his title, the Martial Divine Demon. The system glares back with a red warning. Jong Do's observation skill is literally being blocked by the target's sheer power. A single line of text flickers through, Havenly Martial Physicu. Our boy realizes he's looking at a being born for the sole purpose of combat. The master of the labyrinth spreads his arms wide, the shadows around him deepening as the stakes reach a boiling point. He admits that according to the rules of the system, he shouldn't be showing up like this. But, he says, pointing a finger at Jong Do, you broke the rules first by barging in, so now I get to play too. Jong Do points his glowing blade at the stranger, demanding to know if he's another one of those bastards targeting Earth. The demon just smirks, telling him he's got it all wrong. In fact, he says it's quite the opposite. He declares that he's actually here to train all these weaklings, his tone making it sound like a death sentence. Jong Do is disgusted, remembering the pile of corpses he saw earlier, and asks how slaughtering people could ever be called training. The master just gives him a cold, empty stare, stating that nothing makes a person grow faster than a battle of life and death. His eyes glow a deep, murderous crimson as he locks onto Jong Do, the playful tone vanishing instantly. With a violent burst of speed, he vanishes, leaving only a trail of dark purple energy in his wake. Jong Do barely has time to blink as the demon appears right in his face, a fist already inches from his chest. The master roars that just when a winner was about to be chosen from his game, Jong Do ruined everything. You're going to take responsibility for that right now, he screams, unleashing a devastating punch. A massive red warning sign pops up in Jong Do's vision, the system literally screaming at him to get away. The text reveals that this man is being watched closely by the true universe, a monster who can reach the top with sheer force alone. The dungeon rank is instantly upgraded from S rank to immeasurable, as the demon laughs and lets his power explode. The ground shatters as the demon's strike lands, rocks and dust flying everywhere like a grenade went off. Jong Do is sent flying backward, the sheer force of the wind from the punch alone nearly crushing his ribs. He coughs up a spray of blood, his body slamming into a stone wall as he groans in pure agony. The demon stands in the crater, telling him to focus on the battle, because a single moment of distraction means death. Another shockwave rips through the floor as the master prepares his next move, his aura turning the hall into a purple hellscape. Jong Do is barely hanging on, his vision blurring as Ixia flies around him in a panicked frenzy. "Master, wake up!" she screams, her voice cracking with fear as the demon closes the distance. Jong Do's eyes snap open, his amber pupils trembling as he realizes he's seconds away from being erased. The demon dives in with a wide, maniacal grin, his red aura flare-up, looking like a literal monster about to swallow its prey. Jong Do looks up at the ceiling, realizing that the open sky of the dungeon is just a cruel joke designed to make them feel trapped. He grits his teeth, his armor smoking from the heat of the demon's energy as he tries to find a way to counter. A massive explosion of energy hits the ground where Jong Do was just standing, turning the stone into a molten mess. Haejun and Ellie are caught in the shockwave, screaming as the pressure of the fight threatens to tear them apart. Jong Do performs a desperate mid-air roll, his boots scraping the ground as he tries to put some distance between them. He curses his luck, realizing he's out of white tickets, and regrets not saving his final cheat code for a moment like this. He thinks back to his shop inventory, remembering a specialized card he almost ignored because of its high price. A voice in his head, his own gamer's intuition, reminds him that regretting the past is useless when your life is on the line. Jong Do's face turns into a smirk as he summons his shop interface, telling himself he's just going to bet everything on one last pull. He pulls out a glowing purple potion, blessing off good luck, an item that skyrockets his gacha odds for a short time. He chugs the entire bottle in one go, the magical liquid filling him with a warm, pulsing energy that makes his skin glow. This stuff was expensive, 3 times the price of an elite healer's potion, but it's the only way to get the card he needs. He flashes back to the shop screen, showing the steep 3,000-point cost of the lucky juice. Dozens of gacha cards start raining down around him, a storm of blue and gold flickering in the dark labyrinth. The demon stops for a second, watching the light show with a curious look, asking what kind of weird trick he's pulling now. Jong Do ignores him, his eyes darting through the cards, searching for a single black ticket that can change his fate. Suddenly, a card glows with a rainbow-colored aura, the black card finally revealing itself through the storm of light. The demon decides he's waited long enough and charges forward, his fist glowing with the power of 1,000 suns. Die, he roars, putting all his malice into a final crushing blow. A massive pillar of white energy erupts from the point of impact, completely swallowing Jong Do's figure. The demon's eyes widen in genuine shock as the smoke clears. He asks in disbelief, "You blocked it?" A calm, peaceful hand rests on Jong Do's chest, and a soft voice echoes that violence might stop an issue, but it will never solve it. The new load reveals himself, Mohandas Gandhai. The Serenity-grade soul glows behind Jong Do, exuding a field of pure peace. The demon steps back, confused, sensing that the very atmosphere of the room has shifted into something he can't comprehend. He notices that Jong Do's physical stats have actually dropped, yet his defense seems to have become an unbreakable wall. The master narrows his eyes, wondering if this is just blind luck or some hidden skill he's never seen in all his years of combat. He decides to check for himself, unleashing a flurry of kicks that cut through the air like literal blades. The ghost of Gandhi tells him that true courage is defending oneself without using violence as a crutch. The system alerts pop up. Non-violent resistance. All damage is ignored for a set time, as long as Jong Do doesn't throw a punch. The demon's strikes hit a shimmering barrier of light, the impact creating massive shockwaves but doing zero damage to our boy. Jong Do is amazed, his jaw dropping as he realizes he's literally untouchable for the next few minutes. Ixia screams that this is his chance. While the enemy can't touch them, they need to hurry and pull an offensive card. Jong Do grabs another luck potion, chugging it down to overlap the effects, his eyes fixed on the next draw. The demon just watches with an amused grin, asking if there's any other fun things Jong Do hasn't shown him yet. Ixia can feel it. The air is humming with a different frequency this time, a sign that a legendary soul is approaching. Jong Do feels it too, a confident smirk returning to his face as the gacha cards start to spin in a violent vortex. A massive bolt of blue lightning strikes the center of the vortex, and Jong Do reaches his hand out to claim his prize. Steam and mana erupt from his body as the new load takes hold, the floor cracking beneath his feet from the sudden surge of power.